It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna Creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me. Promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Another day for some more Dream League action. Season 19. My name is DK Truman. I'm once again joined by Winter, and we got an exciting day for the people watching, don't we, Winter?
Yes, another exciting day of Dota.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to
more Timbersaw, please.
Yeah, lots of Timbersaws. We'll see how amazing that hero is currently. A lot of DK mids because that matchup is always exciting, no matter what they face up against. But yeah, we were already slightly discussing with the first opponents of the day. It will be TSM taking on Entity. Both teams TSM went for, I think, a 1-1 tie in both games, and their opponents, Entity, were a tie and a loss. Here we have the matches that will be played today. TSM versus Entity and Tundra versus Beast Coast will be handled by us. Then we're going to tag team it over to Gareth and Lacoste, where they'll take Execration versus Team Aster and Tundra versus OG to finish the day. A lot of spicy, juicy, amazing games coming up on this channel. I'm definitely looking forward as well to the second series because I always loved watching some South American Dota. Here we have the current standings. EG, Shopify, top of the board, both looking pretty good. Hellraiser's Execration, both tying, and Gaming Gladiators, TSM, all ties that they managed to gain. Entity and Aster are the only ones at the bottom. And Aster, that's a surprising one because yesterday they looked so freaking good, didn't they?
Yeah, in the first game. Yeah, in the first series, they looked really good. I wonder what happened in the second series.
Well, something went horribly wrong for them. On the Group B, that is the one that we'll handle slightly later. OG at the top. I do see a nice Talon versus Team Spirit tied up in the middle pack together with Team Liquid and Tundra. That was actually Talon tying against Liquid, which was a pretty nice result for them. But at the bottom of that list, you see Nigma and Nouns both really struggling. Of course, Nigma with the Miracle Resurgence, not exactly at the spot that they want to be. We'll be jumping into the draft because it's live right now, and these two teams have very interesting draft principles because honestly, during this season, I think there are very little safe laners that have played as many carries as Watson has. He's just tried everything that was possible.
I'm a fan of his pudge. Are you a fan of his pudge?
I'm a fan of everyone's pudge. But yes, I'm a fan of his pudge. It is really good. I also really like his Marcy plays.
Marcy carry. That's the new flavor right now.
Yeah, I like it. It's so aggressive. It catches a lot of safe laners off guard as well, which is always nice. But obviously, when you're looking at Entity, what are you thinking? My first thought is always Storm Evoker, whatever happens.
Stormer, Invoker, they've been really prioritized hero in certain strategies. Entity is a team where I feel like they always come into a tournament and they have a couple of set strategies, like a couple of openings, and they try to draft against different opponents based on what they feel like will work best against them. So they are definitely a very interesting team to watch when they're drafting.
The only thing I do find during the DPC that was slightly less fun is I love Entity's use of Kataomi, where he played the Sven 4 position. Like, he played weird 4 positions a lot of the time.
Boring.
But that has stopped significantly. Now he's playing Tiny a lot, plus Rubik, and Fishman plays a lot of Marana. So they're kind of getting to their set heroes instead of going for a little bit more, flair surprises out there.
Sometimes you just have to have reliable heroes, strong laning heroes, useful in team fight. You have a draft that ticks a lot of boxes. And right now for TSM, they open with a Disruptor and they have the 8th pick Lycan here. So wanting to play something very, very aggressive, a very fast-paced game, I presume. Like Disruptor and Lycan is already a combo. You send the Wolves to scout, you can abuse the Gleams very well. So we'll see a very aggressive game from TSM, I guess. For Entity, Mirana, Tiny. Flex, flex, flex.
Yeah, I think Entity are most likely going to run the Tiny for Marana 5 because they run it the entire season, pretty much. TSM have slight flex. Ever so slight. Is most certainly going to be Disruptor 5, even though we have seen some Disruptor 4s being played lately. But the Lycan has been mostly played by Kasane, but it has also been played by Bryle in the mid lane once. So there is still a change up that they can always make in that regard.
Yeah, just curious to see what are they gonna ban here, since they're 8th picking the Lycan is not something that I see a lot. Like generally, the first hero that comes to mind is not Terrorblade first. I think about like Monkey King and Bloodseeker. Those are the two heroes that counters Lycan pretty well. Like Monkey King is because you can't run in and fight the Monkey King in the ring, so that's pretty straightforward. And for Bloodseeker, the Rupture.
Yeah, the Rupture is always a nice one. Bangalore did get banned. Bloodseeker is also banned, obviously. Other choices. Gleipnir heroes are always nice against Lycan to have. So maybe consider something in that trend. Nature's Prophet is available. It's not necessarily a hero that you pick against Lycan, but when you get like the Ags or Gleipnir, it's always nice to have it. Maybe as an offlaner, Toby does play it a decent amount.
If they want a Gleipnir hero, there's still Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a straight up good hero. It's also not the hero that gets punished the most by glimpses from Disruptor. Obviously, you get sent back, but you always have a second TP.
Anti-mage ban. That's rather strange for me.
I guess Lesh might be a choice that they're thinking of, or...
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's the plan. Because if you look at the enemy draft, right, the Disruptor Lycan, I feel like they might just draft like a very aggressive lineup. Anti-mage is not something that comes to my mind, unless, like you mentioned, it's some hero that they want to pick, like some Lash, some Mana Void target, or maybe some Venomancer, some hero that AM really counters. Okay, Darkseer, that's why, because AM is really good against Darkseer in the lane. It's pretty much like a free farm lane, and Darkseer is Toby's, one of Toby's, or maybe his favorite hero. I don't know. He really likes playing the hero.
I think his favorite hero is Venomancer, but I don't think he gets a chance to ever play it.
Why? Why do you have to do this? Nobody's favorite hero is Venomancer.
He loves to play the Venomancer, but it's a really bad hero right now.
Wanting to play the hero and loving to play the hero is two different things,
True. Well, honestly, it is a hero that it feels nice to dominate the lane with. Though currently the Doom being picked up, of course, Hoodwink is an amazing hero, but the Doom being picked up does make me question exactly what the roles are going to be. Are we going to possibly see a Doom safe lane, or is this a Lycan flex to mid Doom off lane?
Yeah, only time will tell. The Naga is really good against the Lycan here, so maybe I feel like I would just put the Lycan on the off lane and just whatever, I don't want Lycan to be a mid hero here. Maybe the Doom can be my carry / mid hero, and then I pick my last hero as like some illusion clear, some Zeus kind of hero, someone to deal with the illusions.
Doom with Radiance possibly could.
Yeah, sure. I mean, nice. You can. Yeah, if you go carry Doom, you can do that. That's a legit way of dealing with the illusions.
Is that the level 20 talent or 25 where he gets like 100% cleave? He's got a cleave talent, I think.
Yes, I remember, even though I don't play Doom.
And obviously, there's a lot of illusions this game.
Actually, no more cleave talent. That was the old really? Talent. Yeah, no more cleave.
Sadness. Then it's time for Elder Titan, because he does have cleave talent.
Elder Titan. That hero has been seeing a rise. In pick rate.
But still not in the core role, unfortunately.
Core
Seb
role?
Used to play it. No, not in core. Seb used to play it in off lane a lot back in the day. Or when there
think the
was
hero-
Meepo, you had it versus Meepo mid.
The hero is more or less gonna be like a support, you know. It's hard
Yeah.
to see the hero being a core.
I mean, with the shard and Ags and one punch.
But yeah, but I feel like the things that he do in the game is just very good as a support, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
I
Good
I mean, it's
vision,
nice.
good control.
It's nice if you're rich, you know. You have the shard, you have X, you have whatever, you know, all the luxury items. But
So you need to be a
the-
core. Yep. We agree here. Currently, though, the lanes are looking pretty decent for Entity. Mirana plus Naga,
Mhm.
Tiny plus Darkseer. They're very strong laners. If this is... Honestly, the Doom should be fine in either of the side lanes, though. Scorched Earth is pretty nasty.
I might actually want to put Doom on against the Naga, actually. Okay, DK. It's a decent hero to deal with. Who's buying the Radiance, you know? That's the question. But DK is a decent hero to deal with Naga, and it fits their lineup more than the Zeus that I suggested, because they don't really have catch with their lineup, you know? It's only just glimpse. So having an extra stun definitely helps their lineup a lot. The draft ticks a lot of boxes. They have catch, they have tower damage, they have Roshan, they have good lanes, they have team fight. So just a very solid draft from TSM so far. So how is Entity gonna respond? Is it gonna be that Timber? That's 3 strength calls. If you want to pick Timber, this is probably the best time to pick Timber.
It is pretty good. Stormstormer could always put it just in that mid lane matchup. And it's... What? Okay, that's a tiny mid
That's
then?
called. It's a call
Yeah.
spirit? Oh no.
No support.
tiny.
Katomi is playing it, so it's a tiny mid. Should be tiny mid. Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Look at how low. Look at how lowly they rate Timber. You know, if you're not picking Timber here, you're not picking Timber. Period.
That's It's an interesting choice. I'm looking forward towards this matchup. It's a lot of melees here because all 3 cores on both sides are. Everyone pretty much in this game almost are melees. So when it comes down to team fights, it's just going to be a lot of smacking against each other and see who is left standing at the very end. Who do you think is favorable in this draft?
I like TSM. I think it's more solid. You know, they have a lot of things going on for them with the draft. They have decent way of dealing with the illusions from the Naga. And whereas you look at Entity, it's like I mean, they have a nice draft too. You know, they have a lot of ways to abuse the Iron Shell with the Tiny and the Spirit Breaker. I definitely feel like they have more aggressive lineup. You know, they don't really have to play around cooldowns. Whereas TSM, they need to play with the Lycan cooldown, the Lycan ulti, and the Doom. You know, those are the 2 spells that has a very long cooldown. So I would say that I think both teams have very, very good chances, just based on draft, you know. But I like TSM's lineup more.
Yeah, no, I gotta go the opposite direction, obviously. Going for Entity, 3 melee cores versus Darkseer, Vacuum Wall coming in, or actually Song of the Siren, Vacuum Wall, because that works now. Wombo combos that they have, which are pretty nice. Then you have the tree volley at that point from the Tiny on top. It can be nasty, obviously. It depends really on who's going to find the initiation. But
It's
once we
not
get to see
really that strong. It's a song into. It's not actually very strong combo.
I think
with the
you
vacuum,
get
I
the
feel.
Radiance plus the DK with Aghanim Scepter. You get that illusion as well.
Yeah, sure. But it's not comparable to like a Disruptor or Jakiro, you know.
True. I mean, if Tree Volley with the Daedalus comes into play, then it's
Yeah,
really
that's like
scary.
40 minutes. Okay, fine. 40 minutes later, sure.
Hey, gotta look at it from every aspect of the game. But the laning stage wise, it should be pretty decent here for TSM. I think they're pretty comfortable with their lanes. Lycan might struggle a little bit, but you can always creep pull.
Lycan hold wing against Naga plus Mirana. I feel like that should be Naga Mirana favored. And the other lane would be what, Doom and Disruptor against Darkseer Spirit Breaker. I feel like that lane is also Entity favored, you know, with the Darkseer SB. So they should have advantage on both of their side lanes.
And of course, with Spirit Breaker in your team, you can always make those rotations towards mid. Not paying
Yeah.
attention. Granted, DK is not the easiest hero to kill.
I mean, Iron Shell, you can kill him.
That is true. If it's still there once you start the charge. So the big question is, obviously, BKB or Aghanim Scepter on DK. Which of the two will he go for first?
God no, please.
Honestly, it's a really good Aghanim Scepter game, especially against Naga.
Okay, I'm sold now. I feel like the Aghanim is actually pretty legit.
But the problem is Darkseer steals that illusion, and that's also really problematic because then you're boosting the end. It's like a really nasty game of tag. Once you get Ags as well on Darkseer, I love that Ags. Even though it was so much cooler that it was a shard, but it's still amazing.
So by that logic, when you're playing against Darkseer, you should never buy Radiance as well, or AC, or Offering, or any aura items.
A lot of teams don't actually like going for Radiance against Darkseer. For exactly that reason. But in this case, they have 3 super tanky melee cores, so getting Radiance burn on you is not the worst, though Lycan does not like his little minions to miss every single time. So that's the only other downside. What kind of builds do Nagas go for these days? I've seen Nagas, not go for diffuse. No one really likes going for diffusals.
Manta Skadi.
Manta Skadi, okay.
I mean, Skadi is good against the Doom and the Dragonite. I mean, what else do you go? I don't know if you go Linkers. I feel probably not. So
old school Radiance.
Manta Skadi with just brawling items, I guess. Butterfly, Pressure, all those items.
Okay. It's also a nice tool to have in team fights. Lycan pops his shapeshift. You use Song of the Siren, get out.
I feel like he should get
as well.
He should get the shot this game. If somebody else gets Doom, use Song, and then you can heal the other guy.
The target for Doom should be Darkseer, right?
Yeah, most of the time.
I mean, to be fair, yesterday we had a game where the target was 100% going to be the Tinker, and that never happened.
I mean, you say that, but the Tinker wasn't getting doomed.
Yeah, that was a rough game. Tinker never showed. Darkseer will show a little bit more.
Death Prophet. He's busy dooming the Death Prophet. But yeah, for Darkseer, it's more like if you don't doom him, he's gonna search the guy you doom. So doesn't make sense if you don't doom him.
Also, Surge on Spirit Breaker, so you get that mid game where it becomes rather terrifying. The charges all across the map. You get the vision from the Naga illusions. Something that
puts off bearing.
Yeah, puts bearing, obviously. Just make everything speedy.
Then you get do you get what? Yasha and Kaya?
You just get
probably too much of a meme.
You just get the Spirit Breaker Ags. It's so good.
Oh yeah, that's very very inbound the hero, and your level 20 talent. If you ever get that.
Yeah, you're just constantly charging. It's a 4-second cooldown on charge at that point. Plus it pierces BKB. Obviously, you need a lot of farm, but it's Katomi. Like he tends to find a lot of farm, just lurking about. Not really much action in the lane so far. Not that surprising, right? With these matchups, I mean, mid is, yeah, they're both like super tanky, hard to kill without a rotation.
Yeah, actually, top lane, I read this lane wrong too. I forgot that it's against the Doom, so you can always eat the creep. So you can't really pressure the lane with the Iron Shell on the creep so much. So the Darkseer is just like playing for his own farm, can't really pressure. So Doom is getting a better trade because you get extra gold from Devour.
Wondering if he's what kind of build the safe lane Doom will be going. Is it just the same as an offlane Doom?
Midas Rush. Who doesn't want to get a Midas on Doom?
Yeah, but when you get something... Oh, actually Katomi might be dead. Glim's back. Does have a charge, but the burn is too much, and the kill will be secured. And Toby right now needs to probably surge out of there before
no mana.
Glims comes back.
No mana for the kinetic field.
Oh, he gets slowed down by the Purge from Tomato. Oh my lord, Purge creeps. Ah, I haven't seen that one in a long time.
Yeah, that's absolutely owning Darkseer, you know. You can remove the shell as well. Surge and the shell. That's Darkseer's nightmare in this lane.
Yeah, normally you saw like Enchantresses being picked up to deal with Darkseers, to just purge every single time. Well, he's got a very cheap purge. Like, how much mana does it cost? Okay, actually it's not cheap. It's 120 mana. But he's got mana
he
boost
has
already,
Arcane
so he's
Boost.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, Arcane Boost, he'll be fine with this.
That lane is slightly more uncomfortable for Toby. Luckily enough, it does get shoved out.
I mean, you pick the Darkseer very, very early in the draft, you know. It's to be expected that he somehow has a rougher laning phase. And 6-minute rune. Glimpse?
Oh, the haste! Ah, doesn't get bottled by Stormer. Fortunately, the was a nice placement there of the static kinetic field.
Yep, Dragon Knight's almost level 6. The supports are posturing here. They want to pressure with this siege creep. But the siege creep looks like it's gonna die. So it should be fine. They just need to kill it.
It's a bit scary in mid. All
I mean, the
supports coming
Mirana's
in to
around.
help.
Oh, she has no arrow. Okay, she can kill the car. Okay, never mind. The car's gonna die.
Well, Stormer does find himself Whitemon on the side, and Katomi is there as well. Charges onto Bryle. They get the kill onto Whitemon. And should get rid of the catapult as well.
Yeah, just excellent plays by both teams here. That's what both supports need to do against the Dragon Knight. And they are able to limit the amount of damage. So he's still chipping away at the tower though. Oh, this is very, very nicely done by Brow. He knows that he can still get away with it. Tiny doesn't have mana to kill him.
I mean, even if he has mana, it's a DK with a lot of HP. And of course, level 2 Dragon Blood arrow is going to connect because Fishman did manage to secure it. And Ari trying to... I was thinking maybe he wants to suicide, but will just get taken down. Another kill comes in. And the supports of Entity are making some pretty important plays here.
How about our big bad wolf? Is he having a good time? I guess he's having a
he's
decent
farming.
time. Yeah, he's farming. He's waiting for his helm. He's waiting for his level 6.
And then he still can't do anything against the Naga, but he'll have it. He'll be able to farm jungle a little bit better at least. The AoE armor reduction as well from Riptide so nasty to deal with. Towards mid, Ari is going to get hit by an arrow again, and another one comes into play. 1k net with lead now for the side of Entity, though. Double damage, Bryle. Stormer does not really care.
Maybe he should care.
He's got a fairy fire. He's just trying to bait him in.
Right, the support should come mid now. There's a DD on DK. I think they can take the tower if the supports go mid. Right, they're TPing in one. Disruptor's TPing in. Ari doesn't have TP, so he has to walk. Alright, this is very, very good play by Whitemon. They should allow them to get the tower.
Fishman happy he didn't get glimpsed there. Would have been his downfall. But yeah, they do have that tier 1 almost down. Stormer TP'd back towards mid. Ari is right behind Bryle in case it's needed. Stormer's actually going for the Echo Saber first instead of the Blink Dagger. Fast back play. Not underneath the tower. Actually didn't charge it towards Fishman, who expected to need to leap back towards the tower. So a slight miscommunication there.
Yeah, our round 2 for our mid battle has ended. They have to wait for the next dragon form. Yeah, but Anthony they have to sack this tower at some point. You know? They can't just keep throwing resources to defend the tower. The tower's gonna die, regardless of whether they like it or not. Not much they can do about it against a DK. I think they have to try and help Toby, you know, and get some kills at the top lane.
Katomi is caught, charging away, will be finished off by Whitemon. Tomato's got his Hand of Might, is now finished up as well. That's a lot of gold jumping into his back pocket. But it's not like Naga is that slow at farming either. Probably one of the flashiest farmers out there to try and counter him. It's a regen rune topside. Arrow lands onto Brawl, takes a lot of damage, but they don't have enough to finish him. Actually, the wall gets placed, and the charge forward from Kataomi, the leap in, and Braille is dead. The tier 1 tower towards mid still hasn't been taken down, but a great rotation comes through. But there's Kasane. Nice toss back from Stormstormer to make sure Fishman gets out of there safely. And that is actually really hard to do, what Fishman did, Stormstormer did right there. Find a toss on a Lycan charging through an entire pack of creeps.
Yeah, unfortunately for TSM, I think they wanted to use the Lycan and the DK form together to get the tower. But DK died. I mean, Lycan wasn't there yet, when he decided to fight at the river. So maybe a bit of a miscommunication from them. They could have secured the tower cleanly, but right now, I mean, I think they're still gonna be able to get it with the next minute or so. But yeah, it could have been way cleaner. And now DK is deciding he wants to rush Dagger this game.
No Radiance like we saw yesterday. Let's see, any...
Yeah, he needs to buy Dagger. No one else can initiate on his team.
Well, Tomato's going for Blink Dagger, it seems.
Oh, okay. So double Blink on Doom and Dragon Knight. They want to be very aggressive.
I guess it is scary if you go to a late game against Naga Darkseer. Tiny, like the entire combo that we talked about, 40 minutes plus. That's not something you want to deal with. High ground pushing against the lineup of Entity also seems kind of scary. Actually, no, not kind of. It looks terrifying. Tiny tossbacks, Naga Siren songs with the charge towards mid. Going in, arrow lands again, avalanche, kill secured. TP from Tomato, though he doesn't have Doom level, does have an extra point if he wants to. And Fishman in the meantime is just sniping a Korea Katomi. Invis running away. They don't have detection with them. He even steals the bounty in front of Tomato. Thank you, come again, goodbye, ta-ta. Just the extra BM. Someone does get glimpse, but he's got a haste rune, so he'll be just fine. And yeah, Entity are making some useful plays, but TSM lacking the tools to deal with them.
Yeah, and bot lane, Lycan is forced to pop his form to run away. His shapeshift, that's not good for them. But they are going to be able to secure finally the mid tier 1. Took them a very, very long time. And right now, the supports need to somehow find lanes to get their level 6 on TSM. They need level 6 on Disruptor, and okay, Hoodwink has level 6 right now. Yeah, but Disruptor needs to find ways to get levels.
I'm actually baffled that it's 13 minutes in. Hoodwink just got level 6. Disruptor is 5.5. They should have stayed in one of the lanes at least a little bit. Maybe stack something and wait until it gets cleared. Tomato's going to get charged up top. Nether Strike sends Tomato back. Can they get the catch? Control. There's Stormstormer, Ava, toss play in. And a huge kill comes out. Ari with the snipe. It tried to get tanked by Fishman, but left a bit too far. So they at least find a counter kill. But
yeah, that's pretty bad. He has so much money in the bank, so he lost a pretty decent chunk of his gold, He didn't buy Blink, so I think he wants to finish BKB first. And that was a pretty costly death for the Doom. Good kill there for Entity. Nah, he probably is not gonna do that this game.
I believe.
I think they just want to fight, Blink BKB on Doom, Blink BKB on Dragon Knight, and just keep brawling with the Lycan aura. I think that sounds like a plan. You don't want to go late game against this Song Darkseer Vacuum Wall later.
And Naga is just keeping up in pace with Tomato the entire time. Oh, though, Braille going in onto Stormstormer. Toby does not have the wall usage this time around. Snipe comes out. Tomato is going to get sent back. Arrow lands onto Braille. Blink is up in 5 seconds, but the Mirana ulti comes through, and they have no invis detection on the cores. So they'll be able to just walk it off. Actually, White Mon finds Fishman, glimpses him back in the kinetic field. That will at least be Fishman taken down.
Yeah, not the best kill for them, but they'll take it regardless who's the kill at the moment. Lycan is going to finish the Helm of the Overlord soon. So I feel like that should be their timing to fight after he finishes that item.
Watson's
Try
got
to-
himself his Manta finished.
Yeah, and Doom has BKB already, so they should definitely fight. Oh no, he's in trouble.
Oh,
no.
Lycan, does he get out of there? He's gonna pop his ulti. Actually, Katomi baited out the ulti with the Nether
Nice
Strike. He's
glimpse.
still gonna get glimpsed back and will be taken down. The illusions will fall as well, but Watson doesn't really care about his illusions. He's just forced out that shapeshift, and they're gonna smoke immediately on Entity heading into the opposite direction.
Yeah, they know that the Lycan already used Form. Dragonite doesn't have ulti, so it's time to try to get a pick off if they can. But like you said, Tiny doesn't have Blink, he went for Echo Saber, so it's not that easy for them to get a pick
Mado's
off
got
here.
BKB, so it's not the easiest target to kill at this point.
Yeah, definitely not easy to kill.
Fishman could arrow from behind, which is the scarier part. Unfortunately, creeps are in the way. There's a bit of a brawl catch onto Kataomi. The snipe comes out as well. Tomato gets the Doom off onto Toby, and Toby is in a lot of trouble. Tomato with the BKB does not care. The arrow did not manage to connect in time. And he's just gonna piggy chase down Toby for the extra BM power right there.
That definitely does not get old, man.
I always loved the tide with the pig pole, where he just turned into a piggy, ran into a team fight, and then pops the Ravage. The big surprise piggy blast.
I'll try that someday. That sounds fun.
It is weird, because you just see a pig running to you, and you're like, huh? Who's that? Click on it. Oh no.
Surprise!
I've made a mistake.
Yeah, so right now, TSM doesn't have Doom, so they're probably gonna sit back and chill a little bit until they get more items and until they have their cooldowns again. And meanwhile, actually no, the Lycan is smoking up. They want to fight without the Doom.
Harry did just die.
They have the Helm of the Overlord, so the Lycan feels like he's strong enough to fight without the Doom.
Watson
Just
doesn't
wants
have
to-
Song yet, and he doesn't have an extra point to level. Oh, no, he has Song. Never mind. He did just spend it in
no, Doom.
Song of the Siren.
Doom.
There's Tomato dropping low. Can they get the kill? He's so close to dropping, but towards mid, Bryle being chased down by Watson. Actually, Watson is the one in trouble. Song of the Siren needs to go for the TP out of there. And that is not exactly what they wanted. Whitemon needs to stay in range for a possible glimpse, but it will just be, well, at least the tier 1 tower towards mid secured by Stormstormer for that little engagement.
I was quite surprised that the Doom didn't die there. They weren't able to chain their spells correctly after the Spirit Breaker used his ulti to stun the Doom. The Tiny didn't get his stun to follow up the stun, and Doom was able to get his BKB off. But they find the Doom here again.
He has Doom in 10 seconds, though. Glimpse comes in, going
No
for
BKB.
Whitemon, but there's the Saxum Kinetic Field, and it's a big catch. But the wall is actually scaring off the rest of TSM. This was a huge catch there by the Disruptor, but no backup behind it.
Yeah, Lycan doesn't want to come. He doesn't have his shapeshift, so that's pretty understandable. I mean, they should try to just focus on getting their BKBs. They need their triple. I don't know if Lycan wants to get BKB. I mean, at least double BKB on DK and Doom. I think that's their strong timing later.
Watson tried to clear the Ancient Granite Golem, but knew a nice Ancient Black Dragon gets yoinked by Kasane. No extra gold. Nonetheless, it's really the top two neck on neck, but Kasane is actually really close in terms of net worth to Watson and Tomato. It's impressive for Lycan. It's a hero that tends to fall behind significantly in terms of farm.
Yeah, meanwhile, they might be able to get Toby here if Toby gets too greedy. Oh, they just saw the shell.
Yeah, Whitemon's here.
Do they
There's
know
no
he's
running.
here? They should know. Alright, they see him.
Toby is very dead. But Avatas, Ari is going to die as well. The Doom gets thrown out onto Stormstormer. They just need to back off, and they're doing that correctly. Katomi, though, actually is trying to bait them in so Watson can rush forward. He's got himself the silence onto the DK. Nice enter stomp by Tomato, who does still have his BKB at the ready. The charge goes onto Tomato, does disengage, but Bryle blinks further forward. Tomato's actually going to be the target here. Can he get himself out of there? Lycan shapeshift. Kasane joins the fray. Stormstormer, the Doom has ended, but the problem is there's a little bit more to fight than you would like, and double kill comes in for Bryle. It's a really tanky lineup that TSM have.
Yeah, and Entity definitely overstepped their boundaries there, after getting the rebuttal kill for the Darks here. I feel like they really shouldn't have chased and try to go for more, I mean, I understand they feel like they're still pretty strong without the Darks here, but that's another pick off there on the Hoodwing. But they need to respect the damage that can come out from TSM right now, especially the Doom with the Scorch Earth.
Top lane. The wall plays, they're chasing him down.
He's dead.
A charge coming forward as well. They got to make sure his blink doesn't get casted at all. But there is a BKB flying right towards him at the moment. He's just hoping his courier gets there in time. Actually, Bryle in the trees, can he get out of there? Nope. It's the Bulldoze status resistance that does the job. They also find on the side Whitemon. So now they can hunt aggressively without being feared of getting glimpsed back. Kasane, no BKB, no shapeshift. And the charge forward as well. The Lycan is caught, and the control is there. Big kill, possibly. Actually, Kasane still alive and kicking. Katomi trying to hunt him down. Kasane in the trees. Fishman, can he get the kill? No! He survives. Tomato with a godlike war stomp. Ari with the bushwhack as well. They keep him at bay, and the Lycan doesn't even drop.
I feel like he didn't die because of the aura of the tower, the tower. The extra HP regen armor, that allowed him to barely survive there. Damn. I mean, right now, Entity, they have to try to regroup and get the next item up on the Naga, and I don't feel like the Naga is actually that strong in the fights yet. They need to get one more item on the Naga. Tiny wants to finish his endgames or BKB. I don't know which one first. And Darkseer has also finished up Crimson. Yeah, Crimson is going to be very, very good against the Lycan and the DK.
They're heading out towards mid. A big smoke rotation coming out from Entity. From TSM. Entity, they know what's coming. They're all lying in wait, expecting the gank to come through. They Mirana ulti themselves. And now that Bryle has been spotted, they're actually heading towards the Roche pit. Lycan, very solid in taking Roche. Do they expect the move to come forward here from Entity? Ava, Toss, Whitemon dropping low. They find the first kill. Stormstormer is going to be the target afterwards. The wall has been placed, but Whitemon is... Yeah, they're going to lose themselves a Stormstormer thanks to that BKB from Tomato. Or are they? Stormstormer's still alive.
He's
running
alive.
Away. Charge keeps them at bay. Shapeshift has been used as well. And Elder Dragon form is about to end. So they'll lose Kataomi, but... Right now, they can't really fight on TSM. BKB is on cooldown, Elder Dragon on cooldown, Shapeshift on cooldown. Push deflected.
I mean, for Entity, they're also missing their spells right now. Naga doesn't have ulti, Walls on cooldown. I mean, I feel like
but
TSM...
they've got Vacuum and Tiny, so...
Sure.
Tiny doesn't really have cooldowns. He's looking to build.
Would you like to see him getting the Axe first or BKB?
Yes. I'd like to see him get Axe.
I feel like they don't have enough
most
damage.
of the time anyway. So, going in onto Bryle, the charge forward. Bryle has a blink in a second, but nice avalanche holds him back. There's going to be the vacuum. BKB pops, and Katomi is a little bit too far away to continue for that one. Ari in the trees. Glimmer keeps him going. Whitemon, the toss from Stormstormer, aggressively pushing forward. They will find the kill onto Whitemon. He actually dodged the move there, and Watson is... I mean, it's not the most dangerous hero for the cores of TSM, but the supports definitely are terrified of this Naga Siren.
Yeah, and even with the Disruptor dead, it's a big amount of catch that they are missing from the Glimpse, That's why Entity are playing so aggressive after killing the Disruptor. They know that they can afford to play aggressive. And right now, Song is still 70 seconds of cooldown. Roshan is definitely going to be the next important contention in this game. And both teams really want to get their hands on the Aegis. It's going to give either team pretty strong lead, if you can secure the Aegis here. That can neck so far. Both teams are just trying to edge out as much advantage as they can. Oh, Spirit Breaker BKB. Okay, that is going to be huge. Kataomi is going to have his BKB soon. That's going to allow them to initiate with the choice. TSM doesn't want to let him finish it. They're running into the pit. Have all their cooldowns up.
Well, they are heading in towards Roshan, and Toby's running forward, drops the wall with the vacuum as well. The arrow lands onto Bryle. It's a full duration stun. And on the side, it's a kill onto Ari coming through. Buybacks on both ends. Roche is dropping so low. Watson, though, he's actually getting control. Watson needs to get out. He got doomed in the process. Glimpse back. Watson is dead. Roche is secured. And that's going to be the first age of the game for TSM. Watson, yeah, that's not where he wanted to be at that point in time. Completely surrounded by his opponents, and they could just badger him down.
Yeah, he shouldn't really commit his hero, though. I feel like he just needs to send illusions in. That was a nice arrow from Fishman landing, and I feel like he needs to just send illusions and don't use his real hero. Because the moment he commits with the real hero, they were able to figure out which one is the actual hero, and they just use Doom on the Naga.
Storm is gonna get the jump in. They find themselves two very quick kills. Bryle blinks in, does have the Aegis as well. Tomato full Octarine.
That's a lot of damage.
Look at that lockdown. Stormer went for the BKB instead of that Aghanim Scepter. As previously mentioned, they popped the Aegis. Now they need to run away and see if they can get away. Katomi, his BKB is about to end, and that means the chase from Tomato is successful.
That was a pretty good trade. They got the Aegis and 2 kills. I'd say you're happy if you're Entity. Yeah, but as you can see right now, TSM, they have a lot of damage with the Doom, a lot of spell damage. And even the shard from the Dragon Knight too. So the Naga has to be really, really careful before committing his real hero. I feel like he just needs to send his illusions in. He cannot get Doom. You just send your illusions in and wait for the Doom to Doom somebody else. Ideally the Darkseid, and then you use your song and you try to reset the fight. If the Naga gets Doom in the fight, I feel like TSM, they're going to have an advantage in the fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, the Naga does have a clear problem this game. Actually, Toby hasn't really been controlled with the Doom for the most part of this game. Like, it's been primarily on Stormer, or that last fight on Watson as well.
Yeah,
Stormer,
DK.
going in onto Bryle. Does have a BKB available, but he doesn't want to pop it just yet. And I think that might have been a little bit too late.
Yep, that was definitely too late. Arrow lands on Whitemon
next. And another one. Okay. Slight bit of a mistake there. Bryle thinking
that's Watson.
Backup's coming through. Asane, like in shapeshift, used defensively. It's not where you want to be. Can they get a catch? Ari's going to be charged up. That's the target who'd win control. Tomato is standing nearby. But if you jump into that, you're just going to start feeding more.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy play here from TSM. It started with the DK sieging. Somehow he was sieging the tier 2 bot with only the disruptor behind him. I feel like that was a bit of too much of a risk to do that. And he gets caught. He dies. Disruptor dies as well behind. And then everyone just got caught as well. So that was a pretty big mistake there by the Dragon Knight.
For the people watching at home, by the way, there is a slight observer bug, as you might have realized. The fog for both teams button is not working, so that's why he's swapping between both teams every single time. It's unfortunate, games in beta, and yeah. So hopefully you can live with us through this game. We'll have it sorted for game number 2. We'll just not touch the fog button at all for game number 2.
Entity is coming in with a smoke here. Fishman's gonna D-ward. He gets the observer ward. and they're just gonna back away. They need more time to get their core items up on the Tiny, the damage items. The Naga alone is not gonna be enough right now. They need the Tiny to have his Agadims and his crit.
Stormstormer actually bought the Ogre Axe while he already had an Echo Saber for the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. That's right. That's usually usually you just disassemble the Echo.
Yeah, because later
But I
you
guess-
want like the Mage Slayer or Bloodthorn possibly.
Maybe he feels like he want, because Echo Saber has a lot of value on Tiny.
True.
So maybe he just feels like he just wants to have it. It helps you farm a lot faster.
Yeah, Tree Volley also does that. But yeah, it does make sense though. Think if you have Bloodthorn, what pieces go in the blood? You get 60 attack speed. Honestly, that probably trumps Echo. Get a bunch of extra attack speed in that regard. And with the Tree Volley, you also have that AoE like healing, the magic damage reduction thing, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, but the thing I want to see is the shot on the Naga. I feel like the heal is actually pretty useful against the Doom.
Obviously, you just wait for second Roche, and then you give it to Tiny.
Yeah. All the carries do that, right? Why
Yeah.
do I need to buy something which I can get it for free from Roshan?
Yeah,
So
it's
why
like
do I need to buy?
Bloodseeker or something, and Bloodseeker's hero, like, it boosts so much because of his shard, and he's like, no, I can get it from second Roche.
I always feel like it's only reasonable for us.
Radiant are
It's not so reasonable for the other carries.
Dire's top tower.
Xerxes can get his own Roches. Usually at like 22 minutes or something, he's got the second Roche. If the game doesn't go horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, I feel like the shot on the Naga could actually be a tight turner in the team fights. Vacuum.
Ryle, gonna get charged at. It is gonna be the backline catch onto Ari. Katomi with the BKB is survivable right now. Avalanche keeps Kasane at bay, and they're actually gonna back off. Or are they? Brawl comes charging forward. Onto Watson they go. They get the Doom secured. The Naga is in a lot of trouble. No song coming out this time. Can they surge him out of there? They're trying to disengage, but Tomato is very fast, and that's a kill onto Watson. A huge kill secured. Stormstormer, no BKB, has the gem on his back. That one's going to get dropped as well. And it's going to be a double kill for TSM, and it's the two most important heroes taken out of the equation. These, you know, Toby has dropped that wall on specifically just the DK multiple times, and maybe needs to wait a bit until he sees more.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to either wait for the charge, he needs to vacuum and combo with the charge, I feel like getting the illusion specifically on DK is not really that important for the team fights right now. He needs to make sure that either he does the vacuum with the charge or the vacuum at least with the avalanche, and they are able to take a fight from there. And whereas for TSM, they did what I said. As long as you get the Doom on Naga, you're gonna win the fight, and that's pretty much happening in the last couple of fights.
You then just go for Lincolns on Naga, or would you?
Yeah, that could be an option for him, but he's trying to go Hex. I feel like Lincolns might actually be better.
There's obviously Hex is also nice unless you used on Lycan while he shapeshifted. That would be terrible. But for the most part, turning that gigantic dragon into a little critter could
Yeah, but
help.
to be honest, if you think about it, right, are they actually lacking catch with their lineup? I feel like it's
Not really.
more about like he needs to survive, in the team fight. If he can survive in the team fights, they will just have whatever damage that they need to kill the heroes, But he's not surviving in the team fights. And I'm not sure if getting a Hex helps him in that department.
Shadows, take us.
Okay, we have fixed the issue. As you can see on the screen, there was literally just a hotkey that needed to be pressed. Whoopsie daisy. Nonetheless, that has been resolved. We're back in action. You can see both sides. Thank the
Yay.
Lords.
Praise
DK
Gaben.
does have Aghanim Scepter now, so that's also scary. Though his illusion also becomes scary that you steal.
Yo, they're gonna run in with the flying vision of the DK.
Stormstormer.
If they can get the Tiny, that would be nice.
Limbs. It doesn't last long enough. He is controlled. BKB popped by Stormstormer. They even dropped the Wraith back totem to make sure he gets out of there, but Bryle, it's a nasty tool to deal with. The unobstructed
Glimpse?
pathing coming
3
through.
seconds.
They actually go back in aggressively here, but Toby's going to get blown up. Can't even get... He only got his wall off, didn't get the vacuum going. Tomato on the back line took some damage, but they need to be careful. Sound
he
of
got the
siren
doom.
while being doomed. That is an impressive feat regardless. And Stormy even tosses back Watson to try and save him from the chase. And honestly, that is not too bad. It could have been a lot worse for the side of Entity.
Yeah, Naga somehow manages to survive. Yeah, but you can tell Timado is just waiting for the Naga every single time. He realizes he just needs to doom the Naga. No one else is important for him. I'm not sure if we mentioned Darkseid actually has a red pack, but not. I don't think it's helping the team fights too much. We see a net onto Kasane.
Oh, they're going in. Kasane doesn't have his shapeshift. Tomato gets his doom off because he has the refresher orb. They didn't expect that move to come through. He got it in the middle of the team fight and a double kill secured. Glimpse back Fishman as well. A dieback on the Marana. And this looks like it's just going to be TSM picking up the next Roche and clearing it up. Katomi in the trees, trying to run away, distract them a little bit as much as he possibly can. But another one down for the count. 5 seconds until Roche is up. And yeah, honestly, it was a good move by Entity, expecting, Doom's on cooldown, Shapeshift's on cooldown. This is the time to fight, but never expecting the second Doom.
Yeah, they didn't know that Timado had a refresher. He bought the whole refresher when he went back. So that caught them by surprise. And right now, it should be at least a lane. Oh no. Okay, they're not even getting a lane, but they're gonna get Roche. Okay, so there's a shard. Who is gonna get the shard?
Disruptor, he's the only one that doesn't have it.
Oh, okay. I mean, the Disruptor shard is probably the most useless one.
It's actually, gives allies 50 attack speed. You got a Lycan on your team. It's actually not that bad. It's sad that you can't use it on your allies anymore. That one I liked, where they get the speed boost surge. Wasn't superb, but it was nice.
It's not fair, Some heroes get shards that are so imba, and then Disruptor has this. I mean, I guess Glimpse is already very powerful now, so okay, fine. So you don't need a imba shard.
I mean, Thunderstrike's such a terrible spell.
What would you do?
The only thing that it does is give vision. That's
what
it.
would you do? What would you do to it? Just lower the mana cost, or?
Yeah, I think the mana cost is too high. Laning stage wise, there's no value in it. You can use it twice during the laning stage and you're out of mana.
You don't even want to use it, I feel.
Oh, Whitemon's going for the TP. They're walking up. Avatar. The
double stun.
support's getting caught. Stormer's got the Ags. They find 2 kills. They're looking for more. Can they get Kasane controlled? It seems the answer is yes. Nice arrow connected, and the rest of the team is on the run. And a huge catch coming in there for the side of Entity.
They didn't expect them to be there. Because the mid and bot lane were pushing, so they were kind of expecting Entity going back. They need to go back to defend the lanes, but no,
Katomi?
Entity says no. They are here for kills.
How does he find him? My lord, Tomato going for the BKB, Doom
TP.
bash. Oh no, wait, he has the level 25. No, he doesn't have. I thought he has Doom applies break. He just got lucky as hell.
He is just lucky.
17%, baby.
Two right clicks at least.
Oh, Gaben's
okay.
not on Kataomi's side. I thought he had the level 25 down to Doom applies break, and I was thinking, oh yeah, that makes sense, interrupt, and nope, never mind.
Maybe he thought he had it, but then he realized it's only the level 24. But he already doomed and TP'd, and he was just praying for a bash not to happen.
Well, he's got Octarine, so it's not the longest cooldown.
Yeah, everybody's buying Octarine. Even the DK is buying Octarine. That's almost 100% uptime on your Elder Dragon form, right? When you have Octarine.
This game, would you go for the AoE Dragon Till or Dragon Till HP regen? Dragon Blood HP regen on DK.
I think I'll go the regen. I don't feel like I need the AoE. I mean, the AoE stun's nice, but I don't feel like he needs it. I feel like as long as in the fights he doesn't die and he's just there in front, they'll do a lot of damage with the DK.
Okay. Yeah, I can see why you'd choose either, because of course you have the illusions from the Naga that you stun as well, which could save your supports every once in a while.
If it's 400 AoE glimpse, I would definitely take that.
That would be that would just be chaos. It's like when you have Ogre and you get a 4-staff and you 4-staff the enemy and you just everything around you gets 4-staffed. It's just chaos. It's glorious chaos, but it's just chaos.
I mean, some heroes just like to create a lot of chaos.
Now
And
I
the
actually
game
want to
is
play
chaos.
like what's it called? When heroes get random spells. That mode, and then you get multicast together with glimpse.
Ability draft.
Yeah, ability draft, multicast, glimpse. That sounds like something cool. RNG on your side in that case, and then you send the entire enemy team back to base.
Yeah, so right now Entity is just trying to delay and wait out the Aegis, which is going to expire in 45 seconds. they're
Stormstormer
gonna
almost
hit-
has Daedalus, so that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a very, very big pickup for them. And he has also the level 20 talent, 40% bonus damage with the tree.
Just needs a shard.
Yeah, I think you should get the shot after this.
You get
They're
a
trying
good
to smoke
catch.
out right now. Like, they have to try to make sure that the Naga does not get Doom, you know? They need to just distract, find the Doom.
Oh,
And get a
catch comes
combo.
out. Got the Omi, does have a BKB. Whitemon's gonna get jumped. Stormstormer throws his tree volley on nothing. The Doom on himself
Oh,
there by
no.
Tomato. Watson is gonna get glimpsed back. Needs help quickly. The wall is on top, but he is in a world of hurt though. Goes for the sprint out of there with the surge, but he gets doomed afterwards. The second Doom has been thrown in. Watson still trying to disengage, but the tree volley, the damage from Stormstormer is immense. Oh, they baited them in. Naga is still alive. Tomato is going to be hunted, and Stormstormer with a gigantic double kill comes into play. They still have a little bit of a fight going on because Bryle is in his Elder Dragon form just lurking about, but that is a turnaround play if I've ever seen one. Bryle's TP got cancelled. He is in the trees trying to stay alive from the hunt from Entity right now. If he gets spotted anywhere on vision, you're going to get charged. So he needs to make sure he slithers all the way back to safety.
Yeah, the Doom, even though he got the Doom on Naga this time, but Tiny was just able to do so much damage in the team fight.
Yeah, that butterfly
Like,
as well.
6k damage. Yeah, Tiny did 6,000 damage. Like almost more than half of the team's damage in the last fight. So he's definitely starting
Watson's
to be
butterfly
a huge problem.
Under attack.
Really saved him there against the right-click damage coming through. And also, it's great to have the Ags on Doom, but it doesn't help if the enemy has Surge. So you Doom yourself to like, haha, I'm going to stay on top of you. Then you Surge the Naga and he just sprints away. It's a bit of a weird combination.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, they have
Under attack.
a very bad initiation there in the last fight. I feel like they need to make sure that they catch the supports now. Somehow, I feel like they have to kill all the backline heroes, the Mirana, the Darkseid, SB, and the Spirit Breaker. All these heroes need to be dealt with. And I think the DK, he was like kind of focusing on was it the Mirana or the Spirit Breaker? I can't remember who he was killing behind the enemy lines, and they just got ran over in front.
It
Like, they have
also
to go on the
started
same
with-
target.
It started with Stormstormer using his tree volley on nothing. Like there was a static storm there, but there was no one in it. So that was I was thinking, Entity have lost that fight and it's already over. But
DD, they have a DD on Tiny now.
it's about half duration. Whitemon getting spotted. Bryle is going to be the target for Stormstormer, but they're a bit spread on who they're going to attack. control onto Toby. Gets a BKB pop in time. Tomato charging for Toby.
Look
And
at the
Toby
damage.
is going to be taken
Oh!
care of.
Yo.
The Prowl on the side is taking a heap of damage from Stormstormer coming through. Tomato is very low as well. Prowl's going to stay alive. They actually find the Mirana next. And now it's going to be Entity that has to run away.
He got like if he got one more crit with the 3 volley, I feel like he would have just killed Dimado. That was so much damage. I mean, this Tiny is definitely a pain, you know, for TSM right now.
Dire's middle tower
They have to try to cancel the 3 volleys, you know, or at least take fights where there's no trees.
Oh,
Or don't.
Watson, he's in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have a way out of there.
Does he have buyback?
That-
Yes, buyback.
He does have a buyback. But there's a gem lying in Dire's triangle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Doing nothing. There's actually couriers flying, multiple couriers flying to pick up the gem. And they have the Mirana courier backing up the Darkseer courier. So if one courier dies, they could use the second courier to pick up the gem. Ooh. Woohoo, but the DK's got unobstructed pathing. No! 2 courier snipes!
Can't
Couriers
run
can't
away from
run
the
away.
dragon.
He did go for the AoE Dragon Tail stun, though.
Yeah,
Is
why
a
not?
3-second stun. Pretty nasty.
Can clear the illusions, I guess. If you get a multi-hero stun, I guess it's still better than the armor.
Also, with the Darkseer wall, like those illusions coming up as well, you can also stun those, which is nice.
Yeah, that's a pretty useful thing to do in the team fights. Deal with the illusions, not just the Naga, but also the Darkseer illusions. But Timado is hunting. Okay.
Omi got that ag, so he's just trying to be a nuisance. Whitemon spots him out, sends
He's
him
dead.
all the
BKB.
way
Yes,
back.
the BKB.
Okay, BKB got used. he almost got sent back to, well, next to Ari, right there.
I mean, he would have definitely died there if he didn't pop BKB. The glimpse damage would have just killed him.
Has max damage of what, 300? Yeah, he should have been fine. He's got 2.7 in total. I think he was at like 500.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh yeah, he didn't get the damage talent. Sometimes I see people getting the glimpse damage.
Who
Then you
in
have,
their right mind goes for the glimpse damage talent? Oh,
Me.
Stormstormer in trouble. The wall gets placed, but Stormstormer's dropping pretty quickly. Song of the Siren. He doesn't have the shard on Naga though. The healing is not there. They need to disengage. Buyback by Stormstormer immediately. Looking for more. Toby on the run. The Doom is controlling him. Katomi charging forward, but that's going to be a second dead. Roach's respawn,
Yes,
so they
buyback
might
on
go
Toby.
back, but look at the tree volley. It's going to do a decent amount of damage. Is it going to be enough? No. Watson is stunned up. The AoE stun does the work. But they now need to be careful. The 2 supports are losing their life on the side of TSM. The control onto Ari. Katomi on the side. He's going to get jumped. Piggy on Tomato. Toby charging forward. Has the vacuum, sends him back, but the AoE Doom comes out. Tree volley though! Stormstormer does massive amounts of damage. In the Roach bit, they go. Refresher shard to be picked up, and that is again, double buyback needed, but a huge team fight for Entity.
Man, it's another double damage rune. And they have to find a way to make sure that they are not taking fights around trees, so that he can't use his 3 volley, or they have to try to cancel his 3 volley with the DK stun or the glimpse, you know, or
Everyone
the
needs to
pushback.
buy
You
a
know?
Quelling Blade. Simple. Team fight starts. Cut.
Or maybe just choose fights.
Or pick Timbersaw.
Damn it.
Just pick Timbersaw. Stormstormer's doing so much work this game. Like, Watson is the highest net worth, but
Yeah, it's 50 minutes, right? We said that during the draft. If the game reaches that point, sure, you know, the timing is gonna be a problem.
Structures are fortified.
and he's a big problem. He's going for the Octarine core. So, 3 volley cooldown reduction. He's got the double damage.
Is under attack. Middle
Does need to be very careful of dying, but look at that damage as well to buildings.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
You can 3-shot range racks. Don't want to buy back.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That's a full set of racks. Bit of damage on the second. They go for the full. I guess you clear up the range racks just to.
Tower has fallen.
No, I mean, it's a fucking tiny DD. He can
Yeah.
clear everything.
they'll let the range racks be attacked by illusions. It doesn't regen anyway. So, all of a sudden, Entity in the lead.
The Naga has 42k net worth, but I don't feel like he's the carry right now. I feel the Tiny's the carry.
Yeah, Naga should just buy a Moonshard for...
I mean, that's
Stormstormer.
a good idea. That's actually a good idea. Why not?
What can the Naga still build? Refresher, I guess. Ags.
Refresher is actually nice. So you have double hex, double song.
Ags is also nice. Then you can root up like the Lycan and the Shapeshift. And BKB.
Are scanning.
And DK, especially DK, because he's really hard to catch. Speaking of which, walking up to Stormstormer, if he dies, that's a problem, but he does have the Aegis available. Static Storm Kinetic Field, BKB is to be used, but there's the Doom. Watson charging forward, has Song of the Siren, is going in. Actually, one support is down, looking for more. Ari on the disengage. Nice, Nullifier Hex onto Toby, but the control isn't there. It's actually Stormstormer back alive and kicking. The AoE Doom is a nuisance, making sure he cannot tree volley at all. Song of the Siren comes out, and Stormstormer wants to go back in possibly. And there's a tree volley onto Tomato. The damage is there. The Hex comes out, and the Doom is dead. The Doom has fallen. The rest on the run. Bryle gets the TP back to safety, but they pop the Aegis. However, that second life is a scary prospect.
Doom has buyback, so they should be okay. Right now, Toby doesn't have buyback. Maybe they get a tier 2 for Entity. Not sure if they have enough to get the last set of racks.
I mean, Watson really needs to just get shard. At this point in the game, his goal is just use Song of the Siren to keep his Tiny alive.
He has shard already.
Oh, he has shard. I'm blind.
Yeah.
Next item's going to be his Moon Shard. Give that to Stormstormer. You know you want to.
Yeah, I mean, he should. Like, seriously, he should.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
He's got the equipped Ags now as well on the Naga. Yeah, there's not much more he can buy. I mean, refresher. Wait.
Wait, who did he give it?
Give it to Stormstormer.
Nice.
Okay. Yep, that's that right there. He knows his win condition.
It's not an easy thing to do as a carry. Understanding when you're no longer the winning condition.
Big boy Tony Stormstormer, he's tapping that Moon Shard, and his next item is going to be Rapira Gaming.
3 volley with Rapia and with a double damage rune. Sounds like a good plan.
On the other side, what do they have? Okay, Bryle's got Mjolnir.
They have to try to get him, you know. I feel like they need to scout him with the either the DK form with the vision or the wolves. They have to find this Tiny. Either they have to use at least one of their dooms on the Tiny. And this Tiny is just too much of a problem.
Tier 6 items are getting closer as well. Sorry, tier 5. There's no 6. Hell, we get an X patch soon, maybe. Oh, that would be weird. What, the 17-minute game? And then you get tier 7 items. The first one to get it wins.
Sounds like a mini game after 60 minutes.
Yeah, just one round of poker or something. All in.
Hey, you know what? What if the game ever goes more than 70 minutes, the game just instantly stops and transitions into just a 5-man against 5-man brawl, and then whoever wins just wins the game?
Oh yeah, like only mid team fight arena.
Well, yeah, whatever, you know, you wherever you want to do it, you know, you can do it in the rush pit or mid lane or wherever.
Roche pit, just pure chaos. No trees in that area, so Tiny is useless at that point.
And then you have to buy iron branches and plant the trees.
That would actually be really funny if you saw one support only iron branches. Timber saw on the opposing team. No. I mean, then you get arena drops and everything. It would be mayhem chaos, and I'd be all for it. Actually, no, I'd find it despicable. Please, God, no. Stormstormer's buyback, by the way, is up in a minute. So that honestly felt like the win condition for TSM right there. Kill Stormstormer without a buyback.
I think he should feed the Spirit Breaker Moonshot as well. Spirit Breaker has the plus 25% bash talent. Should give him attack speed. Like the Naga at this point, he's no longer really doing that much in the team
He
fights.
did go for
He just
Yashakaya on Spirit Breaker.
he's having a lot of fun.
Just needs, well, he's going Refresh Orb. No Shadow Blade just yet for the Spirit Breaker or Silver Edge. But he does have Flicker,
What?
so extra movement speed.
Refresher up on Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
Is that even a thing?
Double BKB, double Planar Pocket. That's also pretty nice. To keep your allies alive. Fishman's going to get caught. There's a bit of a jump coming in. Stormer with the damage. He gets 1 kill, but the control is on the opposing side. And there's no one being doomed at the moment. They use Doom. They use Elder Dragon form. Static Storm has been used as well. And they're just charging in for more. The blood is there. Blows up Ari with a second hit. That's just a pure crit thanks to that Divine Rapira Gaming charge for more. Whitemon, that would be a dieback on the Disruptor. He's in a lot of trouble. Is he going to be able to get any backup? Of course not. He's a support. Actually, Tomato wants to go in on Fishman. Spell reflecting that nasty little nullifier. But no
Look
more
at Tiny.
kills on the cores.
He's waiting. Tiny's waiting.
Brell's dropping low. Tiny comes in. There's
here we go.
Be the tree volley. It doesn't
he
really
missed.
connect. It's a bit of a whiff coming through. Tomato's BKB's on cooldown. This is his second BKB. He does not have the refresh orb anymore.
Okay, time to reset, I guess.
I'm baffled no cores died there.
How did nobody die?
Well, the supports got smacked, but that's not really surprising. I mean, how many deaths? Arya's 12 deaths, Whitemon 14. Yeah, seems about right. Those supports are just paper to these entity cores. Okay, Watson.
They're coming out of their base. Roche can spawn at any time now, so they have to check it. They cannot afford to give entity the Roche. They have to try to make their last stand in the Roche pit. Oh no, they gotta charge their vision. Their vision.
He's gonna get stunned up. Tree volley onto Bryle. The Nether Strike actually pushed him out to the side. Bryle's still alive, but Whitemon is not. A death secured. Bryle is so close to dropping, not going to drop dead just yet. However, Watson can't be controlled at all at this point in the game. Kasane's BKB has ended. Storm jumping in. Avatos, Kasane, can he get out of there? No, the net, the root, the control. Toby charging in for more. He's looking for Tomato, does not have a way to interrupt the DP. And that will be a big kill. No Whitemon. There is a buyback available on Lycan, but he doesn't have Shapeshift for 50 seconds. Then Lycan's just a creep.
I mean, Doom has one Doom in 5 seconds, which is gonna be great.
2 BKBs available for him. There's going to be a jump onto Storm. Stormer would be a big kill. Song of the Siren, but it is Stormer is still in trouble. Gets the BKB off. Doom comes out too late there from Tomato. And Stormer is dropping low. Does have a buyback available. Stormer will finally
Tiny.
get
The
taken
Rapier's
down.
on the
Buys
ground.
back immediately. The vacuum from Toby comes out. And is there going to be the damage from Watson? He is severely lacking. It's a long sprint back towards the Dyer's base. TSM is turning it around. Tomato is being controlled up here. He cannot get out of harm's way. And it's a triple buyback that will probably turn into a quad buyback because they need to defend Roche and take it for themselves.
Hoodwink has the Rapier, by the way.
Obviously, you know, with he's got Chrysalis now. Make that Daedalus. Does he have double Bushwhack? No, he's not level 25 yet. He's getting close to 2 Acorn Shot charges. With the extra Acorn Shot bounces that he has, let's go. Hoodwink, right-click core.
I mean, you could see how useless Naga was in the team fight, really. He cannot really do much,
They're in Roche.
No. I mean, this game just keeps on delivering.
Yeah, they're just going to let go of Roche, it seems. They scan it, the arrow spots it, it actually stuns up Roche, but they're going to back off and let it go. So that's, they're giving a possibly free axe to Disruptor here. And a refresher shard as well.
60 minutes, I can get something as a support,
He's got an Ags and refresh. Like that is that's really scary now that Whitemon has
Yeah,
Ags.
and he's gonna have his level 20 talent when you have the kinetic field duration. Oh, the combo is actually imba, so imba.
This is all of a sudden TSM back in a position where they can win.
I mean, it's their win condition right now. I feel like the disruptor double ulti is gonna be the win condition. If they can somehow trap the Tiny and the Naga, or at least one of the cores inside the Static Storm with the kinetic field, they are gonna win the team fights.
They've got 4 AoE Dooms pretty much in the team fight now on TSM. It's pretty big. So if Whitemon dies, that would be sad.
Whitemon!
Bryle going in. They do get caught. Katomi popped the BKB prior. Tomato uses first move there. Whitemon with the refresher coming out, charging for more. Watson, who's going to get control. Whitemon actually needs to be careful. This does get procced, and there's the control onto Watson. But Katomi charging in for more. He's got that refresher, gets the control, going for Ari. Knows he has the rapier, needs to take care of it on the back end. But now Katomi is the one being taken down instead, and the rest of the team is trying to run away in the roach pit. Tomato.
Oh, they got him.
He's got the Aegis. They actually canceled the Song of the Siren, it seems. He's going to get hexed up. Are they going to chase for more? There's not a lot of trees in the area for Stormstormer to deal with, but the Aegis is going to get popped. Charge onto Kasane for the backline where Watson is charging him out. And there's Katomi back in action, going in for the Lycan. Kasane going to get out. The bash is there. Katomi with the extra bash chances. And that is going to be a dead Lycan. A dieback comes in. That's the first one in this entire shenanigan of 50 million buybacks.
I mean, the fight is still not over. TSM want to go back in.
Oh, they got to be careful.
They have vision.
Onto Katomi. That would be a dieback if he falters.
Look at that
Fishman trying to
rapier.
keep him
Look at that
alive.
rapier.
It's tons of damage, that indeed. But now there is Stormstormer. Tree Volley comes out there. It's going to get stunned up. The AoE stun comes out. It's doing so much work for the DK. They cannot move. Toby on the run doesn't have his wall of replica just yet. And there's the Static Storm kinetic field. The Doom onto Watson. Does have a buyback, if I'm not mistaken. He should be the only one. But the Avatar from Stormstormer did a bunch of work. It's not enough, though. Watson going for the TP out. Does he get the TP away? Yes, he does. No stun, no control. And Watson's not dead. He has a buyback left. Let's see who actually all has a buyback left. It is Watson, the only one in the game right now with a buyback.
Has fallen.
They have to try to run down these lanes, try to get at least something done here, TSM. Doom is still farming Ancients. Okay, he doesn't want to push.
62 minutes. Anyone have any?
Oh yes, a Giant's Ring.
Apex.
They're getting the new
Bryle?
items.
Yeah. Okay, getting some nice ones. Book of the Dead. That one's kind of cool for like split pushing shenanigans. Force boots on Entity.
6,000 HP on the Dragon Knight. Holy shit.
That's a big boy.
Dire's
Doom's got 5k.
under attack. Radiant's bottom
Lycan's got 4.6. Oh, he still has to respawn with the extra 30 strength on the Lycan, so he's probably at 5k as well. They can't really defend this. Radiant, Ex Machina, and Force Boots.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
It's going to be full megas.
Dire's
Seems likely without Stormstormer available.
barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant structures are
I mean, that should be Megas, right? I guess? Megas?
Oh, Watson
At
charging
least-
forward to say hi. Pops the BKB preemptively. Doesn't have Song of
I
the
mean,
Siren.
Megas doesn't feel like anything right now.
Yeah, not really against the Naga Tiny.
The Dire now have mega creeps.
I mean, the game is definitely not over for sure.
Next Roche, maybe? It depends really on what the last
They
neutral
need to
items
just... They need to rebuy the rapier on Tiny.
are. Katomi.
I-
There's going to be a lot of damage. Katomi gets himself back, though. First Doom has been used. They're trying to find some damage in. You need to get a good tree volley here for Stormstorm, but he keeps getting interrupted by Bryle.
No. He needs to get his rapier. He just needs to buy his rapier. Buy another rapier.
He's heading towards the secret shop right now. Katomi charging forward. Pops a second BKB. Wants another
Oh, they
strike
found the
attack.
Tiny!
So, Tiny does have a rapier. Tree volley comes in. That's a lot of damage. Tomato is going to die. Dieback comes out onto
he's
Tomato.
no buyback.
Gatomi in response as well. Also in trouble. Kasane is trying to deal some damage to Stormstormer. Do they have any control? Yes, they do, because Watson's got the Ags. He's got the root. He's got the control. That's 2 dead. No buybacks on either. How far are they for their buybacks to come up? A minute on both.
Is this game? Can they just run down mid and end the game? I mean, they should be able to buy the rapier and run down mid, end the game.
Oh, they have the rapier already. You mean a second one?
Did he buy this, or he got the? Oh yeah,
he bought the rapier
bought it.
before the fight. Like the moment he got jumped, he bought the rapier, and then Tree volleyed the Doom in like 3 seconds to death. Toby doesn't have Ags yet. I missed the normal punch. Where's the normal punch?
Punch the DK, yeah?
Yeah, just punch the DK. It's a nice stun. I like it at least. And of course the illusion's pretty nasty. I guess it's not like a TB or anything, but
the game is just gonna be over. I don't think they can hold it. What can they do? They have to try to. Okay, maybe they have to try to cut
the lanes
waves.
are shoved out. A minute left until
everybody's in
buybacks
base.
are available.
No, if they can cut the wave, okay, I know how can they survive this. They have to try to go out on a DK, hide in the tree, and cut the wave. If the wave doesn't come to the base, then they can survive.
Yeah. DK illusions can cut the wave pretty quickly. I don't think you want to send Ari to do that because he's got the rapier still.
He wants to use his Acon shot. Alright, come on, bro. Let's go. Hide in the trees. Cut the wave.
And then hope to God that you don't ever get spotted. Luckily, Katomi is dead, so they don't have to deal with the charge from downtown. Honestly, if this game, like, no matter who wins, I would not have a freaking clue who gets MVP. I guess Stormstormer on the side of Entity. He's also got Giant's Ring. Look at how big he is. Look at how big that quote-unquote tiny is. His tree is bigger than
the irony.
Naga.
He's called tiny.
Oh my lord. The buildings are dropping. They're just finishing it up right now. There's going to be the control.
Oh, he's dying.
He's dropping low, but the Song of the Song comes out.
The song is not keeping him alive.
Damage? Song for more. There's a buyback coming out from the Lycan. That means the Doom's buyback is up in 15 seconds. Stormstormer getting controlled up. They're trying to finish it off. Watson doesn't have a song. And now there is no Tiny. No, what's happening to the side of Entity? They need to disengage. They hold.
Oh, no,
Wild does too much. And Toby is trying to disengage. Can he get out of there? No, he cannot. Nullifier, Bushwhack, glimpse back. Toby controlled. They do have buybacks available on the side of Entity again. But that's Rapier number 2.
Dark still doesn't have buyback. They have the numbers advantage for sure. Doom is alive in 15 seconds. He's gonna just boost or travel to the fight. And this should be it. I can't see how Entity holds this. I mean, I don't know how TSM held that, but I don't see how Entity can hold this. They don't have enough for Rapier on the Tiny. The Tiny without Rapier just doesn't do enough damage with the 3 volleys. Oh, Fishman, he's trying to cut the wave. No, he's getting Bounty Runes? How much gold he needs? Oh, he has buyback now. Bounty Rune.
That's some good team play right there. Okay, now they have a 5-on-5 fight. Granted, they're up against 2 Rapiers. And Hoodwink even has the Stygian Desolator with a Daedalus. So, all of a sudden, Hoodwink is very
Fishman. They have vision of Fishman.
No, Marana.
Oh, no detection?
Oh,
no detection.
No
detection.
What? They scan it. Fishman. He's still Marana invis up, walking opposite direction. He's got a TP available. Oh, Lord.
How is the game still going on?
Oh, Fishman, what did you do? No, why did you? Oh!
What? I hear arrow.
The arrow. Tomato saw the arrow, and then, with, of course, the Giant's Ring has that unobstructed pathing. Oh, Fishman, you did so well.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
I mean, like, okay, so now what? The game is gonna go on.
Tiny didn't buy back. So he's a bit away from a rapier. But the courier's dead.
He already fed 2 rapiers to the enemy team, you know. Hey, I'm sure he can't feed another one.
I mean, who would pick up the rapier? Disruptor?
DK has the rapier.
Yeah, but he also doesn't have a Manta or MKB because of the rapier.
The MKB might actually do more damage than the rapier now against the Naga. But if you're killing buildings, you want the rapier.
Next Roche, a minute 30. Tiny needs to get towards the secret shop to get another rapier. Which is a problem. This is a very big problem.
Yeah, DK has Mirror Shield instead of the Apex now.
I mean,
so
Mirror
he has
Shield
that
is so good.
reflect. Yeah.
They still don't have all neutral items on the side of Entity. And TSM even have an Apex just doing nothing.
Should just buy Midas and go Midas so you get the neutral items. That happened in one of our games in SEA during DPC. They were stuck in the base, so they couldn't go out to get the neutral items, so somebody just bought a Midas to get the neutral items.
I mean, currently Naga's got money for days anyway. He's got 12k and like he doesn't use it because he already used buyback. Honestly, he doesn't have refresher yet, which is surprising on the Naga. I mean, he has Ex Machina, I guess. But having the second Song of the Siren in team fights, I think does a lot for your team.
Yeah, he needs to heal, repair the Doom damage. I feel like he needs to keep the Naga, the Tiny alive. The Naga literally needs to keep the Tiny alive. Like, no kappa. If the Tiny dies, they just lose.
I'm trying to think. So, you can still backdoor right with a double song play. I think you can still hit buildings. So that could also be a way out. Tiny with the rapier, you double song in the enemy's base and you just destroy the ancient. A Hail Mary play.
Can they do that through backdoor? You think they have enough damage? They should, right?
Tiny, yeah, with Tiny, another DD by the way in the river. Possibly, yes.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Aegis on the hoodwink. Oh, that's hilarious.
The Hoodwink has Daedalus, by the way.
Yeah, he's got Daedalus Stygian, Divine Rapier, Aghanim Scepter. Like, this is a stacked up Hoodwink. He's got more net worth than Stormstormer. Granted, Stormstormer has given away about 12k of net worth this game.
Okay, he's going to run out and buy the rapier. I think he just needs to buy the rapier. He's smoking out to buy the rapier. Is he gonna see the DD? Oh, he sees the DD. Oh, okay, they might actually defend. Oh, what the hell? They might actually win the fight because of this.
He might get himself some neutral items on the way. I mean, there are ancients right there. He can give you what you
Buy
want.
the rapier. Let's buy the rapier. Come on.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, Apex. Okay. Another neutral item. They're trying to get a catch inside the entity base, by the way. Katomi is going to be jumped. He does have a buyback available. Song of the Siren not going to keep him alive. But that second life is there. They do need to be a little bit careful because the Ancient can drop pretty quickly.
Incoming!
Drag back onto Brawl. He's going to get nuked down. Brawl is dropping dead. Brawl has fallen. They vacuum them all back as well. Looking for more. Tomato's going to get rooted up, but still had a BKB.
Look at the illusions!
They're trying to run away. The illusions are gigantic. They've got the Giant's Ring as well, chasing after the opponents. Another strike comes forward. Tomato's going to get control. Tree Volley comes through. Another kill. Brile bots back during that. And now everyone on TSM needs to run away. Actually, it's going to be the catch on to Ari. That would be a rapier on deck. He's got the Aegis as well. Stormstormer gets the control going, and the Hoodwink is in trouble.
They need to save him.
How can you save him at this point? They will get the control onto Katomi. Katomi does not have a buyback. He will be down for the count. But they find Ari, another rapier in the hands of the Radiant if they want to. Watson needs to get himself out of there. Does he get himself going? Stormstormer is going to jump onto Whitebone, but the Invis, the Glimmer, keeps Whitebone going. Stormstormer needs to be careful.
Oh, they found Tiny.
Not another rapier drop. He's trying the tree volley, but no one is close enough, and Stormstormer is dead. Does buy back.
Right. Ari gets the rapier again. Oh no, okay, Brawl gets the
Kasane
rapier.
going in. Marana dead. The two supports of Entity will not be coming back. There's going to be the jump in. AoE Static Storm Kinetic Field. That's the level 25 challenge. It's massive. They cannot respond. Toby, last one standing, last one falling, and that is it. TSM take game number 1. 73 minutes is what we needed. And
Man,
the
what a
entire game, no idea who was going to win.
Yeah, you're like telling me I'm smoking some copium, when I said, "Oh, TSM is gonna win." I mean, I didn't expect the game to be 70 minutes. I thought they were gonna roll them over, but oh my god, what a game! What a game, MVP to the Dragon Knight. Oh, actually no, the Doom. The Doom has MVP for sure.
I think on TSM it was probably like a team effort because, like, on Entity it was clear Stormer did so much, but TSM I don't necessarily know who I like. Obviously, Tomato did a lot of stuff, but Brow as well because he defended the Ancient together with Whitemon when they were waiting for the buybacks of Kasane and Tomato. Like that was a game-saving play. It was magical, Winter, and that was just game number 1 today. That was the first one. Oh, I can't wait for more. Can't wait for more.
Yeah, can't wait for another 70-minute game. Game 2,
Well,
Tinker.
oh no,
70-minute game.
that would be horrifying, but still lovely to see. We'll be going towards a short little break. Get everything situated for you people. We'll be right back after these messages.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was an exhilarating game, wasn't it, Winter?
That was a nail biter, butt clincher, whatever you want to call it.
And you were right all the way through, of course. That's why you're the analyst here. You knew what was going to happen, even though I definitely know that you were doubting it at one point.
And you were doubting me too. You're like, oh no, TSM is gonna win. And then the next one, oh, maybe this rapier is gonna turn things around. Oh wait, never mind, he dropped the rapier. Oh wait, he has another rapier. Oh wait, he dropped it again.
And then he has a third rapier, and then he drops it again. And didn't have the money.
Did he
for
actually
four.
buy the third one? I think he reclaimed one of those.
No, the third one he bought when he went to the secret shop on the other side of the map, right?
Wasn't that the second one? That was the second one.
No, that was the third one. Because the second one was
I mean, look,
picked up by.
how often can you have discussions about how many rapiers did he buy?
He bought 3. 100% he bought 3. There were we can just check everyone's inventory, I think. I still have the scoreboard thing. Maybe not. Well, there should have been 3. So Hoodwink dropped 1. At one point, Hoodwink and DK both had rapier, and then he bought a new one. Because that's how he killed off the Doom. No, the DK inside their base. Then they went out of the base, and then that's where he got caught and died again.
I mean, according to producer, he reclaimed one of them.
My producer's wrong. Regardless, we have a draft starting for the next game, so we'll jump in immediately. I will have to look at. Okay, maybe I stand completely corrected. Or there was still one lying on the floor somewhere during that entire ending of the game.
So Rubik was first phase banned the last game, so this time he wasn't first phase banned and was immediately first phase picked by Entity. And TSM just really values his Doom, even though they are playing against a Rubik Enchantress Doom.
It's actually interesting because Tomato doesn't really, when I looked at his heroes during the DPC, he doesn't really play Doom safe lane. They can of course play it off lane as well and whatnot, but it's not necessarily the hero that you think of immediately. But I guess the practice afterwards, getting ready for this tournament, realized Doom's a pretty nasty hero in some situations.
He is what I would say he's a good call to pick early because he can be a very flexible laner, and he's also, if you put him as an off lane, I feel like if you don't know your lane, like Doom is one of the better heroes to pick early because he does fine in most terrible matchups. He still usually can find a way to get some net worth.
Yeah, it is one of those more survivable off laners. You just build even we saw it yesterday with Collapse. Like his lane was not good at all, and then at end of the game he was solo carrying his team 1v9. So it's a good hero. It's a really good hero in the current patch. Though on the
It's especially good if the game is 70 minutes.
Yeah, that definitely does help. Though Rubik is a pretty nice tool against Doom because, of course, you can steal Doom away from Doom. You can also lift your allies out of Doom's range if he gets like the Ags with the Shard. Pangolier is a Stormer hero that, he loves to play, but Toby could possibly play it as well as off lane if need be. So still
I hate Pangor on off lane, if you ask me. I think the hero is terrible on offlane. He's like a exclusively mid hero right now.
Yeah, but you also hate Timbersaw, so
what the? Okay, fine. I hate a lot of things, or maybe I dislike a lot of things. Fair?
Yeah, but the bat doesn't get picked at all. I still see it get banned a lot of the games, but bat just doesn't get touched. Even though Stormer is an amazing bat player.
Doesn't that say a lot if somebody is like some level 30 bat and he's not even playing the bat?
Yeah.
Means the 5 mana nerf is actually pretty huge, I guess, for the lane.
Yeah, he tended to dumpster lanes most of the time. But even he's still really strong in the late game. If you get the 20 and 25 talents, you just instantaneously burn people down, which is not something you expect from a bat rider, or at least in the past it was just lasso. Now it's solo kill potential.
Yep, so for Entity, they 8th pick the Pango, and then in the second phase ban, they remove all the pseudo Pango counters.
Remaining.
Bloodseeker, Puck. Storm, I guess, is it's pretty good against Pango in the lane, I would say. So, not exactly a counter, but just
Buck
a
now
lane
as
counter.
well, because in the last patch, if I'm not mistaken, they changed it that you can't roll up while you're leashed, which it made no sense that you could, but now you can't anymore. So Dream Coil does destroy Pango. You get level 25, completely destroys Pango, so you don't want to deal with the Puck anymore.
TSM FTX's
Whereas I think that was in the last patch one of the most played mid matchups, Pango versus Puck.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to play Pango against Puck in the game. But in the lane, I think it's fine though.
Yeah.
Puck has very low armor, so Swashbuckle is very annoying for the Puck to deal with.
One bad move.
TSM,
Same with
TSM decides to ban Undying and Clockwork, removing all the Fishman heroes. There's
But-
no Disruptor, there's no Undying, there's no Clockwork. So what is he gonna play now? Is he gonna play the Rubik?
Bane? That's always a Fishman hero I think of. It's been a while since I think he's played it, though. Other possible heroes that can survive against... I mean, the Mirana is probably... It's flexible, actually, a Mirana and Enchantress in this case. Because I've seen a lot of Enchantress 4s lately coming through as well. Plus, if you have a Doom in the lane, Mirana plus can be pretty dominant.
Yeah, and Ench and Mirana, they're both very strong supports for the lane. So they're gearing up to just having very, very strong laning phase, and they're going to try to run Entity over. So they have to respond with some post 5. I feel like the position 5 hero needs to be able to secure the lane, or at least contest the lane. They can't pick a hero that's too weak in the lane in this moment. I mean, that's Lich, I guess, if they want to do decent in the lane. Right? Shadow Fiend?
Okay. I assume it's a safe lane Shadow Fiend for Watson. Has not played
Should be.
much SF safe lane. Could also, I mean, Stormstormer does also play it, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the next pick is going to be to really fill in their slots. I don't think they're going to go as wild as like X Hellraisers yesterday, because that one was nuts, where you had zero clue how they were going to lane it completely.
TSM FTX's
Hey, it's going to be the Bane
Hey,
for Fishman. Hey,
Bane.
a classic hero that doesn't get played that much, but a classic.
The heroes, that's the reason the heroes not play that much. He's not that good in the meta. You're mostly single target, hero. You don't really secure the lane as well as before.
But one thing that he does have nicely is, I think his Enfeeble does healing reduction, which, depending on what you're up against, can be very useful.
This game probably not. I mean, I'm not sure if you want
Enchantress.
to do that against Ange. I mean, sure. Yeah, but I don't know how he can contribute in a team fight. So it's not easy playing Bane against
Nightmare save
all these
against
heroes.
Mirana.
And sure, I mean, but his primary job is, I feel like, is to secure the lane. If he can secure the Shadow Fiend's lane, I'm assuming the last pick is going to be the off lane, because that's what Entity does most of the time. I mean, sure, it could be a Pango off lane, but I feel like that's less likely.
You know what looks so
yes,
good this game? Some Toby off-lane Venomancer.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's great against TA.
Yeah, and Doom as well. The extra slow, make sure he can't run you down.
10 seconds remaining.
And you are definitely a Venom picker. You keep suggesting that.
Oh
hero.
no, I just know that Toby plays a lot of Veno, and it's a possibility for him to choose it. You know, a lot on the line still. Other choices that are pretty nice to still work, because you're laning with a Rubik, most certainly, so you're going to need to get probably something that can sustain himself in lane a bit, because Rubik wants to rotate around and stuff, and it's not the most dominant laner, especially if it would be a 5 Enchantress. Like, that lane is pretty rough for Rubik.
What can lane against the TA and not many heroes, so lane is pretty hard.
DK.
Rubik. You DK?
Oh no, it's banned. Never mind. They banned it themselves. Underlord?
Underlord type kind of hero. Like something that's like I mean they kinda need like a frontline hero.
Venomance!
Oh no!
I knew it! I knew it!
Oh no. You get your wish.
Oh. Okay. Well, TSM, what's the last pick gonna be?
10 seconds remaining.
I need a gap closer to kill the Venom, I feel.
5 seconds remaining.
What gap closers are remaining? All the spirits are banned. Storm is banned. Ember is banned. Puck's banned.
Would you
No
make
clock,
the TA
no
mid or
pang.
safe?
That's actually a pretty good question. Do I change my lane now and then pick some tempo safe lane, some CK,
Doom.
some
Doom
what,
safe, get a
Doom on the
different
safe
off
lane?
laner.
No, you don't do Doom safe lane against the Venom. If you're gonna change the lanes, I feel like you put the Doom on off lane and you pick a safe laner that can just wreck the lane, Venom lane. I feel like that's like only like Phantom Lancer or anti-mage kind of hero if you want to win the lane, like all these heroes, but I feel like it doesn't work with their lineup.
Slark? Is it still up?
Yeah, Slug's good too. Yeah, Slug is good too. Slug Lifestealer you can
Lifestealer.
remove. But I don't know how good are those heroes with the draft, because they already have a TA. If you just want to pick something good for the draft, you're gonna just leave TA on the safe lane and you pick a mid hero.
Then you need a mid laner that deals with a Pango. There's a wide variety of heroes that can do that. I haven't seen Void Spirit in a while. It's not great, but I miss Void
It's
Spirit.
definitely a hero that fits their lineup. There's not many good heroes remaining. I mean, there's still Konka, but I don't see many teams playing that hero. Not many mid players want to play him. I mean,
Tusk.
there's still Tiny mid, right? Tiny mid. Okay, no, maybe Tiny is bad against Beno too. So okay, never mind.
Could go for
Tiny
a Tusk
Tusk.
mid. CK safe.
All right,
So tempo
they
there.
do change. They do change the lane and they go for a tempo safe lane.
Okay, Brawl mid TA.
I mean, I feel like I like this, I think it makes a lot of sense given the scenario that they are being put in by Entity with the battle last pick. So they have to make some adjustments of their own. And having the CK means that if they are able to crush the Venom in the lane, it means that the Venom is going to be a useless hero in the game. And then TA mid is still fine with a CK carry because the CK is going to make space for the TA. So TA is going to be able to farm. So I feel like all of how well this Venom is going to get countered, it's going to come down to the laning phase, If the CK can win the lane, I feel like the Venom is going to be a non-factor in this game.
Yeah, I can really see that happening as well. I like TSM's draft. Exactly for the reasons you mentioned. They've got that early game pretty much secured with the CK Doom on both side lanes. Brile the win condition in this case with, of course, the TA, but you could win before you need Brile even, because if Tomato goes off on the CK, there's not really much that they have to deal with illusions.
Brawl can be like Watson on the Naga last game, like if he wants to support, not the win condition.
Yeah, the hard carry that eventually doesn't really get used.
And you buy Moonshot for your team.
Yeah, I'm looking forward towards this match. It's of course Toby on the Veno as expected, but CK is also pretty scary. Rubik can't really help that much against the CK if he gets like the stun jump on you and blows you up. Depends also. Okay, so it is going to be Whitemon on the Enchantress, so they're going to be playing 5 Enchantress for Mirana. Not the best rotations toward mid to set up the arrow, because obviously TA has no.
You don't
real
need
control.
to set up the arrow if you're crushing all the lanes. I think that's their
True.
main purpose this game. Enchantress, Mirana. If they can win the lane, then I feel like the game is going to be very secure for them, with the Mirana Enchantress. And the Banner is going to have to find a way, how is he going to survive this thing, I feel like they need to just play the lane, right? They can't really pull because Banner doesn't like tanking creeps. He doesn't like playing in the lane on his own. If they play the lane head up and against the Enchantress, CK, I feel like they're just going to straight up lose the lane. So I'm kind of struggling. How are they supposed to play this lane?
Seconds to battle.
I do like the fact that Entity cares zero about the meta. Like they're picking Bane because Fishman's hero pool kind of died with all the bans. They picked Toby's Venomancer, heroes that no one really touches in this patch. Does show some flexibility, but there's a reason why metas are created. We'll see if that will be successful for them this time around. It will be a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade. No shenanigans just yet. 3 lanes to watch. Again, the big question to you. Which lane is going to have the most action?
Banana Mancer. This is gonna be 0-4 Veno or 4-0 Veno.
It's going to be a lot of nuisance. Let's see, Watson versus and Fishman. That lane, who does that one favor? Mirana, Doom versus Bane, SF.
SF, I guess SF Bane. Initially, it should be SF Bane, but once you get levels, then I feel like the Doom can start to turn the lane around when he gets level 2 Scorch Earth with the Mirana. But before that happens, the Bane and the SF should like win the lane with the race, level 1 race, and trading with Bane Sap. They should have the advantage right now.
I was watching a friend of mine yesterday play Doom, and he got really annoyed because Doom can't one-shot the range creep anymore at level 1. Because of range creep being level 5 now.
No
So he
more
got-
easy mode for you, Enigma
Yeah.
and Doom at level 1.
Why do they have to be so mean and actually make the other laners do a pretty decent
No,
job?
no, the question that you should be asking is why can Doom and Enigma do that? That is the question you should be asking.
Well, you know, Mirana can one-shot a creep, so...
I mean, it's a bit different with Mirana. I guess, okay, they're going in. It's Rubik. Rubik's dead. So this is the lane where we should be paying the most attention to in the early stages. Any kill can happen at any time.
Yeah, and they're getting bullied back right now as well. Luckily enough, the lane joins them in that regard. Mid matchup is also an interesting one, of course. Pango versus TA. TA can
Should
absorb a
be
bit
TA.
of damage.
Yeah, it should be TA favored this matchup. I feel like Pango is gonna lose a little bit in terms of like trading and last hitting. So eventually the TA is gonna get further and further ahead.
Well, they
And
are
bot lane,
harassing
they
Tomado.
need to
They have
send
a lift.
Pango's for the CK. If the CK has no
Tomado can be denied.
if
Whitemon
the CK has no
tries to
mana,
deny.
Toby is better off. Like, he come back and play the lane. And now the Venom has expanded a lot of HP and mana to get that kill. That's actually not too bad for the CK to die.
Unless he dies a second time, that would be very problematic for him. Katomi also gets a chance to pull the lane, which is not being interrupted. That's actually rather big. Because Toby, if he gets the extra armor from like the tower range and stuff, he's got 11 armor right now. He's just fine under tower. Top lane, Fishman, Nightmare. Watson's walking in to get the Shadow Rays, but Ari with a great arrow. Is it going to be enough to keep Kasane alive? No, it's not.
Oh,
Fishman gets the
nice.
kill. And great blocks coming out from Fishman.
Dire's top
Yeah, like I said, the early levels are tougher, you know. But the Doom's already level 3, so he has level 2 Scorch Earth. So they should
This is mana
be...
burn.
Yeah, they should be trying to maybe play more aggressive once they get more levels, you know. Or maybe just play for farm, you know. Don't even try to kill. Just play for breaking
Toby,
even, you know.
no. He's very stuck. Centaur creep as well. Yeah.
Alright, this is quite what I expected, you know. Venom into this Chaos Knight lane. I mean, there's not much you can do, you know, when you have a Rubik. If you have a Clockwork or Earthshaker, maybe you can play the lane or Earth Spirit, you know. But with Rubik, I feel like it's tough, you know.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he can lift to get them away, but that's kind of all he does. Maybe he last hit the range creep. Fade Bolt. And
I think
even
Venom
if you
has
pull the creep wave, they can just get the big creep from it because Enchantress is going for a level 2 enchant, so he's going to be able to just yoink extra creeps, walk into the lane. He's got the mana burn creep now as well, just for pure harassment and annoyance.
Yeah, they have to be very careful. The wave is gonna be in a dangerous spot now, so they just need to make sure that they don't die. And wait for the
Top
wave
lane
to come to a
Ari.
tower.
He's gone the long way around with the creep wave. Really long way around.
Yeah, he just doesn't want, because you can't go near the bane. He'll just sleep you, and then you can't pull the wave.
Mid
And this
matchup.
this lane is really tough now. SF is level 5.
Shadow Rays blows pretty much anyone up at this point in the game. And Bane can always set that one up pretty easily with the Nightmare. So, looking at it, like, what's the game plan here for both these teams?
Oh, bot lane.
Bot
Bot
going
lane.
in. Rubik, some damage. Lift up, drag back. I mean, once Stormstormer's got level 6, like, those kinds of moves can be very deadly. He's got 6 and a TP.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. For the game plan, I feel like Entity is going to play around the rotations of the Pango for sure, because TSM has a mid TA, and TA is not going to rotate as much. You're going to just be farming, clearing some stacks.
Stormstormer
So, alright, arrow.
dodges the arrow, but not the damage. Gets taken down. Got Domi as well. He's going to get rooted up because there's a hill troll. And another kill comes through. Fishman is keeping the arcane rune alive, but I guess he should just pick it up before it gets bottled up.
Dire are scared.
Yeah, and Kasane got kicked out of the lane by Watson with the Ray stacking, so he has to TP out. So he's not really having that good of a time at top. Some decent CS, but not really having the best of times here. He needs to wait for Stormstormer to start rotating. He's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting on the Pango this game. He needs to help the Benno get his game back on track.
Oh, going
Benno's
in
gonna
on
die
Toby,
again, I
arrow
guess.
from behind, possibly. Toby takes a lot of damage. He's trying to run away. Does have 12 magic wand charges. Will be fine. Or will he? Actually, the Wildwing Ripper chasing. Whitemon's trying to get the impetus blast, but that Wildwing Ripper chasing after Toby. Right click with the extra 30 damage. Can he find the kill? One more hit. Gets sapped down. Taken out. Toby still living for now. Actually, a TP coming in. Stormstormer rotation as well. Tomato is in trouble. And that is going to be a kill onto the CK. Not much he can do in response. Might actually try to go for Toby here, but the Zap will finish the job before it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, good moves there by Entity. Stormstormer giving his buddy a helping hand there. Getting the kill. I mean, Toby just survived because of the tower armor. I'm pretty sure he would have died if it wasn't for the aura of the tower. The right clicks from the creep would have killed him.
It's a very sad way to go, unfortunately. So the luck is that Watson's having a really good time in his safe lane. Going for the Dragonlance, so it's going to be the right-click SF, obviously, as a safe laner, but it can do significant damage in the late game. Ari gets blown up in mid. However, Fishman is very slow. Even body blocks there by the Setter Mind Stealer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Toby needs to be careful. It uses ulti onto Tomato. Does need to be a little bit worried himself. One plus is, of course, that Veno does have the, like Poison Nova does percentage-based damage. So at any stage in the game, it's very effective. Okay.
Yeah, he's
Get Domi with the
actually
solo
having
kill.
a much better game than I expected. Oh no, Pango. He doesn't connect on the swash, but he knows he's here.
Oh, yep. Tomato is going to get caught out. Swashbuckle, another kill. They're actually doing a really good job all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Entity, you know. Pango rotated to bot twice, they killed CK 2 times. I mean, the only good thing going on for TSM right now is the TA is really fat and he has some stacks to farm, you know. But then again, like I said, like the TA is gonna be farming for some time. He's not gonna be like the Pango rotating around, so it's gonna be hard for his teammates to play for a bit. And the CK is the one that's supposed to be rotating around, but now that he died 2 times in a row, that's gonna hurt his game a lot. And Doom also didn't really have a very good start, so the game is gonna be very slow for TSM right now. They can't really do too much in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, but that Dynamite is almost done. And Entity doesn't have the fastest pushing lineup. They have some decent push, of course, with the SF as well, especially if he gets this level 15 talent for the presence
They
aura.
have a very sharp timing to push, Yeah, when you get your aura, the talent on the SF, and then you group up your BKB.
Oh, Stormstormer with the Arcane Rune. Has
2
Rolling
seconds.
Thunder in one. Motto Reality Rift dodge. Nope, he's going to get knocked to the side, and Stormstormer's just going to dip.
Oh, Brow is getting a Blink first. Okay, that's good. Because if you get a Dazzle first, it means you're going to just be farming and farming. Blink means that you can maybe participate and help your team out. I think it's a good idea to get Blink when your team is not doing so well and you feel like you have to participate and help out your team.
Stormstormer. Oh, the Arcane Rune's going to get... No. Enchant, getting rid of the Arcane Rune buff. I was about to end anyway. But yeah, I have seen some TAs do really aggressive moves lately. Kasane top lane needs to be careful as well. He's being chased by Watson. A lot of Shadow Rays damage. A TP got cancelled or interrupted. But Kasane, not much he can do. He doesn't have Doom leveled either. He's just...
Radiant's bottom
does have that extra
Oh, the
point that he can
jukes.
put in Doom. But he's going to get taken down regardless by Watson. Who's done with the Dragonlance, going for the Ashen next. Going to be a pretty big and scary SF. They have also a lot of ways to deal with the Bryle's refraction charges this game, like Swashbuckle plus anything Venomancer throws at him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Vent.
The TA is gonna need like his timing is Blink, Dazzle, BKB. I feel like BKB is gonna be very, very important for the TA, for the Doom, and the CK. But the triple BKB timing is a bit gonna be a bit slow this game because of how the early game panned out for them. The Chaos Knight has his armlet soon. He's actually gonna build a Blink, so I guess armlet, Blink, and then BKB. Normally you get this way faster than 12 minutes. But
Stormstormer taken down by Ari Fishman with the Fiend's Grip.
Oh, nice
Control
grip.
onto Bryle. That's a very big trade. Because of course you lose Stormstormer, but Bryle is the big scary one this game.
yeah, Brow is the SF.
Yeah.
Middle tower
And Watson's got a double damage rune. In towards mid they go. You can also use those Plague Wards. That's one always very important factor about Veno, is the Plague Wards vision that you gain. It's so underrated how much vision you get from that one, especially if you're fighting around the Roach Pit or chokeholds.
has fallen.
Interrupts blinks. It just gives tons and tons of vision. And it once you get to max level, it's also really hard to kill for supports. It's a pain. I know it firsthand.
He only has it at level 1 now, so
I should level it now with Poison Sting max
it's
level.
gonna be some few minutes before he gets maybe 3-4 minutes more. Yeah. Yeah, not much to get. Passive. They have a Mido, so
White Mon
you're gonna farm.
gets
gonna
sapped
back
up.
and chill.
Arrow lands on
It's
Stormstormer.
coming,
Brawl
yo.
goes
They let
back
you
in.
farm.
And
Sleep.
Stormstormer is trying to run away. The Rolling Thunder gets out of there. Katomi will probably be left behind. Fishman might be next. Stormstormer is actually charging back, but yeah, I think you just abandon your teammates. It was a couple more heroes than they initially expected to see.
They were lucky to not lose any cores, only the Bane and the Rubik. I thought Pango was gonna die. But not the worst case for Entity. They're able to get out with all the cores. SF is going to finish his Manta next. So Dragon lands Manta, no BKB. So he just wants to be this turret in the team fights. And Manta also helps him farm.
Kasane is also ahead of Stormstormer now. The Hand of Might is paying off with the Devourer max level. So not too shabby on the side of TSM. They got their farming tools at the ready. TK is the only one that is slightly struggling. I mean, obviously, Toby on the Feno, but that's because Katomi has a lot of farm on that Rubik. So you're playing with pretty much at 1.3 to 2 3.5s on the side of Entity, which they kind of always do. Because Katomi always takes a lot of farm. And Toby tends to be more supportive.
Yeah, and
It's a good trade-off.
smoke. Both teams are gonna probably run into each other. TSM thinks that they're doing some ancient farming.
Those get scanned.
But-
Bottom. It's pretty big.
The
Moran
diffuser on
ulti's
the
ending
Pango
as
is gonna be really huge here.
Brawl just blinked in. Fishman feeds grip immediately. Arrow does interrupt it, but the Rolling Thunder should be enough to secure the kill here onto Braille.
Stick? Oh, he can't get it. 20 stick. I guess he'll die anyway. It's too many heroes there.
Would just be a waste of the 20 stick.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's almost done with his Manta. He's
Dire's
really farmed.
structures are fortified.
He wants to make sure that he's the core of this game. He's not going to be some moon shard giving supportive
No,
core.
definitely no.
He wants to 3-shot people.
Dire's
Oh,
courier
Whitemon. He's farming some creeps. Stormstormer's got his diffusal blade done. Got the Omi. Can drag Whitemon back to Watson for a freebie. Looking for more. Bottom lane, Tomato on one end, Ari on the other. He got spotted by the Observer Ward. Stormstormer's not going to hold back his chase. And Ari, no more leaps. There's going to be another kill there. They're finding good catches here. Braille is getting some decent farm. Kasane is now second in net worth because the Doom has not participated in any of these fights.
AFK farming with a mech.
Yeah, that's just boost himself up. He's got the guarding greaves now, so he won't waste mana. Not going to use that as a supportive tool. Toby's also close to his guarding greaves. Toby almost always builds super defensive items. I mean, granted on a Veno, I don't know what else you'd build, but
Do you not get the the memo? Off laners, you have to buy aura items if you want to win.
it's a good Heaven's Halberd game
Alright,
for Veno.
Fear.
Braille controlled
Braille.
up. Doesn't have his BKB yet. Actually, he's going for the Deso instead. They will find the kill onto Fishman, but that's a worthwhile trade. Tomato also got hit by the Poison Nova, so he's on the run. Kasane comes
Oh, here comes
charging in,
Kasane.
trying to find the right target, but he finds the wrong one. Dooms the illusion. Oh my man, that's a big mistake. Can he get out of there is the big question. Toby, use those Plague Wards, spot him out. No, the Invis is going to get him out of dodge. It's a miracle he did not fall.
He should have stayed top and kept farming, yeah.
Radiant's middle
Well, to be fair, if he wasn't there, I think they'd kill off Tomato. So, are you?
You think he cares? You think a Doom with Max Devour and Midas cares? He's the
true.
carry, you know.
Tomato is now ahead of Braille as well. 3 deaths on the TA. He's been caught out a couple of too many times. It's not queued up as BKB yet, which I find a bit... honestly, I'd rather go BKB at this stage, considering he's just getting controlled in every team fight. Even with BKB, you get Nightmared, which is also a big downside.
He has to finish his Deso, I think. You finish your Deso, then maybe not Dragonlance. Maybe you get BKB right away. I feel like you can go Blink, Deso, Dragonlance if you're having a very good game. But not at this rate.
There's a Rolling Thunder coming in. Kasane doesn't have a blink yet on the Doom. Stormstormer has the worst bounce of his life. And Kasane is just hiding in the area. Swashbuckle forward. They know he doesn't have Doom, but a great Centaur Stomp keeps away the Bane and the Shadow Fiend. Toby, Plague Ward, give Vision, Diffusal Blade slow. The Doom will still be overwhelmed and taken down, and they can just immediately turn their attention to this tier 2 tower bottom. Watson is close to his level 15 talent. Got the full Manta done. He's going Skadi next, and against the CK, it's a really good Skadi game.
Yeah, the game is actually getting very, very fast too fast for TSM to handle. You know, they have to find some ways to slow down the game, try to focus on cutting creep waves, maybe just playing the map. Yeah, heroes are just not well equipped to fight entity head on right now with the
I love
AK
Toby's item build. X item, Heaven's Albert. Like,
Dire's middle tower.
what do you need to stop? Instant burst from the CK or from the TA? You disarm them, they're useless. I think Winter's be booping for me. I don't know if that's me. But hopefully that is not a big problem. Ryle, though, he's again going to get jumped immediately. There's a haste rune right next to him. He's trying to pick it up, but the swashbuckle will finish the job. Ryle is just in the middle of fights that he should not be in. Phantasm comes out, but the swashbuckle gets rid. Oh, actually, they're chasing the wrong one. Tomato blinks to the side, but he armlet toggled. Toby kills him because he armed the toggles and gets finished off by the dot damage. Oh, that's a sad way to go.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
that way to go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, Watson is becoming a very, very fat hero. Stormstormer is going for the Lotus Orb this game against the Doom. And also the CK stun, because it's a very lengthy projectile, and you can easily spot out who you need to
Has fallen.
use the Lotus Orb on at that point. But the high ground push is here.
Radiant's bottom tower is
They've got themselves the Presence RFX building talent, a siege creep, plague wards for days. Honestly, what's stopping them?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom
Yeah, they don't have enough farm on the CK. Like they need their triple BKBs, you know. No BKB, no, they can't fight.
Doom on Pango, but Doom gets stolen by Kataomi, gets thrown out onto the Mirana of all heroes. That's not necessarily the first one I'd think of. But the Mirana is dead. Toby is still alive, has Guardian Greaves, so can heal up again, and Watson to continue for the melee racks.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Rolling Thunder is available. They can just head towards mid lane, realistically. Still have the Aegis for another minute. No Doom. This is looking disastrous right now for the side of TSM.
Yeah, not much they can do, you know, without the triple BKBs. They can't really touch the SF. I mean, they have to try to maybe kill the other heroes, or maybe try to wait for the Aegis to time out in 30 seconds and try to jump as soon as the Aegis times out.
Yeah, but even then, they've got Nightmare saved from the Bane. He's lying in wait behind his ally to make sure he gets Watson gets saved, possibly. They've got Rolling Thunder to interrupt anything going there. They even have the Lotus Orb at the ready on Stormstormer now. So if they try to CK stun Watson, it could get spell reflected and CK dies. But the age is going to expire in 5.
Yeah, they're able to push them back for now. But Entity's gonna come back in with the smoke.
Ari needs to be very careful there. Kobe can just keep spamming those plague wards onto the high ground. They do get one shot by Bryle, but he's been jumping into aggressive positions a couple too many times. You're 23 minutes in, and you have 2 full sets of racks in favor of Entity.
It is very, very bad news for them, you know. But there's nothing, I don't blame them, there's nothing they can do. Without triple BKBs, you can't engage into the SF with the Venom and Pango. Like, there's no way they can fight.
Yeah, yeah. Without Doom, especially, it's rough. But they do smoke up. They have Doom available right now. BKBs are Dragonlance is done on TA.
I mean, they can only get a pick off. I feel like
Yeah.
head-on fight. I don't
There's
think
a
they can
Corv
win the
flying
fight.
in the sky. Are you seeing that one? Oh, Fishman, he's going to get jumped. That's a neat
Alright.
little kill. That courier is blocking my view the entire time. Doom onto Toby, so no Guardian Greaves. But the stolen Doom is thrown out onto Kasane, and that one is a little bit more important because Toby still has the aura coming in. Actually, that's going to be a CK jump. A big kill to come through. Will Toby be able to get out? No, he will not, but they do lose the CK. Brow's going for the TP. They can't interrupt the TP this time around. But that's a 2 trade, but the Bane is not one that you care about that much, and Watson is super scary. Ari in the trees, he's trying to stay hidden in the tiniest cubby, but Ring Around the Rosie will not keep you safe from Watson, who is absolutely monstrous this game.
I mean, it's just he's just too far ahead, you know. Like the CK is supposed to be further ahead, like in a normal situation. But he just his early game just got wrecked, you know, when the Pango rotated bot to kill him twice, and he just didn't really have enough momentum to go into the mid game, you know. And maybe he could have rushed a BKB earlier. I'm not sure, because if you have a bad start, I don't know if you can afford to buy so many small items like Armlet and Echo Saber. Maybe you have to only choose one and just rush the BKB. Like without BKB, he can't do much in the team fights.
Well, tier 2 tower top next, and they're just looking to get Megas. Open up the entire map as well to get the next Roshan. Honestly, if they have Roshan number 2 with the free shard, they can probably finish the game. Because I don't think... Yeah, Bryle won't have his BKB by then. He's actually going Chrysalis on the TA. Oh, he's really just looking to one-shot someone. However, Toby's got himself Heaven's Halberd. So you blink in, you get disarmed, you're dead.
Yeah, all they need to do is, I feel like the supports just need to hop around the Veno. Just play around the Veno with the Grease Aura and the Disarm.
So
That's
Bryle,
how you're gonna survive.
Watson, walking in. Bryle pops the haste rune. He's on the run. Do they have a way to control? Bane is too far away.
Oh.
Actually, Requiem.
Oh, he's gonna get
White
him!
Monk gets blown up, and Bryle gets hit as well. Still has the haste
they
rune
know?
going. Marana Invis. They actually have a sentry ward in the area. Fiend's Grip comes out. No! Watson with the Shadow Blade Requiem play. Double kill secured. Oh, that one was beautiful.
What a play, man, from Watson. Not sure if it was intentional to get the TP cancel as well on the TA, but it was beautiful to watch, you know.
I knew
Good.
it. He went
Some
to the
good
trees
presence of mind.
immediately afterwards, knowing he's still there.
Yeah, I agree. He probably already knew he was still there.
That was a heads-up play. Katomi forces forward Stormstormer to get that Rolling Thunder probably going, but Doom's quite fast in its own right. And TSM's doing a good job, at least, of pushing out the top wave. Getting close towards the BKBs.
The prize is mine.
Doom has his, at the very least. Tomato is very close to finishing up his own.
Yeah.
But they're going
Roche
into the
is
pit.
up. They have to contest. They have no choice. I think they have to run to the Roche now. They have to go. If they
Ari.
get out this Roche, it's GG.
Ari, go for the steal. I believe in you. They're heading that direction, but Roche is dropping pretty quickly. Fishman, the arrow lands onto Stormstormer. They have vision in the Roche pit because of it. And there's going to be a jump in
Oh,
from
here comes
Tomato.
Timado!
Toby gets the Poison Nova off. Roshan's going to die. Watson picks up the Aegis. There's still a shard, and that one is actually going to get picked up by Tomato. So they got something out of it, but the GG gets called. They're just giving up. It's over. Entity take game number 2. A little bit of an anticlimactic end, though.
Entity victory.
Yeah, but Watson was definitely the win condition this game, unlike the last game.
Yeah, they
This game
changed
he
up,
showed up.
a little bit in that
He
regard.
showed up big time. Like all the 3 cores, I feel like did their job, especially the Pango as well. He helped his team a lot, especially the Beno, secure his early game. Those 2 kills on the CK early game, I can't state how important it was, you know, to actually ruin the CK's game. Because the Doom and the TA, no matter how you look at it, if you give them like a decent start, they're still going to be farming, right? Because that's the nature of those heroes. But CK, on the other hand, he's a hero that wants to rotate around, pressure the map, get kills, you know. And if you ruin his early game, it has a significant impact on the game of the other heroes too, like especially the supports. And with the CK being behind, the Ancient, Mirana, they just feel like they have no place in the game, you know. There's nothing for them to do if the CK is not running around the map killing heroes.
Yeah, it was definitely slightly more disappointing game than game number one, obviously. But Entity, they knew their
How
game
can
plan.
you top the game number one? You
Yeah,
can't, man. You
that's
just
true.
can't.
But at least get a little bit closer than this game number two. I mean, the laning stage started off nicely, as you mentioned, for the CK, but a terrible hero when it comes to recovery. Doesn't really build farming items nearly ever. Maybe sometimes on a rare occasion you see like a Hand of Midas being built up on the CK, but it's not like a Battle Fury, Maelstrom, or any of those kinds of item builders. So Yamato falls behind. BKBs took way too long to build, though. I think that's the biggest problem on their part. Like, they just got controlled. Venomancer with the constant slows, they couldn't even move in those team fights. And then you have the Heaven's Halberd, you can't even attack in team fights. So it's just one big problem for TSM, and Entity showed them. And Veno last pick. Hey, it's amazing. We're quickly setting up
It's
the
more,
interview.
yeah, it's more like the rest of the team, made the Venom work. I don't feel like it was the Venom that wanted
No,
to do it, but
gotta give some love to Toby there.
everyone else knew what they needed to do in the draft. Everybody has like a very distinct role. I would say like the Pango has a role to enable his teammates, the Venom and the SF, and SF is just win condition. You have to farm, make sure you don't die, get your item timings and hit buildings, And obviously the supports played really well too. I mean, Fishman on the Bane, he got a lot of like very, very important catches with the sleep.
Fishman, also the laning stage, Bane plus Shadow Fiend was really strong. We have an interview actually with that man specifically, Fishman, ready for the interview, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be jumping in momentarily to ask him some questions about that. Well, both games, to be fair, because there's probably a couple of questions about game number one as well that we have prying in our minds. Hello, Fishman. Congratulations on your win. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, comrade. next time you buy me water at the airport, yeah?
Fishman, we in game number two, me and Winter were going over like the heroes that got banned, the Clockwork and stuff, and then like the list of your heroes started dwindling down very quickly at the end there. Bane came into mind, but in this patch, no one really plays Bane. But what's the reason? Is it just you like the hero, or is it you thought it was a good game for it?
Well, they banned Undying. We obviously wanted Undying. They banned Clockwork. We obviously wanted Clockwork. They banned Disruptor for Face. They steal Mirana. I don't know. Every team like banning my heroes for some reason. Because I'm very bad, I guess. Others. Actually, I don't think so. But yeah. Or maybe this is was free game for Bane. So was good with SF, was good versus Doom, very good versus Miranda in my opinion. Decent, not good versus Range, but okay, don't care Range. And I'm level 30 Bane. That's why I said pick me Bane. Or it was also Dazzle, I think, in my or Jakiro, but I didn't like these two heroes. I played 7 pubs from Bane and lost them all, but I played. So I had practice. Actually, not all, but most of them. Yeah, and I knew Insania and Kidara from Division 2 ITB or from PACHAP, right? And they played with success. And yeah, I'm level 30 Bane, 30. That's why.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so for me, you mentioned to me at the airport before we went home, you said everybody's going home and you're going to just play DPC at home. So how was it like? How did the team prepare for DreamLeague? Did you guys like boot camp early, or everyone just flew in to play DreamLeague without much practice?
We practiced a lot to survive in Division 1 recently, right? And then we, because ESL happened, because we knew ESL gonna happen, we decided to go bootcamp on ESL, and we thought we tired from after major a bit, and it's fine to stay home and not play DPC, and but to go bootcamp on for ESL. And in the end, I think we have a lesson that we cannot not bootcamp for DPC, because our team underperforming if we're not on bootcamp. So if tournament is very important, it's very important for us to go bootcamp, I think. Yeah.
But do you think that if you didn't take a break for DPC, then everybody would be too tired for DreamLeague as well? Because you'll
I
be just
mean,
playing like for 2 months.
Yeah, it's like you need to. We could just stay home 1 week after the major and then miss the first 2 games and then still go bootcamp. And then for Dream League, we also after like DPC, we could go for 1 week home, maybe play first few games. Actually, we can play first few games right from home. But anyway, after DPC, we have 1 week break. So like it's enough to chill from each other, I think, and commit, because it's I think very important to sacrifice a bit with your real life. What happened to my Discord? I just disconnect myself. Yeah, and I think it's very important to be on bootcamp for important tournaments.
Yeah, that boot camping seems to be working out well for you. The second game, you guys were in full control. During the draft, that last big Venomancer, we were slightly discussing it because, you know, Toby loves his Venomancer as like the only one in Dota right now. But was it his call for the Veno, or did someone else go for that call that he should play the Veno?
No, Venomancer is always only Toby call. And we trusted. I think recently Toby versus me in pubs played insanely well on Veno, and that's why I was like, yeah, let's go Rubik Veno. How they like can stay this late? It's actually very hard, and they did well, yes. So Veno was good. I like Veno. I like Veno now more than like 1 month ago. Let's say. I think Veno is good here.
Well, we'll see in a month time what happens with Veno, considering everything's going to change again. So hopefully there will be some fun changes in the upcoming patch. And well, looking at you, we of course both are also position 5 players. What are you looking forward towards the most in the next big patch?
I want to meta shift. I want to like some heroes get buffed and some heroes get nerfed. I don't know. I want to play new heroes. But I don't want Disruptor get nerfed because I think Disruptor very balanced hero and no need to nerf Disruptor. Please.
Very balanced.
Other heroes can nerf. And please nerf Undyne. Please nerf Brute. Add second Roche with random timer, random like where he will gonna respawn. So teams cannot hold one area and just win Roche. They need to like hold 2 areas. It's much harder. Giving some random in Dota is pretty interesting, I think. Yeah, let's see. Waiting for patch. I hope it's gonna be before major.
I would assume so. I think Izal even like had a post about it somewhere. That, you know, the major with the new patch, blah blah. But we'll see about that. Any last questions from you, Winter?
I'll see you again soon at the airport, Fishman, hopefully. And
nice question, yes. See you, my friend.
hope to have another dinner where I order too much food.
Yeah.
Well, no more questions for me.
See you.
Obviously, that game 1 was a roller coaster, and we really enjoyed it. It's definitely going to be one of the highlights of the tournament. Even though you lost it, like it was everything that we wanted to see. Yeah, unlucky, just unlucky. Good luck further down the line, and hopefully you have some more nice, grandiose wins. We'll see you next time, and see you then.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Well, that was Fishman. They won 1, tied it, and they looked pretty good in that second game. Honestly, in the first game as well, though second game it was very much their game plan. But we'll be going towards a short little break, Winter, because we need to get everything set up for the next series of the day. It's been a while so far, and next we'll be quickly gonna have to check because I have the list here. I almost forgot. Oh yeah, of course, it's just Tundra versus Beast Ghost. Indeed, it's not totally a very scary mid matchup as well in that regard. I always love watching 9 and Skeeter. Skeeter's also a DK safe lane player, so Winter loves to see that as much as he can.
Yeah, fun hero. More DK, please. Buy Aghanim's, buy Radiance, run around, kill everybody.
we'll have to wait and see for that one. We'll be going towards a break, give or take 25 minutes to set everything up. We'll see you then. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. 12 minutes. Sorry. We'll see you in 12 minutes.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Series 1 has been concluded on all the streams. Series 2 is about to start. Here we have Tundra versus Bisco. So some Peru versus, well, honestly, an international mixed squad at that. My name is DK Truman. I'm joined by Winter. And are you looking forward towards this matchup as well?
Yeah, very, very much, man. We just had a 70-minute game. Can't wait for another 70-minute game.
It's going to be an interesting one. It's kind of, you know, K1's patch as well, with the Abaddon safe lane being a thing finally. So that CK also showing up a little bit more. So it's kind of hitting his sweet spot in that regard. All the strength heroes coming back.
Abaddon carry is something that I thought it would be more popular, you know. But so far, not. What was it? Who is it? Tundra. I think Tundra is the one of the few teams that likes to pick it, but not many other teams play the hero a lot. That's quite surprising for me. I find the hero pretty strong.
It can be very nasty because it's really hard to kill, and especially in late game when you get like cooldown reduction and all that added in, the hero is just at one point is sort of immortal. So that's
I always like to talk about imba things, you know. Like for Abaddon, his imba thing is he can blink without.
Yeah.
I think that is like the fucking broken part about the hero.
You just take damage, but technically you're not taking damage. So, yeah, that is kind of
intended mechanic or whatever you want to call it.
Well, it's definitely intended in that case. And when he gets like overwhelming blink radiance and whatnot, you get like the Manta style. You blink on someone, half a second later the silence. So it's also good against so many other safe laners out there, and it's nasty to kill. But their opponents are a team that likes to pick something that you, of course, love. The DK safe lane is a thing. So we'll see if they'll pick that one up on the side of Tundra to try and counter it.
No, I want to see them playing the Abaddon carry.
We'll see. Honestly, both of these teams would definitely pick it up. The draft has started, so we'll be jumping in immediately to check out the picks. With the Tiny being banned, yeah, that's a Schofield classic that you want to immediately get rid of. The 33 Broodmother out of the picture. What a surprise. Snapfire is Sacred's offlane hero that he loves to spam in this current patch. And yeah, they're making sure that no one is playing comfort on their part.
No, you're actually absolutely right. You know, we talk a lot about like base goals like during the major and how much they are a comfort team. They like to pick heroes that are just very specific to their player and not any other teams. And they really do very well with those heroes. But once you take those heroes away, they look like a different team. So I think banning away their signature heroes is a very good strategy against particularly Biscos.
Yeah, it's they also have a little bit of a flex in the Bisco side because, for instance, when Lesh gets picked up, Sacred's most played hero during the DPC was the Lesh, but it's also a hero that Dark Mago likes to play. Same story for Tundra. Obviously, DK is the most played hero during the DPC for 9, but Skeeter also plays it safe. So, you know, there's
no,
change.
Please, no DK. I want to see some bad rider for Dark Mago.
Yeah, you're definitely going to get to see some DK.
Oh,
it's not banned, so wouldn't surprise me if they pick it. Enchantress first. Oh, there's the Zoo start from Tundra. Beastmaster coming in next for 33. Something along those lines. Actually,
the hero is just very, very good for securing the lane and playing fast, you know. That's why a lot of was it like yesterday we had a couple of games that Enchantress was first banned, you know, like teams don't want to deal with that hero.
That was pretty effective in the
wow
in the matches so far. That's not a hero
Okay.
you immediately see, but honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if K1 would play it. There was a while when like Duraccio played the safe lane Dawn a bunch, but it is
I think
like
it's a
it can
off-
play
off
almost
lane.
every role.
I think it's an offlane Dawn against the Enchantress. It's pretty decent against Enchantress.
But it plays
Depending
everything,
on the
right? Like every role can be played by Dawn. Ooh, these are some interesting heroes.
Yeah, the lane is very strong. Dark Willow and Dawnbreaker. You have a lot of damage. You have the root. You have the stun. You have slow. It is a very very powerful kill lane.
Okay. It's
What do
interesting
you
choices.
pick
Yeah,
against
there's the
this?
Beastmaster. Most likely for 33. However,
So
9 has played it mid once. Always got to keep that in the
Beastmaster,
back
right?
of your mind.
Did he go? Did he go for the drum
I
build?
actually don't know. I should look that up real quick.
I think it only makes sense, right? If you go mid with Beastmaster just to do that build, it's just not reliable because it gets cancelled with silence stunts and
Yeah.
everything. So then you don't do damage.
It's not like the Wild Axes build that it had previously, which was so cool. I really like
Yes.
that build.
So I was trying to go to the point about like what do you pick against Dawnbreaker, in this lane. I was thinking about like your carry that you want to pick against this lane is Lifestealer. Like Lifestealer is going to own this lane, and you can't die in this lane against Dawnbreaker, Dark Willow. And I know Skitter likes to
Actually,
definitely
Nine's
play the hero.
played it in a pub. Yes, I don't even know if this
Beastmaster?
is. Yeah, he's actually played a lot of Beastmaster recently.
What's the build?
Uh,
Let me see.
I see Ags a bit, but nah. I actually,
Normal build. You go normal build.
I think he went normal build.
But then if you're doing normal build, why would you put the hero mid? That's my concern.
I guess because you want to go for like a surprise offlane pick.
Okay, sure, yeah. If you have an overall last pick and then you want to pick like a lane counter towards the carry, maybe. But it better be worth it, Otherwise, you have a Beastmaster mid.
There's also I saw Mr. Jeans play it. He went BKB into drums, into Ags, into Ags, which is a way to make sure that you don't get like
Axe is the
interrupted.
drums.
Yeah, it's a nice combination there.
Okay, no DK. No DK.
Oh, the pain right there. Well, let's see what are the bands. Alchemist is not a hero I've seen as much as I would have expected with the Radiance change. That it just does, you can get it sooner. I would have expected to see more Elk.
Isn't that strange? Elk he had a buff last patch for the lane.
Oh yeah,
Now
the
his
stun
is
is actually really strong level
stun's
1.
Yeah, it's better for the lane, and then now you get the Radiance buff, and still the hero isn't really picked that much.
I mean, K1 is
Oh,
still an
anti-mage.
Alk player. They are getting rid of most of K1's heroes, even though Slark is not necessarily the first hero I think of when I think of the big bad bully. And Abaddon's still available.
10 seconds remaining.
Just got to keep that in mind.
It's pretty good against Beastmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, and then you have the Dawn heal on top. Like, you can make a really sustainable lineup. At one point, you just get an Ags, even though it's not necessarily the item you want, but you could get it possibly. And then your team will never die.
Only if you kill Roshan.
Yeah, okay. At that point, or if you're just like stupidly rich, like last series when we had Watson with his like 12k extra, like that rich, then sure. But you are up against Zeus, so you're gonna need to get a little bit more clear with Beastmaster Eng on the side of Tundra.
Jakiro, wave clear.
Chikiro is always a very nice one, and has also been looking pretty nice in this patch. It works well with Dawn and Dark Willow.
I feel bad. I feel bad when Fishman said he hates playing Jakiro.
Yeah, but
Jakiro is so fun.
it is, and especially now with the Ice Bath lasting longer in that position, like it blocks out an entire part of the team fight, which is pretty neat.
Isn't it the ice wall now? It's not a path anymore.
Ice. Well, It's still Ice Path, right? Ice Wall is, I think, the
No, I
focus
mean
spell.
because it lingers. No, what I meant is because it lingers, so it's kind of an ice wall.
Yeah,
instead
it
of an
is.
ice wall.
But when you go around, like for instance, the
5 seconds
ice
remaining.
wall from Voker does a slow, which who cares? It's not really a wall. I'd rather swap those two around. But yeah, terminology in Dota, you're gonna have to find synonyms for the same exact move every single time. Abaddon actually going to Tundra. I mean, one of the two teams had to pick it, so it is gonna be picked up by Tundra, and we're gonna get that Skeeter Abaddon this game.
Yeah, Abaddon is a pretty decent egg hitter right now with the buff to the attack speed, and you can remove all the debuff from Dark Willow. I think the lane against Stormbreaker might be okay as well for Abaddon, so I think the hero is pretty strong here. With Beastmaster, Beastmaster makes Abaddon so strong when you ball together.
I think they had
So-
to also pick Abaddon because if you're up against an Abaddon Phoenix, that's gonna be really rough. So they it might have also been like a snap steal away from Beast Ghost.
I mean, I kind of like the lifesteal I mentioned just now as well. Like lifesteal against the three heroes that you see on Beast Coast, it's pretty good as well. But then it's kind of like the same type of hero, and they go for the Ricky, so they have some extra setup with the dart and the silence against
Yeah,
the
but
Phoenix.
9 also plays Ricky
This is
mid.
something. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Could be a flex pick for them. I mean, this is something that I feel like people don't really talk about a lot. When you're playing against Phoenix, right, it's important to have a hero that can stop the sun ray. Like if you don't have any hero that can reliably stop the sun ray, then the Phoenix would most likely do a lot in the team fights. It's not just about the egg. When you pick Phoenix, the sun ray is also a pretty big deal in the team.
Okay, K1's gonna just split open the entire map, try and drain the resources
There's
of Tundra.
so much team fight, man. They have Song, they have Egg, they have the Dawnbreaker ulti.
Yeah, they also have tons of healing with the Dawn ulti, as you mentioned, the Sunray, the Naga if he gets the shard. Sustain from Beast Ghost is
Let's
kind
be
of off the
real,
charts.
team. Nobody's gonna get the shard. They'll take the shard from Roshan.
We saw it last game that we casted a Naga. It had shard. Granted, it was a 72-minute game, but he had shard.
He bought it as his what 7.
He'll get it
8
for free
like
from Roche.
He bought the
Get it for free
hex.
from Roche.
He bought the hex over getting the shard, dude.
10 seconds remaining.
But he'll get it for free from Roche. Don't worry.
5 seconds remaining.
Actually,
Okay,
all the
but
shards are pretty nice on the side of Beast Ghost.
Tundra Esports
Phoenix has the best one.
Yeah, Dark Willows is also nice. The Curse Crown summons Brambles the entire
I
time.
would
Like you can't
argue
move.
that the Phoenix one is a bit more OP in the team fights.
Yeah. But just get all of them. On the other side, are their shards good? Ricky shard's nice. Abaddon shard's kind of meh. Beastmaster shard is good. Is really good. Enchantress shard, not
Little
good this
friends.
game. Yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Who's your friends? Imagine if he works on illusions. Imagine.
Then it would be broken. It would just be a freaking Winter Wyvern Curse, but on a very short cooldown.
All right. So for Tundra here, okay. So what do they need? So you are thinking that they might do a Ricky mid and pick another support here.
Yeah, but they can still flex it and make this a Ricky 4.
I mean, Nyx is pretty strong here, right? If you want to put Ricky mid, you pick Nyx, the Carapace against the Sunray, against
Actually-
Dawnbreaker ulti.
Actually,
No?
this is a Beastmaster mid. I wholeheartedly believe in it. They have very
So
little to
you-
interrupt his drums.
5 seconds remaining.
So you would do Beastmaster mid, Ricky pause 4 or 5, whatever.
Yeah, pulse
Enchantress
4
and-
and then get. I mean, Beast Ghost thought about it as well because they banned out the Darkseer. It
Okay.
would have been
Then
actually a
pick-
really good Darkseer game.
Pick a Naga counter, some Underlord, something to deal with illusions, yeah.
Oh, Underlord. Underlord could also be mid, actually.
Damn it.
I mean, there's so many different heroes that they can go for.
Yes.
It's 9. His hero pool is immense. Like, he plays everything.
I mean, or you just pick like some Tinker or some Zeus and kill the Naga
Tinker
illusions.
against Naga. I mean, no, that's kind of scary. It's good because it's against illusions, but on the other hand, Song really destroys you.
Yeah, he can catch. Yeah, he can catch you.
Pugna.
All right, that's the illusion killer. But who is playing what?
I guess
Pana's mid.
could be Pugna 4. Pugna Beastmaster lane should be
Maybe.
very good against Naga.
Who played Pugna 4? I remember I saw it like yesterday. Or it might have been secret. You know, Yamich played Pugna 4. It was against Terrorblade.
It is good against Naga in lane as well. If you have a Beastmaster with the Wild Axis spam, Pugna with the Nether Blast, like that tier 1 tower is gone in 7 minutes.
So you are saying that you would do Pugna 4, Beastmaster off lane, and Ricky mid.
Yes.
That's how you would.
But it depends really on what Beast Ghost's last pick is, because you want to, like, Pugna can go mid, Ricky can go mid, they can both go 4. You can put Beastmaster mid, Pugna off lane, Ricky 4. That one would be
They
weird.
need a gap closer that can kill all these backline heroes. It's Pugna, it's Enchantress. Is that still Tiny mid?
Gap closing
okay,
hero that
Storm.
can kill them. Yep. Oh, let's see.
There's not many stuns.
Oh.
They only have Raw.
Ricky
They have
9.
the Raw and the Silence.
Okay, mid Ricky then, Pugna 4, Beastmaster off lane. On the side of Beast Coast, zero surprises. they're all picking the heroes that we kind of expected them to pick. But Tundra, a slight little change up. Ricky versus Storm. Pugna Beastmaster versus a Naga Phoenix seems like it can really destroy that lane.
Yeah, I feel they should win that lane very, very convincingly. I don't think the Phoenix can do much in that lane. It sounds very, very hard. On the other hand, the other two lanes, Enchantress, Abaddon, against the Dawn, Dark Willow, I feel like they should be able to play that lane as well. Like, I don't think the Abaddon can really die, since your shield can remove all the debuff from Willow, you can remove the slow from Dawnbreaker, and you have Enchantress. So I feel like the deciding factor could be this mid lane, you know? Like this Ricky against Storm. Like, what's gonna happen, you know? Who's gonna do more for their team?
Maybe we get to see a Meteor Hammer finally. It's the Meteor
I'm
Hammer patch, and we haven't
sure.
seen Meteor Hammer yet. How?
I'm sure we are going to see a Meteor Hammer from Ricky. I think that's the best build for mid Ricky. I don't think you buy anything else apart from rushing the Meteor Hammer. I mean, the ring is just so good for your laning phase. And you get the Meteor, you get to kill towers, you get to do a lot of stuff, you know, as Ricky. I feel like the Meteor Hammer actually makes core Ricky so good.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see. It does give in a little bit of push, even though Tundra has zero problems with push. Like, if he gets a Meteor Hammer, everyone in the lineup pushes the entire push.
It is not wrong to get more push or to get a lot of push.
That is true.
Then you end the
that's
game fast.
Insane push.
And you don't get a 70-minute game. And
you're up against Naga, so you want to destroy the entire map at this stage. Yes. You also have the Hawks for vision. You have the Ench Creeps for vision. It's a pretty good lineup. I like the lineup here for Tundra. But if it gets to late game, like, team fight really favors Beast Coast. Really favors Beast Coast.
I feel like they have too much team fight, you know? They have too much. They need some other small, like, catch hero. I mean, I'm sure they have Storm, but it's overall pretty greedy. But if they get past the laning phase without, suffering too much losses, sure, you know, they have this unlosable team fight combination.
Oh, Dark Mago walks up for 3 seconds, takes a heap of damage.
All the way back to base. Like, casual walk back to base, and now the Phoenix is trying to... What is he trying to do? Oh, he's going to block. Right. He doesn't want the beast to farm Ancients. I just want to see.
Oh, they don't have any catch on Tundra. And just the one all the way in the back. He actually went for Impetus level 1, so there is zero catch.
No, they actually have only one stun raw.
Yeah, that's actually not so good.
And Meteor Hammer, if you want to count it.
Yeah. But who needs stuns? I mean, the opponents only have stuns.
I don't know. Having stuns sort of makes the game easy to play.
Probably, yes. Oh, Skeeter trying to cut his way through, but Schofield will be able to pick up the bounty, so it is going to be a 2-for-2. So 3 lanes. Same question, Winter. As always, where do we got to keep our eyes on?
Please ask me a different question.
But it's the most important one. It helps us. It helps the viewers. It helps the observers. I'm wondering what Schofield's doing top lane.
I don't think I've ever said mid lane, but I think this game is gonna be the mid lane.
Okay. Well, usually we have like a DK versus Tusk mid lane or something.
What-
So
no, what,
normally
Timus?
there's nothing happening there.
Didn't we have a Timus? Oh no, the Timus was a side lane. It wasn't a mid lane.
Yeah. that was
DK Timus or
DK.
side lane.
That lane happened. Nothing happened in that lane either.
Dire's courier
Oh, Schofield is still top. Like, he's just been lurking in that exact same area the entire time.
Dire's courier has been
If you don't want to look at the mid lane, I mean, I think the top lane can be fun too. Once the Beast Ghost duo get their levels out, kill potential. Getting bull Enchantress. Do man.
Planet.
Enchantress
What we
is
saw in the
just so
previous
annoying.
series.
Yeah, Enchantress is just too annoying at early levels.
Damage, so yoinks the creeps. Forces Beast Ghost to counter ward their own big camp. Right.
No, you're right. I think this is the only hero you do this against. Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
like
I would
ultimate
say
hate.
you do that to Chen too, but Chen's not a hero anymore.
Yeah, Chen also has like some problems with the early levels of getting the creeps, I think. He starts at like level 3 creeps or something. But
What
Yeah.
is Schofield and Snake King doing? They're both like following each other.
yeah, Schofield's just trying to be sneaky the entire time. See if he can find another courier snipe. Towards mid though, it is the Dark Mago versus 9 matchup. It's Storm is really good at farming and doing a lot of damage in a short amount of time. Is there big kill threat in that lane as well, or do they need mistakes?
Whenever you see a kill happening mid, it's always a mistake nowadays. Somebody fucked up somewhere, you know.
Radiant's
Most of
Yeah,
the times
with
you
all
don't
that
really see
regen.
kills.
Probably.
Yeah, too
And-
much regen. Yeah. Don't you feel like they have too much regen on the mid laners
Yes.
nowadays? Like, it's
The
just-
water runes are kind of insane. Like you
It's hard
don't
to play
dominate
aggressive.
the enemy in mid anymore. It's like it's not impossible, but it's really hard to do. Nine has himself the Ring of Health, so Meteor Hammer, quick rush up coming in. Pretty much
Oh,
as
bot
you
lane.
expected.
Yeah, Saksa is playing really aggressive, trying to go for a stinger. I mean, looking at the Beastmaster,
two
is
wild
definitely
axes.
having he's having a pretty good time. Even has a Basilisk. That's very nice for the Pugna as well. Okay.
Slightly
lane.
distracted by that bottom lane, but top lane first blood secured. Okay, Snaking's actually the one dying.
Yeah, I blame myself, you know. I told you that the top lane is gonna be a fun lane, and then I drag you to the bot lane.
Oh, Skeeter. He does have the mana for a Photic Shield, but it's on cooldown for 3 more seconds. Gonna get out, and last
Okay.
right click, it's gonna finish it, and a huge second kill. Now they get. Yeah, I expected level 3 was kind of the moment where they'd fight and get kills, but level 2 seems to have been doing just fine.
Oh,
Bottom
they're
lane,
going for
K1 gets
Snake
blasted by Saksa.
Snake King's dead too.
Oh
This is
my
bad.
lord.
This is really bad, team.
Side lanes are looking really nice here for the side of Beast Coast. Or at least the top lane. The bottom lane is kind of what you'd also expect. Wild Axes plus Nether Blast, both level 2, is tons and tons and tons of damage, and Naga doesn't have a lot of HP.
I mean,
What
he
can a
just-
Phoenix realistically do to help out the Naga?
I mean, he can just like try to shove and pull the wave, you know, make sure he can pull. Like, they need to devote the sentry, you know. I think that's their best course of action right now.
Sucks that 2-man Nether Blast. So much damage being dealt.
And this looks really strong, yeah? Position 4 partner. So annoying.
Yeah, Wild Axes. Oh,
You're so
Stinger!
fast.
He's dead. Strike to Suicide does get the Suicide by neutral creep, but yeah, Pugnas with boots, 375 movement speed. You can't outrun him. Well, actually, Naga has the exact same. Yeah. Phoenix slightly less so. And the plus side is also, I mean, 33 now finally has a point in Call of the Wild Boar, but with the Nether Blast as well, buildings drop so quickly between them.
Yeah, and it's not much you can do as Phoenix, if the lane becomes so bad. Like Phoenix is not a support that can do a lot in this kind of situation, and you're also considered a very greedy support. You need some resources from the core to allow your hero to do your job. You need levels, you need some gold. And looking at the laning phase so far, it ain't looking good.
It's time to get those infused raindrops, and they need a lot of them.
And this
Oh, top
game
lane,
is
Skeeter.
making me want to play Puck now.
Skeeter is dropping low. Is he going to get taken
he's
down?
dead.
Yes, indeed. Schofield finds him. Snaking was trying to fight. Oh, he got the centaur creeps. That's why he was missing from the lane. And the moment they spot him gone, it's just go in onto the Abaddon. He's not that tanky yet.
Yeah, all these kills are happening because of the wave shenanigans that they did earlier. They pulled the wave, they disrupted the wave, they were able to get the levels up a little bit faster and get the kills. And now the lane is really hard for Skitter.
Oh, snaking,
And
dropping
snaking.
low. Nice centaur stomp.
Go again.
And this is a bit problematic. Skeeter does, of course, still have a Aphotic Shield. They lose.
Oh,
Dark Mago to 9 in mid. Solo kill?
Meteor Hammer, he
Meteor
killed him
Hammer.
with Meteor. What?
Ooh. I
How
mean,
did he kill
smoke
him?
screen plus the slow, and you can't run away. It is a pretty deadly combo. Skeeter, though, speaking of dead, is in a bit of a pickle. Does get himself around the corner. But in that top lane, actually bottom lane, Saxa dropping low. 33 is here. No wild axes just yet. Burn is nasty.
comes
Zip
Storm.
forward. Saxa gets the kill. 33 is in trouble. Dark Mago, after his death, tries to go for a move. K1 dodges the wild axes coming back. So we'll be able to just be fine. And 9 using this time to use the push forward with the Meteor Hammer. Look in that top lane, by the way. That Observer Ward was placed by Schofield onto the big camp because his sentry was about to end and he didn't have a sentry on him. So he just places the Observer Ward to make sure Snaking has to go all the way around to get a big creep to help out Skeeter in the lane.
Yeah, and when he's far away, they pressure the Abaddon.
Yeah, like
Look at
right
what's
now,
happening now again.
Skeeter
He's
dropping
dead
low.
again.
Another one. Yeah, Snaking not there. It just sets up everything easily. He'll
Oh.
bomb towards mid. 9
Solar Guardian.
gets
Okay.
out of dodge just barely. But 9 is having a pretty good time in that mid lane matchup.
And look at the jungle. The Beastmaster is gonna have a fun old time after this. Oh my god, the stacks are so juicy.
And tier 1 tower bottom lane should... Actually, no one's even in the area right now. Naga's jungling. Phoenix can't really defend the tower if they want to actually push it.
It's too early to push it. It's time to farm your juicy stacks.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Tier 1
And
tower
the
mid,
mid-
pushed
Oh
in.
my gosh.
8 minutes in, Meteor Hammer, Ricky.
Yeah. Now he's gonna move to... Where do you go next? I guess you go bot. You take the bot tower. I mean, there's nothing they can do, like you said, the Phoenix can't do much to stop this.
And later down the line, Pugna can get that shard, so he has the AoE spirit, life drain. That one-shots all the illusions from Naga, which is going to be pretty big. Get to that point, Saxa, he's going to get jumped here. Silence onto Dark Mago, needs to be careful because 9 is here. They get the kill onto the supports, and 9's quickly going to scurry on out.
Yeah, and he was able to use Meteor Hammer again on the tower. Every time he's using that spell on the tower, it's just so annoying,
Tower is under attack.
It's just gonna be a free tower. Like, there's not much they can do to stop him at the moment.
Wants to
They have a
kill
dust.
Yeah.
They have a dust, but they don't know he's doing it again.
They have a sentry ward placed, but it's not covering the area. Schofield, though. The courier got spotted, so 9 is in trouble. Needs some help quickly
they
on
got
the
him.
rotations. Does have a smoke screen, but he is going to get controlled, and that's a pretty big counter kill. They're 10-3 ahead on the side of Beast Coast, but this is what Tundra does best. It's so many games. They lose in terms of kills, but they almost always are ahead in terms of funds.
They know
Cares
how to
about
use the
kills.
map very well, Even though you're killing them, but they are getting a lot more creeps, you know, on the map. And
Dire's bottom tower is
Schofield is very, very high level 7 as a support almost at 10 minutes. I mean, that's why they were able to kill the Ricky, because he was so high level. I mean, he's gonna be a very, very crucial key role to play right now for them, because everyone else is gonna need some time to farm, get their levels up. The Naga and the Phoenix, they're not having the best of times.
Well, the Naga actually
Dawnbreaker's
K1's
gonna get a mech.
recovered significantly. 33 is top net worth because it's 33. Those big juicy stacks in the jungle, as you mentioned, were pretty helpful.
And he's coming top with a smoke right now.
Sacred. Skeeter's got level 7, so he can put a point in borrowed time, and killing him is going to be really hard without expecting any rotation. Sacred in trouble. Does he get out? No, he does not. He's trying to deal some damage. Stinger does have his level 6. As you mentioned, it's pretty scary with a inner beast attack speed increase and also the swing buff onto the Abaddon. Side. Yeah, they're just going to go for the tier 1 tower top.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's pretty smart for them to move top, you know. Because if they go bot, the Dawnbreaker can use Solar Guardian to connect the bot. But if you gank the Dawnbreaker, nobody can help her.
Also timed with the catapult still being alive. You get that Curse of Avernus buff with the inner beast buff. They're working well with their auras. Nice smoke. Keeps himself alive, jumps away. And the gank attempt does not work out as well as they'd like. Dark Mago forced back. His mana is almost completely drained, but he does pick up the haste rune right in front of 9.
So Diffuser
at
next
this
for the
point-
Ricky.
Who do you favor at this point in the game? No Tundra is 2k ahead. Is it Visco still in a comfortable spot?
Yeah, I mean, they're still stronger in the team fights, you know. It's just that Tusk's doing a really good job splitting the map, taking a lot more resources with their heroes. They're not grouping up together to allow Biscos to win those big team fights that they want to win right now with the Egg and the Solar Guardian.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, look at
then
how
that
annoying they are. You know, Snaking is like dragging the creeps away with the creeps, making sure that the tower is very hard for them to take. And everyone else, you look at the map, you know, like Tundra is like farming the Ancients. They're pushing
Hopefully
up
out
bot
tier
lane.
1 towers are gone.
Yeah, it's so annoying, you know. And now 9's defending the tower top as well with the Meteor Hammer.
Look how deep they're going to kill off Snaking.
Yeah, but it doesn't
doesn't have
matter.
heals,
This kill,
but-
this kill is like whatever, you know. It's they're getting more net worth, you know, when their heroes are dying.
Who cares about an enchant? Snaking's actually really farmed on the end. She's going for drums. Pretty much almost done with the full drums. Just needs the recipe. And, any other interesting items? Bugna, Glimmer Cape. Obviously, Diffusal after Meteor Hammer on Ricky, because Agi is king.
Bottom tower is
Radiance Baton. Helm of the Overlord. On the opposing side, Schofield's actually going first item Ag Shard. I like that. I think the Ag Shard's so good. The extra brambles.
I mean, they have to try to address this like problem, you know, like the way Tundra's getting so much out of the map right now. They have to try to find a fight and force them. You know, I think a good way is like to smoke and enter the jungle. They have a very nice observer ward on the top jungle. I think they can consider using this as an anchor point and smoke towards it and find a fight here. I don't feel like they are very weak right now. As long as they have all their ultimates up, the Egg and the Solar Guardian, they
Oh.
should be able to win the fights.
9 is going to get jumped. Got dusted up. Does not really have a target to jump towards. But they did use the Dawnbreaker ulti for it. And Terrorize as well. So 2 big teamfight ultis have been used.
under attack.
Going in on
And
the
he was
Skeeter
able
mid.
to complete his diffuser as well. Egg?
Skeeter still has his ulti. Hasn't leveled it yet. Dark Mago is chasing very deep. Running out of mana now. Needs to be a bit more careful. Skeeter's just fine. He still hasn't leveled borrowed time after all this time. He has that extra point lying in wait for just in case.
Now Biscos, they are forced to back off all their ultimates use. So they have to go back to farming and just try to wait for their spells to come off cooldown again. But in the meantime, Tundra should be the ones looking to fight right now. But I say that 3-3 is still farming his ancient stacks. Nine's the only one actively looking for something to do on the map. He needs more players to follow him around. So Snaking and Sux are running towards the Ricky right now. Like any pickoff is good for them, whoever they can find.
Well, K1 is getting very fat. His counterpart is 33 at the same net worth, but the value is a lot more on the Naga Siren than on the Beastmaster with that net worth. Even though late game Beastmaster is pretty scary. Okay. Took a lot of damage there in a very short amount of time, even though he was in that Shadow Realm. The Pugna Nether Blast and also the Smack from the Ancient Creep. The Ancient Thunderhide. It does how much? 250 damage, the slam. Actually a lot. And also with the frenzy, you get the extra attack speed buff. Look how hard they're pushing.
Nuke.
How do you defend against this push?
They're getting the tower for sure, and Enchantress is already TP'd back to reclaim the dead lane. And if you want to go kill her now, you have to commit so much resources. I mean, they're just using the map really, really well for Tundra.
Oh, heal bomb
Beast
coming
Ghost,
through.
they're going in.
Not
trying
going
to
to connect.
force
Saxa in
fight.
trouble. Does just get his Glimmer a little bit too late. Terrorize comes out. Nice two-man Terrorize. Going in for 9. Can they control him up? 9 in trouble. Phoenix gets dropped. And this is the team fight that we were talking about that is highly terrifying. Skeeter still has that point for borrow time. And he's going to pop it. But he gets rooted up by Schofield's Shard. We'll be able to still scurry on out because they don't have more to chase. And
Right, they got the Thunderhide.
Yeah, 250
gold. Right, so same thing again. Tundra responds with the Ricky. They should be looking to get a pick off, find a fight, find an objective. If they can get Roche, that would be nice, But there's still Song, so might be too risky. So it's probably better to just smoke up and run to the Ancients area. Maybe you get a pick off there. They definitely should be looking to do something now.
Is there a team that's a little bit more afraid of the late game? Is it Tundra or is
Probably
it Beast
Tundra?
Ghost?
I think it's probably Tundra. Late game Storm and Naga. I don't want to deal with that.
True. Late game Ricky and Abaddon also seem terrifying though. Oh, Snake
here comes the backup.
Jumped.
East a bit.
The roar onto Stinger, who gets taken down. A 1-for-1 trade. Rest of the team just dipping out. Yeah, no team fight ultis is time to go away. I find it weird that you can use that while you're TPing the Shadow Realm.
I won't lie, that was unexpected.
What else can you do? I know you can Blade Fury during TP. Can you Rage as well?
I would assume Rage interrupts it because you make like a weird animation every time.
Yeah. Shadow Realm, yeah. I mean, Dota has all these like weird interactions with specific spells, It works with this spell, but it doesn't work with the other spell, and then you have to know everything by heart.
I guess Pudge's Rot and like Witch Doctor's heal. I think. You
I mean,
can use
those are
it with
kind of a
other
little
stuff.
bit different, right? It's
Yeah.
like a toggle.
It's not really a castable spell.
But anyways, Tundra is they have Radiance on Skitter
They've
coming in the
been-
career.
Dark Mago gets hit by the silence though. Gets Night slept as well. In comes the heal bomb. Skeeter's ulti has been used. It's going to be on cooldown. They're taking a lot of damage. 9, they need to disengage. Saxa, the Grub fights himself, stays alive for a little bit longer, but the problem is they're in trouble. There's another Phoenix Egg being dropped
the
in the
stun.
area, and they're getting completely surrounded and controlled. A gigantic Beast Coast team fight. And this is, the thing that we were talking about. You really shouldn't go for team fights against that lineup when they have everything available.
Yeah, Schofield has been just a monster, from the laning phase to the gangs to the team fights. Maybe Tundra felt like with the Radiance they could actually force a good fight, but they were wrong, with the egg and the Solar Guide and everything. It's just way too difficult, and the Greaves completed on Sacred they just have way too much team fight, you know. And on Tundra, they don't really have the same amount of weapons to deal with that, you know. Their heroes are just better at finding pickoffs, playing the map, and just slowly grinding it out, you know.
They also have Naga with Maid Slayer, and currently, like they have
that's
only magic damage on Tundra. Really, like, Ricky does physical damage, but he does single target physical, which is
I mean,
hard.
even if he gets the debuff on Abaddon, that's actually pretty huge because of the Radiance.
Yeah, it's just real good value this game. Even just having the passive 25% magic resistance is already
and look
value
at
enough.
what Sacred is getting. He's getting a pipe. So a pipe on top of the Mage Slayer. Good luck breaking through with that with your Radiance.
Yeah, they have such a sustainable lineup as well, as previously mentioned. Sunray, max level, the Dawnbreaker ulti. Maybe at one point in the future we'll get that shard on K1, but don't think so. However, man can dream. And then you can just out-sustain the Abaddon's ulti. Like in that fight, they just sustained it out the entire Abaddon ulti, and he couldn't do anything.
I mean, not to mention that they got a 3-man or 4-man curse crown.
Yeah, does help. And then afterwards, you get those brambles around, so even if they get stunned, they can't run away or dodge the stun. Like for the Abaddon, for instance, he pops Borrow
so
Time.
what do you need?
So gets
What
rooted.
do you need to buy if you're Tundra to be able to take the fights? Do you need BKBs on the Beast, the Riki, and the Riki as well before you can take the fight? Yeah, I guess so. So they're both buying BKBs. So Abaddon is obviously not gonna buy it. He's getting Manta, but yeah, I think you have to split the map and play for your BKB timings. Like without the BKBs, I feel like it's just way too difficult for them to engage.
Dire's bottom tower.
I guess the
think he's
shard from
buying a
Sax is
pipe.
going to be a nice one to at least get rid of all the Naga illusions during a fight.
Yeah. But the illusions, let's be honest, the illusions are not the problem right now.
Nah, they have
It's
bigger
just-
problems. Storm's almost done with his BKB, and then I mean Roar is still nice, but that's all they have against the BKB. They won't have the damage to kill him during the BKB. The Storm's got the Kaya sign, so he's gonna with that BKB be like 2k HP. Really
yeah,
rough.
they can't kill him for sure. But at the same time, I don't feel like they can do much to fight before the Storm BKB, you know? Like their lineup is just not equipped to do that, you know? Either they can sneak a Rosh, take a fight for some ultis, you know, you take minimal losses and then you do Rosh. But if no fight is happening, they always have their cooldowns up. There's not much you can do as Sandra.
Well, they are getting bullied back by the Naga currently. And they're trying to split it as much as possible. Backdooring is also a thing that Tundra can do pretty well, not necessarily backdooring, but just split push gaming. With, of course, the Meteor Hammer and Saxa running to a different lane and just keep them occupied. Force them into a fight where possibly Abaddon has a Blink Dagger at that point, and he can just jump away. And try and push it down. Smoke onto Dark Mago on the high ground, but he has his BKB. He's going to zip forward. We'll find Snaking, who has level 3 attendance, and Snaking will be just fine with that Decrypt
Alright,
fight coming
that's
in.
a
The
wasted
Nightmare,
BKB.
the sleep onto
Oh.
Dark Mago, Meteor Hammer dropping in, no BKB, does get the Manta dodge off, but Dark Mago is still so very heavily slowed, and nice, another smoke screen. He has the smoke
That's
screen
a
cooldown
troll,
reduction.
man. That is a troll for sure.
Mistakes have been made.
Like standing on the cliff there, it's fine, but then you BKB because they found you, and then you still go in and you try to kill Enchantress.
That's Roche. I
Of
mean,
all
Phoenix
heroes.
Egg next to the pit, scary. And they have Naga for Song to steal the
They should
Aegis.
try to fight. Tundra has to be careful here, you know.
Yeah,
The Beast Coast team fight is still nothing to be trifled with.
Repify on Skeeter. Saxa. He's got the shard, so if you get close to his nether ward, you kinda will get done in. But K1 is still very scary at this point. He's got the full heart done, Manta, Diffusal actually on Naga, which is a slightly different build than we saw earlier today.
It's good against the Abaddon, you know, the Manaban. Abaddon needs a lot of mana to cast all your spells, you know. So if you can take that away, that removes a lot of damage that the hero can do with the shield.
The problem is, the biggest problem is just Roche against the Song of the Siren and against Phoenix Egg. It's so hard to do. Zipping, going for the backline.
Storm's going in.
Finds himself Soxa.
Solar Guardian, egg.
Heal bomb as well. The egg gets dropped. They do have the damage to get rid of the egg. At least Song of the Siren comes out a little bit too late, but Skeeter doesn't have a way out of here. It's going to be the big spirit life drain attempt from Soxa. Dark Mago zips to the side, doesn't have a BKB available, and 9 is still ready to fight for more. Or is he? Gets another smoke screen off. Is going for the Meteor Hammer play. Dark Mago is still alive, and it's life drain is not going to be enough to take him down. Soxa Glimmer, but it's another one most certainly in the bag for Beast Ghost. Team fighting is just their forte with this draft, and that should be Roche in hands of Beast Ghost.
Soxa's pretty fast, alright. Yeah, 4 staff to catch up.
Yeah. It's
I mean, it's just hard, you know, for them to team fight, you know. That was just a pretty simple initiation. Storm balls in, pulls a hero, Solar Guardian to follow up, Phoenix just dives in, puts an egg beside that. What can you do?
Yeah,
You can't
look
do
at Storm's
anything.
next item. Dark Mago wants Ags. Yeah, more team fight, why not?
Yeah, their lineup already got past the hardest stage, you know, for their lineup, which is the early, like what, minute 10 to minute 20, I would say. 10, 15, 10, 20 minutes. That is the hardest point for their draft. But once you get past that stage, like what can Tundra do when they're coming to team fight you, you know? Like Tundra can only win the fights, I feel like, if they have like a very big lead from the laning phase and the Riki is running around, killing the towers, getting a lot of free pickoffs. But that's not happening, you know, because Beast Coast, they're playing very tight together, so they can abuse the team fights.
Also pretty rough for Skeeter because he doesn't really want to buy a BKB, but if your borrow time gets popped and they use Song, you're just standing there with 400
he has
HP.
to.
And
I feel he has to buy BKB, you know?
yeah,
I'm just not sure which item sequence would be ideal, you know? You get it after the Manta, or you get it now?
kind of also need Blink.
Yeah, you kind of need Blink too. That's true. Yeah, it's hard, you know. Maybe you finish the Manta and then buy Blink, and then only buy BKB. But that's a long time.
It is going to be
And he
Beastmaster
kinda-
drums, by the way.
It's under attack.
So that's nice to see. Oh, Schofield gets roared up. They have the damage to kill him off. Not just yet. There's going to be the catch onto 9 instead. He has no jumping target, and 9 will be taken down. They actually lose Soxa to K1 on a different area. 33 pops the BKB. Gets a kill onto Schofield, but goes for the TP immediately afterwards. Just barely gets the TP off. However, will lose his big creep to K1, who gets another 250. He's got the full Bloodthorn done on Naga. This K1 Hector is a pretty good farming safe laner.
That's what he does best, man. Hitting creeps.
Dire's middle
Who steal
He's one
his
of the fastest farmers.
Baron, and he does not care.
I mean, what can Tundra do? I'm trying to think of a
Drums.
way, like how are they supposed to do? How are they
Beastmaster
supposed
drums.
to play this game?
That's the way you win. Drums of Slaughter.
Like, what though? How? Like,
I
even
don't
if you
know.
get the drum, okay.
Cool.
Even if you get the drums, then like having more damage is not their main issue in the team fights. You know.
Yeah, the problem is they have so much sustain on the opposing side. Like, don't necessarily need more damage. You need more healing reduction, I would say, which is Scotty, Shiva's.
I
They have
actually feel like they
horrible
need
heroes for
to.
that.
They need to find like initiation or like hacks or something. Pick off, you know. If they're unable to pick someone off and Beast Coast just runs 5 heroes, they march down one lane. You're not supposed to win that fight, you know, as Tundra with that lineup. You just can't fight into what Beast Coast have if they just march down a lane with 5 heroes. So you need to be able to get a pick off.
Oh, Schofield spots out Skeeter. And deals some damage. Actually, a lot of damage. My God.
Oh my god. He's dying to a support like that. Holy
Oh,
shit.
yeah, that's the power of Dark Willow. Zipping for more. 9's going to be the one getting caught. Trying to help out his teammates. Skeeter's borrowed time still not popped. 9's trying to run away. Does get rooted up and eventually finished off. Skeeter's borrowed time is now used, so that's going to be on cooldown for quite some time. 33's got the drums. I believe. It's not going to do anything, is it?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Let's
attack.
be real.
How much damage
team.
does it actually do?
115 if you get a one drum hit, like one.
How many drum hits does he have? Oh, he's playing the drums. Oh, he's going for the TP out. A decent amount of damage, but does at least also, I think, heal you.
Yes.
Yeah, and you are up against a Naga with all those illusions, so you get a decent amount of healing. Maybe it can keep them distracted long enough for Ricky not to get caught.
I mean, that's a far stretch, but yeah, sure.
Well, there's a bit of a brawl in mid. Silence onto K1. They spot out the real one. He's taking way more damage than I would have expected.
Yes,
Gets
BKB.
the BKB off. Wants to go back in onto Skeeter, who is going to get song.
nice
This
song.
is the combo
Very
we were talking
nice.
about just then, and there's nothing that Skeeter can do. Or is there? Run away! Nope. The chase is too much. The catch is too much. One team has only one stun. The other team has a million.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Storm's Ags is almost finished up as well.
Radiant's top
That's
tower
definitely not going to help them out. High ground push.
is under attack. Dire's top
And let's see the combo. Phoenix Egg into what 3-4 man pull into Solar Guardian. GG.
Radiant's
Solo Guardian's on cooldown, and Phoenix Egg as well.
Dire's structure
Honestly, they're just waiting for the cooldowns of Beast Coast to come back up because Skeeter's dead.
barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Trying to delay it, but Naga is pretty good at pushing. K1 kills off the top melee racks in the meantime. Sacred's going to be charged out. The drums go off. It's going to be the kill secured onto Sacred because of the drum. Zip in from Dark Mago, but there is the Naga. K1 jumps in, helps out his teammates with the extra illusions. 9's going to be zipped upon, and 9 on the high ground. Can he get out of there? 33 is at least going to get the TP away, but 9 might not be so lucky. Indeed, 9 is dead. 70 seconds. No buyback available. But the drums of Slum are back in 12 seconds.
Yep. Let's see. He has to go in and do some damage. Let's go, boy.
I
Let
believe.
them hear your drums.
Okay. He actually he drops the Nether Ward and heals Skeeter because well, he has to. And now Nether Ward's got a cooldown of 25 seconds, so their illusion clear is lackluster. 33 is gonna get jumped at, sunned up. Can they keep him alive? He does pop up the drums, but it does nothing. It actually does nothing.
I mean, Mage Slayer and Pipe.
Oh, the catch from Dark Mago is used. There's going to be the Terrorize on top, and they're completely controlled. Team fight wins the game. Nothing Tundra can realistically do. They have Ricky in 10 seconds. Skeeter has a buyback available. But this is just Beast Coast. It's their bread and butter, It's South American Dota. It's full-on team fight. Southeast Asia, that was kind of the same.
They're trying their best to hold, but I just don't see how they can team fight.
For
There's
time
no way.
almost gets popped by illusions. Peter on the run, gets rooted up. For time, soon enough, there's going to be a jump on the back line. The drums come out. 33 gets the roar up. Sacred is dead, but Dark Mago's got a BKB. 9 tries to run away. Dark Mago's on the chase. The evasion comes in. 9 is actually going to be able to get out. Skeeter is not going to be so lucky. Oh, actually, 9 even gets caught. Phoenix Egg gets dropped in the back line. They're not bad. They're not GGing out just yet. There we go. Tundra's going to tap out. Team fight was too strong. The ultis were just obnoxious. And the Naga is a really good counter to about him.
I mean, not to mention excellent itemizations. I feel like Beast Coast they were really good with the itemizations. Getting the pipe, the mech and pipe on the Dawnbreaker, getting the Mage Slayer on the Naga, and not to mention the Diffuser. The Manta Diffuser is something that you don't ever see that build on Naga, but it's really, really strong against Abaddon, because Abaddon needs a lot of mana to do damage with the shields in the team fight. When you can't cast your spells, he's just like Bristleback, like no mana, you don't do much damage, in the team fights. And I guess that's why they feel like they need to build the Aghanim's on the Beastmaster to sort of help with the team fight problem that they are lacking damage. But unfortunately, Pipe and the Maid Slayer, it just works wonders against everything that Tundra has.
Yeah, it was a little bit worrisome at the start, of course, that Beastmaster plus Pugna lane looked very scary. But it is against, Naga is not a hero. You mentioned it in the previous series as well. Is not a hero that you can really disrupt unless you like keep on hunting him in the jungle. If he gets like a TB or like a TA, level 4, level 5, you go in the jungle. You care nothing about what happens in the game. You get fat, you come out the jungle, and all of a sudden no one can touch you. And that feels like is exactly what happened in this game. Though, I want to ask you, who do you think got MVP this game?
Schofield, easily, hands down.
Okay, yeah, I would say so as well. That shard was pretty nasty. The AoE Curse Crown at that one tier 2. Like, if they lose that fight at the tier 2, then Tundra just take over the entire Radiant space, and the game gets overwhelmingly hard. I think that one fight really turned everything around in their favor. But we have one more game left in this series. We'll be back after the break. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, I am here solo. Winter's having some technical issues. There was some power outage a couple of days ago. It should be fixed definitely by tomorrow, but today he is having a little bit of a struggle. So that's why you'll have me here for now for a very brief amount of time solo while he gets it sorted, and hopefully he'll be ready for the game. However, speaking of the game, Tundra versus Beast Coast, game number 1, it was really well done by the side of Beast Coast. Their team fight was phenomenal, and honestly, the Naga Siren pick against the Abaddon, top notch. You get that Song of the Siren going every single time he gets his ulti off, and yeah, there was nothing really that Skeeter could do that game to try and rectify that issue. However, new game, new chances. New heroes. Hopefully, we'll get to see some fun stuff happening in this new game. The players are currently connecting to the game. Hopefully, we'll be able to start that drafting phase momentarily and get to see some fun heroes. I expect either a DK banner pick between these two teams. I did like the choices very much by Beast Coast. I mean, there were unconventional heroes in this current patch. A couple of them still get picked, obviously, but the Dark Willow and Dawn heroes were pretty remarkable choices. It seems Winter has returned just in the nick of time because the draft is also on the way, and we can move away from this two-man screen. Thank you very much for joining me again, Winter.
Let's go. First ban, Tiny.
Well, yeah, that's the anti-Schofield ban. And Dark Mago ban, actually. They both play a really good Tiny. I do like the fact that Tundra ban out the Dawn, even though it's
last game,
no one plays
last
it.
game it was Tiny plus what was the other hero? They banned Tiny and was it Snapfire?
Yeah, they banned Snapfire because Sacred plays it a lot. This time they're gonna steal it themselves.
First pick Snapfire, yeah. Not sure how good this is.
It's pretty solid. You can always flex it to off lane. I assume 9 plays it in mid as well if need be. I don't think 33 wants to actually play it because he likes his zoo. Though Drum still does nothing. As we saw in that previous game. It's a nice item, but it's not like the old Wild Axis Ags.
I mean, can't you just play him off lane and buy like aura items? I feel that's like so strong still on off lane. You buy mech, you buy pipe, you just ball together, and enemy can't win any team fights.
I still think it's really good. Tusk Lesh for Beast Coast. And you see a Lesh and you're thinking, oh, Dark Mago Lesh. But the one that plays the most Lesh on Beast Coast is Sacred on that offlane. So there's a fat, juicy flex on Beast Coast. Because Dark Mago also plays Tusk, but Schofield also plays Tusk. So how are you going to lane this?
Aren't you surprised that people are not picking IO Dash right away if IO is available? I mean, I can understand if IO is banned though.
I mean, I think Gaming Gladiators loves to pick it a lot of the time, but most teams just ban out the IO against them, so it doesn't happen too often. Also because they have the Witch Doctor combo, which is nuts. And here we have another 33 Beastmaster. Most likely 33 Beastmaster.
Probably, yeah. Beastmaster plus Snapfire. That's a pretty strong lane itself already. I mean, they really like this like a Beastmaster hero, so they can. It allows them to play their map dominating style. You have the vision from the Hawk, you have the aura to kill buildings quickly and kill Roshan. So it just really fits Tundra's play style. But they just need to make sure that they draft some other hero that has stun and some team fight, which is Snapfire. Because the last game they had no stuns and no team fight.
Yeah, last game was a bit of a struggle. Even though their lane with the Pugna Beastmaster was really strong in the laning stage, but as you mentioned, they had no real control or counterplay potential with their draft in its entirety. I guess the best counterplay they had was the Pugna with the Shard, but even then, like, the cooldown on summoning those illusions is pretty minimal if you have Manta as well.
So for this game, what would be the plan? So you see Lash. I mean, the first hero that comes to my mind is Anti-Mage. Are you gonna plan of okay, so you have this map dominating hero with the Hawk, Vision, and Beastmaster pressuring the map, and then you will allow Anti-Mage to just do his thing, farm, and then you have a Mana Void target. I feel like that could be a legit plan for them.
Yeah. I think they'll probably ban out the AM. I don't think
Did
if
they
you
ban
play
it out the last game as well?
I think it was Tundra that banned it out last game.
Yeah, Tundra banned it.
Because K1 also likes to play it a lot. They do have the first pick, so you never know. Don't think they'll go for a Lash Anti-Mage, but wouldn't be the first time I get surprised.
What would you say is the most surprising draft that you've ever seen?
Uh,
Did you see our games in SEA? You know that there was this one game we had an Anti-Mage and Terrorblade on the same team?
Terribly. I've seen some Anti-Mage off lanes, I think.
No, it was a Terrorblade and Anti-Mage in the same game, on the same team, in the same lane. Anti-Mage carry Terrorblade pos 5.
Yeah, no, that Southeast Asia is weird.
And we were like, wouldn't it be
Who
better
won?
if the Anti-Mage, obviously they fucking lost. Man.
I thought,
I
hey,
mean,
maybe
we
the
felt
new
like
surprise.
we felt like it's probably better, if the AM is the support because he can blink and burn their mana and then Terrorblade can farm. Instead the Terrorblade just stands there.
He's got
"All right, I
Sunder,
have
the
meta."
saving spell.
Yeah, and then in team fight he just Sunder the carry.
Doesn't sound. Yeah, there's the anti. They actually banned it themselves.
Oh, but they are banning the Anti-Mage. That's weird, yeah.
The Dark
I
Seer
wouldn't
ban
say
makes
that
sense, though.
I mean, I wouldn't say like Anti-Mage is very good against Beastmaster. I feel like Beastmaster likes to play against Anti-Mage.
Yeah, true, but there's like the spell reflect shenanigan that can happen with the roar.
Maybe it has something to do with the lane because right now Beastmaster you spam the axe in the lane, so maybe you don't like to play against AM because he burns all your mana, and then if you don't have mana, then you don't really do anything else in the lane, and he can also kill your ball easily with blink.
Yeah, but he also
might
AM
have-
also kind of can't kill Beastmaster. Like if you're out of mana, Beastmaster, he's got the Helm of Iron Will, and you're like, sure, do your best.
Yeah, he just out regens you.
Okay,
Silencer, okay.
that's
Silencer is very good against the snap. So you raw, you don't have follow up. So no damage, no kill. I like it.
laning stage wise. It's also pretty decent because Beastmaster can't spam as much as he'd like if you just get the Taras going.
Yeah, that's actually very annoying. That's like the the most annoying part about laning against Naga. But they are intentionally picking Naga into Lash. Alright.
And it's
I mean, sure,
honestly,
Naga.
probably a Lash offlane at this point.
I mean, sure, Naga's great against Silencer, but I don't know about picking Naga into Lash. Maybe they feel like it doesn't matter if you can buy Mage Slayer and one of your teammates get a pipe. So like what Beast Ghost did the last game. So you right click him, you pop pipe, and then he doesn't kill any of the illusions or your team.
Yeah, I mean, last game, K1 looked so good on the Naga. Skeeter probably wants to try the same.
Tundra Esports.
Space Ghost choice. Ember Spirit. Okay, more wave clear to deal with the Naga and the Beastmaster, because that's the big problem, of course. They have a lot of minions and illusions that they can summon that are hard to kill. Tusk is honestly probably so it's a Lesh mid then. Safe. Lesh off lane, mid Ember, Tusk 4 for Schofield, and then a 5 silencer, so they only need a safe laner. Unless they're going to go for some weird swap arounds and put Ember or Lesh safe, which wouldn't put it past them. But it's very likely just a safe laner last pick for K1.
They need a Radiance hero.
Yeah, but don't go for the Abaddon. We saw how bad that went last game.
I mean, don't blame the Abaddon. Blame the other heroes that they pick around the Abaddon.
I mean,
don't you feel like it would have been fine if they had like some hero that can initiate, like Park or whatever, you know, somebody that has some stun, Conquer or whatever, you initiate and then Abaddon runs in instead of Ricky. I don't know. I wouldn't blame entirely everything just on the Abaddon.
yeah, no, the draft had a timing, and once team fights came into play, it really was favorable for Beast Ghost. It was something that Tundra was a pick-off lineup with the Ricky, with the Beastmaster. It was get a kill with a 5v4, you can win a fight, but a full 5-on-5 is something that you lose every time. And it happened pretty much every time.
I feel like they are rectifying it. So right now they have the same kind of idea with their lineup. Beastmaster, the draft is still around Beastmaster, but instead of a lot of pick-off, like I said, you know, last time they just have a very, very hard time playing the game because they only have one stun and they don't have team fight. So right now they are kind of rectifying that problem with the Snapfire, and I mean Naga kind of is pretty strong in the team fights too with the Song. So they just need a last hero that can also provide them with some like in and out poking hero, like some. I feel like they need like some Tusk Spirit Breaker mid hero, you know, that runs in and tries to go behind enemy lines, kill the silencer, or at least force the global to be used in unfavorable circumstances. Then your Snapfire can do the Mortimer's Kiss later in the team fight.
I actually banned out the Underlord and Ricky. It's a weird combination of heroes to ban out.
Yeah, those heroes are good against Ember.
I mean, there's a bunch of heroes that are good against Ember, but...
Yeah, but it's also good with their lineup, you know, because you have the Song into the pit, which is a pretty strong combination. And right now, so I guess it's a monkey mid against the Ember.
Saxa also plays... Okay, can we make something where Saxa plays the... So Snapfire mid, Saxa monkey 4...
Monkey Beast lane.
Yeah, maybe. It's good against Silencer, at least, the monkey to hunt him down.
But I do prefer it if it's mid lane against Ember, because that's a free lane for you.
Yeah, it makes more sense.
So for Beast Coast, what are they going to do? Are they going to switch things around, or they're just going to leave the Ember to get pressured by Monkey and just pick a solid carry? What can they do against Naga? They already have heroes that can kill the illusions. They just need I feel like they just need a hero that can play around with the Tusk and the Lash, you know, somebody that has a stun, you know.
Yeah, they have enough wave clear. So what other choices are? It's K1. Okay, think K1 heroes. Anything strength is what he loves.
Lifestealer. I like Lifestealer.
Lifestealer is pretty... Yeah, it's a Radiance hero, as you really wanted to see as much as possible. Was the Elk... Yeah, it's banned. I
like Lifestealer with Lash. I feel like because Lash is like a focal point in the team fight, right? Like people are going to focus on Lash, and Lifestealer you can save him with the Infest. That's why I like Lash with Lifestealer.
You also have
it's very good for the team fight.
Global Silence to help out. Nice tool. Oh my lord, he's actually
all right.
for the Abaddon.
I'm gonna teach you how to play Abaddon.
Okay, it's a Radiance hero. Last game, Skeeter did go for the Midas into Radiance, so maybe we get CK1 just go for the Radiance rush this time around. But yeah, I mean, I kind of put the Abaddon on the back pedal because we saw how hard he got counted last game by that Song of the Siren. But, you know, K1's going to show him he can beat him with the Naga, he can beat him with the Abaddon. It doesn't matter how you want to spin it. So we'll see.
Look at the lane though. Can he get a lot of farm from this lane against the what? Beast? It's a Beastmaster Snapfire. He has
should be.
Silencer.
I think it should be fine enough. If Stinger doesn't leave him alone, like we saw last game where Snaking was walking to the side the entire time and Skeeter got
because
smacked.
he had to go far away to get the jungle creep because the camps were blocked.
So Stinger can just stay there and just, you know, harass at least. And K1 should hopefully survive. It's going to be that offlane duo of Lesh Tusk versus Mirana plus Naga, which seems like a pretty good lane for Beast Ghost.
Yeah, but if Monkey King gets a very good start and he can snowball in the game, like Monkey King is a hero that's very good against Abaddon later in the game because you cannot really fight in the ring. Like Abaddon wants to go in and fight, sure, you can pop your ulti and blink out of the ring. But I think Monkey King is a hero that's pretty good against Abaddon as well, the longer the game goes. So we shall see, you know.
What kind of build would you do on the Monkey?
Echo Saber. Then I think you go Echo. Then you split it for BKB and Mage Slayer because you need the Mage Slayer against the Radiance. And then hopefully the Beastmaster buys a pipe.
Nah, drums. Well, not those drums. Ags drums. Drums of something. Soul no sure. I can't remember what the name is.
Shalom.
Okay. Those drums.
Shalom.
Yeah, I would assume after the big patch at the end of the month, it's probably going to be a different spell anyway, because it does nothing.
Oh no, the drums of Slom actually.
Slom.
SLOM.
Shalom is, I think, something Jewish people say.
Okay, the drums of Slom. Yeah, hopefully not the drums, but the pipe, so they can negate a lot of the magic damage from the Lash, the Ember, and the Abaddon, and get a Mage Slayer. I think that's a good recipe for success for Tundra.
They got themselves a lot of tools better this time for Tundra. Nearly every hero has a stun. I mean, Naga has the Song of the Siren, so they have a lot more control this game than last game, where it was just
and
the
snare. And snare.
Yeah, but you can still use stuff while you're ensnared. Like K1 can just run away.
But you cancel TPs, you know. That's the important
That
one.
is true. You cancel TPs at the very least. Silver Edge on Monkey maybe this game could be a tool against the Abaddon borrow time. If you get like a Scythe of Ice on one hero and then you hit him with the
could be a good idea.
Silver.
Could be a good idea for sure.
K1, he got chased by a little bit of a 9 monkey there. It's going to be Bounty Rune fights.
The battle begins.
And who's going to get the brunt of him? It looks like another 2-for-2 trade. They're interesting lanes this time around. Even the mid matchup seems like a very kill potential lane.
This is a terrible lane for Ember. He's not gonna have fun, I tell you.
So you're thinking mid lane the most interesting to watch? Or is there a different one?
Yeah, you're gonna see how the monkey whoops his ass.
Well, that's not very nice, but we'll see what 9 can bring. He's going for the Orb of Corrosion build against I mean, that's what you mostly tend to see. There's some issues on the Radiant side. 4 of them DC, the only one still hanging around Stinger.
But this matchup wasn't so bad before, you know, when you could like go behind and just farm the. Remember there was I don't remember which patch was it where whenever Ember plays against Monkey, they would just go behind the tower and farm and avoid the lane, but you can't do that anymore. So now it's pretty difficult. Like you have to just hope that you use your Flame Guard, push out the wave, get as much CS as you can, control runes, and just play for the rotations. You know, there's not much you can do in this lane. It's pretty tough.
Well, let's hope that there are not going to be any issues this game. Bottom lane, it's a nice bunch of magic happening right there. That explosion looks kind of wild. And I think that lane is going to have a lot of harassment between the two sides.
Stick, magic stick. That's why K1 has a magic stick at level 1.
Yeah, 33 as well.
They both have magic sticks on Silencer, Abaddon.
About 33
Actually,
went for that magic
four of
wand.
them. Yeah, 4 of them have wand and sticks. Right.
Yeah, bottom lane is probably going to be a lot of harass, possibly the most kills, I would assume. And,
So top lane's what, the boring? Top lane's the boring lane, the creep shenanigan lane.
Yeah. I mean, Lesh doesn't really become a big threat to Naga until he gets like level 6. False Nova spam. As an off-lane Lesh, would you just go for the Bloodstone Rush?
Yeah. Well, what else can you do with this hero? This hero is a core. No matter what lane you go with this hero, you're gonna be a core. You're a win condition, sort of. You're
Get
a
a shard.
greedy hero.
I love the shard on Lesh. I think it's so undervalued by so
Yeah,
many
the
people.
shard is great, but you don't get it too early though. I feel like you get it. You have to put it somewhere in between your build, but not first. Or
Yeah,
second.
not first item, but slightly faster because a lot of high ground pushes and defenses or Roche fights. If you have a shard, they're so much harder for the enemy. Bottom lane, so much damage already. Bully, but it pushes out the lane.
I mean, I would say that the Snap and the Beast has more kill potential because of the stun. Like the Silencer, Abaddon, they're just trying to, chill in the lane, harass and farm creeps. But the Beastmaster and Snap should always be trying to kill the Abaddon or the Silencer.
Okay, one doesn't really care. He's just standing over with the Aphotic Shield. Once he gets a couple of levels, it's going to be actually hard to kill him. Cooldown reduction on Aphotic Shield as long as he has mana.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Even though their damage output would be higher, they'll also take a lot more damage in. So it's a weird trade-off.
Yeah, top lane. The lane, I'm not sure if it's top lane or jungle lane or whatever lane it is, They just keep messing with the creeps, dragging away. Now Lash is level 3, so he has put 2 points in the split off. Like the more levels that they get, it's gonna be harder for the Naga, The lane is just gonna get harder and harder the more levels the Lash gets. So right. Actually not the hero that I
value
Okay,
right
the Ember.
there. Oh, Ember's so good against Monkey. Oh.
Middle tower.
How does the Ember kill a monkey? How? It's like the Dragon Knight killing a Timbersaw,
It happens every once in a while. Dark Maga is a good mid lane.
What do you mean it happens? What do you mean it happens?
It happened
doesn't
previously
happen.
during the DPC as well, the DK versus Timber. So I think previously I was watching a little bit of that matchup in mid, and it was very close. 9 plays aggressively, got some tower hits on him, and did barely get them. Like, this is the second time he almost died. Speaking of almost dying, bottom lane is starting to struggle against the level 3 Snap Beastmaster. But
Yeah,
9
they
still
need to
has a
keep
lot more
sending
last
us.
hits than Dark Maga. Even with
Yeah,
that
that's
death.
normal, But the kill is given Ember a huge sigh of relief in this lane. And bot lane, like they're running out of regen, I feel like sometimes when the laning phase becomes all about the regen, the support players needs to know when you should die and go back to base refill and bring back regen to the lane and help the carry. I think it's very, very important to know when you should feed in the lane so you can do that.
Such a painful thing to say as a boss 5 player.
I mean, it's true. You need to know when you should die in the lane so you will help the carry.
It makes sense, but I don't want to.
Fuck, don't play support then. Play a carry.
I like my winter wife in
Okay,
support. AK, I'm the carry now.
Okay, that's not the worst kind of death, I think he kind of wants to die, to be honest. So he's going back. He's gonna bring back regen, and he's gonna come back full mana. And Snapfire is going to want to die too, right? What is he going? Okay, no. I thought he's going to suicide, because he has no mana. But nope. He places a ward.
Actually, Stinger TP's
Alright.
mid to recharge bottle.
Oh no, refill bottle. So it was Dark Margot. I need a refill.
Oh, top
wasn't
lane
the
snaking taken down. They're chasing in for Sacred. Does have the split earth stun. Doesn't connect it onto Skeeter, but the illusions are at least gone. And Schofield with the block should keep Sacred alive. And yeah, he's just gonna walk back to base. They got a kill. Problem is Naga is having a really good time. 9 even with that death. He's almost got double the last hits of Dark Mago. Luckily enough, First Blood does give a lot of money.
Yeah, and our dear friend Silencer is back bot. He's faring a tangle. But 33 is able to get the pull off. So this is
Top
gonna
side, scope.
mean that they're gonna
Close.
close. But not close
cigar.
enough.
Now bottom lane, stun onto Stinger. They're charging forward.
Yeah, Ember's TPing bot.
Oh, that's pretty big. Dark Mago's got a double damage rune as well. They find Stinger, but there should be a double kill in response. Dark Mago finds Saxa. Courier gets sniped, so K1 has to wait a little bit longer for his phase boots. But he's marked up that he wants to rush that Radiance. And honestly, he's having a pretty good lane. Even though it looked a bit rough on the... for his end, now that he has some decent mana regen, he's got infused raindrops as well. He should be able to survive almost level 6. Don't think they can really punish him that much in the lane.
No, mid lane, Silencer's TPing in. Just for bottle refill, I guess.
Yeah, Sax says
Oh,
also
they're
here
going
could be
in?
stunned. Dark Mago, mistakes have been made.
Okay. Okay. Probably not a good idea to run into the monkey there.
Yeah, overconfidence is a sin in this case.
Yeah, overconfidence is like probably what killed the monkey initially when he died to the Ember for First Blood. And now Ember's just returning that favor, you know?
9 top net worth, but K1 is close on his heels. And Radiance should be a nice timing. Honestly, it's like under our 1k ahead, but it's not looking too shabby here for East Coast at all either. They get another kill, 33 taken down. Dark Mago again with a TP towards the bottom lane, making sure that K1 has the best lane possible. Stinger doesn't have a point in Glaives of Wisdom though, so no free int. Sadness.
It's okay. He's not the carry. Abaddon's the carry.
Oh, Schofield. He wanted to interrupt the Observer was getting taken down, and he feeds a kill to 9, who's got that haste rune, charging in for more. Sacred needs to be a bit careful. 9 still has Jingu Mastery stacks, and he's also going to chase in the tree line. Skeeter as well, the route onto Sacred. He's not level 6 yet, so the damage is not immense. 9's haste has ended, but 9 is so aggressive for blood. He's also opening up the map for his own safe laner in that scenario. Actually, Schofield finds himself a catch on Skeeter, but the illusions make it a bit more problematic. Look how little damage he gets out. He's going to get arrowed as well. Skeeter staying at range. The root comes in. Schofield's taken down. Oh, that one hurts. That one
Raindrop
really
saving lives, man. That's why you always get a raindrop value item.
Nastiness. 9's now in the bottom lane. Tree gets cut. Well done by K1. Spots out where 9 is hiding, but they have a Hawk behind the tower. Roar onto K1. Borrow time has been already used. K1 needs some help. He's going to run the opposite direction so that one of the two could possibly get out, but Silencer needs to be careful now. A brawly game.
Goes here now, but it's a little too late. I'm still like the top net worth, but the Ember is way richer than he should be right now. So he's having like a decent game. Monkey's going for he's actually going for a diffuser first. So we saw the diffuser against the Abaddon the last game. The Naga got a diffuser.
Okay.
And meanwhile, Sacred gets a kill on the Naga.
Yeah, Pulse Nova it's really good against Naga.
Yeah, that's why I was quite puzzled, you know, when Lash was picked early and you still picked Naga into it, you know.
That's one of the best illusion counters in the game. Good old Lesh. He's also got a nice stack, so they can possibly get some neutral items for Beast Ghost.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Completely out of mana, which is the downside.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yep, tier 1 tower down. A balance here to claim the bounty for that, so puts him a lot closer to this, and they find
snaking. And one more leap. Won't even use it. Knows he's dead. Evan Ice Shards. Might have actually forced. No, it's still 2 Fire Remnants left. There was no chance that he'd get out there unless the TP would come in response.
So I was talking about the diffusal on the Monkey King.
Is under attack.
When you asked me about, okay, what should the monkey buy, before the game started, I said Echo Saber. But now that I see what he's doing, I feel like this is probably a better idea. Right, stun into Kiss.
Snowball save. Actually, he ends the snowball save a little bit too soon, possibly, but 9 is going to get killed in response. And that is a big one. Snaking will be able to get out because Dark Mago is not going to hunt, but yep. That's not something that you can permit to happen right now on 9.
Not a worthy trade, for sure.
Dark Mago is such a good Ember. Dodging every spell possible with the Sleight of Fist.
They have to try to figure they have to try to figure out how they can open up the bot part of the map, Like, Beast Ghost is really, really comfortable with the situation that they're in right now. Like, K1 is like free farming top, he gets a kill. Monkey's
K1
here.
getting jumped. He's got borrowed time. And Schofield's got an Ice Shards block as well. He's just trying to soak attacks.
Okay. Right. I mean, he saved the carry. That's all that matters.
I guess so.
How he does it is not important.
That looks very weird. I guess he didn't anticipate that much damage to come out.
Yeah, he probably felt like he could have tanked one more right click.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, but all things considered, I think things are still looking good for Beast Ghost despite Tundra having this like 2k lead. Like they have Global Silence pop.
Onto
Monkey's
9.
in trouble again.
Yeah, Monkey's a very weak hero in the early game. That's why Echo Saber is so nice, because it gives you a little bit of strength. Diffusal Blade, you're still going to be really weak. And another double
And
kill coming in.
not to mention, it's just so much value with the Echo Saber because you're splitting it for BKB and potentially a Mage Slayer, which are all good items.
Yeah. Especially against an Ember and Lash, because you're going to need a Mage Slayer this game against Lash. Naga's probably going to build it at one point on Skeeter as well, because it's so much high value. They have primarily magic damage for the most part, like the entire game. There's going to be a brief amount of time where Abaddon does also physical damage, but it's going to be magic damage all the time. There's a huge Ancient stack as well getting scouted out by Beast Ghost. That is a bit scary here. Tundra going in onto Stinger. He doesn't really have a way out. 33's got the Roar. He actually cuts the tree of 9 by accident with the Wild Axes, but Stinger's still going to fall. And that honestly, they should just immediately clear that stack before it gets stolen.
Yeah, that's a lot of space, the Silencer created. I mean, the kill doesn't really feel like it's worth it when they committed so much time and they have to use an ulti. Now they're running back to quickly clear the stack, but I feel like Beast Ghost, they see it, I feel like they should just bring the Ember over and try to contest this with the Lash. Lash has mech. He's really, really fat.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's actually a Guardian Greaves Lash, not the Bloodstone Rush.
Yep, they're smoking up first. Oh no, they might be late for this, like waiting for the smoke.
The big creeps are still there. And that's where the real gold is. And they're going to go in. 33 is silenced up. Split Earth stun connects. 33 is dead. They also cut the tree that 9 jumped on. That's going to be a kill number 2. And the last, yeah, it's just 4 big creeps that they need to finish up. That's what, 200 gold per creep? How much is it exactly? No, never mind. I'm blind. 80 gold per creep. So that's 300 gold?
320 gold.
Easy 320 gold added in, stolen away from Tundra. Their net worth advantage has dwindled significantly. And honestly, Skeeter is nowhere where he wants to be. Dark Mago is top net worth of the game with K1 right on his heels. He's done with the Radiance 15 minutes in. This is a really good timing.
Yeah, you would not expect Ember to be top net worth against a Monkey King mid, man. There's no way you expected that to happen. This is just really, really surprising, you know, given the circumstances and given the matchup. And right now, K1, he might be playing a little too cocky. He's so far up.
He still has borrowed time. Pops it a little bit preemptively. Schofield is here. Song of
Oh,
the
the
Sign. He
song.
tries to go for the same play on Skeeter. Eyeshot's block keeps him away, Schofield. And just snowball to the creeps if need be. But they might actually want to go back in. The Sacred has joined. Stinger's here as well. They've got Global Silence. And even Dark Mago could have rotated from the jungle pretty quickly. So they're terrified currently of how Beast Ghost is playing.
Yeah, you were saying about the mech on the Lash, right? Like, do you actually like it more over the Bloodstone in this situation?
I mean, Bloodstone makes sense because you're up against Naga, but on the other hand, having that Dispel is also kind of useful against the root being held in place. It helps your teammates a lot more. Maybe you could go for Bloodstone afterwards.
You could consider going for. I mean, I guess maybe would you buy a shard? I'm thinking. If you get a grease,
I
but you can
prefer
still
the
get
shard, but that's just me. I really like shard.
And Dark Mago is back again. He has Arcane Rune. He's just constantly up their faces, you know, pressuring them.
Because it's not a pipe game, right, for the Radiant. There's just minimal magic damage.
It's a rave pack game, if you ask me. Monkey King, Beastmaster, Naga.
Yeah, Crimson Guard's also not really what you want to build on the Lesh. Blink Shard, BKB, I guess. Something along those lines. Good as well against the Naga, because even if the Naga sees it, like all of his illusions need to stay out of that area. You have two of those growing split earths inside of Wukong's command as well. Can be very problematic for the monkey to even stand his ground. I'm curious what Sacred's going to build next. I think Blink's also a good one to get the initiation. That's something that they are not the strongest with at this point.
I don't really feel like they need him to get Blink though. Like I feel like the initiation is the Ember and Tuss. That's their job. And the Lash just has to like make sure he tanks up.
True, but Ember, I mean with BKB a lot better, but needs to be careful. They're going to go into the Roche pit. There is a song in 35. This is interesting. The kisses in the pit, that's a lot of damage. This could be a very big mistake. Snowball save comes out. The roar on Sacred. He's already dead. Global Silence. They just need to run away. This can be a great steal coming out from Tundra. And Stinger's even going to get smacked by the big black dragon. Into the pit they go. They can secure that one. Easy peasy, it seems. 50 seconds for Song, but are they going to go for the steal here? It's a little bit too late. Roshan has been picked up. Skeeter's got the Aegis 9 hunting for more. This might have been a drastic mistake from Beast Ghost, just because Schofield's going to be a third one down, and that is a turnaround and then some for Tundra.
Yeah, they were not quick enough, you know, with the rush, just a little bit too slow, you know, probably overestimating how much damage they can do to Roche. But without the Dazzle, without any minus armor or any other spells that do kill Roche quickly, they just don't do it fast enough, you know. And just excellent placement by Saksa. It's just easy, you know, if everybody's just camping up on the Roche pit.
Saksa is so farmed. He's got almost a full Guardian Greaves himself. Like, they have an extra core at this point on Tundra.
Extra? Additional.
Extra.
He's not extra, he's an additional core.
Additional? No, extra. Okay, an additional core then. I'm sorry, my terminology was off, okay, Winter?
Extra would mean that he's not needed.
Schofield is going to get jumped. And yeah, right now, obviously, with the Aegis, they feel pretty powerful. They've got the Manta on the Naga. He's going for the Heart next. He's going to have it done at a pretty quick pace.
Yeah, it's a very, very...
Sanj.
It's a very, very big change in terms of the momentum right now. Beast Ghost has to go back to farm mode and chill a couple of minutes until the Aegis expires. Finish a couple more items, get the Manta. I mean, it's gonna be a long-ass game right now. Abaddon against Naga.
The rune of illusion.
Oh, there we go. How can they? I mean, when it comes to high ground defense, at least Sacred should have a shard by
Oh,
then.
he cut his tree again accidentally. Happened again.
Nine's having the worst time. K1 is actually having a slightly worse one. Song of the Siren comes out, but it's too late. Before time got popped, and that is a very sad little K1. He's struggling the same way as his counterpart Skater did in previous game. For a time, and you can't get out.
And this is not looking good, you know, the game just changed so much. Oh my god, two-man cookie just by random.
Oh, that no, that's by design. Sax as a beast. In onto Sacred they go. He takes a lot of damage there. On the side, Dark Mago gets killed off by the Monkey King. And Stinger is trying to run away, but Sax is chasing him down. Stinger through the trees. He knows exactly where he's lying away. Hits him with the level 1 Lil Shredder. And okay, he takes that kill instead of giving. Well, 9 jumped away immediately after.
You know
Saxa
what?
wanted to give it.
I take back long ass game. Maybe it's gonna be just a fast game.
K1 running forward, does have borrowed time, but even if he pops the Scorpion with the jump onto Saxa, they can just Song of the Siren and go back in. Skeeter still has an Aegis. They jump in 2v5, thinking it will do anything. They've got Saxa still alive. Guardian Greaves are about to be
What
delivered.
happened? They went from taking Roche like 3 minutes ago to losing Rex 3 minutes later? Damn, that's a
The
big
Tundra
swing.
effect. One mistake cost them the game. Well, not yet, but it's starting to look really rough. Dark Mago has dropped from top net worth to bottom of the regular ones because Sacred's just really poor. Saxa, even Snaking is getting a lot of harm. He's going for the pipe on Snaking. So someone's building up that pipe for Tundra, which they have to deal with just mainly magic damage this game anyway.
Yeah, they have the pipe, they have the mech on both the supports. Beastmaster went for full aura build. They have what, double BKB upright on Beast and Monkey King soon. I mean, Naga has
Okay.
heart.
Okay, Global Silence used. Skeeter with the song in return, but the BKB 33 is dropping low. He's silenced up, can't get the roar off. But the song doesn't keep him alive. No, the dot is too much. K1 charging him for more. Skeeter's actually in trouble. 18 seconds until his Aegis expires, so they kind of want to not kill him.
The
but
Radiance is killing him. Turn off the Radiance.
He turned off the Radiance. Oh, K1. He's keeping him low. This is actually so BM. He's trying to suicide by the Ancient Skeeter. It's 1 more second. He's gonna get taken down. This is so well played by Beast Ghost. Oh, just running with him the entire time. I love
feel
the
like
fact that you turn
I
off the
feel like they
Radiance
could have
as well.
just killed him in the jungle and they can kill him again anyway, but instead of just letting him run for like 10 seconds.
It is at least a good turnaround play. Global Silence is still very strong. It gives them some extra time to farm up. K1, he's going for the Basher. Chivas is going to be a really nice tool as well, though not something I'd immediately expect on an Abaddon.
Shiva and overwhelming blink. Wait, he's not buying blink?
Look what
Doing what
Skeeter's
the
queuing up. He knows.
Yeah, after that fight, he would have actually saved the Beastmaster if he had the shard. And maybe they would have been able to fight if the beast didn't die. I feel like the shot is actually really good, you know, like you shouldn't wait till the Roshan gives you the shot. Sometimes it's just good to get the shot.
It's a 40% heal. Max HP heal.
It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Well, wasn't that Didn't that used to be the Ags? But then, like, I think it was like 10% HP heal. Oh, 33 wanted to roar. They find an Ancient Thunderhide. At least 250.
Almost a hero kill.
I mean, it's about the same as one of the supports. I say that, but these supports are farmed. Sacred Kaya Sanj. Dark Magos going also for the Kaya. Not really building like the most impactful items. K1 does have himself the Vanguard, which should help significantly. Doesn't want to pop his borrowed time because, of course, Song of the Siren is a tool. But in response, they're going to go in onto Skeeter. Global Silence gets used. He already used the Manta, so they know he has no way out of that silence currently. Wukong was dropped in the middle of the team fight. They need to be careful. Dark Magus still has his BKB available, but no more Fire Remnants at the ready. They are pretty sustainable. And the snowball chase onto 9 into Narnia. He goes. He jumps all the way to safety. No one has died in that fight.
Alright, here comes the kisses.
They're charging for more. Still has the song. Fingers out of range. My god. Like, how many ultis were just used? 3 Fire Remnants were used. Global Silence. Or time didn't even get popped. This is Wukong's command. Ran ulti, and no one died.
Yeah, because nobody has blink. Nobody can initiate.
Actually, nobody has blink?
No.
But Tusk even went for 4 staff. That's
everybody has like a lot of defensive items.
Well, Sacred has queued up the blink after his Kaya Sanj. So that should help at least with initiation. Tusk is also going for his blink, and later down the lineup, obviously K1 should as well, but Song of the Siren happens in the bottom lane. Mass TP's coming in as well from the side of Beast Coast. They don't have that Global Silence for 40 seconds. Can they even kill off K1 once here? He's going to run away. Snowball in aggressively on the opposing side by Schofield. Gets the dust off on multiple enemies. Schofield in trouble. Will be found out, but Saksa would be a nice counter kill if they can get it. BKB popped. Saksa is still alive. The Guardian Greaves won't keep him alive for long enough. And now the Invis has worn off. They spot them all out. It's a 1-for-1 support for support trade, and that's all.
So they use
these guys.
They use Song to
This
as
could
another
be big, though.
initiation.
Arrow lands. He just was 1 second off Global Silence as well.
Yeah, so the only ulti they use is Song, and they use the Monkey Arena now, Ring.
That BKB from Ember was also used, so that's a big one.
Yeah. Roche is up, so I mean, I don't know if they actually scouted the Roche. Somebody has to go and check it.
And actually almost a Scotty. That's pretty neat, especially with the Wugongs. And the fact that he then has a lot of stats. Snowball in, chase on to Snake Ink. He still has 3 leaps. They need to posture around Roche. And look at these Naga illusions. He's sending an illusion per lane right in front of their tier 3 towers.
Yeah, and they have a Hawk on the Roche, so they know what's happening. They're cutting out the waves, they're making sure all the creeps are going towards the Radiant base. Everything. Song is 20 seconds, so I think they should wait for that to come online. Yeah, but as long as the game keeps going on, you know, all these 3 cores, the Naga, Monkey, and the Beast, I feel like they're just gonna outscale the Ember, Lash, and the Abaddon. Like the Monkey especially, he's gonna do really well against all their heroes.
They're 10k ahead, but at this point, you know, K1 is starting to become really scary. He's got the full Abyssal Blade done. Next item, Shivas and BKB. He's not going for the blink on the Abaddon, which is
that's strange.
surprising.
Bro. I feel like he needs to blink in and jump towards the backlines. You want to kill the Snapfire right away so she can't use her ultimate properly. And without blink, I just feel like it's difficult to do that. Like you're just like an immobile frontline tank.
Oh,
two-man
bound
stun.
strike. That's a big one. Can they get the kill? Dark Market pops the BKB. K1, if his borrow time gets popped in response, but 9, he needs to run away. Song of the Siren, they're going to back off.
Oh, the
How are
heal.
they going to reinitiate? Yeah, that shard is doing a lot of work here. Wukong's command, Mortimer's Kisses comes out. K1 needs help. He does have the mantle, but he cannot get out of the stun, and they will lose the Abaddon. Chasing for more. Schofield should be a possible next. He's going to try and keep them distracted for as much as he possibly can, but that's not for long. If they find 2 kills, and you mentioned it previously, Roshan is up. A free shard to be gained. Who would you give it to in the case of Tundra?
Monkey King.
Beastmaster is also kind of nice, though.
Yeah, Beastmaster or Monkey King. I guess Beastmaster.
I mean, you
I like
wouldn't
the-
give it to Marana.
No, I like the Monkey King shot though. I feel like it's quite underrated. It's pretty useful. Like in the team fights, you just jump in, you stun somebody, then you fly in right away. You jump in.
It's also a good escape.
I mean, he
Good
got it.
jumps
They gave it to the
rooted.
monkey. I mean, it's just nice, you know.
Sacred knows what's up. It's high ground defense time. Next item, shard. You can't get it for free from Roche, so then just buy K1 TP's under ward vision in the trees. And takes a bunch of damage. They're actually going to go back in, and Schofield is very aggressive on his moves. They actually stun up 9 on the side. Can they kill off the monkey? Pops the BKB. Gets interrupted by the bash from K1, who's going to turn his attention to 33. But another BKB usage comes out. K1 still has his borrow time available. A roar onto Dark Mago, which is going to end. Saksa on the side will be snowballed upon. They lose Stinger on one side. 9 is still alive and kicking. Somehow gets the TP back to safety, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's remarkable how well Tundra play this. Like, the team fight does not start out well in their favor, but they've got so many tools to get out. They've got Beastmaster with Boots of Bearing and Ogre Seal Totem. You've got, obviously, the Monkey now with the Shard, so he can jump away. Song of the Siren, the 4-staff on the Marana with the triple leaps. It's hard to lock him down.
Yeah, you need to be able to weave in and out of the battlefield and just make a decision based on the vision that you have from Beastmaster, and try to decide whether you should fight or not, you know, within that 1 or 2 seconds. That's why high level Dota is just really difficult to execute. You know, the players are always making decisions with 1 second, 2 seconds. You know, you don't have a lot of time to think about what you want to do, and it seems like they're always making the right calls, you know, when they're playing well. It's pretty difficult to do that, and especially when you have a team of 5 players that don't really think the same way, it's even harder to do that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But it does show really heavily, like, Tundra, they're playing it really well, but one mistake and those team fights go horribly wrong on their side.
Yeah, it's everything is on the knife's edge, you know. Even though Beast Coast is like 15k behind, but they still do a lot of damage with the Lash Ember cores, and with one perfectly placed Global Silence, they can still definitely win the fights. But Tundra definitely still has the upper hand with this Aegis. I feel like at least Beast Coast, they should try to wait it out, or maybe do what they did last time, you know, time the Aegis, then smoke out, try to take a fight before the Aegis expires, and hope for a good outcome. But Tundra doesn't want to allow that, you know, they're smoking in first.
Abaddon level 20, he can get the borrowed time cooldown reduction talent. That one's like 32-second cooldown reduction right now. If he at one point gets the Ags, I mean, for free from Roche, obviously, it gives you a 9-second duration on borrowed time with a 32-second cooldown. That's so heavy. Schofield is going to get caught. Sacred's... Oh, he can buy the shard, but that would also mean he doesn't have a buyback.
Radiant's top tower is under
I think
attack.
you'd still buy the shard, though, when it's high ground defense time.
Yeah, I agree. The shard's nice, but buyback's important too, so hard choice, man.
Just don't get caught.
Just don't die, yeah?
Yeah. Lessons by DK Truman. Let's see. K1. Okay, he's not going Shivas. He wants another armor tool, which is going to be the AC. That's probably the more conventional tool, considering Tundra. I mean, they have quite a decent amount of healing with the Guardian Greaves, but that's it, I guess. Heart's also pretty okay. 1.6 max health regen. His regen is actually really high on Skeeter right now.
I think AC is just in general very good against the Monkey. Monkey, Beastmaster, Naga, they do a lot of like physical damage I think it's the right call, going for the AC over the Shivas here.
Maybe if less. Oh, I'm sad. Sacred went for the Ghost Scepter. It makes a lot of sense. The entire enemy team is primarily physical damage, but no shard. I never get treated with a nice shard. Who do you think this game favors at this point? Like, extending the game.
Probably the Naga. I think late game, the Naga is still very, very strong. The Naga and the Monkey King.
I just had some gigantic lag spikes. No idea what that was. Hopefully I'm A-okay right now.
Are you back in the game?
I am back in the game. It just froze for some reason for a bit. Are there any big talents coming up that could be a huge game changer here?
Level 25, level 20 talents. I guess the Naga level 20 talents pretty decent.
On the strike cooldown from Monkey is also nice because it's a stupidly long cooldown. Otherwise, it's still really long though, 15 seconds.
I mean, you were asking me about like if the game goes late. Like I feel like I would definitely favor the Monkey King Naga. I feel like the game having those 25 two cores with the Beastmaster aura. Yeah, Snapfire. I mean, I would be more confident with the Dire's lineup late game. Like Beast Coast lineup late game, like they can still win, but it requires them to execute a lot better with the initiations. They have to play with the global. The Ember jumps in, initiates, try to kill the backlines with the global. But if you go in and you pop global and you don't win the team fight there, you're probably gonna lose the fights.
Secret actually split open his Kaya Sanj to make the E-Blade, and he's queued up the halberd for the other piece. That's a nice adjustment, actually.
That's a pretty good idea, I feel. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. Considering everything is mostly physical from Tundra, so the E-Blade allows either the Lash to get a quick kill with the burst, or save your teammate. And then the halberd is also really good against their heroes.
Yeah, you just drop it on the Monkey. He becomes a lot weaker.
Very, very quick thinking. That's a good decision. I would have definitely not shard though, but I would have definitely just bought a shot and get flamed.
Yeah, that's why he's there and we're here. But granted, you're a +5 player. How many times do you build Kaya Sanj?
0.
Exactly. Otherwise, again, you get flamed. Dark Mago almost done. Well, he can buy the full Ags. See, are there any other item time? Like right now, it's a standoff, but Tundra is just choking out the map, getting a lot more farm going the entire time. Axa and Snaking are really farmed. They've got Snaking close to finishing up a full Lotus Orb as well. Stinger and Schofield have nothing.
They're just waiting for Roche right now. It's not much for them to wait, Like if you look at items, I feel like they already have everything they need.
Stinger's going for Ags. If this gets to level 25 silencer, Ags, a man can hope.
Level 25 silencer with X. Okay.
Easy last word mutes.
I think even if you win, if you team fights in a row, probably not level 25.
So, yeah, no, but Silence is the first one to die every single team fight.
Okay, it's a start, PMA. You have to win one fight at a time.
Yeah, one mistake. Next Roach, though, is going to be a big one. That's either a Refresh Shard or a Free Ag. Free Ag seems pretty juicy. Naga's also going for the Nullifier, which is going to be... Well, he's almost done with the full Nullifier. And K1 topside. Arrow's going to connect. Will possibly be forced to pop the board. Actually, no. No borrow time comes out. Gets himself back in time. I don't think there's been a kill happening in like the last 5 minutes. That entire ages, nothing happened.
Yeah, it's gonna change soon, you know. I feel like Beast Coast cannot sit back for this rush, you know. They have to try to contest the rush. If they give up the rush, it just feel like there's literally close to zero chance to hold the high ground. They need to try to smoke out and take a fight for the rush. Try to place a good ward down and fight. Hope for the best. Pop a good global.
Oh, Skeeter going on Schofield. But yep, Force Staff is good. Aphotic Shield as well, towards mid. They're trying to kill off the Alpha Wolf. Sacred actually gets hit by an arrow. Snowball in response. They find at least 250. But there's Skeeter. Can they get out? Schofield, another Force Staff. They have so many good saves on the side of Beast Coast to keep their allies alive. This is so much min-maxing Dota, it's insane. Roach has respawned. Ags Roach.
Roach is up. Ooh. So who is gonna get an axe?
Drums on the Beastmaster! I guess Snapfire seems to be a nice one.
Yeah,
A
gobble
good
up,
save.
man.
Oh, Snaking's actually getting caught here, but he does have leaps available and the Force Staff as well. Charge into the backline. Dark Mago is trying to get himself out of there. Does have the Fire Remnant down, jumps to the side, but he's out of mana. He's out of BKB. He's out of Fire Remnant. Actually, he does have one somewhere, but he's going to get controlled up, it seems. Sleight of Fist, dodge, Schofield with the save attempt. Ember gets out of there. The Wukong's has been used in the Roach bit. Buyback by Tusk. The problem is no Ember with Remnants right now. And the rest of the team is trying to disengage. Gonna get out. Stinger's gonna get stunned up. He doesn't have Global Silence. The control's there on Sacred. Snowball save again coming out from Schofield. But how much save is it actually? Schofield has to abandon his teammate. The root comes out onto K1. They're hunting for more. They do not care. The mana drain. K1. Burrow time gets popped. And with all the buybacks, Tundra is still at full HP, full mana. Like, they have lost very little in this team fight so far. Schofield, they're trying to kill off Sax on the back end. That is a buyback from Sacred and Schofield. They're both in trouble. Sacred might be a dieback here. Sacred's going to fall. Schofield's the next one down. Double dieback on the side of Beast Coast. And Roshan can just be secured. Yeah, they're actually just going to push for more. They're going to hunt for more. Dark Mago is going to be chased by 9. Nullify does connect as well on the Ember. He's heavily slowed up, rooted up. The save from K1 is too far away. Yabadan, he just can't do any damage in the team fights because they're constantly on the retreat. Though Dark Mago with the buyback jumps forward. Skeeter healing his allies up with the shard. And they're just going to TP out. They forced out triple buybacks. They can go for Roche. 9 will be left behind, though. Actually, I'm saying that. 9 is going back in, though. Gets himself a kill secured. They're hunting for K1. His borrow time has been popped again. The roar onto Dark Mago would be a dieback. That's a huge kill. And Dark Mago, Ember, Sleight of Fist, jumps back to the Fire Remnant just barely. K1 still trying to disengage. 9 hunts for more. And with the Nullify, there's nothing to do. GG gets called. And it's Tundra! After a lengthy team fight. To go for more.
And this is just like way too difficult for the Baden, you know. Like I said, the Monkey King late game is really, really good against their heroes. If they don't, you know, get into the late game with a substantial lead, they're just not gonna cut it with this lineup, you know. Tundra last game, they didn't have a lot of room to wiggle with the drop with just one stun, but this game they were able to adjust. They made the good switch with their drops, and they were able to just play much better than the previous game, you know. And both teams lost with a Baden carry. What a pity.
Against Naga. So, you know, I think Naga is pretty good against Baden. This time it was not a diffusal blade Naga. This time it was a diffusal blade Monkey. 9 had a bit of a rough moment during that second game. A couple of times where Streets got cut by 33. You know, some anti-synergy in the team. But regardless, he ended the game 14-4 and 14. He did a really good job. Same with Dark Mago on the opposing side in like the early stages to open up the map. But yeah, this was just not the flat. It started off really flashy between Beast Coast and Tundra. They both were like hyper aggressive the entire time, and then all of a sudden it stopped. Both of them playing very methodical, and cut and dry Dota, knowing exactly what they need to do, and Tundra did it just ever so slightly better.
Yeah, but still, like, I'm a really big fan of like Abaddon. Sad to see the hero lose 2 times, but I guess like Naga is really, really hard to deal with. As Abaddon, the song totally counters your ultimate, but not getting a blink though is like not getting a blink is something that I don't understand.
Yeah, the catch was also really hard. Like you saw Schofield snowball in, and then it was like leap, four staff, and like you couldn't catch anyone at that stage, really. And I mean, how many people did have blink dagger at the end of the game? Anyone? I don't think anyone in that game had a blink dagger, which is really rare for a game of Dota in this patch.
If you ask
That's
me, I
remarkable.
think it's important for the Tusk to actually get a blink this game. But nope. He opted to have force staff because you need the force staff when you get raw Mortimer's Kiss coming in. You need the force staff to save the other hero.
Yeah. It is, you need the force staff, but also you need blink because the catch was just lacking. They had some pretty good fights, and a lot of the time this game, it was like Beast Coast was this close to turn a team fight around like 3 times in a row, but every single time Tundra just barely managed to stay alive. They fall back, then you have the shard from the Naga Siren, which was very helpful. They heal up back to full, and you saw that in the last fight as well. Like they can't, Beast Coast threw everything at them, and they just healed up. They walked back in, and they were full HP, full mana, continuing the fight, whereas Beast Coast extended all their resources. So, honestly, Tundra played it really well in game number 2. Game number 1, though, Beast Coast did have their number completely. So, another 1-1 tie, Winter.
It's the Radiance and Pipe Mage Slayer meta, I feel like. Every game we've seen so far. Radiance against Pipe, against Mage Slayer. And you have to try to deal with it. Like one team is gonna outpace you, or you draft one core that has a Radiance buyer, and then the other core you have on the mid or the off lane. You need somebody else to do physical damage. Maybe that's the key, So if you ever pick like a carry or somebody to buy Radiance, you need a backup core that does physical damage to sort of balance out the draft. Maybe that's how you play.
Yeah, they went all in on magic damage there. He even queued up the Shivas at one point, and then like there would be no physical damage whatsoever, but did go for the AC afterwards. But yeah, that does mean that this last match of the second round of Dota 2 matches has been concluded. I'm wondering if we have, by any chance, the standings currently, because I'm curious where all the teams are standing in both Group A and B. And if not, we can always check out the matchups that are going to be next, which would be handled by Gareth and Lacoste for the rest of the day. So production, give us one of the two. Let's see, which one do we get? We get to see, okay, the next match on this stream will be Execration versus Team Aster. And to finish off the day, Tundra versus OG. 2 juicy matches, because Execration has been looking really good as well in this in the DreamLeague tournament.
They have a resurgence towards the end of the second DPC season. They had a coaching change, and then everything sort of got a lot better for the team. Yeah, they're definitely on a rise right now, playing much better compared to the start of the season 2. So looking forward to the Execration games, man. Do our C fans proud.
Yeah, they're up against Team Aster. I think Team Aster, I didn't see what they did this morning, but they did have a little bit of a more struggling day yesterday than I would have expected. We'll be going...
After the first series, that's very surprising. Yeah, I remember we watched the first series and they looked so good. And then after that, they lost the next couple of games.
Yeah, that slightly unfortunate. But we'll see what happened there later, possibly. We'll be going towards a short little break to get everything set up for the interview. It should be an interview with Skeeter, and that will happen momentarily. We'll be seeing you when the interview is ready. Well, we do have an interview for you. It will not be with Skeeter. Instead, we will have an interview with 33, of course, the Beastmaster Spammer, and we'll be jumping in right now to, of course, congratulate him. Congratulations, 33, on that win. Game 2 was very methodical, I would say, from you guys.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, it was wasn't the most exciting game, but at some point they were just not leaving base, and we didn't feel like we want to give them the fight they're looking for. So we just said, "Fuck it, let's keep farming." And if they want to sit in base, up to them.
Well, it worked out. Definitely. Not the most exhilarating shenanigans going in, but game 1 was a lot more of a close affair for the while. Like, you guys destroyed in the laning stage. Then afterwards, team fight was pretty scary. But you went for a very interesting item, of course. The Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster. There's a lot of discussion on that item. What are your thoughts on the Ags on that hero?
I don't know. I'm still kind of trying to figure it out, see where it fits. Like, do you bite early? Do you bite later? Not sure when it's best so far, but it just does so much damage. So in my mind, there's probably a place for it. Just needs to be figured out.
Yeah, so hello 33. So first and foremost, congratulations on the win. And I was just wondering, like, how did you guys prepare for this event? I know you guys played from home during TPC, so like, what do you guys do to prepare for this event? And my second question will be about Beastmaster. Like, if someone wants to improve on that hero, what would be like a good tip to improve on Beastmaster, since you like to play the hero so much?
I think it's the same as pretty much any other hero in Dota. You just choose some players that play the hero well. You watch a couple of replays and then you just play a lot of pubs. I think there's no secret trick. You just need to play 50 pubs in a row. If after 50 you're still not good at it, 50 more and 50 more, and after 200 you're probably gonna get it done. And the other question, how do we prepare? Pretty much the same as we did for the DPC. There's a bit more games, which is pretty fun. It kind of feels like you are playing a LAN again, but from home. At the DPC, you have so long to prepare for every match. So I guess after you have one match, in the next couple days you scrim, kind of pretending you're playing the other team, because it's the only thing you have to worry about, like what heroes they're going to play. But here it's more like an actual tournament, which I enjoy. So our practice, I guess, is more focused on ourselves, not so much on our opponents. So to make sure we have the best, kind of the best drafts that work for us, and worry less about the opponents, I guess.
Yeah, you guys looked pretty confident, especially, of course, in that second game, you guys got the Naga Siren versus the Abaddon, which, of course, in game 1, it was reversed.
Yeah.
So we can safely conclude that Naga is a great counter to the Abaddon, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like at some point the Abaddon just doesn't really do enough damage. Like, he gets the Radiance, the Naga has the heart, and the damage is just not really there.
Yeah, any last questions for 33 Winter?
Yeah, so far right now in the meta, like everyone's like buying like Radiance on carries. Do you think like it's important, like if you have a carry that buys Radiance, and then you still need to draft like a secondary core that deals physical damage, so that if your enemy buys Pipe and Mage Slayer, they counter the carry that buys Radiance, but you still have a backup core that deals physical damage?
Yeah, you probably need to kind of cover your bases. After the first game, we realized that Riki plus Abaddon together is not like the best synergy, because we ended up with really low damage. So yeah, for sure you want to make sure, like, all your damage sources are different, so one item doesn't counter you.
Yep. Thank you very much for the interview. Again, congratulations and good luck further in the tournament. You've got a pretty important game coming up next as well. So good luck with that one.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, Winter. you know, the first series was very exhilarating. The second one was a lot more methodical, and you know, they knew exactly what the game plan was, but it still was very enjoyable. However, there are more enjoyable matches today. Next up will be, gonna have to grab my cheat sheet. Obviously, I already knew because we showed it previously. Execration versus Team Aster, and then Tundra versus OG. So a lot of exciting matches will be next, but those matches will be covered by Gareth and Lacoste. Any last words for the viewers at home, Winter?
Stay on the channel. More good Dota to come. Let's go, man.
Indeed. More good Dota to come. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Just go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
The two as we continue with DreamLeague Season 9 and Lacoste. Aster against Execration, our first series of the day. We've seen a little bit of Execration. Aster, I haven't seen much of, but you've been covering them through DPC Div 1. How have they been looking? Are they performing as expected?
Not really. I mean, they got a 4th place in Chinese DPC, which is like you would expect them to get top 2, I would say. But kind of a rough one. They had a really good start, 4-0. Then they lost 3 series in a row, which is a bit unexpected. I'm not sure if this is confirmed or if this is just a rumor, because I couldn't find anything official. But the thing is that ROTK is not with the team anymore. Yeah, you give me a nod.
I've also heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where I heard it or who said it, but that sounds familiar because he didn't come over to DreamLeague with the team, right? They took a photo at the airport and he wasn't there, so there's a rumor mill is spinning. But yeah, definitely could be a thing that's affecting their gameplay. And we can take a look at the standings of DreamLeague so far, I believe, and see how they've been performing so far. Execration looking pretty hot, 4-2, while Aster are actually in last place at 2-4.
So are Hellraisers, like, because they lost to Execration. That was a big one. I think this is the big upset. I thought that Hellraisers is going to take that one, considering how well they were playing lately. This team just, I'm not going to say came out of nowhere, but they did swap one of the players, suddenly top of the group. They win the Eastern European DPC. But this is like we talked about it yesterday, that Group A seems a bit more stacked compared to the other group. Like so many good teams, so many good names. It's just going to be a bloodbath in this Group A. I think the other one that also stands out is, I don't know, EG being on top of the group at the moment. I mean, this team is amazing. Nothing has changed about the team. And they are also a LAN team, something that you talk about, the South American scene better than me. You say, EG, they perform better on international LAN compared to the Beast Coast. But Beast Coast in the Group B as well, they got the 2nd place at the moment, which is representing their region, and it looks pretty damn nice.
Yeah, doing very well for themselves. Yeah, it even goes back to like the old no ping days, where before we had this roster swap between EG and Beast Coast. But yeah, I mean, that I think you've pointed out one of the key things there. Aster's 2-0 loss. They went 1-1 with HR, 1-1 with Shopify, but they lost 2-0 to EG, and that's kind of put them in this position where they are bottom of the table and desperately looking for wins. Even going into the middle of day 2 right now. Whereas Execration with a 2-0 win over Hellraisers puts them in an incredible spot. As you said, HR looking like one of the hottest teams here. But we can get ourselves into game 1 of this best of 2 pretty shortly and find out exactly what we're going to be dealing with, how teams start to adapt and shift, and this, the meta develops in the group stage of a tournament like this. Plenty of days of gameplay, and you've got cross-continental gameplay, right? You've got China playing against Southeast Asia, against South America. You're going to be stealing picks and drafts and elements of play here from other teams.
For sure. I mean, we saw the meta form at the major. In the inter-regional matches do kind of have their own identity, I would say. But when it comes to international matches, you need to adjust how you're going to draft. You need to adjust your picks as well. I think Execration is one of the teams that kind of isn't doing that. They do just play their own style no matter who they're facing. We saw them yesterday, and they did really good. Like, when you look at their picks, how they're drafting, especially a game against TSM where they open up with Luna Visage. Like, this is their bread and butter, one of the combos that they ran throughout the DPC. They're also a team that, just have a different carry heroes than the other ones, I would say. Having Meepo, having Dawnbreaker already multiple times. So, got to be careful about those.
Yeah, so in my mind, when you have these kind of teams that have a defined identity and they go into a land like this, they can have very high highs against certain teams, and stylistically they fare well against certain rosters and certain drafts. But they can also have very low lows, whereas you have teams that just play kind of the meta heroes and they're more normalized. They have lower highs and lower lows, but they're doing more stable. Do you think Execration is one of those teams that when they're hot, they're really hot, but when they're losing, they get stomped?
Yeah, definitely looks like it. In the game, I wouldn't say that they're a comeback team. They do play really well when they are ahead, but when it comes down to them making the plays when they're 10, 15k gold down, it rarely happens. But Team Master opening up with Disruptor, which means that they already won the game.
70% chance of winning, yeah?
Just kidding. I mean, this hero has been amazing throughout the DPC. We've seen him at the major. It's just, you pair him up with any vision hero, and Beastmaster is that hero. You have a guaranteed glimpse coming out from the Hawk. Static Storm, very potent into Roar, forcing out enemy to use a BKB before, or they die, so gotta choose your poison pretty much.
Wow, I'm just looking back, and it kind of tickled my brain a little bit thinking about the Marcy bans we had against Execration yesterday. And out of their last 25 games, Marcy has been banned against Execration 20 times. So letting it through here is kind of curious from Aster. Maybe they've got a plan in place, because this Marcy could be carry, could be off lane. I guess with a Visage, it's likely going to be a carry or support Marcy, and Visage will be that Tino hero. But letting it through is something that Execration have in their back pocket. The good old Marcy. We'll see how it fares here. While Aster with Disruptor, Beastmaster, double vision giving heroes, that always feels like it sets you up for some kind of success. Maybe not necessarily in lane, but when you hit that mid game and you've got Hawks and Glimpses and that Thunderstrike giving vision, picking your fights gets a little easier.
Absolutely. Sidekick on the Visage Birds.
Oh yeah.
It's similar to, we go back, Drow Ranger plus Visage. I was about to say Luna. They're gonna pick Luna as well. So if you don't want to play against, I don't even know how you draft against this team, because you know it's coming.
Yeah, I mean this is a ridiculous strat. We saw the kind of building blocks of this back at Riyadh, right? We had LGD and OG doing these Io, Marcy, Lone Druid, Bat Rider kind of things where you're stacking buffs, and it's no different here. I have that Luna Aura with Visage Birds, Sidekick on top of them. If you get pushed in, you're going to be losing towers very quickly. Very hard to fight into this too.
Absolutely. This type of lineup can easily Just take one fight, you take another bad fight, suddenly you feel like the game is over. You lose one set of barracks, the game is just done. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. So gotta be extremely careful. Team Master now picking up some deep push, some cheap damage, what I like to call, where you don't rely so much on the cooldown, dual breath, ice path to have a little bit more control. And with the Drow Ranger multi-shot, they also want to keep the distance. So the only hero who can deal with the Drow Ranger right now is pretty much Marcy. But I'm not sure if it's enough. I want to see them play something else, something from the mid lane. Either Ember Spirit, maybe even Storm Spirit. Could be tricky into Ice Path, into Disruptor, but like even into Gust, but I feel like you need another gap closer coming out from the mid lane.
Well, Execration are on, I don't know, like I can't count this high. I've counted 8 games in a row when they've had Marcy Visage as their opening duo. They're on like an 8+ game win streak. Like it's ridiculous. So that's going to be their Marcy 4 and their Visage 3. And Luna, we're not sure, right? We saw the 5 Luna yesterday, but it could very easily still be the carry. And we're trying to figure out what we want down the line here for Execration. Is this a spot where you pick your mid? Like you were mentioning these high priority heroes. Do you want to pick one now so it doesn't get banned?
I would assume so. I think these heroes that I mentioned are most likely going to get banned because you need someone like, is Tiny available? I think Tiny also checks a lot of the boxes where you can like have something. Okay, they go with Clock. Clock into Disruptor, not that great. Even Jakiro, like you trap yourself. Drow Ranger also doesn't care too much about Clockwork because she naturally builds into Hurricane Pike, BKB. Like, these are 2 items that she's going to look into relatively early on. Like, Drow Rangers don't really innovate with the item build. Maybe we see, like, a Yasha. Maybe we see earlier Shard. But that's about it. Like, it's pretty standard what she wants to buy.
Yeah, so I guess the thought process for Execration is they're playing so fast that they'll use this Clockwork to his full extent before the Drow gets to these items, before the other heroes have their levels and their items as well. So it's like, you know, Clock hits level 6 and you're already in go mode.
What I think about Clockwork, maybe the reason is Clockwork goes in, he gets Glimpse back, so you don't have like Glimpse available just for something else. Jakiro struggles against it if he's the one getting jumped. Maybe that's the reason. And also providing vision for Visage Birds, because both Disruptor and Jakiro don't really deal well with the Visage Birds. So you have Rocket, you have Marcy jumping in on top of these 2 supports. Seems like Execration wants to kill supports first and then deal with the rest.
That seems like a solid plan. And Asta can kind of go for that mirror movement if they want to. If we do have this Death Ball from Execration, even 10 minutes into the game, you've got Beastmaster, Jakiro, Drow, who are no slouches when it comes to pushing towers themselves. So even if they are a little behind in the laning stage, they have ways to maneuver across the map, find some objectives, and just keep that gold coming in to get to that point where they've got big items on the Drow.
Yeah, considering that they picked Clockwork, they're looking for a mid hero most likely, and this means that Luna... I mean, they can still swap things around. Marcy can be played as carry because Palos does play it, but so does Shanks, so we'll have to see. Because they're keeping this Luna open, I would say, whether this is going to be 5 Luna or whether that's going to be 1 Luna.
It's so weird, isn't it? How flexible Luna pick. It was pretty cool yesterday. I mean, he got to his Ags, but unfortunately, you know, they were getting run over pretty hard. And these final bans, DK comes out. Would have been a good blink stun to get in on top of these heroes that combos well with the Visage Birds and the Marcy jumps. So you'd have that chain lockdown on people so you don't get your combos off. But it does leave those heroes you mentioned in the pool. The Ember, the Storm. Any of these gap closers are still available. And Asta still looking for their mid laner as well. Pango is always a solid ban. And Execration choose to ban Storm themselves. Does that indicate like a Batrider or something?
Batrider's banned. I was thinking about it. Like, China's a bit slow. Was a bit slow on Batrider. They're also... I feel like they don't believe in the hero compared to Western Europe where the hero is like highly contested. We see it in China from time to time, but it's not like, oh, we really want to get Batrider.
5 seconds remaining.
So is it a little unusual they first phase banned it? Is that an indication that...
Yeah, most of the time they are when they play against different heroes. Let's see if they respond with Shadow Fiend. I would love to see SF. This is Ember SF matchup, and you just completely dominate it. We've seen it yesterday from Bob. Bobby knows it inside out. And yeah, looks really good. Like, it gives them even more tower push with the level 15 talent.
Yeah, more minus armor, along with the Visage, potential Orb of Corrosion out of Marcy. That'll be pretty good. Especially when you think about the team fight potential they've got with Hookshot Cogs, the Fear from Requiem, Eclipse out of Luna. There's a lot of magic burst damage. Like
it really is.
Marcy's ulti too. I don't know, every time I see Marcy's ulti, I'm overwhelmed with the amount of damage she does in that short period of time.
Yeah, makes me happy whenever I see it. I think the other option is Tiny. I mentioned Tiny probably for both teams because I feel like having Tiny from the mid lane, especially when you already know the matchup, it works well into Ember Spirit. Could work out. Some extra tower damage. It's also a hero that can rotate. Shadow Fiend might be a bit, too static. He's not the hero that moves, but I still do prefer Shadow Fiend overall, just for the game and for the laning stage.
Yeah, I think other options.
Okay. That's the third one. I kind of
nice.
forgot about Monkey King. We've seen this in South America quite a lot, especially during the previous DPC season, where it was like, oh yeah, you really do struggle in the laning stage.
Yeah, we saw it in the previous series, Tundra against Beast Coast. It was a 9 Monkey King against Dark Margo on the Ember Spirit, and Dark Margo actually managed to get a solo kill around level 6 on the Monkey, but outside of that, the Monkey was stomping the lane. Even though you got that solo kill, you're still 30% behind the Monkey. You're struggling to get any kind of last hits or experience. Definitely not an easy one for the Ember in that situation. And I think it was Winter talking about it. In prior patches, you used to be able to go like behind enemy tier 2, collect the wave and farm it there. But it's much harder to do that now with supports rotating, different distances between towers, and Monkey King can just jump over the trees to find you.
Yeah, supports are always there. 4 minutes, 6 minutes, 8, 10 minutes. There's always going to be at least one hero, so it's not going to be that easy. You might want to be able to like push the wave so the wave bounces back. With the Flame Guard level 1, we'll see how it goes. XWY. I feel like Ember Spirit is a bit of a trap pick where you do, like, unless it's 24 pick, it always gets punished for some reason. Because you don't show your mid laner most of the time. Or maybe if there's a mid hero that can't really be flexed, and then you have Ember matchup, I think Ember then works the best, because there are a couple of these matchups that we talked about that really do destroy Ember. So we'll see how it goes. XWY, this is his comfort pick, I would say. Monet on his signature Drow Ranger. Boboka will be playing Disruptor. On the other side, Dino Visage. I don't think you can say anything about it. Same goes for Carlo Luna, position 5. I think both teams are pretty satisfied with the drafts that they got.
Yeah, I think so. Sticking point for me is quite often I've seen the Beastmaster lane maybe falter and his helm is delayed, and then you don't have that same kind of momentum going into mid-game. I feel like that's even more important in this one. If you do have that disadvantageous matchup mid, it's going to force Ember Spirit to be behind and make more active rotations. So you want a lane to play into, and that's going to be that Beastmaster Disruptor lane down bottom. So they need to get things off the ground as quickly as possible, and hopefully for Aster not feed away too many kills to this Marcy Luna lane as we get ourselves into game 1 and find out how the drafts perform. Aster desperately needing wins here in day 2, and both teams all smoked up, heading to opposing lanes.
It seems like they're not going to find anything. Aster plans down an observer ward that's going to scout out any rotation, so they see their top rune, heavily focusing on the vision here. So now, Drow Ranger will be playing into like 1, 2, 3 heroes that can easily gap close, plus Visage Birds as well. So let's see how Monet is going to be able to deal with this in the game.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, everyone buy 4 staffs, please. Disruptor, Jakiro, Drow Ranger, of course. Everyone's going to need one against Cogs, Wukong's Command, the Eclipse out of this Luna. A lot of zone control from Execration to take over parts of the map and take over team fights. As Aster, quite single target focused, but lots of abilities there for them to disrupt team fights with a bit of mobility. And of course, that vision that comes through the Beastmaster, incredibly important for them.
Battle begins.
And no contest on the bounty runes. Aster will grab a couple top, and Execration take the 2 down on that Radiant side.
The lane I'm looking the most is Marcy Luna lane. How much they're going to be able to deal damage. Once you get to like second point into Sidekick, 2 points in Lunar's Blessing, it's also going to be nighttime, so others will also gain the damage. You will help out your Monkey King on the mid lane. He doesn't need any help by any means. He's playing into Ember matchup, but still I want to see how hard they're going to be able to dominate. They did the same thing yesterday. Execration really values laning stage. They want to have good matchups. And let's see. XWY, starting with Sleight of Fist. Pulling the wave underneath the tower, you need to collect XP. Sometimes you're going to be jungling level 4 as Ember Spirit. You might like die once, but most of the time you don't get to stand in the lane, especially if Monkey King is playing the lane correctly.
Yeah, you're just skirting around the fringe of the lane, trying to gather up whatever you possibly can. And you might see a solo kill once they get a couple more levels up on the Monkey King, and of course, like we saw in that previous series, there is potential there for the Ember to maybe get a little help from his side lanes to come in and swoop a kill onto Bob. But these 2 side lanes going to be embroiled in pretty long, drawn-out fights themselves, like Drowgic Hero facing against a Clock and Visage. There's always going to be that dragging of waves, which Shanks is already accomplishing. And down at bottom, XXS with Boboka. They can apply quite a bit of pressure here onto a Luna and a Marcy. Now, Luna not the best ranged hero, and you've got Thunderstrike and Wild Axes being chucked around.
Is Luna even a ranged hero? Like, Monkey
Barely.
almost outranges Luna. She has 330, Monkey King 300, so...
I mean, nothing's worse than the TA base model, right? She has like 250 attack range or something before side blades come. She's definitely not a ranged hero.
Second point, like, got that level 2 on Marcy. Immediately a point in Sidekick. Wants to have some kind of a sustain in the lane. Once they get level 3, it's going to be a lot of harassment from Boboka and XXS. I think Carlo needs to be extremely careful in this matchup.
Oh, yeah. That's why they've both got magic sticks, right? Both of them filling up the stakes because of the spam from Aster in that lane.
Yeah, XXS. He's going to be the one spamming those wild axes.
You had to do it.
Have to say it immediately so it's not stuck in my brain. Wait for a moment, because otherwise I can't focus on the important stuff.
And the puns are the important stuff. One kills off the flag bearer creep. Does well, as it looks like Bob a little worse for wear in the mid lane, but he's got Jingu with Boundless Strike, so he could heal up here and whack into XWY. And a good amount of damage and heal basically to full. That's why Monkey King's so good in this lane. 15 and 4. But Ember Spirit, 14-2, getting some CS. And not doing too poorly in this lane with that level 2 Flame Guard now.
Doing better than I expected. I've seen this matchup also recently. Ember also did good. I think, see Bob also glyphing the wave just to be able to get some extra damage. Gets that Jingu Mastery stack. Level 4, doesn't put a point in tree dance, so he can't really jump from the trees. He's like, oh, which one am I? Orb of
He's going
Venom.
for it.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, just going to stack up the Jingu hits. Get one more touch. And finish off the Ember Spirit. First blood for Bob, and there it is. We knew it was coming. That's why we're watching that mid lane. Monkey King against Ember Spirit. Not a fun time for Ember. It does,
unfortunately, yeah, Ember did not have his boots available. He knows the map. Maybe he needed to start with boots as the first item just to be able to outrun and bring an extra set of tangos. I'm no expert by any means in this particular matchup, but things are going to get slightly more difficult now. Bob also has boots of speed, and he's going into phase boots. This is where you start to struggle as Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see, the level of Dota improving over the past, 5-6 years or so. We used to think about these Monkey Ember matchups, Huskar Ember, SF Ember, the Lina TA and the TA Puck.
Necro Ember, but pretty much anything against Ember.
Pretty much, yeah. But it is the Lina TA Puck. They all kind of have this shift, right, where you figure out ways to maneuver around that hard counter, where we had Lina spamming mangoes. We have that TA against Puck no longer completely hammering the Puck lane matchup. Players get much better at mitigating the bad things that are happening to them, finding little ways to weasel themselves a small victory in the lane, as Carlo does down bottom. Kills off Boboka. Luna and the Marcy with that sidekick coming in clutch.
They used everything. Palos, sidekick, dispose, and rebound, double loosened beam. Luna This is something that Carlo did. He wants to be able to just block both camps in the enemy triangle. Shanks.
He gets a cogs on Jakiro. Tino, Soul Assumption, where is it? Oh, the Jakiro trying to fog, but doesn't get the job done. But Shanks is still going to die to tower in the end. And Monet, thinking about this fight with a Visage, but I'm not sure it's one that Tino can stand around. And yeah, he doesn't have mana for Soul Assumption, does he? He tried the Grave Chill, but he's just being chased around the tree line. Tino going to drop to the Frost Arrows of Monet.
Great trade for Aster. Drow Ranger will bring her Power Tread, so now she can keep the distance away from Clockwork and can get those kills. And this is something that I talked about. Check out the triangle, but maybe after this fight, seems like Mars is going to be okay. Carlo immediately going into triangle, blocking out both camps. Understand the importance of it when you play against the Beastmaster, because this is how Beastmaster stays on top of the net worth.
Yeah, stack up camps, farm with axes. You can see the boar on the minimap there, trying to build up the camps. But unfortunately, it is all blocked up. And no stacks for you. And things calm down a little bit in these side lanes now. I'm trying to keep tabs on XXS here, just pressuring forward. And Shanks went very forward. But that's his job, right? This Clockwork is creating space for that Visage in the top lane, just putting his body in harm's way.
Bob is top with double damage. He wants the big one.
Oh, he's not going to find Monet. Turns into a tree and leaps away.
I see you guys. I'm out. Meanwhile, XWY on mid lane, playing with the catapult, 3 range creeps as well. He's pinging it out. Also, if he had a Blightstone, the extra damage, this tower could have been already down to half HP. I mean, it's still going to be some decent damage. He's like, someone will need to address this. You can play very aggressive on the other side lanes because someone needs to come here. And now XXS knows something is up. Tried to go for the stacks, didn't get a single one.
Yeah, he's picking it out, saying, hey, something's not quite right here. And with that rotation from Baboka top, they did kill Tino off again, so slowing down the Visage and his timings with a nice
XXS
movement there.
Bringing double sentry to be able to unblock his camps. One way to play against Marcy is to push her out of the lane. We're talking about carry Marcy, because this hero can't really farm jungle fast enough. Sure, you do have sidekicks, you have sustain, you have the damage, but compared to some other carry heroes, she just can't match up the farm. So once she gets the Battle Fury timing, this is the big turnaround for her.
Yeah, needs to hit that point as quickly as possible. And then we have XXS, even cutting through trees, trying to find the hidden sentries.
He found only one. The other sentry's out of the range.
Oh, you're right, yeah. And there's a high ground observer ward up there as well. Oh, sad times for the Beastmaster. He's going to try again.
Stack. Like, no.
Guys, what's going on? Where's this goddamn sentry? That gives so much time. They are trying to play in towards that mid lane. XWY's onto Carlo, but Bob's come in to help his buddy. Magic Stick popped in the Ember, just remnants away. Still applying pressure though, XWY. He's hit level 6 and he's starting to become a little... Look at that. Let's synchronize. Ping, 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 lost ping. They're all on the same page there. Execration. Yeah, it's Ember Spirit. Hits level 6. Now he's much more difficult to kill, to catch. And he's actually applying a bit of pressure and forcing some of these Execration heroes away from his side of the map.
Yeah, Tino's really struggling on this top lane. Only level 4 Visage, Monet level 6.5. This is going to be a big difference. He can't really lane. He does rely on birds so much. This is why Bob wanted to gank the lane. It was probably Tino who was saying, guys, I need some kind of a help. I can't really sustain here on my own.
Yeah, I mean, look at those denies. Sure, Marcy and Monkey have 16 and 22 apiece, but Drow Ranger has 22 as well in that top lane. That's why we've got this level 4 Visage about to hit 5. It's nearly 9 minutes in. There's a similar story I was trying to spin about the Beastmaster. If his lane doesn't go well, you don't have that helm timing. You don't get to, like you say, kick the Marcy out of lane, pressure tier 1. Visage is no different in that regard.
Boboka finally finds that sentry ward, and they're going to also get a D ward in the triangle, get the stacks going. So XXS can start to farm up those. But Marcy having a free time of his life. Palos, 4,000 net worth, almost 10 minutes into the game. Going for that Battle Fury that we mentioned.
Oh,
Tino will drop again. And they're kind of killing his momentum. Visage, not a hero that plays well from behind.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of emphasis from Execration into that bottom lane. Guarding Marcy, playing into the triangle, booting the Beastmaster out, sure. but it's a lot of time expended by the Luna, the Monkey, and even the Clockwork rotating into mid now, guarding that tier 1 because the Ember got so much damage on it with that early catapult wave. So it looks like we'll even see Tino here just come to mid, get his experience, hopefully not die in that longer lane top where the Drow Ranger is able to chase him. But we'll see if Asta match this, bring 3 heroes mid, kill Tino again, really shut down this Visage, while Bob is moving up top. Level 4 Clock alongside him, so no hook shot yet. We'll see if they can actually get a jump on Monet here. They'll need to bypass the tree line, go in with the Wukongs, bound the strike, and a good gust pushes Clock back. So no cogs, and a bit of heal there from Monet. Pops the wand, still gonna die though to the Monkey King. And Pichu also trapped inside the cog, so a double kill for the Monkey King likely on the cards here, as Bob grabs the double.
Shanks find this tree, he goes in. Even though Gust pushes him away, Bob is still on top of him. Orb of Corrosion, 4 points in Jingu, that's like 130 extra damage per hit. He's suffering. And when you play Monkey King from the mid lane, you also want to invest in these smaller items. Get that Echo Saber. Oh no.
Oh dear, Baboka. Hey, drop the Stack Storm on the Clockwork. Monkey King getting glimpsed around, and Drow Rangers come in with a multi-shot to finish off Shanks. Oh, he's reasonably tanky and speedy on his Clockwork with Tranquil Boots up. Might be able to slip away from them. And gets away from it. And Bob going to stick up top. Keep hitting that tier 1. But I was having a bit of a chuckle because Carlo went back into that triangle, re-sentried the large camp. And XXS is like, guys, what's going on here? Where are all my creeps?
Next game, you put Observer Ward on that high ground to see if he's approaching. I'm not even kidding, because he caused some serious issues for XXS. Still hitting a decent timing on this Helm. 10, 11 minutes into the game, it's not too bad considering that they were kind of being annoying against him. Radiant are using a scan, so they know something's cooking on the top. It's just 2 supports from Aster.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, no calls showing. Drow's back in the jungle. XWI holding out mid lane against this Tino Visage, who is now halfway through level 7. Has his birds up. Looking reasonably good now, well on his way to the Vlads.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's definitely one thing that Execration can maybe struggle with early on is tower damage. They need to get these kills to actually go into towers, because it's a little scary with TP rotations here from a Beastmaster with Raw. The ability for Jakiro to set up with Ice Path and his damage over time. Just soft pushing into a tier 1 with no catapult can be a little difficult.
Yeah, they are playing this for more mid-late game oriented draft rather than just go all-in push, especially because they're playing from behind. Bob will need to be the one making the moves, so we talked about his itemization, Echo Saber, disassemble it, get a BKB as soon as possible. Even though you are playing into Beastmaster Roar, you still want to protect yourself against Glimpse. Ice Path, pushback from Drow Ranger.
Yeah.
And now XXS with that Helm creep, he's going to start to put some pressure on the tower. They want another kill. They want something out of this. Carlo does have TP available.
Nice.
And he's going to be able to get out.
Away he goes. Man, would have been nice to have a Hawk there, but it was still on cooldown for 5 seconds. They'll bring the numbers bottom. Liquid Fire level 1, Beastmaster with all his goodies. Should be able to take this objective down with no serious problems. And in the meantime, Execration, like you've been mentioning, it really is just a race to Battle Fury on this Marcy. As soon as Palos gets that, you start to accelerate and become the big beast on the map. And they will trade out tier 1s as well. So this is the mirror movement where both teams quite adept at just playing opposite sides of the map to each other, avoiding fights for now, getting to your key items, the Battle Fury Marcy and the Drow Hurricane Pike. But they do have a glimpse on Marcy. Eclipse from the Luna comes out. Hookshot's there, but the Marcy's about to die as XWY and Pichu take him down. In comes Bob, though. Wukong's and Boundless Strike. Double Remnant zips over the side. And XWY, he's out of there safe and sound. 1 for 2 trade, sorry. But it's the Marcy dying that's the big deal there. Asked to take down a huge hero on the map.
Yeah, they killing Marcy pre-Battle Fury is going to set her back. They're making some stacks in the triangle. Nothing too serious, just 1 stack of Ancients for Palos to go back to and farm it once he gets that Battle Fury up. But yeah, keeping things very even. Mid lane, Palos with the first ulti.
Oh, just so quickly. The Jakiro disappears. And now use this ulti, yeah, to pressure, and, well, not just pressure, just to take down that mid-tier 1. Buildings
Another
collapse.
sidekick. These two heroes, like, if Monkey gets Jingu plus sidekick, this is gonna be some insane lifesteal plus damage. He gets a boundless, back to full HP immediately.
Very like Jingu's sidekick with Echo Saber, the double tap.
Plus Lunar Blessing damage. 28 damage. Once it's maxed out during the nighttime, it becomes global. Carlo, going for the same item build. We've seen this item pretty much in every single game. You get drums, you immediately upgrade it to Boots of Bearing because it's such a good damage. After we buffed it, we removed the charges on it. And hook shot from Shanks still will get glimpse back.
Oh, yeah, kept the vision on him. Shanks has no escape from there. We'll see if Baboka and Pichu can actually deward the area. Sentry misses out on the Observer. So still very deep vision here from Execration to keep playing into that top jungle. But so far, they've not really shut down Monet. Top of the net worth on the Drow Ranger. And Hurricane Pike completed into that early shard. And of course, the BKB. So really, with both of these lineups having pretty hefty push, they're not going all in on that. They're playing very safe and content just to get to those next level of items. That point at which everyone has a BKB. Ember Spirit, Drow Ranger, Marcy, and Monkey King. All aiming for those big Magic Community timings.
As soon as they get the spike on Drow Ranger, I feel like they might smoke up, look for a kill, and turn it into Roche, Bobica, and Pichu. ARPing things out. They caught a glimpse of Tino with this deep observer ward that they placed. Because both teams, if they get like 2 heroes killed near the Roshan pit, Roshan belongs to them. There's enough sustain.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's vitally important. Guard this top part of the map. Smoke out from Execration, broken, but the 2-man boundless into Wukong's. They do gust the Monkey King, but Baboka and Pichu are about to die, and a good hook shot from Shanks into the back. Drow gets caught out. They tumble over the top, and Monet's stuck in the cogs. Down you go. 3 heroes swipe down in an instant. So does that mean Roche then?
Bob was thinking about it, but Marcy's not there. Palos on a different side of the map. They need the lifesteal, they need the damage from Sidekick and Unleash to be able to kill it. But Palos still doesn't feel too comfortable joining the fight. Wants to be able to farm his BKB before the next fight. Very clean, I would say, from Bob. He jumps there, 2-man boundless strike, and the fight's immediately over.
Yeah, he was patient as well.
Good. Yeah, looked decent. The opening from Asher. Pichu blocking the entrance with the Ice Path and Macropyre combo, but still they lose the fight.
And just bypassing the staircase, jumping over the trees instead. And again, that deep ward in the top jungle. Not dewarded. Gave all the vision in the world for Execration to make that play. And Palos just going to back farm, shoved out the bottom wave, close to the enemy tier 1. And then we'll start making his way back across the map, maybe towards the triangle. All right, now Tino's there. After finishing Wraith Pact, heading into the Guardian Greaves on his Visage, tanking up, buying all these aura stat items. And like you've been mentioning, it is that kind of 20-plus minute timing for both of these teams.
It's so much damage from this lineup. You have Wraith Pact / Vlad's, Monkey from his Jingu, Luna, his like sidekick, you name it. Pretty much everybody has some kind of damage amplification on their side.
And all these heroes on steroids, just being pumped full of goodies. And Carlo going to steal out a haste rune and figure out where he's heading. There's a pretty swift move from Asta there just to recapture a bit of territory up north, take out the tier 1. And don't get any deep wards or anything, just you trying to utilize the Hawk and the Beastmaster summons to give a bit of vision in front of where they're standing. And it looks like Execration going to regroup mid. They don't catch Luna in the smoke, so Carlo's going to be out in the open, but the rest of them all hidden under this umbrella of invisibility. And if a hero shows mid, like the Beastmaster, chucked his axes, XYW hook-shotted, the birds are coming, Boundless Strike sets up for the landing, Familiar stunning and chaining XYW, but Palos, he's stuck inside the Static Storm and Macropyre. They get the trade out for the Marcy, and now Execration on the run. The BKB into the Roar, the Eclipse as well as Baboka shredded out by that Soul Assumption.
Again, they need Marcy. Marcy died immediately. I thought they were going to wait until he gets a BKB of his own. He's just a recipe away. And this is what we mentioned. Like, you take one fight, you want to go inside and take out Roche. I don't know if Asher can do it. I feel like there's going to be potentially a fight from Execration, because they do have birds, they do have Monkey King. He doesn't have a BKB. Yeah, Steam Master, they just run away from Roche. They understand that they don't have enough damage. Another rocket that could scout them out. They might smoke and look for a fight and then turn it into Roche.
I definitely can't stick it. Bob's going to refinish the Echo Saber after disassembling into that BKB. On the Radiant scan, it clips onto a number of members of Aster here. Monet goes up to the top lane to play, and Tino, he scouts Disruptor coming.
Tino.
Familiar drops, and Shanks is in. Straight up hookshot onto Baboka, glimpse the Visage back into the kinetic field. Tino about to drop as that Beastmaster summons go to work on him. He pops the mech heal, but it's not enough. They will get the trade outs though. Pichu and Baboka both. Oh no, he's not. The Jakiro's okay. He somehow survives as they clear out the birds. Monet comes in to save the day for that Jakiro.
Ooh, Rocket not hitting. This is level 4 Rocket, so he would definitely get a kill on Pichu there. They will also get a D-word, XWY. I also like how you called him XYW, because I did it multiple times during the DPC tour. It just rolls off the tongue much easier.
XYW. XWY. Thank you. Gonna lock that one in the brain for later. Execration. Spamming smokes. But Roshan's grabbed by Monet, and they quickly Hurricane Pike away from there.
Palos didn't have his BKB. Just 20 gold away after finishing off this creep. It's going to be his BKB. I also do expect Execration to even take a fight into Aegis. I don't think they can wait until... Oh, Monet here is alone. Execration wrapping around. 4 heroes around him.
Yeah, and they can kill him twice. Yeah, you've got Aegis, but inside the Wukong's command, does that matter too much? Shanks and Bob will stick around and surround the Drow. Astra coming in, but the Eclipse onto the Ember, dropping the Static Storm on the Luna alone. Monet trying to slip away through the northern side. Shanks and Bob still giving chase, but they've killed off Carlo, and Palos jumping straight in. They cogs trap up the Ember Spirit. Palos with his BKB going to work on Monet, but another Pike gets the distance. Bob on the Drow again, struggling to do the damage he needs, but will finally swipe down and kill him. The trouble being the rest of Aster, so powerful. Killing off 3 members of Execration, and Bob has to BKB. Jump across the canopy, while Tino's arrival was a little slow. Has to Grave Chill sprint away from these.
He found Monkey.
Oh, they did. They don't have Glimpse for another 10 seconds, but the slight chains are there. Tino trying to guard with maybe some familiar stuns, landing them onto the Beastmaster, but down goes Bob. The Monkey King's destroyed, and Tino, he's surrounded again. Trying to fight 1v4, maybe kill off Pichu with some familiar hits, but the Visage himself will die, and a 5-man wipe in the end emerges for Aster.
Boboka. Bobo stronger than Bob. There finds him with the glimpse, then uses Force Staff on Ember Spirit. He gets close in range to use his Slight plus Searing Chains, finds the Monkey King. I mean, this whole fight, like, I do love the aggression from Execration, where they go in and still fight into Aegis. Problem is, there is a tier 1 tower. If there's no tier 1 tower, they wouldn't be able to TP like simultaneously to both of these towers and come with the numbers, but still Monet dies in the end. Why I like it so much is they understand that they can't just allow Aster to keep farming and playing against Ember Spirit, against Drow Ranger into super late game, also Disruptor. Eventually 20 minutes down the line, he's going to be able to have Aghanim Scepter. It's also Boboka we're talking about. He does soak up a lot of farm. Like, he's the most farmed support in this game.
Yeah, I was looking at his items. He's holding a Helm and a Crimson recipe, but that's not his. Beastmaster has Crimson completed.
These are his items now.
These belong to me. XXS. Wow, that's Crimson plus the Helm of the Overlord. And honestly, it has to be really kind of scary for Execration. You're hitting your timings, you've got your BKBs, you're losing fights, and this is before Aster have got their BKBs up. Ember has just completed his. Drow will have hers by the next fight, very likely. It's going to be a challenge to really stick on your targets with the amount of slipperiness that Aster is showing here.
I'm a big fan of this Crimson Guard. We see this item more recently, I would say, but in this type of a game, you're playing against Visage Bird, Monkey, Marcy. They rely so much on dealing heavy right-click damage. This is a big one. If Monet can keep the distance, and now with the BKB, I think he's going to be able to do it. Just 100 gold away. I want to see Asher just smoke up, go for another kill. But Execration also wants to take a fight, so we might see 5-on-5 clash, and here they come.
Yeah, they want to break out this rut they're in, find a team fight win for a bit of a morale boost. Still plenty of time for that next Roshan. So this team fight just going to be about that map control. Look for tier 2s and outposts. Stop Aster and their progression. But there's that second BKB arriving now. Drow Ranger has hers, and the high ground is held by Aster. Smoke breaks on the Visage Birds, but the Boundless Strike clipping 2. Bob down from the trees in a Static Storm. Gets off his BKB at half HP, and XXS blown up by Carlo. The BKBs are out for Aster, but the chase is on. Pichu gets a good
nice
ice bath.
Ice bath.
4 heroes caught inside. Still gonna die, but Carlo and Shags fall into the Drow Ranger. Closing the gap is Palos. Bouncing over to Monet, and buybacks out from the Jakiro now just to hold the ground. Try and fight back into this Execration lineup that have run out of ultis and BKBs now. If they can find a glimpse, yeah, one on Palos would be huge. Catch him in the ice path, and the damage from the Drow demolishes the Marcy. All it took was a buyback from the Jakiro and another victory there for Aster.
Both teams did have high ground vision there, so full vision, Hawk, Birds as well. In the end, this Ice Path, Macropire, Pichu with the buyback coming in clutch. I want to see how much damage he dealt. 2.8k, more than anybody on side of Execration.
Oh god,
that's
yeah.
pretty nuts. And if you let Monet sit behind and right-click, use 2-3 multi-shots in a fight, you're gonna lose it. You need to get on top of him, and he might go for a solo kill here.
Well, he gets the birds easily with a multi-shot. We don't have the shard yet on the Visage, but with the arrival now of Carlo, maybe they can turn on Baboka. Trouble being, Monet's damage is just so substantial right now. Level 16 Drought. Just pumping out the right clicks.
Getting the extra gold from Birds, from Raid Pact. This Raid Pact is very good against what they're playing into, but they're also not afraid to focus it down. Beastmaster, even Drow Ranger, and again, Birds did die, so another 200 gold for Monet.
Yeah, and that was a pretty fresh resummon. 90 seconds with no familiars. And then very quickly killing off this tier 2. The Glyph just going to delay the inevitable death of it. So that's going to be bottom outpost. And a dead part of the map there for Execration. Not too safe to play down in that bottom right-hand corner.
Execration will need to use hookshot to connect onto Drow Ranger after she pikes from something, because last fight Palos did jump Drow Ranger and could not dispose her. Monet has one job: wait until Marcy gets on top of him, then pop a BKB or try to pike it away. This is also such a great pike game because you can break Wukong's command with it if Monkey is on the edge of it.
XXS hookshotted, but he's very tanky. Crimson, 10 stick charges, and look at this Macropire Ice Path on top of Shanks. Misjudging how far he could go, while XWY, he's hunting. Slight Chains is ready. I think they had an idea Monkey King was up on top of the trees. No connection with the initiation from the Ember Spirit, though. But still a good spot for Aster to be in here as they play the map, waiting for the potential respawn of Roche.
If they lose Roche on side of Execration, they really gonna struggle. This lineup is gonna fall off. You do have Monkey King, who's great in the late, but this is not Monkey King with a farming tool. He doesn't have Maelstrom, does not have Battle Fury, not your position 1. Marcy also tends to fall off. Sure, 6-slotted Marcy, maybe with a refresher, double ulti, double BKB. Oh no!
Oh, Bob gets off the BKB and the Wukongs, but Tino just evaporates as the high ground was yet again held by Aster. Monet did use his BKB, but they're guarding that high ground vision, making sure that there's no more attempts from Execration to go up there.
They use 2 BKBs. This Roshan belongs to Aster. They can't take the fights. They have 70 seconds cooldown on BKBs, and Roshan is going to respawn in 20. So if they send a Hawk or someone sits in there, for now, they're just going to finish off this Tier 2 tower. XXS does not have Roar available, but it's time to scout it out, and Pichu is pinging it. Rocket from Execration will also try to scout things out. Yeah, they know it's up.
Okay. I'm looking at
Never
XXS.
mind. It's 2 full minutes. Just kidding. I'm actually blind. I'm actually blind, lady. I don't have my glasses. Not even kidding, Gary. I thought it was gonna. I thought it was a golden spawn.
Oh, unlucky. Yeah, another 2 minutes to go. I was just wondering, XXS had an ancient rock golem, not the granite one, has the -2 armor aura. And I was wondering if he was going to keep it, because he was deciding if he wanted that or this Thunderhide. But I guess Thunderhide having this frenzy attack speed bonus of 75 on a Drow Ranger is some real hefty damage in the fights.
Radiant's top tower is
Much
under
better than
attack.
-2 armor.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Also,
these-
speaking of -2 armor, Buckler purchased by Carlo. He's playing into Drow Ranger, understands that every little bit of extra armor that he can buy, this is like a puppy thing a couple of years ago when he was buying Buckler.
The Doom. The Doom Buckler first
Doom
item.
Buckler, yeah.
Oh, memories. Yeah, starting to become pretty hard now for Execration. 7k lead for Aster, but we often realize that doesn't matter too much. It's just the fact here that Execration kind of feel like they've missed their timing, and going into this late game portion of the match, you're up against some serious single target focus out of Roar and the Disruptor spells.
Shanks, eggs completed, which means that there's going to be multiple rockets coming out from that overclocking, and both teams smoked. Aster holding the high ground. They have vision as well.
And what's the point of access here from Execration? The left-hand tree line skirting all the way around, and a long line drawn there to go to the top outpost. 20 seconds for Roche, and this is the most important fight of the game. High ground vision
Another
placed.
smoke.
Another smoke, yeah. Just trying to keep themselves hidden. Well, the big man is nearly back up.
You gotta address this, because XXS, with his aura, with his dino and a catapult, will push it in. He's gonna sit here, Clockwork, using the rockets, those 3 rockets.
Where are these rockets coming from? Why are they? Oh, they're up there. Aster fully realizing now where Execration is sat, and they'll get the D ward.
Guys, Aster is AFK. They've been in this triangle for the last minute and a half.
Well, that's the most important place to be right now. Guard your vision, guard Roshan, and just cutting between these 2 waves in the mid and the top lanes. Execration have to filter back and try and defend, but it means that their smokes come to nothing in the end. Another move out of the base. And they've got to be out of smokes by now, so yeah, just naturally wandering out there, migrating away to the right-hand side of that mid lane. Trying to find a spot to play in. But now you're against triple observer board around the Roche. You're against Hawk, the summons of the Beastmaster, and all you have are rocket flares to try and give a little bit of intel to start your fight off.
Looking at the buyback status, 1 hero with the buyback. That's XXS.
Bob?
Monkey, he's committing.
Wukong's onto XWY. The hook shot hits a boar. Shanks can't get in properly. And Palos, he's trying to stick on a target, but he's being roared, slowed, controlled. And this Marcy just can't do a damn thing. The Marcy's dead. Monet opens up with a long-range right clicks. And XWY can keep slight chaining whoever he wants to. It's retreat time. Evacuate the vicinity.
Half HP
Carlo,
gone.
half health from just 1 hit, and XWI has the control they need. Boundless Strike doesn't even finish off the Jakiro. Pichu is fine, and Bob has the BKB to run. Monkey King. He's fallen from his throne. He's going to jump over the treetops again, but you can see how much damage that goddamn Drow can do. And they lose the Jakiro in the end to a rocket flare, I believe, but now it's Roshan time for Aster, as they will cement themselves as potential victors in this game already.
Monet uncontested. Again, he's on the other side of the map. These rockets, let's see if Shanks maybe can go for some kind of a steal. Level 2 hook shot. Keep spamming those rockets. Aster, they are leaving the pit. They're trying to block the potential hook shot coming in, and now Monet is gonna get the Aegis eventually.
Eventually, yeah. A shard there for someone as well. And Drow Ranger already has hers. Well, Marcy's alive again, so Execration have their full retinue available. 5 heroes up. Familiars have been summoned. It's just a matter of defending your high ground and hoping for the best fight outcome possible.
Things are getting more and more difficult for Execration. These items are starting to add up. The Crimson Guard value that we talked about, Heaven's Halberd purchased by XWI, he knows that he doesn't necessarily need to be the one dealing the damage. If he can play around Monet, this, like, disarm someone during the BKB timing, you precast it before, like, people still use BKB anyway. They try to get to top. It's just something about it, about the interaction. So like, oh, I'm gonna get this pellet. Nothing happens. And they're like, oh man, I just wasted half of my BKB.
Oh, Pichu.
Now.
Ice Path off the mark. Macropire sadly doesn't cut down all the trees anymore, so Palos does find a little pocket to TP away from. And up at top, it looks like XXS is considering a move. Hawk is over at the top of the Monkey King. He walks straight past 2 bounty runes, and they're TPing the Drow up here now. Oh, Bob does have that Tree Dance cast range talent, so very quickly shifts over. But the pings are there. Primal Spring into the wave. Oh, gets the Manta off. The axes cut him down from the tree, though. And XXS, he's found his opening. And look at that marksmanship. Monet knows the exact spots to hit. To dispatch with that Monkey King.
Oh, they might have nerfed Macropire to not count down the trees, but XXS, he still does it with the Beastmaster. And Monet, level 20, extra damage coming up from the multi-shot. He's been holding this enchanted quiver for quite some time. One of the reasons why, like, first of all, it's a true strike. So this Elven Tunic that was supposed to be, like, really good item pickup on Marcy, it's not going to be that great. That 16% evasion, when she's trying to run away, you'll still have a guaranteed shot.
Shanks up in that top left corner. I'm trying to cut out waves if he can. Has to TP back now. I mean, one thing Execration are pretty good at with their spells is that zone control we talked about. So pushing high ground, it's not a perfectly easy feat for Asta here. They'll get some good damage while the monkey is dead, of course. But once we have this hookshot cogs, Wukong's Eclipse.
They procced his Aeon Disc with those multiple rockets. Pichu not gonna be too happy about it, and instantly queues up Pipe. He does not. He understands where the damage is coming from against Luna, against Clockwork. Also does not want this to happen again.
Palos does get a nice little courier snipe there. I think that was the majority of the Ember Spirit's Aghanim Scepter on it. Yeah, he was 100 gold away from completing it. So Ember delayed in his progression by a couple of minutes. And the Bird's doing a good job up at top, cutting the wave. Just trying to keep Astra at bay while they hold this Aegis for another minute and a half. Oh, do they won't go and fight while Monet still has Aegis. They've smoked up as 4. Visage shows in the mid lane, but the rest of them traversing up top. Beastmaster might be the first point of contact, but XXS slips off to the right-hand side, but there's the hook shot in. They catch a glimpse of him and jump straight onto the Beastmaster. Kill him off quickly, but now it's time to run. Monet's Drow Ranger holding that high ground behind them means they don't have an easy way to filter back to their base.
Witchbane. Found by Palos. This is a great item on Marcy. Combine that with Unleash. And also, being able to remove the Aeon Disc, that's going to be a big one. Monet, he's had enough. He wants to hit the high ground. They're like, well, we see where these rockets are coming from. No one's is inside their base. Even Tino opting to go for Crimson Guard to block some of the damage.
I saw Beastmaster buy one. I thought, that's a good idea. I'll get one myself. I think it's the Drow.
Sometimes it really is like that.
Yes, it's like that. Everything in Dota, right? You have, I think it was Snaking talking about like the cyclical nature of Dota 2 drafting in particular, where it just takes one player to pick one hero, then everyone's doing it. Oh, the glimpse. Dragging back Bob, hook shots in onto Monet, full staffed across, but still inside the Wukongs. Bob going to work on the Drow, but they have shifted her away from it, and still holding Aegis means Monet is fine for now. And all this utilization of the big old circles of execration has come to nothing so far.
10 seconds on that Aegis.
Shakiro, Aeon Disc is there, and a Static Storm well placed will find the grab on Tino, but it's a runaway move here from Asta. Buying back Shakiro, evacuating with the Drow Ranger. Bob and Carlo are still looking for any stragglers, but XWI rejoining the fight and zoning the rest of Execration away. Oh, look at that XXS axes. Oh, he doesn't get it. He was in the middle of the axes on that one tree that doesn't get cut. Finds the pounce across the canopy. There he is. Looks for Tino.
Glimpse is available, but they lost the vision.
Good little Lucent Beam there, just with a mini stun to hold back the Drow. Tino in gargoyle form, gonna come back into real life. The hookshot's good from Shanks, pushing Drow across. They've got the kill on Monet. They burst him down. They raw Tino, sure, and XWY will clean up, but now he's in trouble too. No mana left on the Ember Spirit, and he's stuck here between 4 members of Execration. All they need is a little more damage from Palos to dispose of the Ember Spirit. And Monkey King very good at finding additional targets. The cherry on top is Pichu here on the Jakiro. Okay.
Okay, he's so good with those hook shots into Powercog's pushback. He completely dismantled Drow Ranger in that fight. Finds the right angle, pushes her back. She's already down to like 30% HP. Doesn't even get a BKB off because Monkey King lands another Boundless Strike on top of that. And it's enough. So now Monet, like even with the Butterfly, they still show that they can kill her.
Oh, absolutely can. And Execration, look at how quickly they swarm the map. They're cutting top, dragging waves, pushing tier 2 mid. Bob is down bottom. They know how important that little victory was. Another
also,
minute.
Aghanim Scepter. Extra 1 second duration on that hook shot, level 3 hook shot. It's pretty massive. During the BKB timing, that's like half of your BKB gone, even if you initiate on a target. And also Palos picking up a Blink Dagger. I like that item build. Just to be able to close the gap even further. And with the Skull Basher that he picked up recently, that means that the Drow Ranger's not going to be too happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, these fights are chaotic enough as it is. In close quarter combat, you've got so many AoE spells spilling damage everywhere on both teams. It can be difficult to keep track of who you're saving, where you're heading, and what parts of the map are actually safe to play into. Yeah, great job by Execration to level the playing field again. Looking for that third Roshan. 20 seconds minimum spawn time on him. And they're edging around the pit, both squads. Vision inside there, of course. Beastmaster always going to have those hawks.
Also another big pickup for Bob. Scotty against Drow Ranger completely cripples her. If he manages to get on top of her, one slow, 50% move speed gone. Asher again with the smoke, but those Tino's birds.
They've got this high ground wall that just expired. They saw Execration smoke and they wanted to try that sneaky wraparound to come in from behind them and reclaim that Radiant Ancient spot. Execration, very wisely though, Tina was the one pinging it out saying, hey, let's just back up, hold the staircase, make sure we don't give up the ideal area to fight in. Like these ramps and staircases, important for both teams. You want that. A little choke point. Try and get the most out of your AoE spells. And another smoke from Execration. Continually looking for this element of surprise to catch Aster off guard.
Marcy has Arcana Rune.
XWI in a spot to break the smoke. Has a safety remnant somewhere. And Bob gonna jump over the treetops again, looking for a target. And XWY might be the one, but they drop the Stack Storm onto the Luna. They'll kill off Carlo first, and XXS, he's still got Raw to play with. Ember's jumped in onto Tino, forcing the Visage back. They've dropped the Wraith Pact, and Aster still trying to figure out how they enter this fight again. They've killed the Luna, but they still have to contend with Bob and Shanks. Tino dropping low. Ember's in with his remnants too, while Monet throws the multi-shot at them, and they've roared up Palos. Look at the Marcy just disappear. Monet's damage so hefty as they get in on top of the Monkey King. He tried to gap close Monet, but even inside the Wukong's command, his statues will offer him no protection. Shanks, yeah, you're shining golden, but now you're dead. And Roshan, he's alive and ready for Aster to take. Visage, unfortunately, stuck around too long, and Monet grabs the ultra kill.
Look at that attack speed on Drow Ranger. This is pretty ridiculous. He does have extra 25 agility from Ninja Gear. They pop the bongo drums. Solar Crest purchased by Disruptor. Aura from Beastmaster. He right-clicks someone down, in 2 seconds, there's 10-15 arrows coming out, and you're dead. And he also finds Aghanim Scepter. Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's huge.
As long as he can keep the distance and deal damage, if they play around Monet, they're gonna win these fights.
Yeah,
they try and also Beastmaster has been holding the roar for a very long time. Understands that Marcy, she jumps in, I have to roar her, and we can deal with Monkey King later on.
Yeah, just roar the Marcy, and it's what, 4 or 5 hits from Monet, she dies. It just feels like Execration so desperately need that element of surprise to get the drop on Asta, find a key kill first, and then you snowball the fight. If it's an honest 5v5 where every hero clashes head on like two rams bashing into each other, Asta just have the advantage. They can be patient, they can wait. Chuck a Static Storm here, wait for the roar there, and these ice paths really causing problems for maneuverable heroes like the Marcy and the Monkey King, who want to be jumping in and out of fights to have multiple rounds of fighting. So Asta just swoop through, get a mid laner barracks, one of the buildings bottom, and slowly going back to farming here. Grab the outpost, drop the cheese on the floor, and ready yourselves for the next clash.
Yeah, fighting into Aegis. She just got 6,000 gold for free from that Aghanim Scepter. Level 24. Would definitely love to have that extra marksmanship chance because it's every second hit is a proc. This relic. Found by Execration. Let's see who decides to pick it up. They might give it to either Luna or Clockwork.
That would be decent on Carlo. Unfortunately, this game hasn't managed to get to that point where he has Aghanim Scepter on the Luna. I saw that in one of the previous, or a few of the previous games. This position 5 Luna can scale a little bit with that magic damage. We'll come out towards top jungle and start de-warding, but Execration, you're losing your base. Another building drops down bottom, so 2 full sets gone. And Asta start working on the buildings. I know you love the buildings.
Man, I love some buildings. It's such an iconic name. We were talking about, hookshot?
Ultra Ranger, yeah, hookshot it inside the Wukongs, has Aegis, and of course all the tools after. BKB, Hurricane Pike, and Satanic. We'll see what Execration can do to control her, because they've roared up Palos, Monet's out with the Pike, and XWI with XXS have another roar.
Another one.
Palos, Marcy, down you go. Tino in trouble now, as the Eclipse comes, but very little damage off the back of it. Asta are too tanky. 2 heroes gone, and Tino about to be the 3rd. Everybody falling like flies, and Execration, the tier 4s are no different.
I love this refresher. Execration will call it. They know that they have no business left in this game. Bob getting disarmed. As long as Monet keeps the distance, they're gonna win these fights. And Execration, I love the aggression. They tried to fight into Aegis. This is exactly what they needed to do. This is their pretty standard draft, I would say. But this, maybe they needed to get rid of Drow Ranger. Monet's Drow caused so many issues this game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it really did. And kind of desynchronized timings for Execration as well, trying to fight before the Marcy BKB, getting her involved a little too early, potentially. You know, Tino's laning stage wasn't particularly good. And honestly, the biggest thing for me there throughout the entire game was the patience of Asta. The patience of the Ember Spirit in a lane matchup against the Monkey King, getting to timings which you normally wouldn't expect in such a poor matchup for the Ember. Patience of XXS and his roars in the team fight, and the patience of the rest of the squad, just knowing that, hey, if we hold a high ground, you mentioned it, they stood for 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes in the enemy Ancients waiting for Execration, because they know that if they just wait there, the fight comes to them.
Yeah, it does. Really patient. The Team Astro is a team that really, like, I would say that their decision making in the mid game and late game never disappoints. Like, even when the game where they're losing, they always have an ace up their sleeve. They know how to take these fights. They need what needs to be done. And this time around, it did pay off, but this is very, very experienced team. Like, you can't really fool them easily with some backstab smoke and stuff. They're gonna know about it.
Yeah, they were trying their hardest. Execration with a signature draft. You know, this has been their identity for several months now, and coming up against Asta, maybe a sticking point here in terms of stylistic choices, but we'll find out what happens as we, of course, have best of 2s all the way through this group stage. A quick 10-minute break and game 2 coming your way.
picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life, and it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell
Welcome back to day 2 of the group stage here for Dream League Season 19 as we get back into Execration versus Aster. And game 1, a clash of styles. Aster with a patience and Execration trying their bread and butter draft with that support Luna. Didn't quite work out for them, did it?
It didn't, but they played their hearts out, I would say, making the right moves for the plays. Difficult one when they understand how much damage Draw Ranger can do in some of these situations. They itemize well. They try to go for these like jumps to close the gap, get on top of her. Doesn't work out in the end, but still, I believe they have a couple of extra strats up their sleeves. You know, some of these strats are what we call like look one-dimensional because they believe in it and it's really strong strat. If you lose a couple of times with it, then you're like, well, yeah, it doesn't look too good, but I don't mind it too much. I think that I said it at the start of the game. Both drafts did look really solid. It's just that they didn't ban Drow Ranger. I think looking through the bans that they did in the second and third phase from Execration, they banned out, let me just give it a look. They banned out Storm Spirit, which I think they could have dealt with him, considering what they got, but because it was 22 ban, 23 pick was Ember Spirit. I think they could have handled it slightly better, and we'll see how they do it in game 2.
X, they took out the Naga, TB, and Undying, which left the Dry Ranger in there. But we'll see what happens here as we get ourselves into game 2. And there's always that thought process of, okay, we've beaten their best draft, we've let them have this Marcy Visage as an opener. Do we start to think about, letting them have a Broodmother? Do we want to let them have this or that? Try and get our kind of strat and let them try and figure out what they're doing. And we could easily see Execration pull out their Dawnbreaker or something along those lines in this kind of game.
Absolutely.
See what openers are going to be.
We talked about them having different heroes. Some of these heroes, like if you check their Dota buff, you're going to see the overlap, of course. Dino, his hero pool is relatively small compared to some other offlaners. It's mostly going to be
Zoo.
That's like 5 Zoo heroes and a Coddle. That's his hero pool pretty much. But you can't ban them all.
Yeah, you're going to let him have something. Well, they get rid of the Rubik. So maybe a signal there. Team Aster want to go down the lines of the Disruptor again. We've seen that Rubik be somewhat of a hard counter to Static Storm because of the Shard Lift. But of course, Rubik is just an all-round good hero, no matter where you put him nowadays. Enchantress, the first ban out from Execration. So you're not going to get the Enchantress Beastmaster opener, which basically every team is running nowadays. The ability not just to kind of win and dominate out your lanes, but push into towers early on. And yeah, there's the early Disruptor ban, which I think makes sense.
They're not the team that's going to first phase Disruptor, so they ban it instead. They will pick it on the 7th pick most of the time, but they go again. Here comes Marcy. I mean, it's a flex pick for them, because they can play it as position 4 or position 1. Seems like Aster is very aware of it. You don't have first pick, you have to ban out Broodmother. And let's see how they are going to respond this time around, because Aster does have 2nd pick in the 2nd game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so they don't get Beastmaster Disruptor or Beastmaster Ench, which have been very strong 2nd pick pairings, and comboing them together. I'm definitely curious to see what they want to go for here. If it's Beastmaster plus like a Snapfire or something like that, or they still want to have priority on the Jakiro, which has felt like one of Pichu's strongest heroes in the past few series they've played.
I think it might be.
Doom? Where's Doom? That was always
I was about to say XXS Doom, one of the classics. You need a strong position 4 to make it work. Usually it's Bobica who's playing like this Enchantress, but Beastmaster was really good last time around. And, seems like they know what's coming, and they feel that these 2 heroes did extremely well, so they don't have to change anything. Let's see if Execration wants to get Luna one more time, or I think Visage is the key, because if you don't have Visage, then you don't have the Aura buyer. So the other heroes, if Visage gets banned, like Tino's Beastmaster, Broodmother, already banned, so they can opt to go for either Nature's Prophet or Enigma if they don't want to go back for Visage.
And I think no matter which option you take, you're banning Drow in the 2nd phase, right? Well, they go for a bat.
Okay, so now you need to protect the Batrider pick. You need to be banning out like Slark, Puck, Storm does well. These heroes are Queen of Pain as well. There's 4 heroes. Slark, not as much. I don't know if XWY is a Slark type of a player that's going to play it from the mid lane, so you might skip it. But definitely his Storm. Queen of Pain, I don't remember him playing Queen of Pain. Ember's also a hero that does okay against the Batrider. You dive, you put in early points and chains, and then you stop his aggression.
Oh, the Night Stalker ban as well. We saw that from TSM, but there's also something else Execration can pull out their back pocket as well. Especially against a Beastmaster, right? Just eating up his Overlord creep.
Yeah. If you play against Beastmaster, you are kind of forced to go for different item build. I talked about it yesterday. Helm is fine, and then you can turn, like shift, make a shift, whether you want to get a BKB, whether you want to get like Guardian Greaves. This is also fine. If your position 4 is not having that good of a time, if he does not want to buy it.
And even consider the Drums of Slom. Oh,
I still have to see more from this item. If there's silences, if there are stuns, it's an insane amount of damage if you can pull it off in a fight.
Huh. Yeah, it heals as well, right?
Yeah. It heals Beastmaster and his units, but then you don't have units. You have Hawk. Healing Hawk or Board doesn't really matter.
True.
So looking at this Morphling ban, I'm looking at Lifestealer potentially for Team Aster.
Ooh, that's a good shout. Especially if it's a 3 Batrider, you've got that Lifestealer matchup, right?
Yeah. But I don't know if he's the one who plays Batrider. Most likely it's going to be played by Bob.
Yeah, so I guess banning out this Abaddon is like, I want to kind of shift into the side lanes at some point. He'll have shield and borrowed time, which are very annoying for me. And they get rid of the Naga now, so there's still that Storm, Queen of Pain, kind of ability here for Aster to grab up, to deal with the Batrider if he is that mid laner. Try and get a good matchup there. And one more ban for Aster. What could they be looking at?
I'd say these are very unexpected bans. Other than Night Stalker, I mean, I've been very vocal about Night Stalker in general. It's just the hero was not picked. Certain teams did pick it from time to time. It popped up against the Beastmaster, but nothing too serious.
Yeah, I mean, if you're banning heroes, maybe thinking about picking Lifestealer, do you want to ban Terrorblade or heroes like that, for instance?
You could.
And I'm thinking long and hard about this one. I guess there's still options there to like ban an Undying, which has been a very good safe lane support, or just a good support in general. Snapfire, adding a lot of that magic damage to come in. Heroes that Execration can absolutely play. Pango is still out there, but you're going to lose out on a bit of that flex, the fact you already have the Batrider. And they opt for the Anti-Mage.
There's a hero that I'm not seeing at the moment. Something that is good against Morphling. Anti-Mage as well. Okay, they snatched Storm Spirit, the hero that I did mention against the Batrider matchup. XWY is one of his better heroes, so this AM pick, AM ban makes sense. I also want to see what kind of a carry hero that they're going to go with. I'm still okay with Lifestealer if the game shows, like if they show 2 pick. This is like Luna Visage again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they come out in the second phase with it. It's a pretty good Storm game still. Against the Bat you mentioned, playing with a Beastmaster, so you're going to have that vision advantage to jump onto heroes that are trying to hide in the fog.
I mean,
like
you don't have to change anything. I think Drow Ranger worked amazing in the previous game. You should probably get it if you want to keep this tempo. I think the other one could also be Troll. If there's a one guy that I believe that can play Troll to full extent, that's definitely Monet.
Okay, that's fair
Even
enough.
Slark is fine. Slark can't really square up against Marcy, but he can go for other heroes, reset multiple times. I think that's the other option.
There it is. Yeah, Slark. I was leaning for the Drow Ranger pretty hard for like so many reasons. It felt good in that game. Like you've got the damage, you've got the natural pike builder, but just having marksmanship, giving agi and that bonus armor to people, I feel so good when you're against a physical damage dealing lineup like this Luna Visage.
For sure. It's not as good as it was before because it only gives 50%, of the Agi now, so nerfed by quite significant margin. It's still really good. They'll ban out Morana. That's an interesting one. So we need Bobaca's hero, something that can run in, maybe by like, do they need a bit more control? If they need an aura buyer, something that can play with the Storm Spirit, I think Io is okay. But then you have Beastmaster Io.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't mind something like Lion, to be honest.
5 seconds remaining.
What about like a Ricky with Shard and Meteor Hammer and stuff like that?
I don't think that's a hero anymore. I just don't believe in it. It got nerfed way too hard.
I think we've seen it from like mid laners now. It's not really a pos 4 hero anymore. It's like Nine and Larl and people are playing Ricky mid with a rushed Meteor Hammer just to try and make it work. Yeah, Snap one we mentioned. Having a lot of magic damage. Plays with the Storm, plays with the Beastmaster. That's a good solid ban.
Let's see if they decide to ban out Bloodseeker, because they're banning out carry heroes, and they will ban it in the end, because this Marcy probably shifts priority. It's going to be played as 4 and Luna with a different position 1. And now this is why this anti-mage ban makes sense.
Yeah, he's up against the Storm, and you've got all the tempo in the world from Bat and Visage. So you want Luna to be a 5 still, and this is the carry pick for Execration?
Yeah, I think so. Execration is one of the teams that do their own thing, so they just might go with something else. It might be like Meepo pick.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. It's really not that bad of a Meepo game against Slark, against Storm Spirit. They could pull it off.
Oh, they sure could. If this was another team, like if this was Tundra or Beast Coast, I'd be looking like a Chaos Knight. Someone that's, super tanky, beefy, plays with your team, very good against the Storm and Slark, just catching and killing them in an instant. I've got quite a bit of time here to think about it. And there's still all that flexibility that you have to consider on your own. Like, do we want this Luna to be a carry? Is it going to still be the Carlo 5? What's going on with the Marcy?
I think Luna as a carry is definitely not going to happen. Okay, that's a good one. A bit of something that Slark does not like to play into. You have AoE damage, so whenever he gets close, let's see what they respond with. So they need Bobaca's hero, something that lanes with Beastmaster. So I think Io's not an option anymore. You might want to get a stun. I did mention like Lion. Is there something better?
Yeah. You want a ranged? Do you want a ranged
you
hero?
You want a ranged position 4 to lane with the Beastmaster.
Because I was like wondering about the Tiny here, but now you're playing into a Pudge safe lane with double melee. You really want a ranged hero.
Tiny's not a bad option, now that you mention it. They don't have much time. It's only 15 seconds left.
Kind of a difficult choice. With a lot of these heroes banned out already. No Disruptor. Is the Baboka Monkey King gonna come back? He's a semi-ranged hero. Oh, that's one I've not seen in a long time.
Wow.
Has this come up in China at all? Or is this like a fresh pick?
No, I haven't seen it. The games that I've been casting, the hero has not been picked at all. Interesting one. I guess they want to have a hero that can run away from Pudge. You get hooked. You can Shukuchi away good against the Batrider as well. Might cut into backlines. Provide some vision. It's a difficult hero to kill considering what they got. So Bobaca can prolong the game for a very long time. Cut the creep wave. They don't have catch. They have Batrider. That's it. They can't really kill this hero.
Yeah, going to be super slippery. It doesn't really add too much in the way of team fight, but it's going to be so annoying. Yeah, you're right. You're playing against Storm, Slark, and Weaver. All of them very adept at controlling that map in kind of hidden ways. Execration, pretty good tempo still. This Marcy Visage lane should fare much better than it did in the previous game. The Visage in particular, and there's no Drow that they're up against. Slark and Jakira may be a little more susceptible to getting taken down in the earlier levels. And Bob's Batrider against the Storm. That's always a fun matchup to watch. Like you alluded to it earlier, that Storm is one of the heroes that matches well against Bat, but there's still no... It feels like there's still no hero that counters Bat in lane. He's always going to do well for himself.
There's Queen of Pain. Slark doesn't do as well as he did before, but Storm is a good one. You try to play aggressive on him. Storm's like on 20% HP. You have 60. You decide to dive him, and he gets you killed. So I think this is what's going to happen. Considering how Bob plays, I think he's going to be super aggressive, and he's going to get punished.
Yeah, that 1-1-1 build on Storm is like a casual point in Vortex, drag you onto tower, get a kill there. I might have to see some of these early support rotations from Marcy and Luna to try and come and guard runes for Bob. Batrider does love a bit of rune grabbing, as we'll head ourselves here into Game 2. Aster, one victory already in this best of 2. They're starting to look a little bit better here on day 2. That's a lot of 2s, as we had a lot of 1-1s yesterday. We need to change things up a little bit here in Group A.
It's a good Storm Spirit game. Slark, Weaver. These heroes can't really be caught by what Execration has, so it's going to be very difficult. They can prolong the game as much as they can. Again, I'm slightly worried about the lane setup, because this is Pudge plus Luna. This is your typical pub lane. Oh, both teams do have Observer Ward on the high ground, so one should get dewarded. Carlo does have Sentry available.
You farm or me?
Oops, was that me?
Pudge Luna lane. Immediate deward. Got a bit of money in the pockets of Execration. And they're all up here. 4 heroes ready to fight. Level 1 Dispose, Lucent Beam, and I can't click Tino, he's in the middle of 5 heroes. Sell Assumption, of course. Hook. Misses. Pretty close to catching Jakiro there, but Pichu, even the big old dragon, moves away.
Banged out where he thinks the ward is. Let's see if he commits with Sentry, because he thinks that they caught a glimpse of him. Seems like these bottom runes are gonna belong to Asher. Top ones to Execration. Palos can't really go for another hook.
Wander down to that lane. Where's Carlo going? He's got a sentry. Yeah, he places it. Doesn't find the Observer Ward, while Pichu does get the Radiant one. 101 gold. Easy money for the Jakiro. So Tango's Mango is going to come out, help sustain that lane, keep Monet in fighting shape against a Visage and a Marcy. Things can get nasty pretty quickly. Also going to block up the large camp there as well, make sure they don't get any of those big pulls off. Of course, our eyes firmly affixed to that mid lane. XWY against Bob. Storm versus Batrider.
Eating the branch already. This is where you start to play aggressive as a Batrider. You use pretty much all of your mana, stick in a palm charges, try to deal as much damage as you can. Storm Spirit XWI seems like he knows the matchup, pops the stick immediately, wants to replenish his mana, and will be going for Boots of Speed as his first item, something that he wanted to go for in the previous game as well, after picking up the bottle to be able to run away, and now he pushes the lane, sitting at really nice CS, 5 and 3 against 1-1 on Batrider, who needs the CS underneath the tower. Not that easy stats for Batrider to do.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 waves in a row as well. The second one's going to come under tower. Not easy, and a deny from XWY there as well, making it even harder. Well, down that bottom lane, Carlo and Palos. This Pudge Luna lane, definitely excited to see what they get up to. Pudge at 4-0, XXS 5 and 3, so far so good for Aster. And they're going to have some pretty juicy damage once they get their levels up, with this minus armor from the Swarm, the summons from XXS. Now, Luna does naturally have high armor, but Pudge does not. So Palos got to be pretty careful with how aggressively he plays with his Rot, how low he drops his HP down to.
Boboka does have 8 tangos available on his Weaver, so I don't think I've seen anyone hold more than 6 tangos. Now he does have 7, kills the Sentry Ward. Let's see what he decides to get on level 2. It's going to be Geminate attack, so some extra harassment coming out from him. XXS this time around, adjusting his build, going for Boar level 1. He knows that these 2 heroes can't really kill the Boar. We talked about Luna, her bad range, 330. Pudge does have 280, which is pretty nuts, so.
Ah, but Lacoste, he can hook the Boar. It's just never going to see
Oh,
it.
yeah. Big commitment, 110 mana to kill the Boar. It's really not worth it.
Yeah, just like a little bit of micro from XXS is going to put it out of harm's way anyway. Not worth the the difficulties you'll face. Yeah, good lane position there from Asta. Wave in front of their tier 1. Both top and bottom, so XXS and Monet in these side lanes getting a free farm basically under very little harassment from Execration so far. I was expecting a bit more aggression from that top lane out of Execration. And Marcy and Visage, now they hit level 2. I guess they're waiting for 3 before they're really going to hit their stride. I mean, is Jakiro just too tanky to go on?
He's very difficult to kill. This hero has 700 HP, level 1. Just 1 stats, 760 on level 2.
And having attack speed slow against the Visage, Tino's just never hitting him.
Same goes for Shanks. If they try to go on Jakiro, Monet will get a return kill. Now, especially when he's level 3, so has a point in every ability. And you don't want to give early Agi to Slark for sure. Like, these trade kills are not worth it in the lane. So all they want to do is keep farming, get those levels. Tino in the previous game struggled a little bit finding levels at the early start. Like, he was level 4 almost 9 minutes into the game.
Oh, that's great for Astra as well. This Weaver able to Shikuchi out of lane and guard the rune. Allows Storm to take the top one. Weaver takes the bot. So Batrider actually has to walk to base to refill. Now this gives XWY complete freedom to continue in that mid lane, free farming. We do see Shanks wander over to get the bounty rune top. But it feels like Asta just have complete control over the lane equilibrium. Everywhere you look, they've got, you know, farm under tower. They're protected. They're still pressuring the enemy heroes. They're not really having to do anything drastic. They're just the lane setups they've got, the heroes at their disposal, doing very well naturally. Carlo will come in behind, get a courier snipe. So a little going the way of Execration there. But it feels like this build-up of net worth is just advancing for Asta.
Let's see if this time around Carlo goes into enemy triangle again and blocks the camps. Boboka will be more annoying this time around. Shikuchi level 1, not the best ability. Before, during the prime time of position 4 Weaver, you had, I believe, 12 seconds on level 1 Shikuchi. Now it's 15. So very difficult. XXS.
We get the swarm out. This is the thing, Palos, that swarm goes on him. He's had to buy chainmail and ring of protection just to defend himself against the swarm and the boars. Knowing how much damage he can actually take. It's definitely not an easy task getting in on top of this Beastmaster and the Weaver. It's going to be a very quick Helm of the Dominator for XXS. And Pudge is a hero that can farm jungle decently, right? But he wants to be in the lane, gathering his items and just being a big boy in front of his towers. Not sure he can do that this game.
Both safe laners kind of want to take these early fights, get the flash heap going, essence shift as well. But it seems like the game is pretty slow. And Boboka with another rotation. Gets Bounty Rune, Observer Ward will get denied there. Palos. I see Aghanim Scepter queued up by him. Sometimes you need a cloak. You also don't have Ring of Health early on, so you might struggle in the lane. He's bringing some... What is he bringing? Just a phase boots for now. Carlo will be feeding him tangos. I think it's time for them to start playing a bit more aggressive, especially now that Palos used his hook.
Yeah, getting on top of them. I'm trying to loosen beam the boars. Oh yeah, Palos with no hood, no vanguard or anything. Relying on this magic wand with 14 charges. His first blood is there for Monet. Bottom lane, though, Palos just getting whacked around. The swarm does get removed from him. And he's got those 1 charges. Even TPing the bat down here. But Bob will cancel. Monet with first blood. 1 opponent anti-stack on him, killing off the Visage. And XWY dipping back into the jungle. And Execration suffering across the board. What does Palos do at this point? He's on 200 HP. Do you just go home? Do you bring a salve?
2 points in Flesh Heap might stick around. I don't see anything on Luna that can feed him regen. XWY? I was thinking about Lasso, but I'm not sure if you're getting the kill there anyway. So now, Storm Spirit, I believe he bought the bottle for himself. No, he didn't. Doesn't have bottle yet. Has 700 gold saved up. We'll buy it now.
There we go.
It's almost impossible to play Storm Spirit without a bottle.
Yeah, Yeah, you want to be controlling those runes. Especially now we get into 8 minutes. I'm wondering if he was going to go Falcon Blade as well. Might just be a casual Sage's Mask. But Falcon Blade has been a pretty important pickup on these storms. See what XWI decides to go for.
I love Falcon Blade, Witchblade, Kaya. These 3 items, especially, like, he might get Lincoln Sphere later down the line, so he can't be eaten by Pudge or lassoed. I don't think he's going to go for all 3 items that I mentioned. We'll have to see how his game develops. But I think you don't need a BKB in this game early on. Like, you can afford to be greedy, go for, like, 4th item BKB, I would say.
Yeah, just go for scaling, go for stats.
Unless you die
Stages
twice,
resistance.
then you swap your whole item build, and you're like, well, now I need it. Can't really do much.
You get chain disabled, like lasso into dismember, into dispose and rebound. You're like, okay, screw this. Familiar's landing on your head.
Tino again, level 4, 9 minutes into the game. Monet, level 6.25. They can't fight. Like, they have no damage whatsoever. Shanks.
They're getting caught out. And Storm, decent zip over. We'll find the kill on Marcy. So now up to the second anti-stack for Monet Slark. And whenever Marcy's out of lane or dead, Tino just can't be there. Has to go into jungle just to try and get closer to level 6. We might see a similar thing happen again where he sits mid.
XXS does have his stacks open, so he's going to be farming the jungle. Bob making a first rotation with Boots of Travel.
I would have loved that to be actually stacked. Try and steal it away from the Beastmaster. Just a single ancient camp there. But they'll bring Baboka back across. Attempting to get closer with the Roar available to them. But Bob is flapping his wings and flying away. Swarm gives a little bit of intel there to Aster, knowing there's a couple of heroes up the high ground, so they don't move too far forward. And instead, angle back towards mid, where Tino is level 5, trying to gather his 6, but he's going to get zipped on. In comes Pichu and Baboka. Take down Tino, delay this Visage and his timing. And this seems to be the crux of the matter. Now, Tino, in the games where Execration have looked good, Tino's had a good time. Hit level 6, around 6-7 minutes, had the familiars ready. And in these past 2 games, 10 minutes in, he's level 5. He's bought the tome.
Yeah, also looking at his item build, not a big fan of Arcane Boots. It's fine if you're dominating the matchup, but being level 5 Visage with 900, 800 mana pool doesn't really do much. You're not using Soul Assumption. You might be using Grave Chill, but all you need is Ring of Basti pretty much for this type of sustain.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's a knock-on effect, because we had a couple of times in game 1 where he was close to, getting a double kill, but he was just short on mana to get Soul Assumptions off. And now he's gone the complete opposite way. He's got Mangoes and Arcane Boots, making sure he can always get some spells out in the last moments of a fight.
You're going to be farming jungle. You won't be able to lane, so these Arcane Boots, not a real value that you get from the item. Shanks, also level 5, because your offlaner bought the tome. Luna, also level 5. Can't really make moves with these 2 heroes being level 5, so they need to play slow game one more time. Bob, on a Batrider, can TP help people on the side lanes? Looking at Paulus, he's doing okay. Paulus just 2 components away from his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah,
Didn't die a single time, considering what he's playing into. I think that's a great success.
Yeah, he's towed the line a couple of times. Been close to death, but 0-0-0. Doing very well for himself. And Execration really just looking for those timings. Boots of Travel, BKB Batrider, Aghanim's Pudge should coincide quite nicely. But Aster always feeling that little bit stronger coming out of this laning stage. Going to make the smoke move down bottom. Zip in onto Palos, get the swarm on him. And XXS doesn't even need to spend the Roar or anything. A pretty simple takedown there to delay the Pudge's item progression now. And this is where that Helm Creep comes in with some impact to push out the tier 1. Close the map in around them. So you're going to have 3 heroes, Bat, Pudge, and the Visage, all really scrambling towards their first key item, having a much smaller portion of the map to farm in.
While Monet's farming in the jungle, and he's also farming with double damage. Look at the triangle of observer wards that they have around area to see any kind of aggression that they're trying to throw at Monet. They also can't really lock him down. They don't have that instant stun. Before Batrider gets a blink, it's going to be a really long time. It's success now. Look, very dead.
Yeah, Palos gets the kill on him. Monet was attempting top to go in onto Tino. causing a bit of chaos there for the Visage. But yeah, you're right. That triangle of wards is like, where's the Bat Rider? Where is Bob? Is he coming top? No. Nobody's here. Monet, very happy, safe and sound.
Pay attention. All those players out there. Slark gives you gold. You buy him a couple of sentries. He's holding 2 sentry wards that Pichu bought for him.
Some free money.
Yeah, exactly. Free money.
It feels good as a support. Investing.
Still great timing. He's the most farm hero in the game. Aghanim Scepter is done.
Well, Lasso there on the Jakiro. Again, a contest into the Dire Ancients. Shanks and Carlo joining up with Bob to steal a couple of stacks here. Quite a fair amount of money there to be grabbed up by the Bat Rider. Let's see if Asta want to try and defend it, because Baboka goes in with a swarm.
One versus three.
Just the Weaver, yeah. All on his own, he's zoning away, but the arrival of XWY will get in onto the bat. The hook across, grabs the storm, but he zips away. No dismember now, trying to jump away. Shanks, he rebounds over the top of Parlos, but Parlos, I don't know if he can run fast enough. The movement speed advantage, and now the Tumbler's toy gets him a bit of distance, but Monet and Baboka here will get in there.
Can't deny himself.
Can't deny
we
with
removed
the anymore.
that 6 years ago. But Baboka getting a triple kill. He invades enemy triangle instantly. They do have Hawk there. So he goes in. He understands that there's no lasso. Very limited amount of lockdown that they have. And I also want to see what the item build is going to be. I think Baboka, knowing Baboka, it's going to be Maelstrom. Gleipnir.
Oh, yeah?
Just straight up Gleipnir.
That'd be great. Yeah, Baboka started that fight 1v3, and he comes out with the triple kill. He killed 3 of them.
He's
Some
thinking.
nutty stuff.
1,800 gold saved up. My man, he loves to carry the games by himself. Whenever he plays Enchantress, you know that he's going to be up there with the damage.
And Dragonlance Aghanim Scepter. Push it out. We'll see what he gets up to. And is Aghanim Scepter here on the Weaver still a potential? It's just not a hero I've seen that. Oh, he's going to go back in onto Tino. Just getting across the map so quickly. Zipping forward, XWY running out of mana, dismembered up and killed. Carlo and Parlos, they're there to help Tino. Even in his dying breath, they trade him out for the storm. And Bob is hunting for Baboka. No time lapse, but he's got Shikuchi, level 4. As they do get a grab onto Pichu. Jakiro dragged back in by the meat hook.
Monet still does not want to join these early fights, even though he does have Echo Saber. We'll disassemble it. So he's just 1,000 gold away from his Ags. And then he can use that Oblivion Staff. Get Mage Slayer. You are playing against Bat Rider, Pudge, Visage. It's all magical damage. You want to tank up as well. Might get a BKB afterwards, so you might still go for another Echo Saber and then disassemble again. We'll see if he decides to go for it. This is also very late tower take. 16 minutes into the game from Execration.
Yeah, with a Visage as well. Spent most of his time in that mid lane just trying to get level 6. Finally takes down the safe lane tier 1. And there's the Witchblade on XWY, and he is opting for that BKB. Try and give him a bit more protection against all this magic damage from Execration. Purge starting to close in on his as well. Cleared out a pretty big ancient stack just now. And a hook on a catapult there to clear it out. But this is definitely one of the difficulties against the Beastmaster. He's taken over complete control of that bottom jungle. Bat Rider not even feeling safe to play out into the lane bot, knowing how quickly Asta can strike from across the map.
We've seen Beastmasters being on top of the net worth, especially Tundra. Whenever they play at 33, like, he's always there. They know how to play with the hero. Bob, he's inside the trees trying to hide. Has lasso available, but needs some kind of a backup. Shanks, he's coming.
But now Bob is going to get gone on by the Beastmaster and Jakiro. They've got the Vortex to grab him. The Roar not coming fast enough. Ice Path there, clipping in onto Shanks with a bit of damage over the top, but XXS is the one to die first. XWY out of mana completely now, and Palos coming in from the left-hand side. They kill off the Black Dragon to save up Shanks, and they've caught out the Storm. 2 core kills, and Execration defend that bottom jungle. It felt like it wasn't safe, but Slark and Weaver just didn't come.
Aster was not on the same page. They did not want to commit. Also, Ice Path misses because it's only level 1 pull. And there's my answer. I was wondering what Baboka is going to go for. Deso, Weaver, position 4. It's going to be a great timing on it. Like 19 minutes into the game. Step
position.
aside, XWI. If you're not having that good of a game, I will take over, says Boboka.
Wait, we have a Slark in this game? He's our carry? No, I don't think so. The Weaver's here now. Oh, that's hilarious. You were not wrong. He does like to carry these games on his own. I think back to his old Monkey King days, buying Orchid first item and stuff like that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Big fan of that. Pretty good up against this bat, this punch, if they can push that physical damage in with the Beastmaster and the Slark. Monet is being hunted, but he's a Slark against the Bat Rider, so as soon as he sees that sticky napalm, he's Dark Pacting and pouncing away with his Aghanim Scepter. Start to grab some tier 2 items as well, as XXS wanders up top, no longer playing solely down in that bottom lane and the jungle. He's got himself a big old Thunderhide to clap on over and maybe catch out Shanks here. A long ball in, they kept the vision on him, and Marcy dispatched with quickly.
They could go for Roche, I think, with Deso, with Beastmaster Vlad's aura. Storm is a bit low on mana. There's also a tier 1 tower there, so they might take it first and then try to go for it, because they've been going back and forth a couple of times, and now they decide to go. Seems like Aster is just, like, in terms of decision-making, it's not as crisp as it was before, but they also planted 2 observer wards. They do have Hawk scouting things out. They see Carlo moving, and with the damage from this Deso, they do have enough. Monet will pick up Aegis. Level 11 Weaver about to be level 12. Also finds Grobo. Like, he actually wants to carry the game.
Yeah,
look what he has queued up. Braid Band, getting that 25-minute mark.
Yeah, he's gonna carry. So far, I mean, game 1, game 2 included, okay, it's not been as crisp, but it still feels like that flow of the game, almost systematic from Aster, being quite patient, waiting for the item timings, and Execration are, are kind of attempting to do a similar kind of thing here, along with this Pudge and Bat Rider. But we've got this Bat BKB Boots of Travel, and Bob hasn't really found any openings. It's been difficult for him to really latch onto a target because there are so many counters to him. Countered by Storm in lane, Slark is there, Weaver is untouchable. Baboka, like you've been saying, is just an absolute menace in every single position he puts himself in.
If you check Bob's, his score is 5 out of 6 kills involvement, which is not too bad. It's coming down, like Luna's involved in 6 kills, but most of these kills were coming from the lane or like the smoke type of a play. So he's level 10 on Luna, which is okay. The problem is, how do they start a fight? They will need a Blink Dagger on Bob, and he's going for it. Usually Batriders don't like to pick up Blink Dagger, but they do lack initiation, and Bob understands it, unless they can land some really big hook. Now they just smoked underneath the ward.
Yeah, Aster knows exactly what's up. They're placing their own high ground vision, getting themselves onto high grounds, sending Hawks out, scouting Execration, and even scanning on top of them as well. Jakiro's courier flies right over the top, and in comes Monet, straight towards Carlo. Slark, oh, the hook back. Paolo saves the Luna, and they do lasso Monet, but he's got himself inside the Shadow Dance, and off he pops while XWY zips in. Shanks and Carlo in trouble now. 2 supports trapped down in the river. Not a safe place to be.
Not sure what the play there was. Going for Slark, who has Aegis. They commit with lasso. They use Luna ulti. Slark's way too tanky. He's holding on to Mage Slayer, so right now his magic resistance is almost 50%. It's 43, I like to round down the numbers.
It's through the roof.
Also having Depth Shroud as well, so he can save himself, he can save the heroes. This game could go really bad real quickly. I think we're also reached that point already, because they didn't manage to group up. Tino is just farming on Visage, buying these aura items. Guardian Greaves is done. Going for the pipe next, but you can control Slark, you can control Storm Spirit.
Yeah, this was kind of the follow-on to the point I was making about Aster and, patience in game 1, patience here in game 2. It feels like Execration are frantic. They're trying to find these openings where they're not really coinciding with item timings or really feeling comfortable in who they're going on, where they're going to, and how they're going about it. What's the answer from Execration? Do you want to see them play more aggressively in the early stages of the game, where was the laning stage, was that meant to go better for them?
They do focus on the laning stage, but Luna, Pudge, it's just not the lane you want to see. Like, most of the time when Pudge is picked, you see him paired up with Crystal Maiden, so that you have some kind of a setup for your hook. Loosen Beam is just not that spell. And also 2 supports. 4 Marcy, 5 Luna. Can't really make rotations, can't play together. Tino was the one who bought the book, so level 6 came in really late for both support. Like, even if you get level 6 on Luna, it doesn't really matter. It's not that Snapfire type of a hero that's gonna go in, land the Mortimer's Kisses, have high impact. They want to retake the outpost. That's all they can do for now.
Still aiming for the later timings. You know, Batrider, you mentioned, involved in 5 of the 6 kills, but they happened quite some time ago, 10, 15 minutes ago. Hasn't found the impact he would have liked. But once they get these double blinks up... Oh, Palos trying the hook there. Good attempt, but Monet pouncing far away with his Agnum Scepter. Now, once we get these double blinks up, the Pudge and the Batrider should both have that maneuverability to really pick and choose the fights they go for, maybe get the catches that snowball the fights for them. Something they are adept at doing here with the auras out of the Visage. They can, get a kill, extend the fight out, maybe force some buybacks. It's about the vision and the jump right now for them.
Execration also doesn't have hero to defend the tower with, so the tower's gonna drop 25 seconds until Aegis is gone, so Monet might go Madman mode, just blank in.
Yeah, I mean, they lasso the Beastmaster, but in comes Monet and XWY. Tino drops, dismembers there onto Baboka's Weaver. Monet inside, all this damage spilling onto the Slark. Is Pichu in trouble as well? Palos Pudge coming in hot, doing some big work there around their tier 2 top. Monet's going to TP away, as is XWY.
This Blank Dagger from Batrider paying off. They do manage to lock down Beastmaster. They take away a lot of their damage. There is not going to be a Primal Roar. Doesn't even get a BKB off. This was freshly bought BKB from XXS, and the Monet couldn't really fight into it. Needs that BKB so that he can sustain himself, get on top of Pudge, and start right-clicking him down.
Yeah, who was doing all that damage to Monet? Was it just Rot?
It was Rot, yeah. He didn't feel too comfortable getting close. Like Beastmaster, look at the damage recap. You have 100 damage from Beastmaster, 400 from both supports. So not that much, and Pudge almost 4,000 damage in the previous fight.
X, I watched the Slark pounce back in. He was inside his own teammate's macro power. I was like, wait, is that's not doing the damage. Just standing next to Pudge. Rot's doing 80% of the Slark's HP in just a matter of seconds. And Baboka with this very squishy build. We were praising him for the Deso. Moved into Medallion after the Wraith bans. Needs that BKB to be able to stand his ground and actually fight and square up against some of these Execration heroes.
It's a really greedy build. I think we've all been in this situation where you, like, all right, I'll take over the game. I had such a great start, and after picking up that triple kill, Boboka wants to be the carry. He even bought a second Wraith ban just now.
Yeah, stacking up the stats. A good showing from Execration, though.
Level 10, didn't even pick up 9 strength, instead decided to go for Shikuchi damage. This is extremely great. This is like 10 out of 10.
Big greed. Aster do have vision over Execration right now with a Hawk. And they'll smoke to try and play into that enemy triangle again. And this is Deja Vu just pummeling their heads into the enemy ancient spot. And they see Tino. Pretty good target to get in on top of, but the lasso's there, catching the storm. He did get off his BKB, but Tino's dead immediately. Now the roar, and Shanks gets shredded. Carlo and Bob on the runaway. And come out with the Eclipse, but Monet and XWY not too bothered about it. Hook across Monet, but in the end, Carlo still dies. A double kill for the Storm. No Roshan to be claimed, but another statement of intent there from Aster, playing aggressively and forcing Execration back.
If they're the ones getting the jump, they are the one controlling the fights. Storm Spirit this time around gets a zip. They have the follow-up with the Ice Path Macropire. And I think XXS maybe is stuck in the previous game. He saw Marcy jumping in, and he's like, well, I need to roar her.
Yeah.
Because she popped the BKB, you hear this unleashed sound. She just straight up dies. The right clicks from Slark and Weaver. So might save it for a Batrider. I'm not sure if he lost the vision on a Batrider. But somehow Shanks, he did manage to farm a BKB, also holding on to Brigand's Blade. So it's a ton of damage. Like, this hero does scale so well as a position 4 once you get the BKB, Phase Boots, and the Basher. We'll see how much he's going to be able to farm in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, especially with that level 4 sidekick on the Familiars. Definitely some surprise physical damage coming out of Execration in these team fights. And a long old Roche respawn, almost max.
There's no one to use Sidekick on. Pudge doesn't benefit from it, and neither does Batrider, so you most likely want to use it on familiars.
It has to be right. And there's nobody else that really utilizes it. Well, here we are again. Aster on the high ground in the enemy ancients. Pressing and pushing into top and mid.
They don't want to go in and siege. They don't have the heroes for it. Maybe Beastmaster, maybe like a Liquid Fire, but then you get hooked, your push stops immediately. Palos, he's ready to jump in. Does have that Blink Dagger, but he's underneath the Hawk Vision at the moment.
Aster see absolutely everything. Execration just trying to hold that right-hand side of the tree line. And they'll have to move out across the map to get any additional farm for themselves, but it feels like they want to fight. They know how important that next Roshan's going to be. Don't want to be handing that to a Slark or a Storm. You really do want it in the hands of Palos' Pudge right now. And he's getting pretty powerful, Palos. Picks up a Kaya, so lots of magic damage. With the double blink threat, of course, can jump onto a target and blow them up. And that's what they're going to do with the Weaver now. Blink Lasso into just destruction.
Buyback, use time lapse. Let's see.
He might have to, because XWI has jumped on in. They're going to go for the pick off on Tino. Visage gone. Now the Slark aiming for Palos. Force staffed away by his teammate, while Carlo chucks the Eclipse at them, but they've got the safety of the Ball Lightning and the Shadow Dance. XWI, very low HP, balls away, but the hook, blink forward, Palos secures it, but look at Baboka. He came back into the fight, and he's pummeling them with a Desolator. The minus armor from Aster. Palos has to BKB TP home, but he doesn't make it. He's dead, and Bob's Batrider, oh, he's in some bloody trouble now. BKB TP from him from the high ground, but Aster are sprinting towards your base now.
It looked good because you jumped Weaver, who's like does have a lot of net worth, but you use Lasso. I'm not sure if you can afford to use it. And Boboka does exactly what I said. Buys back, comes back into a fight, picks up a couple of Deso charges, and now 40 seconds without Pudge, who doesn't even have buyback, so they're gonna lose this set of barracks.
Nothing to stop them. Ancient Granite Golem there, tanking up Monet. The Swarm, very annoying. Tino and Carlo have to deal with the bugs. And the Desolator showing how impactful it can be against buildings. Shanks went for an attempt to jump in, pops and hops back out. Aster just going back into their safe place. Enemy high ground triangle.
There was an interview with Aster that we did during the DPC about the importance of the gem. We asked them, like, because they do buy it relatively early on, and now the smoke.
Yeah, Tino.
Take it.
Every time they see Tino, they see Visage, they jump and they kill. He's got buyback, but I don't know what good it's going to do. Bob on the run again with no BKB, but he does slip away. Even the Jakiro buying a Blink Dagger now. Pichu wanting to position himself in these team fights. As Batrider still gets caught by the freaking Weaver, but Boka's Weaver just comes back for him.
He bought the book for himself. Book Boka. And now Crystalis, level 18. He got a lot of XP from that one. The rest of the team is going to finish off the Roche. But yeah, Storm Spirit zipping in. So they need some kind of a follow-up. Pichu picks up the Blink Dagger that you said. So he wants to be able to have like another layer of stun after Storm Spirit zips in. Storm, who picked up the shard? They gave it to Beastmaster. So we'll have that dive bomb available.
Hey, because then you got the ability to like storm zip in or roar, and the follow through from Jakiro is always going to be there. Yeah, you're right with this gem, just making sure Execration have limited to no vision on the map whatsoever.
Look at the levels. Boboka is...
Palos, he tried to TP, but Slark saw him, pounces on him. He's going to dismember the Slark, but this is lights out for him. Oh, unless the Batrider lassos up Monet. The hook misses Monet. Invis hiding dead. Aegis claimed up, but they might be able to clean up. Pudge is gone, and Bob blinks away from the double Deso hit from the Weaver, while the rest of the fight brewing up top. Luna gone, and a BKB'd Marcy, roared and stunned. Does get off the unleash, but only for a matter of seconds. Chain disabled out by the Jakiro and Beastmaster. Very nicely done by Aster.
Boboka almost the same level as Monet. Level 20. Monet's level 21. Getting that solo XP 2 times in a row because Monet died, and now
He's level 20 about, like, he wanted to get BKB for a long time. Now he switched things up. He's going for Daedalus.
More damage. Who needs protection? Let's go for another lane of barracks. 30 seconds, no Pudge, no Luna. And the second lane claimed here by Asta. I could think about going tier 4s, but instead the safer route is going to be that third lane up top. Let's see what Bob and Tino can do, because XWY zipping in. Batrider opts not to jump. They've got the Vortex on the Visage. XWY and Monet poking a little bit. And a Shadow Dance expended by the Slark as he gets bashes and hits onto the Tino Visage. Gargoyle form enabled, but Batrider dead and forced to buy back. Tino will come and back it up, but he's facing off against Little Fish Boy. Sliced and diced, and Pudge in the middle of 4 heroes disappears. I don't know what Bob can do. He can lasso the storm, drag him back towards Fountain, but the ice path blocks the way. You shall not pass, and down they go. Execration tap out as Asta take the 2-0 victory.
This was very clean from Aster in the second game.
No!
Did he die in the
Fountain.
end?
Yeah, he died to
He
Fountain.
did. Oh, dead for 100 seconds. It was very one-sided, this second game. The first blood going to Monet. Storm Spirit had a really good time. XXS as well. This time around, they did not block his camps. And of course, Boboka chatting it up as usual, going inside his own triangle. Lassa was used. He gets in there, gets a triple kill. 10-3-10 on your position 4v. I don't think you can ask for anything better. I mean, Monet had a flawless game. Didn't die a single time this game. And yeah, they know how to play around him. I think they also were well prepared for Tino's Visage. They did allow him to pick it 2 times in a row. He was level 4, level 5 at the 10-minute mark both games. So I think it comes down to them doing a research, knowing exactly what the execration is going to go for, going for this Luna as position 5 2 times in a row. Not a strong laner by any means, especially if you pair it up with Pudge. There's little to no synergy.
Yeah, it didn't feel particularly good. And we can also come back to the points you were making during the draft of that second ban phase, where they picked Batrider, and it felt like they protected him somewhat. They banned the Ember, they banned the Abaddon, and Naga Siren is always annoying, but they didn't remove Storm, Queen of Pain, they didn't get rid of a Slark, and, you know, Asta with that second phase of picks was like, Storm, Slark, okay, draft felt kind of over at that point.
It really did. Like, I mean, they also gave XXS another Beastmaster. That P-Master picked up Jakiro for Pichu 2 times in a row, which is not a hero that we usually see. It's like very specific, but it did the job. Playing with the Storm Spirit, being able to land another stun from the Ice Path, and just a strong laner. It, like, he came in, soaked up some of the damage from, like, the early damage from Visage and Marcy, and did not allow Slark to die. They got himself, like, he secured a couple of kills in the lane for Slark as well. And yeah, I think Execration, they need to stay away from this, like, Visage plus Marcy. It did work out really well in the DPC, but when it comes down to working against the international teams, people do a lot more, I would say a lot more research, and they play different strategies. Again, inter-regional matchups are much, much different than the international ones.
Yeah, very difficult to get a read on it as well. I mean, yeah, that's 4 games in a row they picked Pichu, the Jakiro. 3 wins, 1 loss. Yeah. So looking like a very, very solid pick there. But yeah, that's a 2-0 victory for Asta. They were at the bottom of the table, but starting to clamber up in Group A, sorry, as we will start to move into our next series, the last one of the day here on the Storm stream, Tundra Esports against OG. A real exciting one, so we've got ourselves a break of 15-20 minutes or so, and we'll come back with that best of 2.
On your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me.
Welcome back to the Storm stream here for Dream League Season 19 as we round out Day 2 with a banger of a match. OG taking on Tundra from Group B, and OG currently doing pretty well for themselves, Lacoste.
Yeah, they did struggle in the Western European DPC. Did manage to qualify for the major in the end. It was a chaotic one, as it always is with OG. But looking at the series and their matchup today, it's not looking too good. Their previous encounters in 2023, OG did not just win, they didn't even take game off Tundra. And this is like 7 games we're talking about. So in 2023, Tundra is 7-0 against OG in terms of games.
Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. So yeah, heading into this one, OG maybe shaking in their boots a little bit, facing off against Tundra. But I think we can take a look at the overall standings and see where they're at in Group B, as OG currently in 3rd spot, 4-2, taking series off of Noun's Enigma Galaxy, which I think to nobody's surprise happened, losing 2-0 to Team Liquid, which again is kind of expected, while Tundra, not looking too bad, but sat middle of the table as they 1-1 Beast Coast, lost to Team Liquid, and 2-0 Team Spirit, which is a pretty good sign.
Yeah, Tundra is a type of a team that can take games off anyone. It's just like, did they wake up properly? This is the thing that I have with Tundra. After TI, sometimes you do have like slower entrances to the year because you achieved what you wanted to achieve throughout your Dota career, and then you might not take it as seriously, but we'll have to see. Tundra can match up, like Tundra can beat any of these teams on any day, and especially against OG, the matchup that we talked about, seems like Tundra just has OG's number.
So is that a style thing? Do you think OG, they've had this style no matter what the roster is, where they're playing aggressively out of lanes, diving towers, and looking for kills? Are Tundra that kind of patient team that can weather that storm?
Yeah, Tundra is slow, methodical. They also tend to farm a lot. They also play like slower games. If you want to play some kind of a farm game against Tundra, you're going to lose because sometimes it feels, oh, we're doing okay. Then one fight happens, Tundra wins it, and you feel like the game's down the drain. It feels like the game's not comebackable at all.
Yeah, they just take control of the map so quickly. And they were one of these teams, of course, Aoi coaching them. He's the inventor of the ghost push, but you add in 3-3 as the offlaner and Skitter playing these Naga Dragon Knight kind of heroes. You win a fight, you take control of the entire map.
What's a ghost push? I never heard this term before.
Wait, have you not? You've just not listened to me then.
Probably, yeah.
It was 2 TIs ago. It was the TI that was in Bucharest. Aoi was explaining they'd like invented this term for when you're a Beastmaster and you're pushing with your summons. You're not showing your hero, or you're a Naga pushing with illusions and not showing your hero. So you're shoving lanes and opening space, but not putting yourself in a dangerous position.
Okay, I didn't know that was a term. But yeah, it's a good thing. Like we've seen it time and time again with the Beastmaster that this does happen, and I believe we do have a draft for ourselves.
We do. Yeah, game 1 between OG and Tundra. Ready for your viewing pleasure here. And the first phase of bans, no massive surprises. Brood Beastmaster banned by OG, and Rubik Monkey King by Tundra, opening up with a Doom for Tundra and Io Slark for OG.
That's an early one. The thing about Slark is you can't really flex it. You might play it on a mid lane if it's a Batrider matchup. But other than that, it just doesn't seem like it's a thing. If Tundra wants to pick up a mid hero, never mind, they're just going to get a Squirrel. So, hero that can deal damage to Slark. If you also get Doom, you don't get the pounce off. But historically, Io has been a great counter to Doom because you can always relocate people out. Then you have Hoodwink, who plays from the trees. One good bushwhack could really stop it, especially if you have vision. 33, throughout the DPC, he played a lot of Doom. And he also, I'm not going to say pioneered the Meteor Hammer, but we had an interview with him about why is it so good, why do people pick it up, and how it changes your playstyle. And he did talk about importance of not putting yourself in a spot where you just Meteor Hammer the towers and you change your playstyle. You want to still do the same thing. It's just a farming tool. It's just stats. That's what it is.
Okay, that's just a good all-round item.
Yes.
Keeps you out on the map as well with the innate regen you get from it. It feels
You
good
don't
just
want to
never
go
back-
for anything fancy, jump in, war stomp, try to land a meteor hammer in the middle of a fight. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Maybe if you kill like 3 heroes, then you can go for this kind of a play, but stay away from it. Just play normally, and then it's a reach. Like, also the build that he goes for is Meteor Hammer back to Midas, BKB into Blink Dagger most of the times, just valuing the Hand of Midas still on Doom, of course, because you want that level 20, the minus 35 second cooldown on Doom, plus Octarine Core, you have it at the time.
I mean, it takes me back to the old days. I don't know if you ever did this, but I know when I played Dota 1, it was quite common with low-skilled players, myself included, to buy lots of Perseverances because it just gave you regen and you never had to go back to Fountain. So you just buy Perseverance on every hero so you can stay on the map and keep on playing.
I didn't know you
was the saddest
the
thing.
more I know about you, Gary,
The more disgusted you get.
the more I like you.
But this is also when, you'd buy Battle Fury on Wind Ranger as an offlane hero.
Oh yeah, back in the days. But to talk about the Doom itemization, I think this is a great Shiva's Guard game overall. You're playing against Io, you want to have that reduction, reduced healing reduction, of course, and have the against Slark as well. Dark Willow, however, I think this hero has not been picked enough. This hero does well in the lane. It's also Taiga's special hero, so he does scale. Like, he was trying to get, like, I remember one game during the DPC where he decided to go for Hand of Midas, Blink Dagger, Shard. Like, he picked up Hand of Midas, game was already over, pretty much. But, yeah, he wants to be able to scale. And now, Tundra, classic, I would say.
Yeah.
You have Skitter playing Naga Siren. It's a really good Naga game against Dark Willow, against Slark as well, where you build into silence. You also, they don't have any kind of AoE, so these bans that they did make a lot of sense. They also have limited amount of lockdown, so against the Storm Spirit, it's mostly Lesh as well. And they showed Slark already, so they can't really go for different hero. So they need some kind of a hero that deals with Naga Siren illusions. I think OG put themselves in a spot where I don't think they can get away from it, to be honest.
Yeah, they're kind of all
get out
in.
of this trouble.
Yeah, they're kind of all in.
Oh, look, what is that? I'm looking at OG members. They do have tags on the side. It says Agi.
Yes.
So they want to steal some Agi as Slark players as well. Uragi also has Agi in his name.
He does indeed. Yeah, they all join the clan.
Interesting one.
As Agi trademarked as well, I think it is as well. But yeah, classic
It's also
stuff from Tundra.
Remind yourself when you play Morphling, never go full Agi.
Ah, that is a good reminder. And he's playing Slark, so he's going to be stealing all the Agi this game as well. But I think it's very, very classic and ties into what we were saying before the draft started. OG are in this mindset, this play style where it's constant fighting with Io healing, Slark going in and out of fights. The Naga Siren, again, the classic signature for Tundra, controlling map after a team fight. They're very stoic, looking for this Blink Doom, Mirana Arrow, Moonlight Shadow to set up. Naga Siren controls the map. But I think also the fact that Tundra played against the Dark Willow earlier today. Beast Coast picked it and beat them with it. So maybe a bit of mind games from OG saying, hey, you lost to this earlier, you're going to lose again.
They could. It's in terms of heroes that can close the gap, it's Doom with the Blink Dagger, maybe Hoodwink from the trees. Tower damage for OG, not the greatest, so they need to split up the map. They do have heroes for it. Global presence from Zeus, of course. Potential relocates. A bit limited on stuns and control, but Zeus against Naga Siren, you will always have something to deal with those illusions at every single stage of the game.
That's a good point. Clear them out. And we're looking for a DM hero as the last pick, it looks like. So Tundra start angling towards some of these offlane bans. Anything that comes to mind immediately for DM to pick to pair with a Dark Willow?
I know that he likes to play Tidehunter. I think Tide or Dawnbreaker, if they want to go all in into this global strat, I wouldn't mind seeing these two heroes. Sure, you're picking Tide into Doom, but you also have Dark Willow to kind of reset pre-BKB, and you also have Io that can't get them out of the trouble. So yeah, it's also a good matchup against Naga Siren in the lane.
Yeah, there goes the Tide. And other options, yeah, in patches past, we saw the Mars and the Centaur and stuff like that. Maybe an option, but unlikely, I think. And Magnus comes to mind as well. I think you're right with that Dawnbreaker. A very good shout.
Yeah, I think also Timber might not be a bad choice considering what they're playing into. But you don't have tower damage on OG. It's all about getting the kills and then going for the towers. In terms of sieging the high ground, maybe Dragonite. I think Dragonite has been on the rise. So put just the Dragonite in the off lane and you'll be okay.
Yeah, and then for Tundra, we need our 9 hero, right? There's nothing weird is going to happen here where he takes Hoodwink or Doom mid. Or is there?
I mean, he played Hoodwink back in the days.
Yeah.
But most likely this is going to be Saxa's hero, and they're going to be looking to get some kind of a jump hero. Also, in terms of control, there's Dark Willow, Slark with a pounce. So 9 heroes. I mean, it could also be Dragonite. I don't mind seeing Dragonite for them. Pango's okay as well, just to be able to find him. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so Pango can work out for Tundra real nicely.
Are you worried about playing into Zeus at all? Like you can't, like there's no Storm, there's no Bat. Can't grab one of those. You're all right playing just a melee hero, some kind of, like, could they go for Ember Spirit as a gap closer as well?
Maybe Queen of Pain. I don't know if you want to commit to it. Just so you have a jump, Queen of Pain with like 1 item into BKB. Could work out. Let's see if OG decides to ban it.
Ah, the DM Underlord removed out. Not fun to play into that when you're a Nagasaran.
This hero would also open up the Fiend's Gate, which does give them even more global presence. So suddenly you have like 5 heroes that are there. You get doomed. He places a portal. He goes back to Fountain. So that's one way to stop it as well. Like there's certain heroes that work out nicely against Doom as well. Like have a Centaur as well, where you are kind of taking away Doom from the other target. So you're like, oh, you need to Doom Centaur. Otherwise, he's going to Stampede and the rest of the team's going to run away.
OD. Well, that's a tasty 9 hero that's gone out. Well, Tundra have to pick first. They know the matchup, so it's not too devastating for them. We pretty much know all the lane matchups already. There's Doom, Hoodwink, Mirana, Nagasaran going to be side laners, Slark Io, Willow +1. It's just when you're last picking for 9, his hero pool is so diverse, you're not quite sure what's going to come out of left field for him. They've brought back the Lina even. Right at the end of DPC, they grabbed Lina in one of the games. It was a loss, but they're still showing that it's a hero that can have impact.
Okay, this is mid-Ricky. It's a good Ricky game. Against Dark Willow, against Zeus, Slark. Slark really hates to play into Cloud. Can't get out of trouble. Same goes for Willow with the Shadow Realm. Zeus can't jump. Might struggle in the lane. You are playing Ricky against Zeus, so Zeus will get the free farm. Can't really stop him from farming. Has a lot of damage. Let's see what DM's hero is going to be. We did talk about potential Dragonite, Dawnbreaker if they want to have a bit more global presence.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 best ones left in there. Like a Sand King?
New hero.
Who's that?
I mean, this hero also deals well with Nagasaran and the illusions. It's just how you play the hero in the first couple of waves, and like they needed some kind of a stun, so cheap stun, it makes a lot of sense. Also, I want to see how many stacks they're gonna make for DM.
Oh yeah, like a Beastmaster, stack up the ancients in a large camp, get them to those items a bit quicker. And what do you buy on Sand King? I'm guessing the Blink Rush days are gone, and you can just go Greaves.
I assume so. Greaves is always good on the offlane, and then get a Blink Dagger. But if they feel they need something else, it could be Mech Mana Boots into Guardian Greaves. Then you get the Blink Dagger. Speaking of the itemization, now that you mentioned it, Force Staff, a lot of value. You get hit by arrow, Nagasaran, Ricky Cloud on top of it. You want to push people out of trouble. So I think Sand King might even want to opt to go for one himself, because Io doesn't buy this item. Dark Willow could buy it, but you can't force yourself out of the Shadow Realm, so that's kind of a tricky one. Like, you don't get the full value from it. Yeah, I do favor Tundra's draft here because they do have Ricky against Slark against all of these heroes. They did like you're still gonna. I don't know if they want to commit to it because I'm gonna go back again to what 33 said in an interview about Meteor Hammer 9. When he plays Ricky mid, he goes for Meteor Hammer, then he gets a Diffusal Blade, starts to scale. So they might have 2 Meteor Hammers on mid lane and off laner.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. But it absolutely is, hero for hero signature draft from Tundra. And looking at this, they've got great ways to play the map, set up for potential kills, make space for the Naga Siren for Skitter to get his farm on, and lots of ways to catch heroes and slowly kind of whittle away at them with this Mirana Hoodwink support duo. While OG, you just know they're going to be continually fighting. Even before the laning stage breaks down, it's going to be 6-7 minutes in. They're going to be guarding runes, attacking into enemy portions of the map, and looking to get all these heroes involved from a very early point. And of course, as we've seen from that table already, OG sitting quite pretty near the top. Tundra, middle of the pack. Both teams here on day 2 looking for some 2-0 victories as day 1 was jam-packed with 1-1s. You want to try and get a couple more W's under your belt. We'll see how they fare here as we head into game 1 of this best of 2. OG taking on Tundra and getting themselves out across the map as quickly as they possibly can.
We'll see. DM, looking at his item build, it's going to be mana boots, casual ring of health. For now, let's see if he commits to it. Naga Siren, scouting things out in the mid lane. I still can't think about Io when I see this cosmetic. It just doesn't strike me as Io for some reason.
It's like for so long we had normal Io or companion cube Io, and now they've added a third one. It's like, wait, what is this? What's going on?
I mean, you're big on Pokemon, Gary. What was that gas one that smelled real bad? Coughing or something? Yeah.
And
kind of
wheezing.
reminds me of him. Yeah.
First, I thought you were talking about Ghastly and Haunter and Gengar, but no, coughing and wheezing. The old smoke screen and smoke clouds kind of stuff coming out of them. Toxic poison Pokemon. Well, an interesting move from OG, smoking all the way across their safe lane and coming into the enemy ancient spot. High ground ward, and the potential here for a level 1 fight is sanking a hero that you're okay going level 1 Burrow Strike on, though, is the question.
Not really. You kind of don't want to get it, but if you're getting the first blood, you will scale it. So the lane now is going to be a bit more difficult because you would want to have Caustic, you would want to have Sandstorm, but Chu getting the first blood there, buying Stick, buying some extra regen as well, Mangoes and Tangos, and we'll go back to bottom lane. Also interesting build from Slark. Yuragi, 2 gauntlets on a hero like a Slark just to be able to tank up a little bit more so that he doesn't die. It's all about that lane presence in terms of sustain, because Io, especially now that he picked up the first blood, which means that Slark doesn't need to bring regen.
Yeah, and Slark went for that Essence Shift level 1. Already 1 opponent, Agi. And he's got Soul Ring queued up on Yuragi.
Yeah,
so it looks
Yuragi,
like
my Agi.
There we go. Yeah, I guess just spamming Dark Pact, Soul Ring is going to accelerate his farming speed. If they can maybe build up some stacks, they're definitely just going to be able to stick in the lane for that little bit longer with that additional regen. Up at top, Tiger. Hunting, snaking, doing quite a bit of damage to the Mirana already in the first minute.
Look what 33 is bringing on his career. Just the casual gauntlets. That's what he brought.
Oh, yeah? You got gauntlets, I've got gauntlets. Let's start throwing gauntlets at each other, laying down the law and setting up some duels. Oh, man, snaking so close to death again. This Tiger Dark Willow applying incredible amounts of pressure. And DM in... you create this 1v1 where Tiger and Snake King are playing Dota between them, and Naga Siren has to deal with a Sand King with Sandstorm. Not the ideal spot for Skitter to be in.
Definitely, and DM's off to a great start. They did zone out Snake King. Seems like there's going to be some confusion going on. So, yeah, he's level 1 presence as Mirana, especially on a Sand King who got, like, 2nd level immediately. Oh, no, Yuragi.
Gets tethered up.
This is why gauntlets. This is why he bought it. If he had Agis or no stats, anything different, he would have died there. This is 6 extra strength. That's 120 HP.
Yeah, and slippers and mantles are for nerds. Buy the gauntlets. Get tanky. Get buff. I would have died without it. Pretty solid start from OG. Get that first blood. Get yourselves out into lanes. Looking reasonably solid. And once this Sand King gets his levels up top, And we're looking at level 3 for Tiger and DM. They can absolutely open up to look for kills on Skitter or Snaking. Will we see that Caustic on the Sand King? Or is it going to be max out Sandstorm and like 1 value point in Caustic?
We'll see. Might get 1 point, but also level 2 Sandstorm is just too powerful. Lowers the cooldown. You get that extra damage as well, so most likely going to go for it.
Yeah, makes much more sense.
Looking at the mid lane, 9 is CSing nicely. Every single time Blink Strike is available. They didn't go for Magic Stick, which is an interesting one in this matchup. Just tends to get Ring of Health as soon as possible. You get extra regen from Tower, from the Flag Bearer creep, and now top lane. They're going for it.
Yeah, playing aggressively on Skitter again. Just bullying him away from the creep wave. He will meet under his tower, though, so he'll get some last hits there. But this opens things up for Tiger and DM to shift over, contest pulls, and keep sneaking out of play. Saxer down bottom, lurking in the tree lines. Trying to guard up that Doom. And there is that pull contested by DM. Gather up a little bit of additional farm for the Sand King. But yeah, that mid lane, it really is all about the rush of the Meteor Hammer. Get that as quickly as you possibly can. You mentioned the Diffusal Blade to start scaling. And then, of course, we're looking for that 15-minute point where Ricky gets the shard and becomes an incredible force of nature going into that mid-game once lane stage breaks down. Because then you've got the dart into Meteor Hammer with arrow and snare. The bushwhack comes out. There's just an inordinate amount of control from Tundra onto single targets.
Yeah, so many things that they can combine this with. Ragi playing very aggressive bottom every single time Doom gets close. I think the 33 this time around will skip Meteor Hammer build. I think he's just going to go for, let's call it a normal one, where you get like phase boots, BKB Blink Dagger.
With the Midas or without?
With the of course, with the Midas.
Okay. Making sure.
I forgot the key component.
The conventional Midas build for the Doom, yeah. And Saxer just spamming out acorn shots.
It's a good Meteor Hammer overall, because they don't have anything to stop the Meteor Hammer channeling time other than Bolt from Zeus.
Oh, good bushwhack bottom. Cut out the tree and Chew on the way out. Pops his stick, nearly dead, and will fall to 3-3 in the end. No cross kill for Yuragi either. Saxer and 3-3 able to kind of spread the damage between themselves, and nobody too low.
That level, as soon as you hit level 2 on Doom, Scorched Earth, and also I like that a lot, that Dooms recently started to pick up a point in Infernal Blade. It gives you so much more kill threat. Infernal Blade, ooh. Not close enough. With the Scorched Earth now available, they might go for it. Pound some cooldown for another 15 seconds. Snaking in trouble.
Yeah, nice Shadow Realm into one hit from DM. Not an easy lane for this Mirana. Sand King Dark Willow, an incredible combo. And back down at bottom, you know, Io doesn't offer you too much in the way of control or damage, but he's just allowing Yuragi to stay here, keep battling with the Doom, get a decent amount of farm. But we're starting to see a difference appear. There is a disparity between the last hit values coming out. Tundra starting to take a mild lead, not just in the last hits, but denies as well. 8, 11, 7, getting a lot of denies and removing some of that advantage that OG were trying to build up in the laning stage.
OG will start to play a bit more aggressive now on the side lanes, looking for the kills. Zeus just hit that level 6, so Thunder Gods is available. BZM. Bushwhack actually connects.
Yes, DD Hoodwink doing some serious deeps with the acorn shot. But across comes Chew. Tethers up BZM. Keeps him all right in the lane. And so let's leave Yuragi in a 1v1 against 3-3. Already spent his Dark Pack, so Infernal Blade gonna do a bit of chip damage there to the Slark. All right, now Yuragi just looking for that level 6 as quickly as he possibly can. Try and keep the Io out of the lane so he's not leeching that experience. Nice bushwhack again from Saxer, and still has this DD. We can't get a finish on Yuragi, but they're going to force the tether out from the Io and keep him in the lane as well.
It's a lot of harassment coming out from these two heroes. Bottom does have Tornado available on Doom at the moment.
Yeah, can try and reposition Chew. Squishy old Io. Tiger.
It's the Hurricane. Tornado is the other one. I always get confused by it. Here comes Tornado. And they're diving.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 3-3's not going to die to tower, though. They've killed Yuragi, and that's what they were aiming for. Tornado and Hurricane. So close, yet so far.
Ooh, DM farming some big stacks. In the jungle, level 5.5. Does have Tumbler still available, going for Ring of Health for now. 9. Meteor Hammer also done by him. Let's see if he makes a rotation or if he wants to land it on tower. Zeus, as soon as he shows bottom, he's going to land that hammer mid.
Yeah, he tried once before, but unfortunately Tiger and BZM paired up to stop 9 in his tracks, while Chu, holding hands with BZM, kills off Saxa down bottom. OG starting to make a little bit of room for themselves and swapping out these lanes, breaking things down 8 minutes in, putting Uragi mid to get that level 6 a bit faster, and putting BZM down here so he's able to dish out some damage and maybe even trade blows with Tundra's heroes there. This does mean, though, Naga Siren getting some free time, finally unpressured by the Dark Willow Sand King combo, and Skitter top of the last hit chart. And second place just behind the Doom.
Very interesting one. This is something that has been done before. Slark with the Radiance. Radiance got much cheaper in the previous patch. You can easier get it. And now Slark, level 5, trying to collect some XP in the mid lane. Chu's gonna help him out with the sustain until he gets that level 6.
Going to be real handy against Naga Illusions, having that Radiance. And Slark, one of the stickiest heroes in the game, able to keep himself alive alongside an IO, just continually pushing that Radiance damage out. Oh, the tree cut. Saxa, raindrops popped. Yaragi's in with a pounce, and there's Hoodwink. And even on the smoke screen, taken down by BZM's Thunder God's Wrath. And OG, 5 heroes there guarding their Ancients, making sure they get everybody involved.
Making sure that DM is getting the farm. Big Ancient stack was just cleared by OG. Which also means that Doom is getting some free farm in the bottom lane. Going for that Hand of Midas that we talked about. And also, Seed Shot plus Hoodwink. This is pretty much the same ability. It also kind of looks the same.
Seed Shot and Acorn Shot. We don't know what kind of seeds that Doom's throwing. Definitely doing a significant amount of damage, though. Now, this Sand King, Arcane Boots back into Vanguard. Is this going to be a Crimson, or is it going to be disassemble it into, you know, Hood, Pipe? What's the deal with the DM's build here?
I mean, he wants to get a Blink Dagger. I don't know if he wants to commit straight away for that Crimson, but it's an okay Crimson game against Ricky's Blink Strikes, Naga Siren, of course. Snaking, collecting some XP here.
Gonna get Burrow Strike, though. 2 leaps to get away from the Shadow Realm, but gets caught out by the Brambles. Nearly dies to it as well.
No Fortunately, Zeus available.
Raindrops and a Magic Wand. Relo coming in. 1 more leap. That's all Snaking has for now. Chase from Uragi and Chu, trying to pounce forward and kill off Snaking. They'll find him, in fact. Uragi with a good move. And where are they heading back to?
Nicely done by OG. Bottom lane, straight to farming in the jungle. Uragi getting closer and closer to his Sacred Relic. 1300 gold away. BZM, TP rotation. Fairy's Trinket. Where's the follow-up? I don't know if they can chase this one.
I don't think so. I mean, Saxter, the squishy Skrill, dropped down to half HP, but still stands to fight. Now 9's come in. Smoke screen and a bit of damage on Chu, but tethers away. Wow. I mean, OG, the team we're usually seeing scrapping and brawling non-stop, able to disengage from a fight that could easily have gone badly for them.
They bit off more than they could chew there. Chew with the mech. Magic Stick, infused raindrops, a bit too tanky. They even threw Doom on BZM, who there was no real follow-up. And OG splitting the map nicely.
Yeah, felt a bit frantic from 3-3 there. Maybe just thinking that BZM's going to do too much damage, maybe killed them if he didn't doom them. Still in the back of the heads of OG, though, is this Naga Siren. Skitter has been very quiet. 0-0-0. Back into the jungle now to keep on farming. And both him and the Doom topping the net worth chart. Well, trio of dire heroes, in fact, as Ricky overtakes the Zeus. Throws the Meteor Hammer down bottom, and Uragi under the smoke screen. Bushwhacked up, Infernal Blade's there. Damage comes with a mech and heal. The sustain onto Uragi, keeping him alive for long enough to pounce away. In the meantime, Tiger with DM take down Snaking towards that top lane, but beautiful stuff from Chu down bot.
Yeah, that First Blood really came in handy for him. And now Sox is in trouble. Like, this is have in mind that Slark doesn't really have an item yet. This is just 5-6 minutes of the items from the laning stage, because he has almost 3,000 gold saved up. So that means no stats, no Echo Saber, doesn't have that extra tankiness. 9 trying to farm up his Diffusal Blade. He wants to be able to scale. We talked about the importance of Cloud, and he is maxing it out. 3 points in Cloud already. And every single time I see Snaking, he just enjoy himself whenever he can get a couple of waves for free.
One creep, sir. Please, one creep. Puts himself in harm's way again. I don't know BZM if he can go for this. He's attempting with a Thunder God's Wrath, but doesn't get the finish. Again, this magic wand, the raindrops paying dividends for Tundra.
Dire's top tower is
But you're right about this Slark, though, hey? Look, Echo Saber is what, 2,500?
Dire's
He could easily have that plus more. Instead, a couple hundred away from the Sacred Relic. Still catches me, actually still catches me off guard. It's 3,400, so he's got it now, in fact.
Yeah, it's so cheap nowadays. It's great Radiance game against, you see Ricky, oh, Sharpshooter, they get Taiga, and also against Naga Siren and the Illusions, of course. But Skitter, he's been farming. This is the type of a game that we talked about. A bit of a slower game from Tundra, where they can't really make the moves until they get the Diffusal Blade on Ricky. They are also limited in terms of lockdown. This is why 33 used Doom and others didn't really follow it up unless they land a Bushwhack, which sometimes can be difficult. So, Snaking, soaking up the XP in one lane. You have Skeeter farming the jungle, 33 also farming. So, they will play this type of a farm game until they get their items. With the Diffusal Blade on Ricky, they will try to go and get stuff done. Go for these pickoffs, kill Slark potentially once. Still good timing on Radiance. Yuragi, 1,000 gold away from it.
Yeah, and Blink Dagger's up for DM as well. After all those ancient stacks and now free farm in the top lane for several minutes, finds himself in a good spot here to kick off fights alongside the rest of his team. We'll see what Tundra does with this Moonlight Shadow, though. 9 is already setting up in that top lane with an Observer Ward in front of him, scouting DM. Meteor Hammer will drop on the creep wave. DM sidesteps it. Sentry Ward just out of range. We'll kill off the Courier.
Done by 9.
DM wants to go for this. Blink, tumble. Burrow strike on the Mirana, and they've got the control with the Brambles there. Zap him down with a bit of lightning damage out of the Zeus. But it means the rest of Tundra can escape from OG. Now, bringing 5 heroes to every one of these fights, getting a kill and a support, doesn't feel like it was entirely worth it.
They go back immediately to bottom, so Yuragi keeps on farming. That was the global presence we talked about. Zeus, relocate, Sankey with the Blink Dagger. Unfortunately, 9 was not able to kill the Courier, and they will get Hoodwink here as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's bedlam from Tiger's Dark Willow. When you're in a 1v1 scenario like that, you don't really stand a chance. Dark Willow can solo kill so many heroes. 100-0 in a matter of seconds. And OG changing tact. Instead of going for kills on heroes, they're instead now aiming for that mid-tier 1 tower and gathering up all 5 in the vicinity. Or snaking. Oh, yes, a creep wave for me. Experience, but no, it's death that awaits you. Nothing more but magic nuke damage burst down immediately. And a catapult will be kept alive here for OG to keep the push going.
This should be the tower. They are bringing the numbers. Chu also tanking up after finishing off Mech. Has double bracer queued up. He wants to be able to not die from like Sharpshooter, from the combo from Ricky. Still 1k gold lead for Tundra, but doesn't feel like they can take these fights. Right now, OG is in a good spot. Radiance available. Yuragi keeps on farming. They want some big kills. 33. He can always BKB TP out because they don't have abilities that go through magic immunity unless they initiate with the Blink Stun, follow it up by Terrorize, Bolt, then they can bring him down.
Yeah, gotta chain those stuns to perfection.
They know where he is.
They do. And now Thunder God's Wrath to give the vision of him. 3-3, are you gonna do it? BKB TP is ready. DM coming across. They chuck the Doom in onto Slark, and 3-3 just gonna die. They do song up a couple of heroes here. A Skitter makes an appearance in that bottom lane. Meteor Hammer song combo onto Tiger. It'll land with an arrow as well. But look at DM charging into the backlines, aiming for a target anyone he can find, but he's netted up. Can't follow through. War with a double burst strike now with a Terrorize. That's beautifully done. Sets up on the Ricky, and with a Bedlam, he's gone. Saxa hiding in the trees, but they offer no safety against this OG lineup, giving vision into the fog and finding yet another pickoff.
And this is why I said OG, they are ready to take the fight, and another Doom that they don't get anything out of it. He just regions it up, and then they take a fight. They take another tower. Every single time OG is there
you see that?
with the numbers. Yeah, what happened?
Willow's got Midas, just like you said.
Well, that's the build.
Pandemite is complete.
Nah, he's... Okay, did he actually get it?
Yeah,
he
it's on
did,
the-
because he was going for Blink Dagger, and then he should change it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on the way. I think this is... You've been saying it, right? They just need one item. You know, OG, they've got... Okay, Vanguard Blink on Sand King, Radiance on Slog, this Kaya Arcanes on the Zeus, just a few little items here and there, and they're ready to fight 15 minutes in. This is OG in and out, whereas Tundra, trying to play this longer game, need 3 items per hero. They need BKB Midas Blink on the Doom, as 3-3 is getting dived and has the BKB to run. Shadow Realm out from Tiger to slip away. So no follow through there, as 9 was also hiding in the trees. But yeah, it's very, very much a big difference in terms of power spikes here for both of these teams. OG ready at any given moment to start fighting. And even that's 14-3. Tundra are still in this. They're still farming away. And Skitter will get to that 3rd item eventually.
It's gonna take time. Like, he's farming nicely. He's on top of the net worth. But against Zeus, against Sanking, these illusions, they're gonna melt. DM now chasing with the haste rune.
Yeah, they see the Naga trying to cut this farm short. Epicenter and relocate, and oh my goodness, Naga Siren disappears. Top of the net worth for what? Well, DM, he's jumped forward. War Stomp will delay him, but he's still got a Burst Strike. Level 4, long range, gets the catch onto 3-3. There's no BKB here, so Doom's going to get taken down by another pounce from Uragi. Oh, stacking up the Agi. And a double kill for your Slog, because OG really hitting the groove here.
Very crisp movement from OG. All over the place. Every single time. Like, I'm looking at the dots on minimap. They're just playing together. Suddenly, 5 heroes are there, and they find 2 really nice kills. I don't think I remember seeing, like, 33 struggle in a game like this for a really long time. Saxa trying to cut the creep wave. Now, Ricky, he's leashed. Let's see if Arrow connects. It doesn't.
Uragi, I don't know if he would ever... Oh, bottom lane Saxa. Again, hiding in these trees, just not safe at all. Sharpshooters to try and create a bit of a gap between him and the rest of OG. We might be able to get away with the remnants of that Moonlight Shadow. Gets in behind enemy lines. They're still pinging him out and saying, hey, this hoodwink can't get away with this. But yeah, the fact that Uragi just goes, 1v3 into that top lane unscarred does get found out again and songed up this time, though. Skitter comes across and they want this Slark real bad. Arrow combo, there it is. DM comes in, but he's under the smoke, so he's silenced up and couldn't Burst Strike. BZM finally kills Saxa as he comes back up into this top jungle and jumps forward. Yeah, some damage on a 9, but he's Blink Striked off to the right-hand side. Saved up by the Naga Siren's positioning and blinks again. DM could get in here with a Burrow Strike, though, and there it is. Zap down the Ricky.
These fights, like, they're investing so much to be able to get the kills, and OG always gets something out of it. Spell amplification for Zeus is through the roof. If he's the one tethered by Io and Overcharge, then you have Kaya Sanj, Fairy's Trinket as well. This is gonna hurt, and so far, they could not manage to kill BZM, not even once this game.
Well, untouched. Aetherland's completed now. And the great thing about this Io pick, we were talking about it earlier on today, about that Marcy, Lone Druid, Io, Batrider kind of deal. Chu in this game has both the Zeus and the Slark that he can actually tether up and pair with. Having this overcharge, giving spell amplification to a Zeus, it's incredible how much damage BZM can output. Now, ideally, you will be tethered to the Slark in these long drawn out fights. But if you do get the chance, BZM is a good target as well. Here's Roshan for OG, though. No way for Tundra to get towards the pit. Still pretty even in terms of net worth difference, but OG levying the control of the map that they have, going in onto Snaking. Bedlam and Shadow Realm can't take him down, but the Thunder God's Wrath will.
He just got mana. Use the bottle. And Uragi will be holding on to Aegis for another 5 minutes. Things are starting to get grim for Tundra. I also see Naga Siren going for Orchid as next item. I've seen Naga Sirens picking up like Manta style into Mage Slayer just to be able to tank up. I think you need to get Mage Slayer against Zeus, against Sanking to tank up yourself and the illusions. But he's also thinks that they need to be the one like controlling Zeus, so another layer of silence could come in very handy. Even against the Dark Willow, it's gonna be who's getting the first jump.
Especially with a Ricky on your team. But Ricky, he's the one that gets caught out first. Oh, the disables, they're straight on to 9. He's getting blown up by the Bedlam. He's done. BZM gets the finish. Tiger still survives, and they jump in for more. Saxa eviscerated while snaking, forced to leap away, but the chase from OG looks pretty strong. If they can leap, jump, stun, catch, and kill the Mirana now.
Man, DM, he's all over the place. He's been involved in 17 out of 22 kills. Didn't die a single time. They're so quick, moving around the map, getting kills. Tundra, they can't really fight. Also, Bramble Maze against Mirana, against Ricky, you landed on top of them. They really hate it. Skeeter, they're looking for him.
Do they have him? Does he just have to song TP here? He's trying to hide away in the trees. He pops the song. He's going back towards them. He's got a TP though, right?
He did not see Sanking, so he ran towards them just to make sure that Sanking is not going to be able to blink, stun him. And now TP's to the mid lane. Continues to farm up.
Do you know what the range on Terrorize is? I guess that's also a chance they could long range terrorize him. Stop the TP with that. Mid lane. They're going to catch on DM. Arrows there, and they're dealing with Yuragi decently as well. Sanking falls, but the 3-man terrorize. Yuragi gets off his ulti, and the Thunder God's Wrath zaps down Snaking. The slot can't stand and fight, though. Even with the Radiance, the Naga illusion's right on top of him, forcing him away until Chu's there with a heal. Skitter worse for wear on this Naga, though, sat at 800 HP, and Snaking even buying back for this one. 9 is there with a Meteor Hammer and a Bushwhack. Good catch onto the Zeus, but there's Chu, healing up BZM, keeping him alive, but they've got the jump in from 9 again. Godlike streak removed, and 3-3's Doom, Shiny Golden God, is dealing with the slog. He's doomed him up, lasting quite some time, and they're right on top of Yuragi with 5 heroes surrounding him. The slog stands no chance.
Relocate is available. He needs to get him out of the trouble. Cloud is there. Relocate. Already
Can I do
there.
it? It looks like he's
dead.
dead.
No! He was not in range for Tether. Oh
dear. And that means Chu's gonna die as well. So it's gonna be a team wipe here for Tundra, it looks like. No way this IO can slip away with a smoke screen on him. Bushwhacked up, rooted and snared. Everything that Tundra have. Thrown OG.
What a fight from Tundra. When Snaking bought back, they didn't do like anything, but then finally you see the power of the Sleeping Dart. They land the Meteor Hammer on top of Zeus. I thought there was going to be relocate immediately on Zeus after they slept him to try to get him out of the trouble, and you see the itemization. Everybody swaps their items immediately. Sark now going for a BKB. You see Zeus going for Force Staff next, just to push himself out of the trouble. Has a point booster for now. Might decide to get a Force Staff off his own. Cloud, too valuable. This spell's insane against what OG got.
Yeah, it really is. Like, DM has his own BKB to try and contend with it. That's the real first loss, really, that OG have suffered. Tundra showing they can fight back, and this net worth on the Doom and the Naga isn't wasted. And keeping Skitter in the game. And we're going to have an Octarine core pretty soon on the Doom as well. And what's this Bedlam for? It's Sax's Hoodwink playing a little too far forward. Does get an Observer Ward down. So keeps the vision in that bottom jungle for now. But OG, always ready to fight. You could easily see them chain some smokes together, get a couple more pickoffs here. Try and guard that next Roshan in 3.5 potential minutes.
BKB done on Sanking.
Blink stun the Naga.
Initiation.
Terrorize. Speedy Naga means DM's Epicenter doesn't actually connect.
Ooh, this time around, they don't land their spells perfectly, and Naga Siren also having a haste rune, so we'll get out of the trouble. He's tanky, not as tanky when he's playing next to the Zeus. Tundra, they want their BKBs up. Ricky desperately needs one, so that he's not the one getting controlled by Sanking, getting zapped down by Zeus.
Radiant are scanning.
And what's Chu up to? This IO just lurking around in the bottom lane. Double bracer. Glimmer Cape now done, so a bit more protection for him. He'll wrap around and connect with the rest of his team up top. While Tundra smoking, migrating in towards mid. They see the Sandstorm. Let's see if they can find DM with a sentry placed. They should be able to see him. 9 started off with a Sleeping Dart into the arrow, and that's pretty quick damage, but they heal from Chu, keeping DM up and running. And now OG with a chance to strike back. They've got 3 men all stunned up, caught out by the DM and Tiger combo. No finish yet until they get Saxa. Would have been gone, but 3-3 strikes back onto Tiger. DM wants Skitter real bad right now. Slark is doomed and they've got the song. Skitter gonna TP home. They don't want to continue this one. Tundra.
Oh, the Ether lens.
BZM. Thunderbolt from the blue. Catching out Skitter mid TP and down goes the Naga Siren.
He did not expect this one. This is a huge kill. And again, Doom lands on Slark. Don't have enough damage. Like, their damage is really over time. With the sharpshooter, Ricky can't really commit to be able to kill Sanking underneath. They even throw Depth Shroud from Slark. Now Yuragi, he's chasing. I got him Scepter from Zeus, showing where he is.
Can't quite catch up. I don't know if you saw that there, the fight recap. -1 gold for Tundra.
They lost it. They can call it. Yeah, they can call GG after that fight.
-1. Oh,
Uncomebackable.
Is that your favorite word this year? Uncomebackable.
Yeah, we always we have this unhealable damage on the barracks.
Yep.
That's a good word.
Uncomebackable.
Tundra looking for something. Taiga is close. 9. Let's see if he decides to go for it. Just go inside the trees. Might land the Meteor Hammer blindly.
Yeah, doesn't find Tiger for now. There's a blink on the Dark Willow too. I wonder if they'll start TPing down here if Tiger gets a catch on someone, but it's the other way around. Bushwhack into Sharpshooter. No way that OG can react fast enough for that. That's a kill into a tier 2. Top lane did get taken down though by Chu. So outpost available for both teams to steal away from their opponents.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Slark in the end decided to go for SNY instead of that BKB. For now, just gonna be a bit more tanky, have that status resistance to mess up with their abilities. Next, Roshan, 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Yeah, still quite some time here for Tundra to control that bottom part of the map. And this is what they're very good at doing, exploiting that map control. 9 shoving out mid-wave, Naga with these illusions, making life a little more challenging for OG.
Ooh, DD top, it's being pinged. Skeeter was very close, wanted to deny it, but Skeeter picks it up. Yuragi picks it up, sorry. And Yuragi, like, most of the time you see Slark with the Aghanim Scepter. This time around, it's a bit of a different item build because you are playing into Naga Siren, so you want to have that Radiance. Taiga with the jump.
Going for some illusions. He might get found out here by Skitter, but it's DM that goes in with a Burrow Strike. Sharpshooter lands onto the Dark Willow, but Skitter, there's Naga Siren under the epicenter. The Nimbus zapping him as well. Body blocked by DM, but the BKB wears off, and he's on 1 HP. The Naga Siren, Burrow struck and killed. OG just had enough left in the tank to follow through on that. They'll reclaim their outpost, boot out Tundra, and say, nah, this is not where you belong.
If DM has any other item than a BKB, they don't get the kill there. He manages to land an epicenter. Maybe 33 needed to be there, use a Doom, but it's a tricky one. Octarine Core now done on Doom, getting closer to that level 20, minus 35-second cooldown. Also quickening Charm found, of course, because why not? To have even less CD on his abilities. Going into Refresher next. So double BKB, double Doom, double War Stamp, double everything pretty much.
Double everything.
Double Midas.
Oh, Tiger. Hello. Straight up solo kill. Oh, maybe not, unless the Nimbus is there with a Shadow Realm. And now 3-3 is coming to try and save Saxa. Doom, with the help of 9, trying to fight back into Tiger, gets the kill on the Dark Willow at least. But 3-3 has to BKB. Wants the Doom onto the slot. Does get it out. He dooms himself. You're right. The Lotus Orb was up, and now 9. He has to BKB and run. Skitter was looking to join from the southern side. Sends his illusions forth, but they get evaporated by the Zeus. A wild fight breaks out of nowhere, and it ends up with 2 supports trading lives.
And now Roshan is available. They do have enough sustain from Chu's mech. DM, he's getting in there. This is level 3 epicenter we're talking about. He's also getting closer to level 20. I mean, it's all about that Sandstorm on Sanking, especially if he hits level 25. That's a massive one against Naga Siren. 35% slow and blind.
Alright, that missed chance really hurts Naga. I still love this Sanking Shard. It used to be pretty overpowered. It's still super fun, though, having that continual epicenter bouncing around onto people. Tundra, yet again, just using this bottom jungle as a platform to keep Skitter farming away. Level 18 Naga Siren. One of the troubles with the Naga, as we all know, is that she's pushing out lanes with illusions and farming with them, so experience not necessarily coming her way. As Tiger just gets destroyed by 9, straight up blown up. I can't turn around on him.
Even once he gets this Aghanim Scepter on Dark Willow, he still dies immediately to Riki. Riki can always have this solo kill on you. Also holding Enchanted Quiver, which is pretty nice. Just to have that bit of an extra damage on Riki. Thunder God's Wrath damage picked up by Zeus, level 20 talent, going into Refresher next. Actually very close to it. So double Nimbus, double Thunder God's Wrath. Skeeter still no...
Double everything, pretty much.
Yeah, that's gonna say it again. Still no Mace Slayer to tank up himself and the illusions, but Cloak of Flames is gotta do a bit of it. Have
Yuragi?
that 10% magic resistance.
Putting the fear of God into snaking there. Slark just pounces and forces Mirana to leap away with the final leap she had. Well, yeah, I guess snaking's holding a 4th staff, so not particularly bothered by it. Keeping that Philosopher's Stone as well for a little bit of cash influx. But wherever OG goes, Tundra are afraid to go toe-to-toe with them on that part of the map. You see the Naga illusions swarming from mid down to bottom. Starting to be a little bit oppressive here. But nobody's really great from Tundra at shoving high ground. They don't have that Beastmaster who can send the summons up there. Naga illusions not the best tower hitters. They still need to win a team fight to really get an objective.
Looking at what 33 got on level 20 is Scorched Earth cooldown. So with Doctorine and Quickening Charm, you have permanent Scorched Earth. Right now it's on 15.5 second cooldown, 16 second duration.
That's pretty cool, yeah. Quite a bit of damage as well. It's always useful to have that spill damage against the Slark. You know, the Slark doesn't... he's not holding BKB. He's not had BKB this entire game until the Aegis will expire, and he'll likely swap it in. Having all that damage really helps out. Tiger with DM. Yet again on top of Snaking, pouncing away from the Nimbus this time, but in comes the Slark, and down you go. Now the Naga has the song, but the epicenter from DM slowing Skitter to a crawl.
BKB on Skitter.
Yeah, they do have it, but he's not using it just yet. Holding out for the bitter end as the AoE Doom is there from 3-3, catching out DM under the tier 2 mid. They've taken him out. Now the Slark and the Dark Willow shredded by the Saxor Sharpshooter.
Still a couple of seconds left on Doom.
Execution style takes them down, and Slark, the Doom is over, but Yuragi has the Shadow Dance up now. Turns around, looks at 3-3, 4 staffed away from the pounce. No more leash for you. And 9 has the Sleeping Dart, poisons up the Zeus. They've slipped away though. They've got a little bit of cover here, getting back to high ground, and Yuragi is still difficult to contend with. Naga pops out the mirror image. Chu is here, charging up the Slug, but they can't finish anybody off then. DM and Tiger, the 2 to fall on OG side, and Tundra, they hold firm.
You can see the difference. Skeeter tanking up so much, finished off the Bloodthorn, has that extra 25 magic resistance for himself. Like, where is he sitting at right now? 49% magic resistance, so all the damage done from Zeus, cut in half, same goes for Sanking. And then late BKB, DM not able to use the Lotus Orb. They just instantly kill him with the Bloodthorn. I see Refresher being picked up by Zeus. So that's going to mean more vision inside these fights. And Tundra's itemization, I do love that they kind of split it up. Both supports do have 4 staffs. They have Mech on Hoodwink, and they also have Pipe on Mirana.
Yeah, spreading the load, making sure everyone's pulling their weight. But I guess this Refresher on Zeus is also it can be a big factor in the next team fight, because if they get another one of these surprise jumps, Tiger, he's gone in again aggressively, but Tundra were there, ready and waiting for him, and DM under the AoE Doom didn't stand a chance of surviving. Tundra right back in this game.
AoE Doom What a spell. Perfectly balanced. Nothing wrong about it.
Broodmother level of nonsense.
Yeah, it's insane what this hero can do once you get the levels. And I gotta say, I don't like this build on Dark Willow, because you can't really protect yourself. You get jumped by Ricky, you die. They don't have
squishy.
Like, they don't have a single Force Staff. You're playing against Ricky, you're playing against Naga Siren, Morana. You need to have at least one.
Oh, he goes on in. Dark Pact on cooldown. Oh, the dart into arrow. They blow him up. Long range projectiles. Shredding through the Slark, and now your barracks in trouble. This has gone 100-0 real quick for OG. 10k lead up for Tundra. First lane of barracks potentially falling, and they might get another hero pick off. Io gone. Buyback is available for Chu and Yuragi, but I don't know if they want to be spending it right now.
I don't know if Yuragi wants to use it. It's a lot of commitment. Next Roshan potentially respawning in 2 minutes. And now you feel this power of Naga Siren. Doom found another one.
Yeah, they go straight into the tree line. This was meant to be a surprise jump from DM, and it's completely cut in half. Melee barracks about to fall. OG, they pounce in with Yuragi's BKB. 3-3 Force Staffed away, just a super drift style. Helped there by snaking. Song of the Siren is there. Traps up Yuragi. Slark under the smoke screen. Do they have the arrow or anything to follow through? The AoE Doom and the arrow combo. They've got Yuragi.
They got him again.
They've got the damage to kill him off. He's dead with no buyback.
This is why the power of Force Staff on side of Tundra. They can push people out of the trouble. And now with no Slark for a minute and a half, they also caught Dark Willow. Can he blink out?
Tiger.
No,
I don't think he can.
That's a lot of dead net worth on him. 3,000 gold. He's been sitting on it for a very long time. And this might just be it.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, how far the mighty have fallen. I was about to start talking about how important this Zeus double ulti is going to be. If they get a surprise jump with the Sand King, they can blow people up pretty quickly. But Tundra just have not been surprised these past 5 minutes. Amassing a substantial net worth lead, 2 lanes of barracks up, and Roshan potentially a minute away, but I think you're right with that call. This might just be game over at this point.
50 seconds. I don't think they can close out the game in 50 because you're playing against Zeus. You can also go for mega creeps, but you can go for the kills.
I mean, DM has made a jump on 9, but 3-3's there with a 2-man stomp. Gets them both in the AoE Doom. They try and run, but you cannot escape from the big bad Doom. 3-3's there, clearing you up, and OG, it's time to wave the white flag, time to retreat and surrender to Tundra. They are demolishing you and herding you back into your fountain.
15 seconds until potential roach spawn. They're using these buybacks and not getting anything out of it. Range barracks still sitting there. Ooh, rough one. They need to contest next roach. If they let them pick it up, this is third roach, which means refresher, potentially for Doom or Aghanim Scepter. And now Tundra gonna go to the top lane.
Lane by lane. The Dominoes topple. There's a big juicy wave there as well with double catapults and 6 range creeps. Flag bearer right up at the front, leading the charge. Tally ho, old chaps, let's kill this tier 2. And 10 seconds for Roshan to respawn as Tundra take the primary spot on the map as the Dire team. Enemy Ancients on this Radiant side. Cut into multiple lanes and hold a high ground right outside the enemy base.
Skitter does have Hex available. Ricky casually finishing off his Octarine core, has Stormcrafter as well to dispel things, dodge stuff, and also lower the cooldown. This is permanent smokescreen we're talking about with the talents. Something that he has done before. And with the Bloodthorn, what is it going to be? It's going to be Aghanim Scepter. So let's see if 9 maybe picks it up, or if they give this Aghanim Scepter to Skeeter. Because 9 can still get like Scotty from this point booster. And yeah, he picks it up.
Pocket Ricky. It's real. Going to be very difficult to keep tabs on 9 now. And Tundra?
K gold lead for Tundra.
Why do you do this to me?
I just saw it. I mean, I didn't do it. I didn't wait for it to happen.
I clicked on the Doom. I clicked on the Doom. Like, what do you want from me? And now Doom is clicking on the Sand King. Oh, well, he was until he died. He's trapped inside the Doom. Smokescreen and tricks of the trade. Chu came in to save him, but It's all over now. There's buyback on DM, and he'll spend it to jump in. 3-3 and Skitter, far too tanky now. And with Dark Willow and the IO both falling fast, the Doom here on the slog. They'll trap Uragi and slice him to smithereens. Now with a song up, they'll look towards DM. 9 with another smoke screen, permanently silencing, covering them with smoke. Gets the 4th kill, and only BZM Zeus survives. He's the one to call GG, and Tundra take game 1.
That overextend, I think this one comes down to like itemization on their side. You need 4 staffs. There was a lot of net worth on Taiga, like especially with the hand of Midas. Sure, he wants to scale, but he gets caught by Ricky. He dies, can't use the Shadow Realm. They needed some kind of defensive items, most likely 4 staffs. And yeah, we see Skitter. He's pretty happy about it. Once he hit that Bloodthorn, they tank it up, and 33 Doom. What a pleasure to watch this guy play a hero like this. He can do so much with it.
Yeah, especially after such a quiet game. You know, we were talking about the stylistic differences between these two teams, and that really was, you know, a textbook showcase of how things go. OG, you were saying seven games in a row they've been defeated by Tundra. They gave this one a good shot, but Tundra's, you know, stoic resilience, just that ability to wait for 20 minutes until they're ready to play and fight and choosing their moments wisely.
It's not just 7. This is 7 in 2023. If we go back to 2022, there's like 4 extra games. So 11, now make it 12 games in a row that OG lost to Tundra.
Yeah, pretty big streak there. So Tundra taking game 1 and starting to climb up that Group B ladder. We'll take a quick break and return with game 2 to see if anything changes.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
Welcome back to the Storm stream. Here we are with DreamLeague Season 19, continuing with our last series of the day. Tundra dispatched with OG in some classic style with their skitter Naga, Siren Lacoste, and continuing their win streak against OG. What changes would you like to see from OG coming into this next one?
Maybe a bit of a standard draft, this type of a draft. Like, they executed it nicely for the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, even 25. They were all over the place, getting the kills, like bringing numbers. It's just it's so hard to siege. It's so hard to go for the towers. Like, you need to be able to get the pick off. And when it comes down to scaling in the late game, like, there's a reason why we don't see these heroes too often. Like, Sanking DM, he played really well. It's just what this hero can do. Like, you go into late game, he kind of falls off. It's all about that burrow strike initiation, reinitiate, then get the epicenter going. And itemization from Tundra was really on point. I love the double force staff, the mech, the pipe between two supports, and also the Bloodthorn to tank the illusions. And 33 this time around, not opting to go for Meteor Hammer. They have one, did not want to commit to it. And then you have Ricky from the mid lane. He played really well. 9.
Yeah.
Kind of struggled until he got a BKB. There was like a 7, 8, 10-minute period where he did suffer because no BKB. And then once he picked up the BKB, things were much more easier for him.
Yeah, it's continually getting jumped. You know, OG showing their aggression with the draft they had. Maybe getting a little greedy, though. I think Tiger, an item build that you pointed out, going for that Hand of Midas on the Dark Willow, maybe sort of slowed things down a little too much for them, looking to scale too much. And maybe in a world in which that worked out, we'd be like, oh, that's amazing. But in this one, he got Midas, then he died, 4, 5 times in a row, and didn't really progress.
Yeah, it was a rough one. You need to have some kind of a protection for yourself. This is Blink Dagger Midas we're talking about. A lot of gold saved up. I don't want to talk too much about it. I was already negative about it. You know, needs to shrug it off and go for the next one. You know, let's see what happens in the second game. Broodmother, of course, banned out. You don't have the first pick. You have to ban out this hero. And OG banning out Doom this time around and the Beastmaster.
Oh, yeah.
Tundra, they think that OG caused some issues with IO. Tundra's a team that relies a lot on the laning stage. They're really strong laners, especially, like, if you ask me who's the strongest lane, like just 2 strongest laners, I would probably say Saksa 33 and Bobica XXS.
Yeah, very, very stable. And always finding like little ways to kind of weasel themselves out of danger or look for that individual skill to maybe find a pick off. Chu definitely caused some issues there, you know, getting an early mech, healing up the slot quite a lot with that IO. So I think it's a sound ban. Make sure that's gone out of the hands of OG, who start things off with a Rubik. A very solid pick in its own right, and also somewhat of a deterrent to heroes like Disruptor, who are very, very common nowadays.
Yeah. Enchantress is still in a pool. Tundra did pick it up a lot so far in this tournament. So let's see if they stick with it.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, what do they pick for 3-3 when Beastmaster and Doom are gone?
There's a variety of the heroes that he still plays. If it's a good Lycan game, Tidehunter, Enigma. He really loves to play Enigma. Yeah, this was the same opener as they did against Team Liquid. Because they can flex it. They can... 33, I don't think he plays Dragonite. I don't recall him playing Dragonite at all. He plays different heroes, but they can flex this Dragonite across 1 and 2.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Skitter, one of these hero players that predominantly plays in the safe lane with an Ags Manta build, has come to prominence recently. And OG bringing out the Death Prophet. Now, this is a hero that, from my perspective anyway, has kind of fallen from grace quite a fair amount. In Eastern Europe anyway, she went from being first phase pick and ban material to being ignored in the majority of drafts. What is it here that gives OG the ability just to grab it so fast early on in this draft?
I don't know if I like that Prophet anymore. I'm kind of hopping the train. It's a strong laner. It's a flexibility pick. It's a flex pick for OG. But it feels that the hero just relies so much on Exo that enemy team has like 2 full minutes to play around it. And if you use like a BKB and Exo, and they have good ways to disengage a fight, they have 2 minutes to do whatever they want. And these are the heroes that we talked about, like banning out Lycan, banning out Enigma. 33 doesn't play Dragonite, so there's still a couple of his heroes left in the pool. Like, he can always bang out Visage, Tide, even Darkseer, if he's paired up with, like, Tiny maybe some Nyx Assassin. I don't know if that's a hero anymore. I've been calling for this hero to happen for way too long.
I mean, we might see at this tournament, there's been a lot of Dawnbreaker coming out. And still the priority put on Storm Spirit and heroes like that. Ember, might see Nyx pop into play. But I think I agree with you. Like, DP gives your draft an immediate identity around EXO. And you know you can push towers 7 minutes in around catapult waves with EXO. But yeah, once that's on cooldown, you do feel like a bit of dead weight. I'm curious to see if they give it to DM, just put it in the off lane, or if it's gonna flex across the mid, maybe even see it dip back into that support role we saw a year or so ago. Right now, Bloodseeker banned out by OG. Does that indicate they want Slark again? Pango?
Pango, potentially. But yeah, it could be a good Pango game for OG. Unfortunately, they don't have the first pick. Tundra is going to pick for themselves. So yeah, Tundra bans it out. And they get Snapfire a little bit more. This is most likely going to be for Snapfire because other teams do play it as position 3, not Tundra. So this is Saxa's hero. A bit more damage. Snapfire always has hero to play with the Dragon Knight, Dragon Tail stun into Mortimer's Kisses, burst damage also against the Death Prophet, push people away from Spirit Siphon with the cookie, disengage. Good overall pick.
Yeah, and tower damage from everybody, right? You've got Dragon Form, you've got Ench with her creeps, Little Shredder helps out a little bit as well. You've got the ability to group up pretty early on if you need to or if you want to. Actually take down some tier 1s to maybe trade out when Death Prophet is doing Death Prophet things with the Exorcism. Now time for OG to start showing their hand a little bit. A couple of picks for them. Very, like, I don't know, it's very, very plain, this draft. There's nothing fancy or flashy about it. It's Rubik, it's Death Prophet. We've got a lift, a stun, we've got an Exo and a bit of push. Now a Darkseer adds a bit of purple flair to this
Get
draft.
that Nyx Assassin against Dragon Knight, against mostly Snapfire. I'm down for it.
Monkey.
No! Wonka's King coming in. So this is going to be the lane. Darkseer plus Monkey King. I mean, they can also flex it. So if this is like some kind of a good game for Monkey King to be played as a carry, but most likely going to be 4.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, because I guess with the Darkseer pick, it means Death Prophet is either mid or unlikely position 5, I guess.
I saw some team doing position 5 the other. I think it was Hellraisers playing it solo.
Yeah.
Still feels that hero needs to be played as a core.
Okay. And what's up for Tundra next? Still not sure where that DK is heading, so I guess if you want to keep the flex for him, you're looking for your 3-3 hero now, before they all get banned out. Already 4 of them removed by OG. 3-3 getting focused quite heavily. So some of the options you mentioned, like Tidehunter was still out there.
I don't think Tide is an option anymore, now that there is Monkey King that can be flexed, so you will have a good matchup in the lane. I don't think you want to go for that one.
Does Visage feel any better?
Visage Snap? They could. I mean, you could still pick.
Oh. What about Primal Beast?
I don't recall him play. I'll just check. Yeah, he didn't play Primal Beast yet in the DPC, and I don't think he played Primal Beast so far.
Oh, you're right, yeah. It was 9 playing it mid all the time, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. So all the reserve time gone for Tundra. You said that they have tower damage, they have everything. And we'll get the Lifestealer, which means the Dragon Knight will be on the mid lane.
This is where they do it. This is where they put Dragon Knight in the off lane. They completely screw with everything.
I'm pretty sure that 33 is a capable player. If he can play micro heroes, he can play Dragon Knight.
Yeah. I think my mom could play Dragon Knight. Just put the stun on them. Dragon Tail, and that's all you got to do. Maybe
Tundra,
buy a Meteor
very
Hammer.
Easy to execute draft. Lifestealer has 1 button to click until he gets to level 6. Dragon Knight as well. Enchantress, Impetus, Enchant. You know, it's a relatively easy to execute draft from Tundra.
Yeah, quite straightforward. And all very good at staying in the lanes. Enchantress going to bolster your safe lane with that Lifestealer. Snapfire is always very good at trading blows with the enemy safe laners and keeping things good for 3-3. And of course, Dragon Knight is just the epitome of lane stay. He's got that Dragon Blood, so no one can really shove him out of any kind of lane matchup. Last couple of bans. What more can you have for 3-3? Do they actually just ban 2 more 3-3 heroes?
If they decide to ban, like, Visage,
Tundra Esports.
Tidehunter, this is it. Okay, so this means that Monkey's most likely going to be 4.
Does 3-3 play Dawnbreaker?
OGs.
Not that I recall. Let's see. Checking Dota buff. What is he going to play?
What's another Zoo hero? Chen. Let's. He did that a while back, right? Like 2 years ago. He's playing the offlane Chen. That's a bit of a meme, but he's running out of options now. Yeah, OG really scratching their heads thinking, what could he possibly do here? What Zoo heroes are still out there? Just buy Helm of the Dominator on anybody.
Tundra has last pick in this one, so they could flex this Dragonite. I'm sure he can play it and then get a better matchup for the mid lane if they feel like it, but I feel that Tundra doesn't really flex their heroes as much as the other teams do. You know, once you see a hero, that 33 is going to play it. Same goes for 9.
Yeah, once they pick it, you know where it's going pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. There's some kind of weirder ones out there. I mean, whoa, Nature's Prophet is still out there. Is that a hero that looks at all good here? For 3-3.
It's a micro hero.
I'm
down for some Ursa on side of OG.
Oh, that'd be so
good. Good matchup against all 3 heroes, like Enchantress, Dragonite, even Lifestealer. And you have one hero that can amplify Ursa so much. You put Surge on top of him, plus you also get Iron Shell. You are playing into Enchantress, so she can dispel that, but still, like, can't have it all the time.
And it make you such a good lineup at chasing people. Like DP, Surge on Ursa, yeah, you're right. Primal Spring. If you catch someone out, you just keep chasing down the remnants of the team fight very quickly.
Terrorblade is also another one that they can bang out. Even Drow Ranger. Like, there are multiple options for OG, so... Tundra banning out Slark, banning out Faceless Void. They have like nothing to control. It would give them so much more team fight if they decided to go with the Faceless Void.
Well, there's the Ursa. You wanted it. Yeah, it's a very good Ursa game. That Lifesteal left things a little bit exposed there in terms of hero matchups, but this is the fun part of the draft now. We get to see exactly what Tundra have in store for us. What is that 3-3 hero that's coming? Do they swap things around? Do they, outflex the flexibility of their draft? Or do they have something a little sneaky for 3-3 to play? It's a Viper!
Okay. I was thinking about Venno, but then you are playing into Darkseer, so he can surge people away. I mean, Viper is the same one, but he is the lane dominator against Ursa. OG in the end decided to go for Ursa, which was kind of initial thought what he's playing into. And yeah, 33. They do have a stun in the lane with the cookie, but you would want to have a melee position for most of the time. Whether Nyx, Tiny, something like that, the Earth Spirit, depends which heroes your position 4 player can play. But again, I do favor Tundra's draft. OG's draft looks much better, I would say, compared to the previous game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think OG yet again playing into their strength of aggression and playing around timings seems quite fast-paced. The one question mark for me is always Darkseer, how well his lane goes, because the first 3 or 4 levels are always just tragic, and then he picks up the pace, starts buffing people up, gets people stronger. But they've got an identity around Exorcism, around that Ursa, people chasing around with Monkey King scouting. What's the identity for Tundra in this game? What's their timing? Is it another one where they wait 30 minutes to snap into action?
It's a relatively... It's not a fast draft by any means. The Lifestealer, he needs 2 items. Same goes for Dragonite. Like, they need to amp it up, 33. He's also probably going to go for the scaling items, no auras or anything, especially Pike. It's a good Pike game against Ursa, so most likely going to be looking for that. But yeah, they definitely need to build it up. Lifestealer, we've seen Radiance build. I don't think it's going to be the case. Armlet, Deso opens up the Roche, gives you even more tower damage with the Dragon Knight. It's such a good Enchantress game with the Enchant. You're going to be laning against the Darkseer with the Iron Shell and Surge. Monkey King, position 4. you know, it's not the best one, but you can take off his Jingu. The big one is Ursa. Remove his overpower, you remove his damage. Ursa without overpower is just a creep.
That's true, yeah. And Ench was first picked, and they've grabbed all these heroes into the Ench. We'll see how it fares, though, as we head into Game 2. Tundra did take Game 1 here, and day 2 of the group stage coming to a close with this final match on the Storm stream, so we can pop into things and see what waits us in Game 2 between Tundra and OG. See how this Viper does for 3-3. It's been quite some time before, quite some time since we've seen Viper and Viper in the hands of 3-3. It used to be one of those win lane, lose game kind of deals, but with the addition of talents and neutral items and all these different things, you absolutely can scale on the Viper. And you mentioned Hurricane Pike, potential to go Gleipnir, stuff like that. The thought process is I'm going to be ranged and outrange all of your melee heroes and dish out the poison damage.
He's going to drop.
Oh, yeah. First blood already happening before we can actually get into the game properly. So Snake Kings, Enchantress walk down bottom, try to get some early vision down in that OG jungle area. And OG were ready. They set the trap. Yet again, 4 heroes down there, ready and waiting to strike into the Enchantress.
Enjoy the radio cast. Imagine Enchantress dying to 4 heroes. Who got the first blood in the end? It was BZM. So, yeah, good start for him. Playing into Dragonite, BZM going for bottle. I've seen multiple Dead Prophets when they play against melee hero matchup where they then don't get the bottle. Instead, they tend to get like more stats like a Falcon Blade, Power Treads, Phase Boots, whatever you need. Just skip the bottle because you get all you need is mana regen. Now Saksa, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Saksa across the river in that mid lane gets hounded by OG, shoved back. It does mean OG are able to grab a couple of bounty runes. They'll get 3, Tiger DM and Chu, all making their way across the bounties. And now we can settle ourselves into a proper laning stage. Now we've had all of that early aggression nonsense. And we'll see Skitter and Snaking trying to apply that early pressure. We know that Darkseer struggles early on, so if you make him struggle a little bit more, he's going to be very sad as DM's Darkseer.
I also want to see if 33 is going to go for his signature urn, something that I believe he kind of pioneered as Viper. The item is not as strong as it was before, but you do invest, like you push the wave, you get to level 2 faster than them, and then you start to play aggressive, get that Urn of Shadows, you have some extra overtime damage. Now Taiga pulling the lane, snaking with the impetus shots, gonna deal some damage. Taiga blocks the creep wave, blocks both camps.
I'm going to try and make sure there's as little stacking and pulling as possible. Uragi there just dancing around behind his range creep. 3-3 and Saksa, there's a lot of magic damage here, just at level 1, never mind once they crack level 2 or 3. Very difficult to lane into this, and Uragi just dragging his wave back to his tower to try and safely last hit there. We'll take a peek in that mid lane. 9, 8 and 3, while the Death Prophet 6 and 0. And we start to see this Dragon Knight start to rack up the denies. Very good at just Dragon Tail stunning the enemy hero, denying some range creeps in particular. And of course, he's melee with a nice bit of attack damage.
That's why I wanted to see maybe BZM going for more of a right-click oriented build rather than getting the bottle, because Dragonite also doesn't get it. He doesn't rely on picking up the water runes, so he just goes for straight treads, and look at his damage. He also reduces your damage with the Breathe Fire, so that means you're going to have trouble CSing against him. Puts a second point in Dragon Blood, and I don't think we need to look at the mid lane anymore. This is just going to be a farm fest. Can't really kill each other. Point in Spirit Siphon, Dragon Blood. It's going to be A-okay.
I think my eye is on this top lane, really. Viper Snap. When they get their levels, looking for kills. Snake King's going to be bodyguarding this Lifestealer. Monkey King, you can't really do too much about it until they get their levels on the Darkseer with the extra points in the Iron Shell to actually do damage there, because like you see top, Scatterblast with the poison attacks, and Chu under fire and losing his life, ticked over and killed under tower. They can't finish off Uragi, but they've put him in a position here where he's half HP and can't really come close to wave.
I saw 33 going for Urn, but decided to swap things around. Gets Wraith Band, puts the second point in poison attack, and now more pressure on Ursa. Uragi, very close to Ring of Health. Will be going for the Battle Fury build, pretty standard on Ursa nowadays. I see from time to time, just someone goes for the Fusel Blade, think it's good, it never ends up well.
Yeah. Specialist item nowadays. Viper 13-3. This is going to be a beastly Viper performance from 3-3 already, just judging by the laning stage. 9 playing pretty forward here, but BZM has that creep wave under tower, so we can secure a few last hits. But look at how annoying this is. Dragon Tail, oh, doesn't get the deny, but doesn't get the last hit either. A pseudo deny from the Dragon Knight.
You're so easily entertained watching Dragon Knight play Dota, Gary.
It's the simple things in life, you know? A good piece of bread with some quality butter, that's all you need.
I'm down for it.
Nice and simple.
Life Stealer, having a good time in this bottom lane.
Sansa being chased. Yuragi, right on top of this Snapfire. He Fairy Fires. What's Sansa going to do? He's got Scatterblast in 2 seconds. He's just trying to buy time here, right? Oh, looking to escape. Plants the tree, hides in the trees. But the Earth Shock and the final swipe is there. And yeah, it's a kill on Saxa. A little bit of money going into the pockets of the Ursa, but he's away from the lane. He's losing his waves, and Viper is continually free farming and 10 denies on 3-3.
He did invest. Planted branch, 50 gold. Fairy Fire, 70 gold. So 120 gold down the drain. Bought a little bit more time for Viper, as you said, to get some CS. Getting solo XP. This is level 4.5 Viper. He's almost same XP as some mid laners at the moment.
Yeah, have fun dealing with him. I guess the one upside is Viper is not the best tower pusher, so even if he kicks you out of the lane, he's not the best at hitting objectives. Will need the catapult wave and maybe a little help from his team to actually take down objectives. And this feels like one of those games where the laning stage is going to extend a bit more. People are kind of stuck in the lanes.
Oh, what a play from 9.
Nice. Yeah, drops him from the treetop, stuns him on the tower, and gets a kill.
Man, this is some next level. He knew exactly that he was coming, because he planted a courier there. He kind of expected him to come because he was very low. Cuts down his tree, stuns him, then stuns him again with the Dragon Tail and gets a kill.
Oh,
Man, Nine's such a, like, Neinstein. This is what we could call him. This guy is way too good.
Oh my god. It's like once per game you have one of these bangers that just comes out of nowhere. Yeah, I was not expecting. Have you used that before? Are you recycling jokes? No, that's the first time.
It's not allowed. No, not allowed to recycle.
Not allowed to recycle jokes. Jeez Louise. I mean, Tiger, he's moved up top now. Yeah, wants a piece of Saxa. DM dies bottom to snaking, and the cookie forward actually turning on Yuragi. Saxa 3-3. They want this Ursa, but I don't think they can stick it. He's going to be okay under tower, especially handed regen by Chu. So Tiger chasing 3-3 away from the lane now, and OG fully tri-laning top to protect their Ursa warrior. This gives a lot of space to Skitter.
I was about to say the same thing.
And his gauntlets. Triple gauntlet lifestealer.
It's all about the tankiness, and what an interactive gameplay. 0 points in Rage, 2 points in Feast, 2 in Gold Frenzy. Just right-click. You can play with a mouse. You know, back in the days when people were joking about the Raid King, that you could play it with the controller, like the old one, like with the joystick.
Yeah. I mean, Shane did that. Shane played a few games with like a Steam controller playing Wraith King, and he said it wasn't that bad. It was doable.
Well, I thought it was a meme, but it actually happened.
No, yeah, it's happened. Yeah, I think he streamed it. It was like 5 years ago or something when Shane was streaming. Yeah. Yes.
So now Taiga lurking around the mid lane one more time. This time, 9 does not have a courier.
You can't see him up atop the trees. But yeah, they've left Skitter completely alone. Darkseer's cutting waves, but Enchantress continually tracking back to deal with him. And Snapfire maneuvering into position again top, but under dire vision. So Yuragi knows this is coming, while DM slowed to a crawl. Doesn't have Surge. I'm assuming Snaking already dispelled it with the enchant. He's going to go for the TP attempt. Input a shot with 9 nearby, but they don't get the damage. And meanwhile, top lane, again, Chu and Yuragi are there. With Tiger's help, they'll aim for Saxa. Finish him off with a bound strike.
Taiga, for now, he's roaming. 33 is level 5.5, about to crack level 6. Taiga hiding, but here comes BZM.
Yeah, DP making her first appearance in the game, really, outside of that lane stage. Goes straight for 3-3. Big kill here on the Viper, and he'll get it. Just finish him off with a Crypt Swarm, trading out for Tiger. So at least something going the way there of Tundra.
I'm looking at the mid lane. They're starting to put more pressure onto the tower. Saxa's even here. Oh, they get that illusion rune, so extra damage onto tower. Wild Wing Ripper as well from Snaking.
So hard to contend with a Dragonite who just sticks in the lane, though. You can't boot him out, and he's always there. You leave your lane for a second. That tower takes a tremendous amount of damage. Saxa has already made a couple of large stacks over on that left side of the map, so we could potentially see any number of Tundra heroes come here to clear it out. And Tiger, he sees Snaking, but judging by the ping there from Snaking, they know the Monkey King's lurking around as well. But a pretty calm laning stage from Tundra. Honestly, they know that this Viper has unsettled OG. They forced them to not only tri-lane, but basically quad lane now, sending the DP up here. A lot of resources being expended just to protect Yuragi. And this means Skitter free time, 9 free time, top of the net worth, looking very strong right now. And a cookie play from Saxa top.
Saxa will take this trade.
Yeah.
He'll die.
But if they get 3-3, it might be worth it for OG here. Kill off the Viper, 9 is in, but the Exo's still going, and this is a dangerous place to be. So 2 kills going to go the way of OG. As long as they can keep tabs on Saxa hiding in the trees, they'll finish him off, and BZM comes out with a double kill.
I think OG got 1 extra kill. 33 coming back there. Tried to take a fight. Dragonite was also TPing. Now Dragonite with another dragon form, Snaking. And Tiger can't even dodge it. Mischief. Not available, and this is going to be a tower. You have rally damage. 9 will finish it off. This is his Blink Dagger. 10 minutes into the game on top of Power Treads, and now he can start to play with the Snapfire. Snapfire only level 4, needs to buy a book. Get herself closer to level 6, so you can land this combo, go for the kills. That Prophet definitely dies when they land it. Skeeter in this bottom lane, just chilling. Decided to finish off his armlet and might be going for Radiance. This could change. Skeeter still saving a point. 4 plus 2 is 6, plus 1 is 7. Always have to do it manually to understand that he doesn't have a point in Infest and just gets it now.
It's just with his armlet. I don't know how OG can withstand this. They've left him alone for far too long. I mean, Ursa, yeah, 4k net worth. They're starting to pick things up a little bit, but needs that Battle Fury timing, and it's still going to be quite a while until Yuragi's at that point. And this means Tundra can just bring heroes top, kill off the Rubik, start pressuring that top tower at the same time as they're shoving down bottom. Tiger will jump in with BZM towards Snaking, try and finish off this Enchantress, but with an Infest there, Snaking is perfectly tanky to withstand the blows they throw. And this map is just getting super small. Like OG, with the Darkseer, feels like they're playing 4v5 basically.
Pretty much, and the cores are farming. I see big difference between 2 carries at the moment. Ursa will close the gap once he finishes off that Battle Fury. He's still far away from it.
Well, OG feeling like they need to do something drastic. Next Exo's coming up in a couple of seconds. So BZM smokes with Tiger. They've got the Wukongs ready as well. Quite a lot of damage they can output if they can find a little choke point to do it in. And a Boundless Strike to start off on 9. They'll chase him down. Half HP Dragon Knight turns to stun the DP. Now they're focusing on the Rubik with 3-3. 9 still alive, running away. Crypt Swarm hits though, and now the kiss is coming. BZM has the ghost still flowing. 3-3 standing and fighting inside the Wukong's command. The kisses, a lot of damage, but BZM, he's still alive. Gets away. Barely survives. Back in the fountain, and Tiger just stands there with the statues hitting Snaking.
What a play from BZM. Manages to TP out, has some extra stats coming on from that pig pull, gets the Spirit Siphon. Without Dragon Knight, they really don't have stuns, because Saxa wants to keep the distance and wants to be able to use the Mortimer's Kisses. Was a little bit late to the party. Still a steady 2k gold lead for Tundra. Snaking, he's the one being pinged out, but here comes Saxa.
BZM also arriving, 2-man silence. Trying to catch out this Enchantress, but a cookie disengages from that latch of the Spirit Siphon. I will be able to kill off the little creep they had there.
A little bit of a vac there. Not sure who was using it. Which
Eric.
team? Yeah, Eric.
Execute Eric. I don't know who Eric is, but I'm sorry.
Taiga on top of the trees again, scouting Saxa, so this will get de-warded and they will get a kill again on him.
The stolen cookie. Placing Tiger in a good spot there. A wicked 6 streak for BZM now, so picking up the pace on the Death Prophet as she hits 2nd place in the net worth. And even though 3-3 had like the perfect first 4 or 5 minutes, it felt like he slowed down a bit. This lane not really placing in B as OG have quad laned him.
Pretty much, he was thinking about getting boosted travel because he was off to such a good start. Now changing things around, going for the Dragon Lens. And thinking about power treads, maybe he can sneak in boots of travel because Viper is that really sluggish hero, can't really move. You want to TP rotate, rest of the team, they want to play together. Warmer's Kisses, ready in a couple of seconds, they're waiting.
OG are smoking themselves too. 9, Blink Dragon Tail into Kisses. Could blow up Uragi here if they make the go with a cookie and the Kisses. They land and chain stun. Beautiful execution. And the Kisses launched over to the left-hand side too. Tiger from the high ground lands the Boundless on the Enchantress. Saxa trying to cut him down from the trees. Tundra will come out of this unscathed, and they might go for a second jump. They do. Blink in, stun the DP, but the wall, the vacuum, nicely placed by DM inside the Wukong's command. Tundra might have gone a step too far. 3-3 and 9, backing up, flapping their leathern wings. Gets away from OG, who spend everything for no kills whatsoever.
They are also limited on stuns. They have Boundless Strike, which is level 1. Same goes for Lift. They even missed the Boundless Strike.
Snaking, chasing Chew back as well, as Skitter finally shows his face. Yeah, the Lifestealer's here, boys.
He stole the Infest. Not fast enough. They stun locked him. 9 needs to be active. He's been so far picking up that 10-minute Blink Dagger and thinking about what the next item's gonna be. Has that shard queued up and picks it up. So a bit more burst damage, something that can kill Darkseer Illusions as well. I see that Skitter's going for Radiance. You are playing against Ursa, which is good, like the miss chance. But then again, you're playing against the Darkseer, so Darkseer will be looking to make an illusion of you, get that Radiance inside the fight. Ooh, Vacuum misses on a mid lane.
Yeah, trying on that Enchantress. Can't quite get there. Stolen enchant from Rubik. See what he does with that. But currently 9 pushing out top. And Saxa getting eyed up down bottom. Boundless, Spring. Shot from Uragi, but now the backup's arriving. Cavalry's here in 3-3. He's saving Saxa, killing off Tiger, and they're getting a catch on Uragi in the back. 9 has jumped the Ursa, trapped in the fireball, and down he goes. Tundra sees Saxa in trouble, so they come in to save him.
They need to have another hero. I think the DM needs to be bottom if they're making the plays like this to have a bit more sustain from the mech, bail him out of the trouble with the surge, have extra damage from that Ion Shell. This is also Ursa that just finished off his Battle Fury. It's relatively late Battle Fury, 16 minutes, gonna be dead for another 10 seconds. And yeah, they will also have break mechanic, which is great against Ursa. So
oh, 9.
No flurry swipes.
Straight in again. Chew, so close, but so far. Destroyed by this jump in. Snaking, yes, dead to BZM. Oh, and 9 getting charged down here. The Iron Shells, a lot of magic damage stacking up against this DK. That's pretty good for OG in the end. They spend Exo and Wall, but if they can shove this to tier 1, they're going to get that slight advantage. The little edge they need.
Getting that corrosive breath as well on top of the tower. Walls have been on point from DM. They just need some kind of a follow-up. 33.
It's
OG's trying to fight. No infest.
Constant aggression, but Tiger so weak against this lifestealer who munches him. They do lose 3-3, and OG's aggression is paying off. They're moving swiftly across the map and finding pick into pick. 2 kills mid into tower, into a kill down bottom.
Every single time BZM joins a fight, he's the one getting the last hit. He's 9-0-0. No license to assist this time around.
He's getting all the last hits, isn't he? And what's he like net worth-wise? Top. 9,000 net worth. Over, in fact. Kaya Sanj working on BKB and hunting Saxa in the trees. Where are you going? Where are you going, Granny? You got a little alligator flopping around, wobbling his tail.
See you later. They can't really catch him.
And now the DK comes in. Chew, step too far, has been baited and dragged into the grasp of Tundra. Uragi was eyeing up snaking, but he pops his drums and dances away.
There's some really good spells to seal in this game. Breathe Fire with Fade Bolt Reduction. It's quite a lot. Nether Toxin, where you can break both Dragonite and Viper Lifestealer as well. So that's a valuable one. Anything from Snapfire is going to be good. Also, if you steal Dragon Form, you have Fireball without even having a shard.
Oh, do you? That's cool.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So I guess you can have multiple dragons then. The Wall Dragon, the Rubik Dragon.
Dragon Lance.
Yeah, you
Start
need it
building
against this Viper and the Dragon Knight. Well, looks like another situation where Tundra kind of waiting for this 9 BKB and the Skitter Radiance. That's when they'll start feeling much stronger again.
under attack.
OG looking for that Diffusal Blade on Monkey to start scaling on Tiger a little better. And they've hit their stride a little bit now with Uragi having Battle Fury. His scaling becomes much more apparent as he accelerates his farm through the ancient camps and into the jungle. I'm very worried for OG in these next, 2 or 3 minutes even, because 9 is just finding jump after jump. DM's Darkseer dead before he can cast a single spell. BZM trying to trade blows with 9, and Uragi arrives. Fury Swipe stacking up, and my goodness, they've got quite a bit of damage there. Tiger with a Boundless, going to catch on the Snaking, chase down the Enchantress, but
Great
careful,
cookie.
Sax is there with a 3-man cookie. Kisses launched in onto the Nether Toxin, and oh god, Tundra have just sliced down OG. Who cares if 9 dies if you get a cookie like that?
Ooh, that was beautiful. And immediately follow up by Nether Toxin, Mortimer's Kisses, Lifestealer shows up, the Radiance Burn. Oh man, what an execution from Tundra. OG again, overextending, going way too deep. They try to chase down, but didn't happen. And Snaking, he's enjoying himself. He's the most farm support in this game. Does have Bongo Boots. Going into 4 snaps next, just a recipe away.
Man, like you've been saying, you're a big fan of this Enchantress, kind of a sleeper carry in a lot of regards. Once you get up the levels, get yourself a Hurricane Pike. It's no joke how much damage you can do. Now we've seen from Ace, right, the offlane Enchantress with the Axe Rush, a ridiculous amount of DPS from impetus hits.
Siege Creep, chasing Snaking. I miss the good old days, Enchantress taking over.
Do you?
Siege Creep unit. No, I'm just being sarcastic. And then killing your tower 3 minutes into the game.
Well, what was it? It was the... Oh, we'll have to come back to this in a second, I think, because OG are readying themselves as 9 jumps in. They're trying to bait DM, a 4-staff off to the side, but the Lifestealer can't finish the job. The Greaves are there and the Wukong's down. Tiger inside the big old circle, and Uragi aiming for the Lifestealer. Oh, Skitter cookied away, but no Infest to play with. Has to try and armor himself out of there as Enchantress offers herself to the OG gods. Dies a brutal death. So all the ghosts and right clicks that come her way.
Why do Viper and Dragonite look the same? It's just different colors and slightly bigger.
That's what I mean. That's what when we're talking about the Rubik stealing dragon form. They need it against the double dragons on Tundra.
2 dragons against 2 dragons.
Balance. But yeah, you've caused some trauma in my brain now. I've remembered the 6-minute 20 Enigma jungle, Helm of the Dominator, take catapult, kill 2 towers kind of stuff we used to have to deal with. I'm really happy.
Dota always had these things that you could abuse.
And now we have Broodmother. Again.
No one wants to play against Brood. I saw some teams still deciding to leave it at a pull. Snaking again, bottom. They are grouping around him. Still thinking whether this is going to be... Because right now, no one's showing from Tundra in the lane. So they could think it could be a setup. Right now, Skitter will show in the mid lane. He does have TP available, but the rest of the team will go inside the Roche pit.
I was cool from Snaking as well down bottom. He smoked himself to try and see if a Monkey King's hiding somewhere, and he knows that Tiger is nearby on the trees. So just slip away. Well, like you say, the rest of the team back in the Roche pit, grabbing that Aegis for themselves. But yeah, I think with that Broodmother point, I think there's certain teams you can get away with it. Like in Eastern Europe, we saw Team Spirit doesn't really play Brood. So when you're against Spirit, knowing Collapse doesn't really do it, you can maybe let it go through the draft and try and steal it yourselves. But otherwise, it's, oh my god, the jump, the bait, trapped in on Tiger. 3 heroes down bottom, set up by Snaking again.
He's always there. He's very involved. and just being the kind of sacrificial goat. Not it's a Bambi, it's a deer, not a goat. But yeah, super
What is
fun.
she,
1700 HP on
she's
Enchantress.
a fawn, I think.
Could be. Pupil's Gift, Boots of Bearing, Dragonite finishing off his BKB, so doesn't need to care about most of the stuff other than right clicks from Ursa. Yuragi about to finish off his BKB. Let's see if they can maybe catch him before he gets it. Radiance turned off by Skeeter.
Very sneaky. And Tiger. Oh, careful, buddy. Jump across those trees quickly. Nearly got caught again by Nine and Saxa. It looks like Tundra wanting to try and connect up towards the top tier 2. Sending 3-3 to push the wave, and everyone else pivoting into the northern jungle. OG still scouting with the Monkey King atop the high ground, placing some vision down as well. And Yuragi has Blink BKB, so he'll make the jump straight in onto Skitter. What have they stolen? It's the Rage, grabbed by Chu. But for now, that's it. They've booted Tundra out of their jungle, and they're going to calmly move across the map to continue farming.
Still holding the Aegis for another 3 minutes. More than 3 minutes, so they can still make another play. Looking at the smoke situation, there is none available at the moment. Nothing being delivered on the courier, so they used a lot of smokes relatively early on. Let's see if they can find anything. Nine, ready to jump in. Infested.
Well, the Wukong's comes out, but that Monkey King trapped atop the spire, and they're going to force the TP out of Skitter, and Nine, the 4-star vacuum cookie jumping around left and right. Not sure where he ends up, but he BKBs and runs off. Now Yuragi has spent the majority of his spells,
he's gonna die.
away, and he
Viper
still
strike.
loses his life on Nine. Chasing into Snaking now. BZM with the Ghost of Flowing. Can't quite close the gap on them as the speedy Tundra evacuate from that middle lane.
That was an insane jump. I guess they wanted Snapfire to use a cookie, potentially a 4-step. They get him out, but good jump from Yuragi. Doesn't even use the BKB there, and steal from Chu. Viper Strike, killing Dragonite while he's trying to TP out.
Yeah, we had some real fun stuff with 4-stars, vacuums, and cookies. Maneuvering that DK all over the place.
It's time to go. You know that there's no EXO for almost full 2 minutes. They should try to take another fight. They didn't use Mortimer's Kisses. Dragonite, BKB will be off cooldown in 30 seconds, so he's good to go.
Out across the map they head. I'll see a couple of heroes mid. They know that Monkey King just popped into that bottom jungle. Yeah, they're spam pinging him now. They saw him with that kind of lane ward down behind the tier 1 bottom. Let's see if Tundra can find him, because Tiger with this Monkey King is a slippery devil. Basher picked up by the Lifestealer, and now they've changed target. They want to try and find DM, and oh, what a play! The preemptive cookie into Blink Stun. Chain disable DM. He gets off the surge in the vacuum, and he runs. Run, run, run! Can you get away from Skitter? The big golden Lifestealer's coming for you, and a couple of munches would have taken him down, but oh, he jukes himself, gets to the trees, finds a creep wave, and the Breathe Fire is there to finish him off.
Space created. Just kidding. They still didn't kill the tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane. 27 minutes into the game with the Death Prophet on the team, which is rather surprising, considering that the game right now is pretty even. Taiga, he's been in this bottom lane for a long time. Scouting things out, you mentioned the Diffusal Blade that he's going for with the Wukong's command. Vacuum, keep them inside. This is a lot of team fight from OG.
Here's the Lifestealer bomb. DM saying Lifestealer's missing, and they are pinging them out. And they have that Observer Ward scouting DK moving.
There's a lot of damage on the ground from Tundra. Again, Taiga, can they catch him? This is Cookie with the Shard, Mortimer's Kisses, Viper, Nether Toxin, Fireball, Radiance Burn.
He gets a D-Ward, he gets a Bounty Rune, but he's going to find death as well. The 9 is there to close him off at the pass, make sure there's no escape for the Monkey King. But yeah, you're right. Tier 1 bottom still standing. Tier 1 top still standing. Tundra have just been playing in that enemy third of the map so often. OG haven't been able to break ranks and get across the river too often. Abyssal Blade on the way soon for Yuragi. Needs a bit more gold for it. And that's going to be Such a vital item to lock down the lifestealer. Because as you were saying at the end of the draft, this counter, the Ursa against lifestealer, you can bring him down quite quickly with your physical burst damage.
Lifestealer going for Aghanim Scepter. He was thinking about maybe getting a beacon. He can still swap things around because he just bought an Ogre Axe. But with that Infest, he can go inside of you. And also it reduces the cooldown to 20 seconds.
Snaking. Cookied away. Bodyguarding 3-3. They do lose their courier though, and Tiger really a nuisance.
I mean, look at snaking. This is something that he does. Triple raid ban post 25 minutes on the Enchantress. Sitting at 28 armor, which is 63% physical.
With untouchable, yeah. Good luck trying to take down the old Enchantress. 3-3 being eyed up by Yuragi, but where's he blink to? Incorrect. Now the Primal Spring with the BKB's up for 3-3, and OG, they miss such a golden opportunity to get a core kill.
This could have been a big one. He's worth a lot of gold. He did kind of recover, and going also for scaling items on Viper. Not putting himself in any Guardian Greaves situation, understands that he needs to be able to deal damage. Lifestealer with the illusion.
Yeah, just Radiance burning everybody. Getting cookied as well. Oh, BZM saved up by the Bound Strike for a while. Snaking inside the Wukongs, and Skitter just runs straight towards Tiger. They'll kill off the Monkey King here within his own circle. And maybe now run forwards. DM and Chu retreating, but Yuragi stuck around to hit some Ancients. Blinks away from the Enchantress. It's just so quick. This burst damage comes from both teams. If they see a target they want to jump on, they get obliterated. And 9? Well, he's jumped in aggressively here. Lifted back. He is infested, so Lifestealer can pop out if he really wants to.
Does have Ogre Seal Totem.
Vacuum back. He's got Ogre Seal Totem, a BKB, and a cookie to save him. Quite a bit expended there by OG. That's Ursa BKB. Dark Seal wall down. And Tundra can continue looking for the team fight.
Tundra's so good at just dealing with these like initiations, big ultis, double force staff. Make it triple soon, because Sox is going to pick up one, plus a cookie as well, infest, if we needed to save someone.
I mean, OG are the ones with Monkey King, but Tundra have the guerrilla tactics.
Monkey has been on the trees for a long time, buying time so that his Ursa can recover, and Yuragi has been on top of the network for quite some time now.
And this dewarding battle is actually hilarious. You know, Snaking and Tiger had that whole period of 5 or 6 minutes bottom tier 1 with wards and dewards and smokes. Now it's Saxa versus Tiger up on high grounds. This Monkey King is an absolute nuisance. He hasn't really been able to transfer that annoyance into anything bigger. BKB Nullifier next up for Tiger. We'll see if he gets there. And 1 minute for Roshan to respawn is what everybody's looking at right now.
Yeah, I'm sure Tiger can farm it. Just needs another 45 minutes
to
get his BKB and Nullifier. He knows what he's going for. Okay, that's something. Ursa does have that Abyssal Blade that you talked about. So, can lock Lifestealer, get on top of him. Skitter's very close to Ags. Just 100 gold away.
If OG...
Ooh, the scan didn't connect. But look at the top lane. Hellbearer creep dies, gives that attack damage to creeps, and they're gonna do it. This is the shadow tactics that you talked about, the shadow push.
The ghost push, yeah. I like shadow push better though, actually. Oh, I'm a fan of that. We're stealing that one. But that could have been a massive fight for OG if they kill a hero or two, transfer that into Roshan. Aegis on Ursa feels very good, but Tundra again very, very defensive, very patient with their positioning, and now smoking up as 5. Gathering up in the mid lane to clear the wave. Might have shown their hand a little bit. But OG also very defensive, waiting in their base as Roshan respawns and smoke breaks. Tiger, we saw them. And Tundra don't exactly know where the Monkey King is, so they're retreating.
Some big upgrades now. Dragonite would definitely love to be level 18. Have that extra slow, especially against Ursa and Death Prophet. But Tiger, he's a ward. He's top of the hill. Been sitting there for quite some time. Manages to get out of the trouble.
3-3 starts a little bit on Roshan. Don't want to commit to it just yet. I'd much rather a pick off into that play towards the pit. Meanwhile, the rest of OG gathering up the remnants of farm on the map. DP and Ursa down bottom, looking to pick up a Scythe of Vice on that Death Prophet.
Gotcha.
And Yuragi wanting a Silver Edge now to deal with the Dragon Knight and the Viper. As Roshan is starting to be attempted by Tundra. Let's see if this is a signal for OG to snap into action, because Tiger sees them doing it. He's atop the trees, but 9 cuts him down. The Quelling Blade, 34 minutes in. Yeah, just snaps him out of the treetops, and that's going to be a freebie Roche now for Tundra.
Oh man, Taiga just providing vision for the team, but the rest of the team is not there. So now, let's see who picks up the shard. They give it to Viper instantly. Lifestealer already has one. Same goes for Dragon Knight. Snapfire as well. The only one who's missing is Enchantress. That shard really not that great. So now you have a bit of a building damage as well, and armor reduced coming out from that shard.
Yeah, not too shabby. As Chu gets blown up by this Lifestealer bomb again. 9 with the Aghanim Scepter into dragon form. Flying over the trees with that free pathing. Make short work of the tier 2 there. And again, we're in this prime position for Tundra, where they're now Radiant side and able to play into Dire Ancients if they want to. Looks like they don't want to try and cut into that bottom lane. Instead, going to play towards top outpost. And they're pinging out tier 3 in that top lane.
They want a slow siege. Lifestealer can get in with the Dragon Knight. Viper with the shard that we just mentioned. Dragon Knight with that form, level 4, can go through anything and just get the initial jump while Lifestealer is inside of him. And let's see, Skitter, if he can find anything.
It's a bit
Monkey.
spooky, though. Skitter just walked 1v3 past all these OG heroes, and one of them was this Abyssal Blade Ursa. OG feel like now's their time to shine. They're playing into Aegis. They've still got tools at their disposal as Tiger dodges the cookie. In they go. Yuragi stunned, caught out, but 4 staffed away. Half HP on the Ursa Warrior now as BZM with the Exo, aiming for 9's DK. Another Force drifting him out, but still found. Yuragi's Ursa too much to handle as he turns and swipes into Saxa now. A cookie buys a little bit of time, but dies to the Ghost in the end. And Enchantress on the run. Tanky Snake King. Let's see how long he can last, because BZM and Tiger, they've got slows for days. Another Toxin chucked out. The Scythe of Ice on the Lifestealer. 2-man balance strike, and then comes Yuragi. They've got the damage. They can take him down. Destroying the Lifestealer, cleaving into Enchantress. And 3-3 has to BKB and fight Tiger now. Skitter comes across and clears through the Monkey King. OG running back now. They've spent everything, and they got some big kills, defended their base, but it still feels like Tundra are in the driving seat.
33, look at him zooming. See once more. Chu, Glimmer Cape. But yeah, that's not going to be enough. There is a Sentry Ward on the high ground. Buyback only committed from Saxa, and seems like they want to get in now and get stuff done, because there is no BKB on Ursa. There is no Exorcism for another minute. Lifestealer doesn't really need anything to siege. BZM needs to be careful here. 33 does have Hex available that he just picked up.
Man, these Scythe of Ice really proving to be incredibly useful items in this late stage of the game. The Scythe on the Lifestealer from the DP. And now the Scythe on the Viper. We'll see who he targets this onto. And a slow siege on that tier 3. Cookie and catapults. Dragon forming and poison attacking as they do blink stun the Death Prophet. But not committing to anything yet. Just allowing Snake King to frontline for them.
Oh, they see Monkey. They also see Ursa.
Yeah, they do. Putting poison and kisses on him. Yuragi has to enrage, get on top of Snake King. The Wukongs looks decent, and they'll kill off Saxa. Inside, with all the statues, they need to infest out with the Lifestealer now, and the cubes of goodness. The green globs coming out of the Rubik. Thrown towards the Viper. Snake King will die, and 9 has to BKB over the trees, but he can't escape from the Monkey's vision. He tracks back, looks for the DK, and should be able to find him with one more touch. The neutral creep gets him. 9 still dies, but all OG lose is a tier 3 tower.
Ooh, look at all these illusions from the wall. DM placed it so nicely. Also, an item that we didn't talk too much, Heaven's Halberd. They jump in, and they get slowed down by Monkey King, slowed down by Ursa, Nullifier, Enchantress. Yeah, she's tanky, but Her Hurricane Pike is not working against the Nullifier, so Ursa goes ham. Same goes for Death Prophet. Like, they can't catch Death Prophet. Death Prophet, if they jump her, she's not gonna die. She's way too tanky. Status resistance, a lot of armor, does have Sight of Wise. They can also save her with Guardian Greaves, with Pipe of Insight. OG keeping themselves in the game.
Yeah, mounting a bit of a comeback now as well. The entire game net worth lead from the second minute has been all Tundra, even getting themselves up to about a 5-6k net worth lead, but that spirals completely back into the hands of OG now. And OG, I'd argue, potentially better at just snap-taking objectives with EXO, with Ursa. The ability to get onto these high ground situations after a team fight win. And could bring these buildings down quickly. Smoke out from them too. Radiant scanning over in the Ancients, not going to find anyone. And Saxa out in the open. They're not going for the Snapfire though. They see Snaking now. And Chantress out here. Kisses thrown. Uragi's in onto them. Double kisses landing. Green cubes and red globs. Such a colorful landscape with these
so much
kisses.
chaos. Like, Nine's the one holding Timeless Relic on his team to have longer duration Dragon Tail stun. So it's 20% debuff duration. Dragon Tail is 3 seconds, so that's 3.6 seconds.
That's a lot of stun.
It is. He's a little bit under-leveled, I would say, for this game, because Ursa's like level 23, Dead Prophet's level 22. He did die a couple of times. Sentry Ward? Barely. They are not going to catch this Observer Ward. But good scout things out for Taiga to get the initial jump and start things off with the Boundless.
Not making any hasty decisions though. OG get the tower, get the outpost. And they're signaling they want to take control of these high grounds. Bottom jungle, top Ancients. Try and hem Tundra back in their base. This game has completely turned around for them. And now we're looking at this Uragi Ursa. Wanting Swift Blink and Refresher as he gets straight on top of Saxa. Infested up though, Lifestealer inside of him, vacuum back, 3-3 Saxa, dragged back up to high ground, and Lifestealer has to jump out now. In goes BZM, the ghosts are going. Spirit Siphon onto Snaking, but Skitter is out of there. Cookie away, and it looks like Tundra have successfully disengaged.
You can nullify these 4-staff spikes. Cookie, still a great tool. Man, Deep's been on point with the walls. I see both teams trying to get raid pack. Like, before, like, TI, coming into TI, raid pack was such a great item. I mean, this is the item that Tundra bought every single game, pretty much. Now it's a very late game oriented item. We see it more often post 30-40 minute mark coming out from the supports.
Yeah, I guess that's like physical damage scales better into late game than magic more often than not. That makes quite a bit of sense. And Tundra back to clearing waves. They've broken out of their base. No Roche for at least 30 seconds though. And 9 scouting out. Might be an indication that they've lost track of time here. 42 minutes in. Those come up north, grab the outpost once more. And they do still have that base ward. It's at half HP at the top lane, so they can see into OG's base. If they want to push this out and go for another high ground push, they potentially could.
They could. Let's see the Roche respawn. Skeeter. Inside the pit already. Should be a bait, I expect. Oh, it's instant. Oh my god.
Oh, they see it. Hello.
Go for it. Start hitting it. I don't know if you anytime you expect Roshan, it's like you keep it track on the timer, but you don't expect it to spawn instantly. And they're drawing on a minimap. Roshan already down to half HP. OG is not going to be able to contest this one.
Yeah, in your mind, you're like, the human mind is kind of working on averages. You're thinking, yeah, it's going to be at least a minute before he spawns. 2 seconds. That's all it took. Aegis for Skitter. Cheese for Dragon Knight. So these already incredibly tanky heroes now basically have second lives. I do have to maintain their lanes, though. So 9 comes back, still infested up, throws the good old fireball down on the creep wave. OG are pinging him, though. And they're all grouped up here. Chu, Tiger. They're lining it up. Looking for their shot. Decide it's not worth it.
He was thinking about it. Getting in, maybe getting a lift with the Glimmer Cape. Taiga again, providing vision. That's double nullifier on their side. So they want to lock onto a target. They had enough of these 4-staff shenanigans that Tundra has been using in the first game and second. But look at the top lane. It's being pushed in, so Tundra has a pretty good read that something fishy is going on.
Yeah, at that point, you've got to know they're in that bottom jungle, and they'll start TPing back a hero or two to defend that top lane.
Instant move.
Look at how quickly 9 goes. Yeah, you're right. Instant is no joke. Straight off. Blink into the right-hand side. Oh, they just pinged on top of Taiga. Now they know for sure he's here. They might be able to find him. It's 9. He doesn't have a Quelling Blade this time. Taiga, oh my god, the free pathing. They nearly get on top of him. Taiga jump quickly across the canopy. Get out of there.
He's been doing it so many times, but also a lot of the times he's the one that did get caught in the process. They need to make something happen out of this. Aegis. 3 minutes left. Taiga again, buying time. Kills the creep wave.
He gets a fresh set of obs and sentries too. So he can go deeper, clear another wave. Keep making life difficult for Tundra. They are grouped up as 4 in that mid lane, but still unable to get towards the OG base. And as we head into late game, a Lifestealer DK Viper, are they good enough? Are they strong enough late game to match against this Ursa Darkseer? And even the Monkey King, I'd argue, is scaling as well.
Taiga is scaling. We talked about his itemization. He died a lot, but did manage to find the farm and also going for the scaling items instead of getting something like a pipe or whatever. I mean, Darkseer's buying one, but yeah, I've seen monkeys going for it. To answer your question, I still believe in this Dragon Knight once he gets to his items. Oh,
BZM.
That's a big one.
That's huge, but maybe down bottom they get Saxa. Vacuum up the Snapfire. OG looking to disengage now, though, but they got a Dragon Tail out from 9. He BKB's up. The Wukong's not coming. They instead just lift away the Darkseer and get him to safety. Chu and Uragi still stuck down here in the tree line, and 9, he's just going over the waterfall. You can't really catch him. He's still going to get caught out by the Nullifier, but he cheeses up. Safely away from the Wukong's command while Snaking, dealing with a cookie up Uragi. BKB and chasing 9. Out comes the Lifestealer, looking to munch on this Ursa, but they get the kill on DK, and Skitter falls. First life gone, and OG, they hold their ground. They make sure that Skitter has no way of escaping. They will be able to chase him down here into the tree lines.
Looking for 3-3.
Of course they can. Got the stuns on the Lifestealer now. Hexed up 2, chain controlled, and down he goes. Snaking next one on the menu. Nice bit of venison for Uragi's Ursa to munch on. A double kill for DM in the end. And OG, they're feeling it now.
BZM with the buyback. He gets level 25 as well in that fight. So more exorcism. He was not afraid to use it. Now we have some extra 25s, overpowered attacks coming out from Ursa. And yeah, Chu, I think Chu placed down an observer ward like in that tree line just to catch a bit of a vision. And it worked out nicely. So now 9k gold lead for OG.
The waterfall ward. Just a little bit of vision for them. But here comes OG. 5 alive. Starting to pressure up high ground. They don't have Exo, but Uragi has a significant amount of physical damage, already forcing the glyph out of Tundra. Dragon Knight's alive now. Lifestealer needs another 40 seconds till he wakes back up. Now people don't die in Dota 2. They just take a quick nap. 40 seconds, a minute or so. Tiger looking, scouting in the back of the Radiant base. Thinking about his jump. Courier scouts him, scythed up by 3-3's Viper. Can't really get on top of the monkey, though.
Tundra delaying as much as they can. Mortimer's Kiss is used. They're only going to lose a tower for now. Let's see if they can get another jump. Dead Prophet. BZM could be the one getting the initial jump with the Blink Dagger. BKB Hex needs to be careful, though, because he needs to follow Ursa in the adventure. I think Ursa needs to go first, of course, because BZM, he just bought back. They did manage to salvage. Nothing of value was lost other than the tier 3 tower.
And now the waiting game begins, Lacoste. Again, our favorite part of the game. When does Roshan respawn?
Long time until it respawns. First 2.5 minutes, and probably going to be
3-minuter.
3-minuter considering how fast it spawned last time.
I wouldn't doubt it. Skitter looking for BKB next. I don't know what it is about this Lifestealer build, but it always kind of feels wonky to me. Like there's a lot of damage, a lot of regen, not too much in the way of stats. So he does feel a little squishy, especially against an Ursa who can almost just kill him within the Abyssal Blade duration. Like an Abyssal and a Hex, and this Lifestealer doesn't last long.
Ursa didn't even opt to go for MKB. Seems like he does not care about this Radiance mischance at all. Does have Swift Blink. He can still swap his items, remove the phase boots, get Refresher. For now, keeping the buyback.
And add in another Scythe of Ice on DM soon. And Darkseer definitely suffered in the laning stage, as we always expect. His first 3, 4, 5 minutes are always very sad. It was more of a 10-minute sadness, a bit of seasonal depression here for DM's Darkseer. But he's recovered, he's come out, smiling and happy on the other side. Looking pretty good. His vacuum walls have been exceptional in the latter stage of this game for sure.
Yeah, they've been for sure. And going for Refresher next, he's just queuing up items, thinking about the Hex. We'll see what he ends up going for. Now with Wall of Replica, that level 20 talent brings it down to 60 seconds. So potentially you could have 2 of those in a fight, because late game Dota is a slightly prolonged. And let's see, another Infest. This time around, it's going to be 33, initiating with the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, but that Blink Hex. Try and blow someone up, but right now they're under dire vision, and Saxa, he's the one to get blown up. Doesn't even get a cookie off. Yuragi, he turns and faces Skitter as BZM exos up and chases Snaking. Tundra, they're on the run. They didn't get the jump they wanted, so they're bailing on this one. Losing 2 heroes quickly, and 3-3 had to BKB. Yuragi still chasing Blink in 2 seconds. They're going to find the Viper on the left-hand side as well. One by one, Tundra, they bailed and they turned back to fight. Their kisses after the Dragon Tail, catching Yuragi. I don't know about this one though, as BZM jumps back in the wall. Dropped on their heads. Oh, you can't do a damn thing about that. Skitter's dead for 90 seconds. Down goes the Viper as well. Yuragi, a teddy bear's picnic over on this left side of the map as OG clear through Tundra. And game 2 looks like it might be theirs now. Another one on the menu. Dragonite caught out. Tiger's Monkey there to give the vision Yuragi needed. And BZM throws the tips at him.
It's a full team wipe. They actually killed 7 heroes on side of Tundra. Both Saxa and Snaking with the buybacks. Skitter does not have buyback. Neither does Dragonite. But someone needs to address this top lane. I don't know if they know about it, but they should try to poke. See what happens. BZM pushing out the mid wave. And yeah, gonna be going. It's Ursa going ham in the previous fight, as expected. Now playing with the Darkseer, Surge, Iron Shell on top of him. He's sitting on 8,000 gold. Does have Trickster's Cloak. The Trickster Cloak is such a great item because it gives you both resistance against physical and magical damage.
So good.
Add the Greaves, like add Pipe to it. Now Yuragi. Let's see, 30 seconds, no Tundra. They do have bottom racks open. There's no power available.
In the last fight, Yuragi did 10,000 damage. There was a 9,000 net worth swing. And looking at the Roshan timer, basically a 3-minuter. We weren't wrong. 2.5 minutes to come. OG do not care about it, though, as they take down the majority of the Tundra base. Applause from 3-3. I'm not sure why. They'll respawn soon, Tundra, but they're going to wake up and see that their base is in disarray. Top lane going to be no different here as OG reposition themselves into the enemy triangle.
2 minutes until the Roche respawn. Yuragi has a Refresher being delivered to him, so double Abyssal, double BKB, Nullifier as well, Swift Blink, level 28 Ursa. This is going to be a difficult one to come back, because they don't have the levels. If you look at the Dragonite's only level 21. Monkey's level 23, Rubik's level 20.
Wow.
We would definitely love to have that level 25 talent.
Oh, poor Saxa.
Oh, Saxa.
All he wanted to do was cookie the wave. Wait, hang on. Do they have more? They've got more. Snaking, nullified, boundless struck, and Tiger, the slow swing of the Monkey King, will take her down while 3-3, 4 staffs, BKB'd up, and TP's out with a bash. The stun, the catch is there, and he's infested too. Skitters inside the Wukong's command. Ursa opens up into 5th gear. Down you go, Skitter, bashed into oblivion. A double kill by Tigers, Monkey King, and a new carry on the block as Tundra lose another 4 heroes.
They drop down the Raid Pact, reduce some of that damage. I mean, this fight was without even 9 being there. He's split pushing, and they can close out this game. There's no Lifestealer. Both supports did buy back in the previous fight, and this is exactly what OG's doing. They going for the finish.
Go straight for throne. Glyph up the tier 4s, buy a bit of time. I think OG thinking, hey, we need to guard our waves, so BZM and Chu both come back to hold hands with that next incoming creep wave. Make sure that there's no sneaky, cheeky business out of Nice DK.
Also using Guardian Greaves on a creep wave to keep them healthy. And yeah, seems like Tundra, Viper, gonna use his first buyback. That's all they got for now.
Well, look at that jump straight in onto the Viper. They need to cookie back to the Phantom, the vacuum back into the wall, and 3-3 in trouble. The throne is falling, and Tundra, they'd have no Lifestealer, no Enchantress. Refresh up from BZM, another Scythe, another Exo, and GG is called as 9 stands there watching his throne fall. OG tied up 1-1 in this best of 2, and a great showing from them against Tundra.
Yeah, they did manage to come back into this game. They were never ahead for the like 25, 30, maybe even 35 minutes into this game. But yeah, they kept their composure. Taiga buying time. A lot of deaths, but for a good reason. He did allow Yuragi to farm up his items. It was also like 16, 17-minute Battle Fury on Yuragi, but he still stayed atop the network 30 minutes into the game. BZM had a really good early game, 9-0-0 at one point. Then they killed him like once, second time as well, but he kept the distance. But I think the MVP for me for this series is DM. His Darkseer also kind of struggled in the lane, but those vacuums and walls throughout the whole game were really on point.
Yeah, I mean, the resilience that OG showed there is just tremendous, honestly. Like, judging how that game was going, laning stage was, pretty poor. They had to quad lane top to defeat the Viper against this Yuragi Ursa. And 25 minutes in, if I was playing on OG, if I was at their level, I'd still be thinking, hey, this game is like 90% over. What's our chance? But they stuck in it. They found the team fights they needed. They bought a couple of sides of Vice and got those, snap counter initiations to make sure that Nine's jumps weren't really paying off. And that's kind of the thing with Tundra's lineup there, right? Once they were in, they were in. They didn't have the greatest ways to disengage. They got bogged down in these long duration fights where Ursa thrives.
Yeah, he does love to play these prolonged team fights, go in and out of the fights with his level 10 talent, the Furious Swipes reset time as well. So you're never going to feel too comfortable just like resetting. And also once they picked up the nullifiers, 2 nullifiers on their side, this is kind of a crucial moment because you could feel that they jump in, they want to reset multiple times inside of Tundra as well, but it doesn't happen. The only reliable one they have is Cookie, and it's not enough.
Yeah, even with all the BKBs they had, it was a difficult task there for Tundra. So 1-1, another draw in the groups here, as I believe we have DM from OG going to be joining us for an interview shortly. We'll see if we can get him on the line as quickly as possible, just to talk through their Game 2 victory there and the series in general. I mean, Lacoste, I'm trying to think back to Game 1. Like, Game 2 was so exciting and so many things happened. I'm struggling to remember what happened in Game 1.
Yeah, I gotta check the Dota buff. I'm not even kidding. My brain is not working.
Naga. I just remember Naga Siren.
Yeah, it was Naga Siren. Ricky. We also had Ricky. We had the Dark Willow, Zeus, and Sand So, yeah, I'm getting some flashbacks from what happened. But this second game was pretty wild as well.
Yeah, absolutely action-packed and showing OG style there. Can go toe-to-toe with Tundra. And that stat you brought up, that was 7 games or 7 series in 2023? That OG have
7
lost.
games in 2023.
So they've broken the streak then. They've got a victory against Tundra for the first time in 8 games or so. It's a pretty big feat up against the current TI champions. It looks like we've got DM on the line ready to pop in and answer some of our questions and figure out how he's feeling about that victory against Tundra. I mean, DM, can you hear us?
Hey guys. Yeah, I hear you well.
I can't hear you. One second. That's my
Yo,
fault.
you gotta unmute VMix.
I do.
Gary.
Sorry.
That's the one.
My bad. Congratulations on your victory. All good? You can
Do you
hear
hear
us?
me now? Yo.
That was my fault.
Okay.
Congratulations. Lacoste was saying that you've been on a losing streak against Tundra. How does it feel to finally beat them this year?
Feels good because I would love to end the day 0-4. But, losing some to Team Liquid, guys. Losing first game feels bad to Tundra also. I think it was in the back at some point. But this is a nice team, and they have always something to show. So they literally come back to this game. And also we can play poor at some moments. Yeah, but feels good.
Nice. And Darkseer as a hero, I'm often scared when I'm casting and watching. Laning stage is hard. How does that affect your mentality when you know you're going into kind of a difficult game? Are you looking towards late game and thinking about how you progress, or what's your situation with Darkseer in general?
I think I just know ways how to come back by Darkseer because I'm level 20 on this hero in pops, and there were many lanes that were hard for me with 1k rank on position 4. So yeah, I kinda was ready for everything to happen. I'm like a mountain when I play Darkseer. I can get 0-10, I can get 0 net worth, but I'm a mountain, and this mountain won't move from his mental sustainty.
Is there another hero that you feel like he's a mountain, you're the mountain if things are not going too well in the laning stage?
Yeah, it's fully on position 3 because when I have rough lane, I just TP to woods and start farming them, and I recover eventually.
What about that Sanking that you played in the first game? It was kind of an unconventional pick. You guys needed a little bit more like lower cooldown stun, a bit more team fight as well. Someone that's gonna initiate the things. Like, where does that come from? Was that your call, or is it like someone else making the call for you?
I was like looking at the heroes, and I'm like, there's plenty of heroes banned, kinda. And at some point, my pool with 33 is at some heroes the same, And we're buying for 33. They're obviously buying for me, but they already got their hero on position 3. And I'm like, this should be the only game for Sanking in 2023. Like here in the Naga, local down stun as well. Yeah, this should be it. And we're like, let's go. It wasn't that bad, just some bad decisions.
Do you guys feel like you could have won that game because it looked, really back and forth? You guys were ahead for decent margin, like for first 30 minutes of the game?
From inside, it looked in the back because we know that our heroes scale really well into the Naga, but Neda Shapira did well dooms, and the game turned around. Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good on that hero, hey. I mean, in game 2, and I guess game 1 as well, game 2 in particular, though, you're behind and you're looking for opportunities to fight. Is there a single person or player, or is it a team effort to kind of like lift spirits and find win conditions and ways to fight back against Tundra?
I mean, I think it's this game we all really tried a lot. I think especially this game, BZM was talking more than usual. I guess he was ultra hungry to finally win this team. So credits to him. Yeah, very well done.
All right, good stuff. I mean, congratulations again. Beating that streak, getting a victory against Tundra, looking good in the group stage as well. Excited to see more from you.
Yeah.
Do you have one more, Lacoste?
Yeah, I have some more questions. Where's Dogo at? Dogo has not been on stream. I haven't seen him in a while. How's he doing?
I had to relocate, and the dog is staying at parents' house right now. So he's doing amazing. He's doing well, but Kinder with parents.
Always good to hear, Dogo. It's one of the best looking dogs I've ever seen. And also, yeah, you said you had to relocate. Where are you at right now? Because I think Taiga is at home. You guys are not boot camping?
I mean, right now I'm at Spirit Bootcamp. Big thanks to them for allowing me to stay because I'm doing visa stuff in Moscow.
Okay.
So I'm basically relocated to Serbia, and now I'm staying in Moscow at our bootcamp. So credits to DK Lana, to the Spirit, and the OG making this possible for me to play the Dota. Yeah, thanks.
Rest of the team is also not boot camping, correct?
Yeah, correct. We're not boot camping.
I
think we play better from online. Honestly, we're like better players when we are not boot camping because people feel much better in their casual conditions. Like you wake up in the morning, you go for a walk, you grab some coffee, like your favorite coffee, like Bulgarian one, for example, for XM. Yeah, so people just feeling amazing. Tommy is also like doing some preparations, like getting some amazing home food for himself. Yeah,
that's
so
always good.
people are feeling amazing playing from home. But from bootcamp, they don't have this casual stuff, things to do, and not that good.
I mean, when you're at boot camp, do you feel like you're at school or something? Like you have to follow a schedule and a routine. You've got to do all these things that your manager's telling you to do.
I mean, I didn't feel bad about bootcamp at all. I don't think anyone really felt bad, but it's just better to play at home. Let's be real.
Okay.
Because on bootcamp there is like we always have like meeting time, so we can do it online. We can do it from bootcamp. It doesn't matter, but it's basically easier to enter your Discord from mobile phone or like PC than to write for like some time to get to get prepared there. It's just easier to do it casual way.
Yeah, sounds way more comfortable. Lacoste, anything else?
No, we're gonna let him go. Celebrate this win that they just got. It was a big one for them.
Opening my champagne in the kitchen. Hoping won't allow affect my gameplay for tomorrow. Yeah. So see you guys. See you around.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
again. Congrats on your win. That's DM from OG. Cheery fashion there. And yeah, some good insights there. Feeling comfortable from home rather than playing from boot camp. Just entering that comfort zone, making sure everything's good for themselves. Just joining team meetings through Discord.
Yeah, always nice to hear from him. Very vocal as a person, very knowledgeable, good player, and glad that they got that dub against Thundra. It's been, good 6, 7, 8 months until they managed to get that win against Thundra. But yeah, OG, it's been hot and cold. This is also like relatively, because they made some changes. They swapped to position 5, and now they need to play with him. Chu also looking good in a lot of the games. I also want to see more of his techies because his techies is really mean one. But yeah, a lot of good Dota today. Like we've seen Execration against Aster. Aster back to track. I think this is the win that they also needed because they didn't look good on the first day, and now they bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at those group standings as day 2 does come to a close. As we see there, Team Liquid right up at the top of Group B, Beast Coast and EG both doing well on opposite sides of the groups. Now closing in on that top. And any surprises for you, in particular, Lacoste, coming out of day 2?
Ex-Hellraisers, they're down there, 2-6. Not what you would expect from the team to be there, but yeah, a lot of these teams from Eastern Europe, they do really well in the regional. Like they look unstoppable, and then when they join against international competition, they do tend to fall short. Same thing happened with them in the previous major. Same thing happened with the Bed Boom as well. But one team that is doing well, that's Team Spirit. And again, looking at the top, how things are standing, EG, first one, and the second Beast Coast in the Group B. So yeah. South America really making the name for themselves. Yeah, exactly.
Really showing up. But that wraps things up for today. We're all done here on the Storm stream. I'm not sure if there are other games currently going on, if we're the last ones picking up the slack. But of course, there'll be plenty more Dota for you tomorrow and the day after, as we have 3.5 days of group stage. Sounds like all of the games are done, and we were the last one to finish. But tomorrow, look